Chapter 1 Transmigrating to a High-Level Martial Arts World, Awakening Center. Xia Kingdom, Jiang Province, Nanyuai Awakening Center. Zhou Bai's high school grades were not ideal, but he was not worried at all. Because this is a world of martial arts where strength reigns supreme and the strong prey on the weak. This world has top-tier martial arts masters who can fly through the sky, burrow underground, and split mountains and seas. Top-tier martial arts masters can even shatter the void with their fists and traverse the starry sky with their physical bodies. There is only one standard that determines whether someone can become a top-tier martial arts master: talent. In this world, everyone goes to the Awakening Center to awaken their talents after they turn 18. The level of their talents determines their fate. Those with exceptional talent can be directly admitted to the top 10 martial arts academies, enjoying the best training resources and teaching staff. Even those with average talent can enter the ranks of the 36th Colonel and the 72nd Colonel and receive careful training. Those with lower aptitude, without special opportunities, can only enter junior colleges and struggle there. At this moment, in the Nanyu Awakening Center, hundreds of thousands of eligible teenagers from various high schools are either awakening their talents or waiting for their talents to awaken. Talent, martial arts, the starry sky, evil gods, ferocious beasts, this world is truly amazing. In the QFC6 Awakening Zone, a handsome young man wearing a white t-shirt looked at the young man awakening his talent on the awakening platform, his eyes shining brightly. The boy was Zhou Bai from Jianglin No. 1 Middle School. 2.5 years ago, Zhou Bai traveled from Earth to this world. He had no parents and only an older sister to depend on. Although he had been in this world for 2.5 years, Zhou Bai was still speechless at this absurd world. Talent determines everything, that's just so damn ridiculous. If one lacks talent, without an extraordinary stroke of luck, one will never be able to turn their life around. Brother Zhou Bai, look! That annoying guy Zhao Tianqing has awakened an A-level talent, Wildfire. That's an A-level attack talent, enough to reach the 36th rank of Colonel, or even the top 10. It's so unfair that this guy could also awaken an A-level talent. A beautiful, pure-looking girl with delicate features said to Zhou Bai beside her. The girl was wearing a white JK uniform, and her long, delicate, and fair legs under the pleated skirt were extremely eye-catching. In addition, its youthful and lively atmosphere exudes the flavor of youth. The girl's name is Gu Qingyao, and like Zhou Bai, she is also a student at Jianglin No. 1 Middle School. 2 years ago, Gu Qingyao was attacked by a ferocious beast, and Zhou Bai saved her life. The two developed feelings for each other, and although they didn't completely merge into a relationship, they already knew each other inside and out. I see it, an A-level talent, Wildfire, it's indeed quite powerful. Zhou Bai looked at the awakening platform and saw a young man whose body was surging with intense flames. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Zhao Tianqing was also a student at Jianglin No. 1 Middle School. He was usually domineering and caused a lot of trouble at Jianglin No. 1 Middle School by relying on his family's influence in Jianglin. Because of Gu Qingyao, Zhao Tianqing also caused Zhou Bai a lot of trouble. On the stage, Zhao Tianqing roared to the sky. As his talent awakened, the scorching aura around him grew stronger and stronger, as if it were about to ignite the air. Talent levels are divided into higher and lower grades: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. A level talent is already considered very powerful, with great potential, and in the future, it is expected to reach the Grandmaster realm above the 9th rank. Strength levels: Rank 1 to Rank 6 Martial Artists, Rank 7 Golden Body Realm, Rank 8 Sky Soaring Realm, Rank 9 Grandmaster Realm, and above Rank 9, one is a Martial Saint. In particular, Zhao Tianqing's Wildfire is an offensive combat talent, which can exert a powerful effect in the ferocious beast battlefield. The top 10 martial arts academies are very likely to extend offers to him. This Zhao Tianqing is really lucky he actually awakened an A-level talent. Yes, it's an offensive talent. I wish I could awaken an A-level talent, even a support type, so I could become a colonel in the 36th rank. Sigh, I don't ask for much, just a C-level talent is fine, as long as I can get into the 72nd Division. The other students from Jianglin No. 1 Middle School in Zone C6 also looked at Zhao Tianqing on the stage with envy. Meanwhile, the surrounding teenagers were increasingly looking forward to awakening their own top-tier talents. Xu Hong, E-level talent, skin hardening. Before long, another student successfully awakened their talent on the awakening platform. Damn it, E-level talent, that's it, this guy can only go to a junior college. Junior college? What's wrong with junior college? Junior colleges are also martial arts universities, and junior college students are also martial arts university students certified by Xia Kingdom. Moreover, good junior colleges are no worse than the top 10. What gives you the right to look down on junior college students? Alright, buddy, then I wish you the best of luck getting into a junior college. Get lost, your whole family should go to college. This is terrifying. I don't want to awaken a low-level talent, and I don't want to go to a junior college. The appearance of the E-level talent immediately made the surrounding teenagers nervous. Those with exceptional talent can rise to the rank of Colonel 36, or even the 10th, but those with E-level or F-level talent can only attend junior college. Although both are universities, the gap between the top 10 universities and vocational colleges is as insurmountable as the chasm between heaven and earth. If the top 10 universities are heaven, then junior colleges are earth. Going to a junior college will not provide a good education, and it will be difficult to become a true top martial arts master. Even if you successfully transfer to a 4-year university, you will never be able to escape the shadow of junior college for the rest of your life. The awakening process continued, and more low-level talents appeared in subsequent awakenings, which cast a shadow over the remaining youths. Brother Joe Bai, it's almost your turn. As Gu Qingyao watched the students on the stage awaken their talents one by one, she said to Joe Bai beside her. Joe Bai nodded, his heart filled with trepidation. In this world, talent determines everything. Now, his awakening is fast approaching, and even though Joe Bai is a transmigrator, he is quite nervous. After all, he had tried countless methods to obtain the standard equipment for transmigrators, the system. However, without exception, they all failed. Brother Joe Bai, don't be nervous. Your sister Zhou Lingyun has an S-level talent and even got into Shanghai Martial Arts University. You can definitely awaken an S-level talent too. Gu Qingyao noticed Joe Bai's slight nervousness and then comforted him. Joe Bai is not an orphan. He has an extremely talented older sister who also awakened an S-level talent 3 years ago at this awakening center and was directly recruited by one of the top 10 martial arts universities in Shanghai. Zhou Lingyun is also the pride of the entire Jianglin No. 1 middle school. After all, with S-level talent, there are only a few hundred out of hundreds of eligible students in Xia Kingdom every year, making it 1 in 10,000. S-rank talents aren't as common as cabbages. Joe Bai's awakening of an S-rank talent is already incredibly lucky. Joe Bai wanting to awaken an S-rank talent is simply wishful thinking. At this moment, Zhao Qianxing, who had just awakened his A-level talent, arrived at the rest area of C6 and looked down at Joe Bai with utter disdain. Chapter 2, Double S-rank talent, many children, many blessings. Because of Gu Qingyao, Zhao Qianxing, and Joe Bai had a long-standing grudge. However, because of Joe Bai's sister, Zhao Qianxing didn't dare to target Joe Bai at all. Now that Zhao Qianxing has awakened his A-level talent, he can have a greater say in the Zhao family and no longer needs to be wary of Zhou Lingyun. Qingyao, you should come with me. I have an A-level talent, a top-tier attack talent, and I'm sure to be in the top 10. With the support of my family, I'll definitely become a grandmaster in the future. It's so much better to follow me than this guy who only knows how to rely on his sister. Zhao Qianxing then looked intently at the stunningly beautiful girl beside Joe Bai, and said confidently and arrogantly. You wish. Even with an SSS level talent, I have no interest in someone like you. Gu Qingyao looked at Zhao Qianxing with disdain. Although Zhao Qianxing is from the Zhao family, a top family in Jianglin City, he is domineering at school, and Gu Qingyao has no liking for him. Just wait and see, one day you'll regret this. Zhao Qianxing gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with deep ambition. Joe Bai, of course, wouldn't pay any attention to such a clown. Next up, Joe Bai from Jianglin No. 1 Middle School. At that moment, a broadcast came from the awakening platform. Upon hearing this, Joe Bai suppressed his many thoughts and walked step by step onto the awakening platform. Joe Bai, I now possess A-level talent. Once I'm admitted to one of the top 10 universities, I'll take Qingyao away from you. Zhao Qianxing didn't say anything more to Gu Qingyao at this moment. Instead, he watched Joe Bai walk up the platform step by step and thought to himself. Soon, Joe Bai entered the awakening platform. On the awakening platform, 3 top martial arts experts were watching over the students undergoing their awakening. In the center of the awakening platform is a palm-sized round bead emitting a milky white light. This bead is the awakening stone, which can assist in the awakening of talents. Joe Bai arrived at the center of the platform, took a deep breath, held it, and then placed his hand on the awakening stone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Joe Bai placed his hand on it, a mysterious power surged out from the awakening stone and flowed directly into Joe Bai's body. Joe Bai felt as if some power was surging within him, and warm energy was emanating from his body. Sizzle! After a while, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the awakening stone, shooting straight into the sky like a divine pillar. Gold color indicates an S-rank talent. Jobai has awakened an S-rank talent. Holy crap, Jobai's sister is S-rank, and Jobai is also S-rank. Two supreme beings in one family. Wow, Jobai is so lucky. His sister is so strong, and his talent is just as terrifying. As the golden light appeared, the boys in Zone C6 were all shocked, their eyes filled with envy. Because of Jobai's older sister Jo Lingyun, and Jobai's outstanding appearance, many classmates know Jobai. Gold represents S-level talent, which is a top-tier, super talent with unlimited future potential. Jobai's sister is also an S-rank, making them two S-ranks in one family. It's easy to imagine how smooth and easy Jobai's path in martial arts will be. Soon after, Jobai's talent information appeared on the Golden Divine Pillar, S-rank, Purple Heaven Divine Lightning. How is this possible? An S-rank lightning talent, how could this guy be so lucky? Zhao Qianqing looked at the information on the Pillar of Light, his face turned extremely ugly, and he was so jealous that he almost ground his molars to powder. Such powerful talent left Zhao Qianqing with no courage whatsoever to fight against it. Although there is only one level difference between a level and S-level, that one level is an insurmountable chasm. The martial arts experts on the Awakening platform were not too surprised. Although S-rank was rare, quite a few students awakened every year, so it was not particularly unusual. Brother Jobai, you've really awakened an S-level talent. At this moment, Gu Qingyao in the queue also widened her eyes filled with dazzling light. Before Jobai awakened, Gu Qingyao thought that Jobai's talent might not be low, but the fact that he was S-rank was really beyond her expectations. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, the awakening stone showed another unusual movement. Another golden beam of light shot into the sky. Everyone was stunned and stood frozen in place when they saw the golden pillar of light reappear. Could it be that Jobai possesses two S-level talents? Zhao Qianqing's heart sank to the bottom, and his face was so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. Soon, talent information appeared on another golden beam of light, S-rank, mental power. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Jobai has two S-level talents, and the other one is even a mental talent. Damn it, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and dogs. He has two S-level talents, and I only have a C-level talent. What good fortune did the Jobai family have? One Jo Lingyun is already so terrifying, and now an even more extraordinary Jobai has emerged. Given time, when Jo Lingyun and Jobai both grow up, it will truly be a family with two supreme beings. After the information about another talent was revealed, the surrounding classmates went wild, staring at Jobai with burning eyes, as if they wanted to devour him. The faces of the martial arts experts on the Awakening platform finally showed surprise. Having two talents already provides a huge advantage, not to mention having two S-level talents, whose potential is unimaginable. Jobai's two talents are both quite powerful among S-level talents, and together they are no worse than SS-level talents. Ah, double S-level talent. Who dares to say that Jianglin No. 1 High School has no outstanding talents? Double S-level talent. Who else can compare? At this moment, Zhao Chang, the principal of Jianglin No. 1 Middle School in District C6, looked at Jobai, who was shrouded in purple lightning and powerful spatial energy, and laughed loudly. Clearly, Jobai's talent had even made the principal unable to suppress his emotions. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening your talent. The many children, many blessings system is loading. At this moment, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly appeared in Jobai's mind. System. Upon hearing this voice, Jobai was slightly taken aback. I've awakened two S-level talents, now you want to give me a system? Ding. The many children, many blessings system has finished loading. The host can obtain system rewards simply by having children and getting married. Shortly after, the system finished loading, and a system notification sounded in Jobai's mind. Jobai, oh. Upon hearing that it was the many children, many blessings system, Jobai's heart skipped a beat. I just turned 18, and you're telling me to have many children and many blessings? I'm still a child. Ding. Please find a partner with an appearance score of at least 90 and marry them within 7 days, otherwise the system will unbind. Just then, the system's voice rang in Jobai's mind again. Find a partner with an appearance score of at least 90 within 7 days and get married? Otherwise, unbind the system. Hearing that the system was going to unbind him, Jobai started to get anxious. Although I'm still young and the idea of having many children and good fortune seems a bit far-fetched, it's still a system, and I can't let it unbind me. Finding a partner with an appearance score of at least 90 is not easy. Then, Zhou Bai seemed to remember something and looked at Gu Qingyao below the stage. Name, Gu Qingyao. Grade, ungraded. Appearance, 94. Yukiko, B. Height and weight, 170 centimeters, 46. Number of charges, 0. The system quickly provided Gu Qingyao's appearance and, as expected, Qingyao's looks are still top-notch, 94 points. Seeing Gu Qingyao's appearance score, Zhou Bai felt a little more at ease. With his dual S-level talent and the couple's relationship, 7 days might be a bit rushed, but it would definitely be fine. Chapter 3 Demon Martial Emperor Martial Arts, Qingyao's Choice. After thinking it over, Zhou Bai left the awakening platform and returned to Area C6. The surrounding youths were still completely captivated by Zhou Bai. His dual S-level talent was truly remarkable. After Zhou Bai stepped down, Zhao Tianqing retreated timidly to the end of C6 area, clearly not wanting to have any more dealings with Zhou Bai. Brother Zhou Bai, you are amazing. You have double S-level talent, even more impressive than Sister Ling Yun. Gu Qingyao looked at Zhou Bai as he stepped down from the platform, her eyes still sparkling as she stared at him with intense passion. Yao Yao, will you marry me? We'll get married after the awakening ceremony is complete. Seeing Gu Qingyao's burning gaze, Zhou Bai went straight to the point, looking at Gu Qingyao with deep affection. Since it concerned the system, Zhou Bai didn't want to delay any longer. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, a blush immediately appeared on Gu Qingyao's face. She clearly hadn't expected Zhou Bai to be so direct and proposed to her right away. Moreover, they got married right after the awakening ceremony. Brother Zhou Bai, but I heard that top martial arts universities don't allow students to get married. If we get married, we might not be able to get into a top martial arts university. Gu Qingyao said hesitantly. It's all right. I'm the only son in my Zhou family. I must continue the family line. I need to get married and have children as soon as possible. Let us get married first. Zhou Bai continued, his gaze still fixed affectionately on Gu Qingyao. Zhou Bai is a seasoned reader of tomato novels. Talent, top martial arts academies all are trash in front of the system. Right now, all he wants is to get married quickly and completely bind himself to the system. Zhou Bai has double S-level talent and is also her type, so she has no reason to refuse him. I do. After thinking for a moment, Gu Qingyao agreed to Zhou Bai's request. Wow, the two of them got engaged just like that, how romantic. Wow, I'm so envious of Gu Qingyao. Zhou Bai is so handsome, and he has double S-level talent. I never imagined I would witness such a romantic love story. The students around them stared wide-eyed as the two made their life-changing decision, and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Watching the two of them being so sweet, Zhao Tianqing, standing at the back of the line, clenched his fists, consumed by jealousy. Next up, Gu Qingyao from Jianglin No. 1 Middle School. Soon, it was Gu Qingyao's turn to awaken her talent. Gu Qingyao suppressed her many thoughts and went directly to the awakening platform. Soon, Gu Qingyao arrived at the awakening platform and placed her hand on the awakening stone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before long, a dazzling golden pillar appeared on top of the awakening stone. The golden pillar revealed S-rank talent, Ice Crystal Crown. S-rank talent. Gu Qingyao has also awakened an S-rank talent. My god, another S-rank. Our Jianglin No. 1 high school is really about to rise. Zhou Bai is a double S-level, Gu Qingyao is an S-level, and there are 7 or 8 A-level talents. Why wasn't I the one who awakened an S-rank talent? Upon seeing Gu Qingyao awaken her S-level talent, the surrounding classmates erupted in heated discussions once again, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at Gu Qingyao. The principal of the No. 1 middle school, who was not far away, couldn't stop smiling. S-rank, Qingyao has awakened to S-rank too, not bad. Zhou Bai was quite pleased to see that Gu Qingyao had awakened her S-level talent. That way, the child might also have exceptional talent. Zhou Bai couldn't help but think to himself. Before long, Gu Qingyao excitedly stepped off the stage and stood dizzily beside Zhou Bai, still immersed in the shock of awakening her S-level talent. Good, another S-level talent. Jianglin City has produced 2 promising talents, Zhou Bai and Gu Qingyao. Would you like to join our Shanghai Martial Arts University? Just then, a clear voice came from afar. Xu Ziyu, an admissions officer from Shanghai Martial Arts University, flew over and looked at the two with delight. An 8th grade sky-soaring realm expert. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up when he saw Xu Ziyu flying through the air. Martial arts are divided into 9 ranks. Ranks 1 through 6 are martial artists, rank 7 is the golden body, rank 8 is the sky soaring, and rank 9 is the grandmaster. The 8th grade sky soaring realm is already a top-tier martial arts expert, capable of flying through the air and shattering mountains and rivers with a single punch. Humph, Zhu Ziyu, you want to monopolize 2 such good talents from Magic Martial Arts University? Did you even ask our Imperial Martial Arts University? Just as Zhu Ziyu landed, another arrogant voice came from not far away. Guo Kai, the admissions officer from Diwu, also quickly arrived in Zone C6. A middle-aged man dressed in a tuxedo, with a refined demeanor and wearing glasses, also appeared on the awakening platform as if flying through the air. Zhu Ziyu's expression changed slightly after Guo Kai appeared. Both Magic Martial Arts Academy and Imperial Martial Arts Academy are among the top 10 martial arts academies. Moreover, they have a long-standing feud, with open and covert struggles between them, and they can't stand each other. The other students around them watched with envy as the teachers from Diwu and Mo battled it out over Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai, as long as you are willing to join our Magic Martial Arts Academy, you can directly become a student in our Magic Martial Arts Academy's Genius class. Furthermore, we can provide you with 10 SS-level cultivation resources, 1 million star coins, and a cultivation spot in the Nirvana pool every semester. Gu Qingyao, if you join, you can also enter our Genius class, receive an S-level cultivation resource, and 1 million star coins. Upon seeing Guo Kai appear, Zhu Ziyu immediately stated his conditions. Upon hearing Zhu Ziyu's words, Guo Kai, who was standing next to him, frowned slightly, not expecting Zhu Ziyu to be so generous. Star coins are one thing, but S-grade resources are precious strategic resources, extremely rare, and even have considerable effects on martial arts experts like them who are at the sky-soaring realm. Now, it's given directly to newly enrolled students. This left Guo Kai completely clueless about how to compete. This guy was simply driving up the price. Teacher Zhu, if I join Magic Martial Arts, is it okay to get married? I plan to marry Gu Qingyao after I awaken my powers, and then enroll in the school. Seeing Guo Kai's expression, Zhou Bai knew that the conditions at Magic Martial Arts University were excellent, and then said to Zhu Ziyu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyu paused slightly, looking at Zhou Bai and Gu Qingyao beside him. Clearly, no one expected Zhou Bai to make such a request. Zhou Bai, you have only just awakened your talent. This is the time for you to make great progress. Don't waste your talent for a moment of pleasure. Marriage will affect your martial arts talent and potential. Moreover, our Magic Martial Arts School has a rule that students are not allowed to get married while enrolled. This is for the good of your martial arts path. Zhu Ziyu pondered for a moment, then said earnestly. Not only our Magic Martial Arts University, but also the other top 10 universities, including any other university, will not allow it. We are responsible for your talents and future, and for the future of our human race. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai frowned slightly, not expecting that Mo Wu was so resistant to marriage. Then, Zhou Bai looked at Guo Kai of Diwu next to him. Zhou Bai, Zhu Ziyu is right. No university would allow that. You should focus on martial arts first and not waste your talent. Guo Kai nodded in agreement. Seeing that Guo Kai also said so, Zhou Bai knew that there was no room for discussion on this matter. In that case, I'm sorry, but I decline the invitations from Magic Martial Arts Academy and Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Zhou Bai took a deep breath and continued. Teacher Zhu, I'm willing to join Magic Martial Arts. As soon as Zhou Bai finished speaking, Gu Qingyao suddenly spoke up, looking at Zhu Ziyu with a firm gaze. Chapter 4 Bluebird Academy, Zheng He's Sincerity. Upon hearing Gu Qingyao's words, Zhou Bai's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but seeing Gu Qingyao's resolute gaze. Brother Zhou Bai, let's wait until we graduate to get married. If we don't join the top 10, our talents will be wasted. Gu Qingyao bit her red lips lightly and said to Zhou Bai. Qingyao, do you believe me? Zhou Bai didn't answer, but stared straight at Gu Qingyao and asked. Of course I believe in brother Zhou Bai. Gu Qingyao said softly. Then don't become a demon martial artist, marry me, and I'll give you a bright future. Zhou Bai then looked at Gu Qingyao and continued. I'm sorry, brother Zhou Bai, I have to take responsibility for my future. Gu Qingyao clenched her fist slightly, then left Zhou Bai's side and came behind Zhu Ziyu, making her choice clear. Zhou Bai, your girlfriend has already thought it through, so why don't you just enroll in school? As for marriage, you can do whatever you want after you graduate. Zhu Ziyu looked at the two who had suddenly broken up, and then said to Zhou Bai. No need. She is her, and I am me. My decision will not change. Zhou Bai took a deep breath, then said with unwavering determination. If he didn't have the system, he would have been admitted directly. But since he has the system, he naturally wouldn't let it be unbound. Gu Qingyao, standing behind Zhu Ziyu, hesitated, but seeing Zhou Bai's determined gaze, she ultimately said nothing more. She knew that Zhou Bai's decision would not be easily changed. Seeing that Zhou Bai had made his decision, the teachers from both Diwu and Moa did not linger any longer. As adults, they should be responsible for their choices. Zhou Bai, those two teachers are right. You've just come of age, and this is the time for you to make great strides. After the two teachers left, Zhao Chang, the principal of number 1 middle school, also spoke earnestly to Zhou Bai, clearly not wanting to see Zhou Bai's talent go to waste. Principal, my mind is made up. Zhou Bai said firmly. Sigh, then let me ask around at other top martial arts academies for you. See if any of them are willing to make an exception. Zhao Chang took a deep breath and said to Zhou Bai. Thank you so much, Principal. Zhou Bai said gratefully. If one could get married and also get into a top university, that would be ideal. Next, Zhao Chang went to ask Zhou Bai if the policies of other top martial arts universities could be more flexible. Zhou Bai then began looking for other marriage partners, since Gu Qingyao had already rejected him, and Zhou Bai needed other suitable marriage partners. At the Awakening Center, Zhou Bai found girls who met the requirements, but these were all hopeful young women aspiring to the path of martial arts. So Zhou Bai began searching for those with low talent but who met the requirements. This actually led Zhou Bai to discover quite a few suitable young women. After Zhou Bai displayed his dual S-level talents and made his request, many girls were tempted. Even without attending a top university, having dual S-level talent is far superior to having ordinary low-level talent. After Zhou Bai added the contact information of 7 or 8 interested girls, the awakening ceremony at the Awakening Center came to an end. Many young men and women who have awakened their talents are searching for suitable high schools to prepare for martial arts university. The students at Jianglin No. 1 Middle School also vaguely knew about Zhou Bai's request. None of them understand Zhou Bai. You have double S-level talent and a bright future, why do you have to get married now? Zhao Tianqing, who had been frustrated, became smug again. So what if he had double S-level talent? Without the training of a top university, he was destined to be unable to climb to the peak of martial arts. However, Zhao Tianqing did not immediately go to Zhou Bai's side to kick him while he was down. He was afraid that if he mocked Zhou Bai would get angry and go to the top 10, then all his joy would be for nothing. Zhou Bai, I've asked many universities, including quite a few of the 72 lower-level universities, and none of them are willing to change the rules. Zhao Chang returned to the queue and said to Zhou Bai with a helpless expression. I understand, thank you, Principal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai let go of his last shred of hope. It seems I'll have to cultivate on my own. Hopefully, the system won't let me down. Zhou Bai made up his mind. After leaving the Awakening Center, he planned to immediately marry one of the suitable girls he had just found and then activate the system. So what if I don't have a top university? I can still achieve invincibility through my own efforts. Zhou Bai, we heard you're only willing to enroll after you get married. How about considering our Qingyao Academy? We're willing to make an exception for you. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and wearing square-framed glasses walked over quickly. Bluebird Academy? Zhou Bai was slightly taken aback upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. He had never heard of Qingyao Academy. Did Xiagua have such a university? Zhou Bai, I am Chen Jianghe, the principal of Qingyao Academy. Qingyao Academy is a junior college. Chen Jianghe then revealed his identity to Zhou Baidao. A junior college? Zhou Bai was taken aback. He hadn't expected that even vocational colleges would contact him. Zhou Bai, although Qingyao Academy is a junior college, it is the top junior college in the country. Our academy boasts the best faculty and martial arts resources among all junior colleges. If you enroll in our Qingyao Academy, we will dedicate all our resources to nurturing you. Moreover, you can get married without any problem. Chen Jianghe continued. The top-ranked junior college, isn't that still a junior college? Exactly, can your junior colleges really teach students who achieve double S grades? Maybe you shouldn't be misleading them. Hilarious. All resources are being allocated to the school? Does your school even have S-level resources? I doubt you even have B-level cultivation resources. Zhou Bai, you should give up the idea of marriage and join our Star Martial Arts Academy. The top 10 are the most suitable place for a prodigy like you. Joe Bai, you won't be able to acquire top-tier breathing techniques at a junior college, your cultivation speed will be very slow, and you can only learn martial arts below level A. Not to mention the lack of various cultivation resources. Junior college will seriously hinder your potential. Before long, admissions officers from other universities nearby also spoke up. Although Joe Bai wants to get married now, he might change his mind in the end. So, they are all waiting around, hoping to recruit Joe Bai into the school after he changes his mind. Now that they've seen a college principal come to recruit Joe Bai, they're all getting restless, fearing that Joe Bai's top-tier SS level talent will be wasted on a college, a jewel in the rough. Joe Bai remains silent, instead considering Chen Jianghe's suggestion. He was naturally aware of the drawbacks of junior colleges, but now, top universities were unwilling to break with tradition. Since I can't get into a top university anyway, I might as well go to a vocational college. Joe Bai, if you are willing to join my Qingniao Academy, I am willing to marry my daughter to you and let you get married immediately. My daughter is pure and beautiful, the school beauty of Qingniao No. 1 High School, and has an A-level talent. She will definitely satisfy you. At this moment, Chen Jianghe saw that Joe Bai seemed to be thinking and was afraid that Joe Bai would be persuaded by other university teachers, so he gritted his teeth and said, Joe Bai, oh. Hearing Chen Jianghe's words, Joe Bai was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Jianghe to be so sincere, directly preparing to marry his daughter to him. The surrounding teachers were dumbfounded. Seriously, do you really need to go to such lengths to recruit students? Chapter 5 Nantong Building, Young Girl Shiyu. Can I see your daughter first? Joe Bai pondered for a moment, then spoke to Chen Jianghe. Although Chen Jianghe said his daughter was the school beauty at Qingniao No. 1 Middle School, Joe Bai was not sure if she met the system's requirements. Alright, Joe Bai, come with me. Chen Jianghe did not hesitate and said to Joe Bai. Seeing how hard Chen Jianghe was working, the other admissions officers around him lost their temper and went to find other students. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of talented young people in the Nanyu Awakening Center this time, so there is no need to focus on Joe Bai. However, they looked at Joe Bai with a hint of regret. He had 2S-level talents, but it was a pity he had to go to junior college. A short while later, Joe Bai followed Chen Jianghe out of C6 district and arrived at the Nantong building of the Awakening Center. Nantong building is a 99-story building in the Awakening Center, where many universities have their own locations. Our Bluebird Academy's base is on the 7th floor. Shanshan is resting there. She also awakened her talent this afternoon, a level wind spirit breath. After entering the Nantong building, Chen Jianghe gave a brief introduction to his daughter's situation. Principal, there's an elevator here. Just as Chen Jianghe was about to lead Joe Bai down the stairs, Joe Bai saw that the elevator in the distance was stopped on the first floor and no one was using it. Joe Bai, we college graduates aren't qualified to ride the elevator in the Nantong building. Chen Jianghe was silent for a moment, then slowly said. The Nantong building has a total of 99 floors, but only 3 elevators. Resources are limited, and they are reserved for top universities. Hearing Chen Jianghe's words, Joe Bai's lips twitched slightly. He had long heard that junior college graduates had a unique status, but he never expected that they wouldn't even be qualified to ride in an elevator. Don't worry, our Bluebird Academy is on the 7th floor, it's just a few steps away, and it'll be quick even without the elevator. Chen Jianghe continued. Actually, it's only in places like Nantong building where elevators are in high demand that our college is not allowed to do so. In most places, there is no such discrimination. Joe Bai nodded and then followed Chen Jianghe up the stairs. After a while, Joe Bai and Chen Jianghe arrived at the 7th floor, walked through a corridor several hundred meters long, and entered an 80-square-meter apartment. Although the apartment was not large, it was decorated quite exquisitely and decorated with many spiritual plants, which exuded a faint fragrance. In the apartment lobby, a pretty girl with delicate features, wearing a white skirt and pink headphones was playing video games. Name, Chen Shanshan. Grade, ungraded. Appearance rating, 92. Yukiko, B+. Height and weight, 167 centimeters, 44. Number of charging cycles, 0. Soon, information about the girl appeared in Joe Bai's mind. It meets the system requirements. Joe Bai's eyes lit up. This couldn't be better. Dad, why are you back? Weren't you recruiting students? The girl, who was playing video games, heard the door open, stretched, and asked lazily. Then, Chen Shanshan turned around and saw Joe Bai next to Chen Jianghe. Dad, who is this? Is he one of your new students? Shanshan, this is Joe Bai, a SS level talent. Chen Jianghe introduced Zhou Bai. No, Dad, what kind of drug did you give him? A double S level talent coming to our Bluebird Academy? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Upon hearing Chen Jianghe's words, Chen Shanshan was stunned, looking at Chen Jianghe and Zhou Bai in disbelief. Clearly, in Chen Shanshan's mind, a double S level talent must be among the top 10. Shanshan, Zhou Bai's situation is a bit special. He hopes to get married before enrolling in school. Didn't you find cultivation too boring and tiring? I plan to let you marry Zhou Bai. That way, I can rest assured. Chen Jianghe continued slowly, his gaze fixed on Chen Shanshan. Because of Chen Jianghe, Chen Shanshan grew up in Qingniao Academy and was influenced by the college environment. In addition, Chen Jianghe had always been spoiled and had no particular interest in cultivation, so she was quite lazy. You want me to marry Zhou Bai? Upon hearing Chen Jianghe's words, Chen Shanshan was stunned, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. She didn't expect Chen Jianghe's opening remarks to be so explosive. Yes, Shanshan, I've already investigated. Zhou Bai is a good kid, and he even has double S level talent. After you two get married, I will do my best to nurture Zhou Bai. Chen Jianghe continued. Dad, I'm not getting married. I've only just awakened my A-level talent. I can go to the 36th kernel and see a wider world. I don't want to stay stuck in this lousy junior college, Qingniao Academy. So what if I have 2S level talents? I don't want them. If you want to get married, find someone else to marry. However, before Chen Jianghe could finish speaking, Chen Shanshan said coldly. After saying that, he took off his pink headphones, went out, and left the apartment. Shanshan. Watching Chen Shanshan leave, Chen Jianghe felt a wave of exhaustion, along with a silent pang of sorrow. In Chen Shanshan's eyes, the Bluebird Academy, which she had managed for most of her life, was just a rundown junior college. Seeing his own daughter so resistant, Chen Jianghe began to have doubts about all the sacrifices he had made in his life. Zhou Bai, I'm sorry you had to laugh at me. I couldn't keep our promise. You should go to the top 10. After a long silence, Chen Jianghe continued speaking to Zhou Bai in front of him. Uncle Chen, what's wrong with Shanshan? She left in a huff. Just then, a clear and melodious sound came from behind. A tall, slender girl with delicate features, wearing a floral dress, walked into the room. Looking at the girl, Zhou Bai subconsciously used the system to check her out. Name, Zhao Xiyu. Rank, 3. Appearance, 95. Yukiko, C. Height and weight, 170 centimeters, 47. Number of charges, 0. Principal Chen, you don't know this girl? Zhou Bai looked at Chen Jianghe and asked. Its appearance score of 95 perfectly meets the system's requirements. Zhou Bai, Xiyu is the daughter of my old friend. 10 years ago, her family was attacked by the evil god's men, and she was the only one who survived, so I adopted her. Chen Jianghe then told Zhou Bai about Zhao Xiyu's situation. I see. If Miss Xiyu is willing to marry me, I can also join the Bluebird Academy. Zhou Bai pondered for a moment, then spoke to Chen Jianghe. After experiencing the events involving Gu Qingniao and Chen Shanshan, Zhou Bai realized that although his talent was strong, it had not yet been realized as true strength. Finding a suitable target would not be easy, and he had to seize every opportunity. Zhou Bai, I need to discuss this with Shiryu. Chen Jianghe continued. Zhou Bai nodded. Such a major life event should indeed be carefully considered. Xiyu, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Jianghe said to Lin Xiyu. Then, the two entered the apartment room. Zhou Bai waited in the apartment, while also thinking that if Zhao Xiyu was unwilling, he would have to make his move as soon as possible from the people he had chosen at the Awakening Center. Zhou Bai, Shiryu is willing to marry you. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Chen Jianghe strode out of the room, excitedly saying to Zhou Bai. Behind Chen Jianghe, the exquisite and charming young woman Zhao Xiyu looked at Zhou Bai in the apartment living room with a slightly flushed face. Is this the person she'll spend her life with? Chapter 6 Wedding Night, Permanent Bond. 2 hours later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because Zhao Xiyu is an orphan and Zhou Bai only has one older sister, everything was kept simple, and the two went directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhou Bai and Zhao Xiyu submitted their documents and registered their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau, becoming a legally married couple. The two held hands tightly. Zhao Xiyu's delicate face remained flushed, and Zhou Bai was also somewhat dazed. Unexpectedly, he actually married this girl he had just met. Zhou Bai, Shiryu, congratulations on your marriage. Looking at the two people in front of him, who seemed like a perfect couple, Chen Jianghe was genuinely happy for them. At the same time, Chen Jianghe still felt a little regretful. Zhou Bai was a good match, but it was a pity about Shan Shan. Ha! System, come out here. I'm already married? You still haven't made a move? Feeling the refreshing scent of the girl beside him, Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately questioned the system. Ding, please complete the charging process as soon as possible and fully confirm the relationship. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. Should he still finish charging? Then let's wait for it to charge. Zhou Bai, Shiryu, this is a villa in Jianglin City. I've already had it renovated, so I'm giving it to you as your wedding home. At this moment, Chen Jianghe took out a property certificate and keys and handed them to Zhou Bai. The property is already registered in your names, and you can move in any time. The villa in Jianglin City, thank you Uncle Chen. Zhou Bai felt Chen Jianghe's sincerity and then expressed his gratitude. Jianglin City is a fairly prosperous city, and a villa here can cost several million star coins. Chen Jianghe's gift was undoubtedly very generous. Zhao Xiyu, standing to the side, was still clinging tightly to Zhou Bai's arm, her delicate face still flushed. Xiyu has been with me for so long, and I've always treated her like family. Don't you dare bully her, or even if you have double S level talent, I won't let you off the hook. Chen Jianghe then solemnly addressed Zhou Bai. Don't worry, Uncle Chen. Zhou Bai nodded. Uncle Chen, I am a third-rank martial artist. Zhou Bai can't bully me. Zhao Xiyu raised her fist and said confidently. Zhao Xiyu awakened her talent 2 years ago, and it was a top-tier A-level talent. To repay Chen Jianghe's kindness in raising her, she still joined Qingniao Academy even after awakening her A-level talent. She is also a goddess-level figure at Qingniao Academy, and is deeply loved and admired by countless Qingniao Academy students. By the way, Uncle Chen, when does our Bluebird Academy start? Then, Zhou Bai asked about the school's start date. When would you like to start school? Chen Jianghe pondered for a moment, then asked Zhou Bai a question in return. Zhou Bai, oh. Is this what college is all about? Should I decide when to start school? Ahem, what I mean is, you've just gotten married, so enjoy your honeymoon period. You can come whenever you want. I'll send someone to deliver the cultivation techniques and resources. They're definitely the most precious resources in our school. Chen Jianghe then spoke to Zhou Bai Dao. I understand, thank you Uncle Chen. Zhou Bai then spoke slowly. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your happy time. Chen Jianghe smiled and said to the two of them. Now that Zhou Bai has agreed to enroll in Qingniao Academy, Chen Jianghe is very satisfied. Xiyu, it's getting late, let's head back and take a look at the wedding room Uncle Chen gave us. After Chen Jianghe left, Zhou Bai continued speaking to Zhao Xiyu, his gaze burning as he looked at the exquisitely beautiful girl in front of him. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Zhao Xiyu nodded shyly. Then, Zhou Bai took Zhao Xiyu on an airship to the villa that Chen Jianghe had given them. Holy crap, Zhou Bai really joined Qingniao Academy. Double S level talent, going to a junior college? Zhou Bai, you've really gone too far, wasting such a good hand. Dude, is this marriage really that unavoidable? Going to a vocational college, what were you thinking? Incredible, absolutely incredible. What kind of godlike person is this? 2S level talents going to college? This world is too crazy. Zhou Bai's life is ruined. No matter how extraordinary his talent is, going to a junior college will only make him an ordinary person. In Zone C6 of the Nanyue Awakening Center, many students from Jianglin No. 1 Middle School were shocked to see that Zhou Bai's name now had the suffix Qingniao Academy added to it. Although they had heard before that Zhou Bai was going to a junior college, they thought he was just joking. The admission information has already been released and cannot be changed. The teachers from other top universities around were also disappointed. With 2S level talents, he went to a junior college. This was unique in the more than 3,000 years since the spiritual energy revival. It was simply too heaven-defying. The spiritual energy martial arts have developed over many years and have evolved into a very mature system, from first rank to 9th rank, then to Grandmaster, Martial Saint. Each step of the practice has many key tips and tricks. The faculty strength of top universities allows students to make steady progress, laying a solid foundation at every step and striving for higher levels. Some of the top breathing techniques, martial arts skills, secret arts, and cultivation resources are even exclusive to top universities. This further reduces the room for competition for lower-ranked universities. While top-tier talent is important, guidance from renowned teachers, access to top-tier cultivation resources, breathing techniques, and martial arts secrets are equally crucial. In everyone's eyes, Jobai could have easily entered one of the top 10 universities, but he insisted on entering a junior college for the sake of marriage. It was as if he had taken an unimaginable dark path with no way back. Brother Jobai, from now on we'll be from two different worlds. At the Awakening Center, Guqingyao looked at Jobai's admission information, clenched her fist slightly, and a sigh flashed in her eyes. Damn it! Jobai actually went to a junior college. Just wait, once I reach the next level in martial arts, I'll show you just how stupid the choice you made today was. Seeing this, Zhao Tianqing on the other side had a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if he could already see himself teaching Jobai a lesson after he reached the next level of martial arts. Jobai's incident caused quite a stir at the Awakening Center, but it quickly passed. After all, choosing the right university is very important for anyone. In Jianglin City, under a sparsely populated night sky, lies a comfortable and livable villa. The villa is exquisitely and luxuriously decorated, with many areas adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, creating a festive atmosphere. On the second floor of the villa, in a luxurious and stylish room, Zhao Shiyu emerged from the bathroom wearing loose silk pajamas, her skin moisturized and her cheeks rosy. Under the soft light, the pure and beautiful Zhao Shiyu exuded an amazing charm, and the slight blush on her face made her even more alluring. Jobai looked at the pure and beautiful girl with delight in his eyes. Shiyu, it's getting late, let's rest. Seeing Zhao Shiyu looking somewhat at a loss, Jobai took her hand and led her to the bedside. Could you turn off the lights? Zhao Shiyu said somewhat timidly. I want to see you at your most beautiful. Jobai looked at Zhao Shiyu in front of him and said. Hearing Jobai's simple yet tender words of love, Zhao Shiyu's tension eased considerably. The two drew closer and closer, and the atmosphere in the room became increasingly strange. Soon, Jobai. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations, host. The many children, many blessings system is now permanently bound to you. A newcomer gift pack has been sent, please check it. Personal panel has been generated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired your first legal partner. Reward, Skill Enhancement Card 3, Learning Points 1000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a deep learning session and gaining 10 learning points. The system's continuous notification sounds rang in Jobai's mind. However, Jobai no longer wanted to pay attention to any system. At this moment, all he wanted was to enjoy his own happy time to the fullest. It's absolutely delicious. Chapter 7 Talent Upgrade, Heavenly Thunder. The next day, the warm sunlight streamed down beside the bed. Jobai stretched and slowly got out of bed. Exhausted from the night before, Zhao Shiyu squinted her eyes and continued to snuggle in Jobai's arms, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Jobai stroked the beautiful girl's hair in his arms, feeling a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. At this moment, a virtual panel appeared in front of Jobai. Name, Jobai. Grade, ungraded. Talent, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder S, Mental Power S. Chi and Blood, 140 calories plus. Mental State, 120 Hz plus. Skill, 99th edition of Broadcast Gymnastics Intermediate plus. Learning Point, 1070. Item, Skill Upgrade Card 3. His Chi, Blood, and Spirit have all reached over 100, which is comparable to a newly entered martial artist. Before awakening his talent, Jobai's Chi, Blood, and Spirit were only 20 or 30, but after awakening his talent, both his spirit and physique increased significantly. However, it is still quite rare to reach more than 100 directly. After all, some newly advanced martial artists only have 100 calories of Chi and Blood. It seems that my dual S-level talents have made my mental and physical strength naturally stronger. In that case, as long as I have the breathing technique, I won't need to cultivate my Chi and Blood. I can immediately enter the martial arts realm and become a first-grade martial artist. A series of thoughts surfaced in Jobai's mind. Learning points. Next, Jobai looked at the section on learning points. It seems that learning points can directly improve my skills and physical and mental strength. The plus sign at the end made Jobai quickly understand the purpose of the learning points. As for acquiring learning points, Jobai had already figured it out through last night's practice. Learning with your partner can earn you learning points. The system rewarded me with 1,000 learning points. I studied 7 times last night and earned 70 points. Yes, this means many children and much happiness. Skill enhancement card can enhance skills, raising the skills rank by 1 level. Jobai glanced at the 2 cards in his inventory and was quite satisfied. Directly upgrading your skill level will undoubtedly give you many more options for your future. Oh right, there seems to be a newbie gift pack. System, open my newbie gift pack. Then, Jobai thought of his newbie gift pack. Ding! Newcomer gift pack has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have received Talent Upgrade Card 1 and Energy Fruit 100. Talent Upgrade Card upgrades any of your talents by 1 tier. Energy Fruit, a fruit that replenishes energy, allowing the host to learn better. Not bad. I thought this newbie gift pack would be rather perfunctory, but it seems this system is really good. It directly upgrades my talent level. My talent is S level, and after the upgrade, it will be SS level, which is a huge improvement. And there's the Energy Fruit, a treasure for learning. I love learning so much. As expected, it still comes down to the system. What's the point of a top martial arts academy compared to a system? Let's improve our talent first. Right now, we don't have a breathing technique, so we can't draw energy into our bodies. Jobai quickly suppressed his many thoughts and decided to improve his talent first. Wait, how about we try this energy fruit first? At this moment, Jobai looked at the pure and beautiful girl in his arms, and a slight ripple stirred in his heart. I'm not after women, I'm testing the energy fruit. Besides, the number 1070 is just too unlucky. After thinking it over, Jobai took out an energy fruit and ate it directly. After consuming the energy fruit, Jobai immediately felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and his fatigue vanished instantly. Jobai felt as if his entire body was filled with power. Jobai, what are you doing? Still dazed, Zhao Shiyu exclaimed, didn't Jobai burn out completely? Jobai did not answer, but instead showed his thoughts through his actions. 1080 is unlucky. 1100, so neat. 1140 is even more unlucky. 1160, satisfied. 7 or 8 hours later, Jobai was finally satisfied and left the room. Only a somewhat tired Zhao Shiyu was left to rest quietly. Jobai then went to the martial arts room in the villa. System, use the talent upgrade card to upgrade the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder talent. Upon entering the martial arts room, Jobai used his talent upgrade card without hesitation. The goal of upgrading is naturally the lightning talent, since lightning is extremely yang and strong, and it has a very powerful effect on improving combat power. Ding! Talent upgrade card successfully used. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder is evolving. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Jobai's thoughts stirred, the essence of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder within his body began to transform continuously. A surge of blue-purple lightning power erupted around Jobai. Furthermore, this power of thunder was constantly transforming, seemingly producing streaks of golden light. Jobai felt his blood and chi power slowly increasing as his talent level improved, and a powerful sense of strength arose spontaneously. The surrounding space was filled with a series of whistling sounds, as if it were being torn apart by this powerful lightning force. Boom! Soon after, countless bolts of lightning surged into the sky above the villa, followed by a downpour. Countless lightning bolts and torrential rain intertwined, instantly darkening the sky. Is the upgrade of an S-rank talent really that big of a commotion? Looks like we'll need to find a suitable place for the next upgrade. Jobai also sensed the unusual changes around him. However, Jobai wasn't particularly worried. This villa area was in a secluded location, and the commotion wouldn't attract much attention. Next, Jobai devoted himself entirely to upgrading his talent. So, 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your S-rank talent, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, has evolved into the SS rank Heavenly Divine Thunder. Jobai extended his right hand, and a purple gold lightning power surged in his palm. It was the Heavenly Thunder, and after the upgrade, the already violent thunder power became even more ferocious, and it also gained a touch of sacred and majestic aura. Chi and blood, 260 calories. Mental state, 155 Hz. Jobai's blood and chi increased by more than 100 calories again, and his spiritual power also increased by several dozen points. Not bad, SS level talent is indeed much stronger. Jobai sensed the power of the Heavenly Thunder and thought to himself. Next, I just need Uncle Chen to bring me the breathing technique, then I can guide the chi into my body and reach the next level in martial arts. Jobai clenched his fist and thought to himself. Before one's talent is awakened, the body cannot bear spiritual energy and requires the assistance of breathing techniques. Therefore, despite Jobai's current physical and mental strength, he is still considered an unranked martial artist. As for those learning points, Jobai plans to use them after he reaches the next level in martial arts. In the following days, Jobai studied diligently at the villa, while also familiarizing himself with his two top talents. With the help of the energy fruit, Jobai earns 100 learning points every day. If Zhao Shiyu weren't so lacking in ability, Jobai, who loves learning, would have loved to study 24/7. Chapter 8 Thunder Breathing Technique, Drawing Qi into the Body. 7 days later, in the villa's kitchen. Jobai, if you keep going like this, we won't be able to cook dinner tonight. In the kitchen, Zhao Shiyu, who was chopping vegetables, sensed the presence behind her and said helplessly, Shiyu, it's okay, we'll just order takeout later, so you won't have to work so hard. Jobai smiled slightly. With the boost from the energy fruit, Jobai has completely transformed into a study maniac these days. If Zhao Shiyu hadn't been a third-rank martial artist with over 8,000 calories of qi and blood, she probably wouldn't have been able to withstand such intense studying. I just can't do anything with you. Fine, I'll change my clothes then. Zhao Shiyu made a move to take off her apron. No, let it be like this. Jobai rejected Zhao Shiyu. You always know how to bully me. Zhao Shiyu's eyes sparkled with desire, but she still didn't reject Jobai. 3 days later, in the villa garden. Jobai and Zhao Shiyu were strolling in the garden, basking in the sunlight. After spending these days together, the two have become quite familiar with each other. Zhao Shiyu was also shocked by Jobai's great potential. Jobai was already so strong before even reaching the first rank in martial arts. If he did reach the first rank, he would probably become one of the best among first-rank martial artists. Jobai also fell in love with this girl who was 2 years older than him, pure and gentle. Jobai, Shiryu, are you getting used to married life? After a long while, a deep voice came. Chen Jianghe approached the two with a smile on his face, carrying a long black suitcase. Uncle Chen. Jobai and Zhao Shiyu greeted Chen Jianghe. I'm getting used to it. Jobai is much better than I expected. Zhao Shiyu said with a charming smile. That's good. I knew Jobai was a good kid. Seeing the two getting along harmoniously, Chen Jianghe felt completely relieved. Jobai, I'm here to deliver a breathing technique to you. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Jianghe explained the purpose of his visit. Is it finally time to begin practicing the breathing techniques? Jobai's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Jianghe's words. This is the thunder sound breathing technique, created by a top-tier grandmaster level expert. It's an A-grade thunder attribute breathing technique that also suits your thunder attribute talent. I've already purchased your right to use it. Chen Jianghe took out a tablet and handed it to Jobai. It contained an encrypted file, the thunder sound breathing technique. This world has extremely strict copyright protection for cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities. Once a cultivation technique or supernatural ability has been registered with copyright, one must have the right to use it in order to learn it. Otherwise, studying it privately would be suppressed by the entire martial arts alliance. A level breathing technique, Uncle Chen, isn't that incredibly valuable? Jobai was slightly taken aback upon hearing Chen Jianghe's words. These days, Jobai also learned about the situation of Qingniao Academy from Zhao Shiyu. Although Qingniao Academy is the top junior college, it still lags behind undergraduate institutions. Within the academy, the vast majority of students practice D-level or C-level breathing techniques. Only the most outstanding students of Tenjiao Academy can learn level B. Even for an ordinary colonel, mastering this A-level breathing technique requires a considerable price. Now, Chen Jianghe has so easily given him this A-level breathing technique. Jobai, now that you've joined my Azure Bird Academy, I naturally have to take responsibility for you. This is all I can do, it's just an A-level breathing technique, so don't overthink it. Chen Jianghe continued, his tone completely calm. Although Chen Jianghe spoke casually, Jobai knew that Chen Jianghe must have put a lot of thought into it. Otherwise, the breathing technique wouldn't have been sent so late. Uncle Chen, then I'll accept it. A warm feeling welled up in Jobai's heart, and he said to Chen Jianghe. There's also an A-rank martial art, the thunder-breaking blade technique, and a B-rank martial art, the mountain-splitting fist. I noticed you seem to have a particular fondness for swords back in high school, so this B-rank alloy battle sword is also for you. Chen Jianghe continued. After saying that, Chen Jianghe opened the black box in his hand. Inside the black box was a sharp, gleaming battle blade, its surface gleaming with an extremely sharp sheen and radiating a chilling aura. "Thank you, Uncle Chen. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Zhou Bai took a deep breath and then said gratefully to Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe was truly impressed with him. These things were simply unimaginable for someone with a junior college degree. "I've already transferred 500,000 star coins to your card. You can directly purchase learning courses on the Spirit Network and start learning," Chen Jianghe continued. Zhou Bai nodded. Having already received so many things, he wasn't worried about losing a few more star coins. "Don't feel guilty. After you enrolled in our Qingniao Academy, we recruited many outstanding students thanks to your reputation." Chen Jianghe looked at Zhou Bai in front of him, afraid that Zhou Bai might have some thoughts in his mind, and then said to Zhou Bai, "Uncle Chen, I understand." Zhou Bai nodded. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Bai, Chen Jianghe hurriedly left the villa. "Shiyu, I'm going to learn this breathing technique first. You can take this opportunity to catch up on your own." After Chen Jianghe left, Zhou Bai said to Zhao Shiyu. Zhao Shiyu gave Zhou Bai a charming glare. However, she also knew that she really needed to replenish her energy. Otherwise, once Zhou Bai cultivates his inner energy and becomes a martial artist. Thinking of this, Zhao Shiyu's legs trembled uncontrollably. Zhou Bai was just too ruthless. Soon, Zhou Bai arrived at the martial arts room carrying the black box. Inside the martial arts room, Zhou Bai opened the file on his tablet about the thunder breathing technique. Upon clicking, facial recognition and iris recognition options immediately appeared. Zhou Bai verified each one, and then the cultivation method of the thunder breathing technique appeared before his eyes. "Then let's try this thunder breathing technique." Zhou Bai then began to study the cultivation method of the thunder breathing technique. Because of his innate talent for mental power, Zhou Bai's mental strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and he quickly memorized the thunder breathing technique. After Zhou Bai memorized it, a thunder breathing technique appeared on his panel. System: use a skill enhancement card to upgrade and enhance thunder breathing technique. After entering the system, Zhou Bai immediately used a skill enhancement card to strengthen his breathing technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, the enhancement is successful. Thunder breathing technique has been upgraded to lightning breathing technique. Thunder breathing technique, an S-rank breathing technique, a top-tier breathing technique containing the power of thunder, capable of triggering thunderous rhythms with each inhale and exhale. Continue to strengthen. Zhou Bai didn't stop. He still had 2 skill enhancement cards left, intending to max out his breathing technique. Ding! This skill has already been enhanced once and cannot be enhanced again. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that he could only strengthen it once. In that case, let's use the thunder breathing technique for now. Zhou Bai cleared his mind and decided to use the thunder breathing technique to draw energy into his body. Then, Zhou Bai closed his eyes and began cultivating using the thunder breathing technique, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy. Half an hour later, with the rhythm of Zhou Bai's breathing, it seemed that faint bursts of lightning appeared around Zhou Bai's body. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into Zhou Bai's body along with his breathing. The flow of spiritual energy became faster and faster, and soon Zhou Bai felt his body undergoing a profound transformation. His physical and mental health are slowly improving. Rank: ungraded grade 1. Qi in blood, 380 calories. Mental state, 220 Hz. I have successfully guided Qi into my body and become a first-grade martial artist. Zhou Bai clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with a deep, unfathomable light. Learning point, 2120. Zhou Bai looked at his study points and thought to himself. Learning points, give me some health and mana. Chapter 9: Advancement to second rank, Ninefold Thunder Blade. After becoming a first-grade martial artist, Zhou Bai did not hesitate and immediately added his learning points to his Qi and blood. Qi and blood are key to one's cultivation level. The limit of a first-grade martial artist's Qi and blood is 999 calories. Once you reach 1000 calories, you become a second-grade martial artist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Zhou Bai had a thought, his Qi and blood surged wildly. 400 calories. 500 calories. 999 cards. 1000 calories. 10 minutes later, Zhou Bai's blood energy broke through the limit of a first-grade martial artist, reaching 1000 calories. Zhou Bai directly became a second-rank martial artist. After breaking through to the second rank of martial artist, Zhou Bai continued to increase his Qi and blood. When Zhou Bai's Qi and blood reached 1500 calories, he stopped. Use the remaining learning points to improve your martial arts skills. To break through to the third rank, you need 5,000 units of chi and blood, which is still quite a distance away. Martial arts skills are also crucial for improving combat power. Feeling the surging blood and chi within his body, Jobai exhaled a breath of stale air. As for his mental strength, Jobai has no plans to improve it yet. After all, he doesn't have visualization techniques or mental martial arts skills, so even if he had strong mental strength, it wouldn't be of much use. Next, Jobai opened the Thunder Breaking Blade technique on the tablet. After entering the system, Jobai used the skill upgrade card again to upgrade this a-level martial skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, your enhancement is successful. The Thunder Breaking Blade technique has been upgraded to the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Ninefold Thunder Blade, an S-rank martial skill, a domineering thunder attribute sword technique that can stack thunder power to amplify its power. Each layer is a level higher than the last, and 9 layers can stack up to 10 times the power. Ninefold Thunder Blade, not bad. Combined with my heavenly thunder, its power is unimaginable. Upon seeing the description of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, Jobai's eyes were filled with joy. System, add some points to the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Jobai then added more study time without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 100 skill points to upgrade your S-rank Ninefold Thunder Blade to the beginner level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 500 skill points to upgrade your S-rank Ninefold Thunder Blade to intermediate level. Before long, the skill point was successfully added, and a large amount of mysterious and obscure information appeared in Jobai's mind. It seemed that a memory of diligently cultivating the Ninefold Thunder Blade had appeared in his mind. Jobai unconsciously picked up the B-grade alloy battle sword from the box and began practicing the Ninefold Thunder Blade technique. The B-grade alloy battle blade whistled through the air under Jobai's wielding, with wisps of purple-gold lightning surging around it, causing the surrounding space to resonate with thunderous sounds. Snap! After a while, Jobai superimposed 3 layers of thunderous power, causing the power of his sword technique to double. The B-grade alloy battle blade, carrying the power of thunder, struck the bronze statue in the martial arts room. With a violent tearing sound, the bronze statue, comparable to a peak second-grade martial artist, was directly cut in two. Is this S-rank swordsmanship? It's only at the intermediate level and it already has such power. Looking at the crippled bronze figure before him, Jobai's eyes were filled with joy. Martial arts proficiency levels are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. S-rank martial arts techniques are top-tier techniques, possessing immense power, and are extremely difficult to master. Even the most outstanding SSS-level geniuses find it difficult to cultivate. These learning points are amazing. I must study hard from now on. Jobai thought to himself. Next, Jobai activated another martial art, Mountain Splitting Fist. Jobai doesn't plan to upgrade this B-level fist technique. After all, he only has one skill enhancement card left, and he wants to use it wisely. But it's worth learning, since I can't always have a knife in my hand. After entering the information into the system, Jobai didn't waste any time and immediately started learning. Ding! 10 learning points consumed, Mountain Splitting Fist upgraded to beginner level. Ding! 20 learning points consumed, Mountain Splitting Fist upgraded to intermediate. Ding! 100 learning points consumed, Mountain Opening Fist upgraded to perfection. The Mountain Opening Fist technique is now complete. Memories of his arduous training flashed through Jobai's mind. His understanding of the Kaishan Quan had reached a state of perfection, and each punch carried a unique charm. The difference between B-rank and S-rank martial arts skills is indeed huge. 600 points only upgrade an S-rank martial arts skill to the intermediate level, while a B-rank skill only requires less than 200 points to reach perfection. Looking at the mere 400-odd learning points remaining, Jobai murmured to himself. Learning is so important, we still need to learn more. Finally, Jobai arrived at the most important conclusion. Then, Jobai left the martial arts room to learn from Zhao Shiyu. The training room for the genius class at Shanghai Martial Arts University. Inside the training room, a dozen top-tier S-level talented freshmen were practicing. Not bad, you students are more capable than I expected. You all learned the S-level breathing technique within 3 days and successfully guided the chi into your bodies. Next, I will select suitable martial arts techniques for each of you. Breathing techniques are the foundation, and martial arts techniques are the branches and leaves. Only when breathing techniques and martial arts techniques are used in combination can you truly unleash your true strength. An 8th grade sky-soaring realm instructor spoke eloquently on the stage, looking at the many students in front of him with admiration. These students all possess S-level talent, making them the best among this year's awakened ones, with 2 even having SS-level talent. Master, I like swords. May I choose an S-rank sword technique? At this moment, a boy with a buzz cut raised his hand and spoke, his eyes full of anticipation. The students around him also looked expectantly at the instructor on the stage. When they enrolled, they saw the sword master of Magic Martial Arts University flying on his sword. His graceful posture was like that of an ancient sword immortal, which made many students eager to learn. S-rank martial arts? Don't be so ambitious. You've only just entered the ranks. You can't even understand an S-rank martial arts technique, yet you want to learn it. You'll only be qualified to come into contact with it when you reach the 4th rank. The instructor on the podium gave a cold snort, then said indifferently. Learning martial arts techniques won't be easier just because you have strong talent. Although you all have S-level talent, if you can master an A-level martial art to the beginner level within a month, that would be enough for you to have a go at a 2nd grade martial artist. Hearing the instructor's words, the students felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Next, the instructors began to select suitable martial arts techniques based on each person's talent characteristics, and each person was assigned a suitable A-level martial arts technique. Even those 2 students with SS-level talent remained the same. Write down the martial arts techniques and try to understand them on your own first. If you don't understand anything, come and ask me. After making the arrangements, the instructors allowed the trainees to learn on their own in the training room. Xinyao, are you thinking about your ex-boyfriend again? In a corner of the training room, a girl with a high ponytail asked a question to a pure-looking girl who was daydreaming next to her. Gu Qinyao looked at Shin Ninger in front of her and sighed softly. Although we've separated, Xinyao, your ex-boyfriend has already gone to college. You two are destined to be from 2 different worlds. Don't dwell on the past anymore. Shin Ninger looked at the aloof girl in front of her, then said seriously. You have now mastered an S-rank breathing technique, entered the 1st rank of martial arts, and received an A-rank martial skill. You are destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and ascend to the realm of Grandmaster. And your ex-boyfriend, he can only practice B-level breathing techniques in college. Moreover, without a master teacher, he can't even master B-level breathing techniques properly. He's probably struggling with chi cultivation right now. By the time he's mastered chi cultivation, we might have already learned A-level martial arts techniques. You two may have had a good relationship before, but that's in the past. You're different now. He chose a dead end with no future. You're no longer from the same world. Yes, we're no longer from the same world. Hearing Shin Ninger's words, Gu Qinyao clenched her fist slightly, her eyes hardening considerably. Let those past feelings fade away with the wind. Chapter 10, all about hard work, steady improvement. Jianlin City, Villa, early morning. On a garden path glistening with morning dew, Zhao Shiyu nestled in Zhou Bai's arms, her eyes filled with shyness. Zhou Bai, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Zhao Shiyu's eyes held a mixture of innocence and allure as she spoke softly. Have you forgotten? I have an S-level psychic ability. I can detect anyone coming. Then we can just hide in the bushes. Zhou Bai felt Zhao Shiyu's warmth and then smiled. Although Zhou Bai did not cultivate any visualization techniques or mental martial arts skills, he was still an S-level mental talent and possessed strong spiritual abilities. They have already used their mental powers to sense their surroundings, warn of enemies, or check information. After realizing this problem, Zhou Bai used his learning points to increase his mental power to 300 Hz, making it easier to perceive his surroundings. It's definitely not for better learning in the wild, absolutely not, Zhou Bai thought to himself. Oh right, I almost forgot, that puts my mind at ease. Zhao Shiyu suddenly realized what was happening and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Bai, I feel like you've gotten even more powerful. After a short while, Zhao Shiyu seemed to have thought of something and then said to Zhou Bai. Although Zhao Shiyu had been tired from studying before, she had never felt this way before, making her feel like she couldn't keep up. I've reached the 2nd rank. Zhou Bai then spoke slowly. 2nd rank? Didn't you just get the breathing technique yesterday? And 2nd rank? Are you sure it's not the entry-level martial arts technique? Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Shiyu was shocked and stared at Zhou Bai in disbelief. Zhou Bai didn't speak, but instead directly activated his chi and blood power. Suddenly, a surge of powerful blood energy erupted from Zhou Bai's body, leaving Zhao Shiyu stunned. You really are, truly a 2nd grade, you. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Zhou Bai, Zhao Shiyu could barely speak. Zhao Shiyu had witnessed Chen Jianghe teaching Zhou Bai the breathing technique yesterday. All told, it's only been a dozen or so hours since then, until this morning. Zhou Bai went to the martial arts room to study breathing techniques for an hour yesterday, and then came to find me. In other words, Zhou Bai learned the A-level breathing technique in 1 hour, achieved the first-level martial arts skill, and broke through to the second-level skill. Thinking about this, Zhao Shiyu felt a little dizzy. This was beyond her comprehension. There are no shortcuts in martial arts cultivation. Even the top SSS-level geniuses must follow the proper steps and cultivate slowly under the guidance of their teachers. This, Zhou Bai only took a little over an hour. How did you do that? Zhao Shiyu looked at Zhou Bai in shock and asked. How did you do that? Zhou Bai recalled how he had diligently added points to his study account yesterday, and then said with a serious expression. It's all thanks to hard work and talent. Hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. An hour of hard work. Isn't this pure talent? Indeed, in this world, talent is the most important thing. Zhao Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Shiyu possesses an A-level talent for the vitality of plants and trees. Back then, it took her more than half a month to even reach the first rank in martial arts, let alone the second rank. Zhao Shiyu could understand why top universities use talent as the sole criterion. Superior talent was like a dimensional reduction attack on inferior talent. They were simply not on the same level. Why did Chen Jianghe recruit Zhou Bai? So what if you've broken through to the second rank? You're still going to be suppressed by me now. Let's see how this young lady, suppress you, this peerless genius with 2S ranks. Zhao Shiyu wasn't one to waste her own time, so she continued aggressively. Before, I didn't use my full strength because I saw that you weren't strong enough. This time, you're finished. I'm going to go all out. Come on then, you witch, don't even think about suppressing me. Zhou Bai then said softly. In the following days, Zhou Bai studied hard every day, accumulating learning points. Zhao Shiyu knew that after Zhou Bai entered the second rank, she would also fight against Zhou Bai to help him hone his martial arts skills. However, the more Zhao Shiyu sparred with Zhou Bai, the more shocked she became. Not only was Zhou Bai's qi and blood improving rapidly and steadily, but his learning and comprehension of martial arts techniques were also sometimes outrageously fast. The B-level mountain opening fist, under Zhou Bai's use, seemed to have reached its pinnacle. Zhao Shiyu had practiced B-level martial arts for several years, but she was no match for Zhou Bai. I'm not fighting anymore, you're a pervert. Inside the martial arts room, Zhao Shiyu, drenched in sweat and pale-faced, looked utterly defeated and helpless. Originally, Zhao Shiyu thought she could crush Zhou Bai with her third-grade cultivation level. However, Zhou Bai's mountain opening fist was simply too powerful, and he also possessed an A-level martial art, which made Zhao Shiyu breathless. Not to mention, Zhou Bai also possesses top-tier lightning-type talent, and his attacks are imbued with considerable lightning power. Although Zhou Bai did not actively provoke it, he still brought a strong sense of pressure to Zhao Shiyu. Zhou Bai smiled slightly and stopped fighting. Over the past 10 days, Zhou Bai has gained more than 1,000 more learning points through daily study. Zhou Bai added 2,600 calories to his qi and blood, reaching the mid-stage of the second rank. The dividing line between second-grade and third-grade martial artists is 5,000 calories of qi and blood power. Once you exceed 5,000 calories, you are considered a third-grade martial artist. Furthermore, after reaching the third rank, one can use the power of qi and blood to temper their bones. Each bone tempering greatly enhances one's physical strength. Zhou Bai added 1,000 Hz to his spirit as well. After reaching a mental strength of 1,000 Hz, Zhou Bai's perception became increasingly acute, and he easily saw through many of Zhao Shiyu's moves. Even though Zhao Shiyu's blood energy reached over 8,000 calories and she had undergone 2 rounds of bone tempering, she was still no match for Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai, your current strength is probably enough to defeat a third-grade martial artist who has undergone 3 rounds of bone tempering. Zhao Shiyu leaned gently against Zhou Bai's chest and said slowly. After reaching the third rank, qi and blood are no longer the most important thing. What matters more is bone tempering. Each time you temper your bones, your body's potential is unlocked. Having undergone 3 bone temperings, he is considered one of the best among the third-rank individuals. By the way, Zhou Bai, our school has a myriad beast blood pool, which has a significant effect on improving one's qi and blood. Since you've already reached the second rank, you can use that myriad beast blood pool to enhance your qi and blood power. After a short while, Zhao Shiyu seemed to have thought of something and then said to Zhou Bai. The blood pool of 10,000 beasts looks pretty good. Let's go to the school and see what Azure Bird Academy is all about, Zhou Bai said slowly. Zhao Shiyu nodded, wanting to say something more, but soon, she was unable to speak. The studious Zhou Bai has started studying again. Zhao Shiyu was naturally unable to resist. Chapter 11 Differences Between Universities, Admission Guide. Although he had already decided to go to Qingmiao Academy, Zhou Bai still spent several more days studying in the comfort of a gentle environment. 3 days later, in Qingcheng. Qingcheng was a coastal city in the Xia Kingdom, a place of convenient trade and prosperity. The Bluebird Academy is located in Qingcheng. In addition to the Bluebird Academy, there are 2 other kernels that are also based in Qingcheng. Is this Qingmiao Academy? No wonder it's the top junior college, it's really impressive. As Zhou Bai disembarked from the airship, he was startled by the magnificent school gate, hundreds of meters high and wide, and the flat cement road stretching for dozens of meters ahead. Although he hadn't entered the school yet, Zhou Bai could already see the tall teaching buildings in the distance. And there's also the overwhelming martial spirit. Zhou Bai also heard many students discussing breathing techniques and martial arts skills at the school gate, creating a very strong martial arts atmosphere. Clearly, this school is no ordinary institution. As expected, I underestimated 001 College. It really does have its strengths. Zhou Bai estimated that this school was at least 10 square kilometers in size, which was no smaller than some small county towns. Zhou Bai, this isn't Qingmiao Academy, this is Qingcheng University. Qingmiao Academy is further in, and the airship won't go to our junior college. We have to go there ourselves. At this moment, Zhao Shiyu interrupted Zhou Bai's thoughts and said softly. Zhou Bai, oh. Upon hearing Zhao Shiyu's words, Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. Next, Zhou Bai looked at the 4 large, elegant characters on the school gate, Qingcheng University. It turns out to be Qingcheng University, one of the 36 kernels. He was a top colonel at Qingcheng University and was quite well known among the 36 colonels. Let's go to Bluebird Academy. Zhou Bai then spoke slowly. After learning that it wasn't his alma mater, Zhou Bai lost interest. Okay, Zhou Bai, come with me. Zhao Shiyu then took Zhou Bai's hand and walked in another direction. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Zhou Bai finally arrived at Qingmiao Academy. The gate of Qingmiao Academy is only a dozen meters high. Although there are quite a few teaching buildings around it, it is clearly not as good as Qingcheng University. On the street in front of Qingcheng University, there are still many shops and trading stalls. Although they are more down to earth, the martial arts atmosphere is obviously not strong enough. I heard a new KTV opened in Qingcheng. Guys, let's go check it out. For the first 3 days, college students get a 30% discount. What, 30% off? I'll have to go check that out. No, it's no fun. I think it's more interesting to go to Tianyu to play arcade games. League of Legends is releasing a classic version. I'm going to play AP Master E. We've had quite a few high-quality female freshmen enroll recently. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? On his way to school, Zhou Bai heard many classmates chatting and joking. The vast majority of the discussions revolved around food, drinks, and entertainment. These students generally have weak qi and blood energy, and many of them are only at the first rank. Zhou Bai, actually, there are quite a few students in our school who are diligently cultivating. Hearing the various discussions around her, Zhao Shiyu whispered to Zhou Bai. As she spoke, Zhao Shiyu hugged Zhou Bai tightly, seemingly trying to comfort him with her own advantages. It's all right. Since I've chosen Bluebird Academy, I naturally won't care about these trivial matters. Zhou Bai smiled slightly and continued. Zhao Shiyu nodded, then led Zhou Bai forward. After a stroll, Zhou Bai gained a better understanding of the Bluebird Academy. Although the academy is not large, the environment inside is quite nice, with various spiritual plants and flowers, as well as pavilions and buildings. Combined with the modern buildings, it has a very distinctive style of Bluebird Academy. In the center of the academy stands a large, fiery red bird statue. The giant bird statue radiated intense heat, causing the temperature in the central area to rise significantly compared to other areas. However, many students also use the intense heat emanating from the firebird to practice martial arts and refine their qi and blood. This statue was obtained by our first headmaster from an ancient ruin. Cultivating around this statue also has a slight enhancing effect. Zhao Shiyu then introduced the statue to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai nodded. He did indeed feel it next to the statue, his blood and qi circulated more rapidly. Although it's only a small advantage, if you persist with it over a long period of time, it can become a significant advantage. Zhou Bai, let me take you to the blood pool of 10,000 beasts to improve your qi and blood power first. Zhao Shiyu then spoke to Zhou Bai. Good. Zhou Bai nodded, and then followed Zhao Shiyu to the location of the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. The blood pool of 10,000 beasts is located in the Greenwood Garden of the Bluebird Academy. The environment here is serene, and many students from Qingniao Academy practice martial arts or exchange cultivation experiences here. Senior Sister Shiyu. Senior Shiyu, you're back. After Zhao Shiyu led Zhou Bai into Qingmu Garden, many students greeted Zhao Shiyu with smiles. Zhao Shiyu is very popular at Qingniao Academy. With her third-grade strength, a level talent, and outstanding appearance, she is a true goddess. Even within the entire Qingcheng University circle, Zhao Shiyu has considerable fame. Many people regret that Zhao Shiyu, with her A-level talent, could have easily entered the ranks of colonel or even the top 10, but instead, she stayed at Qingniao Academy. Many students at Qingniao Academy also deeply respect this gentle and pure goddess senior. Before long, after passing through the tranquil garden, Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu arrived at the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. The blood pool of 10,000 beasts is located at the deepest part of the Greenwood Garden. It is filled with rich blood energy, and the surrounding spiritual plants are tinged with a dark red color by this rich blood energy. Instructorly, this is junior brother Zhou Bai. I brought him here to use the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Beside the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, Zhao Shiyu spoke to the mentor who guarded the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Is this the prodigy with dual S-level talent? His martial arts talent is indeed astonishing. He has already achieved the rank of martial arts master. Instructorly sensed the surge of energy and blood in Zhou Bai's body and his eyes lit up. Since Instructorly himself was only a 5th-rank martial artist, and Zhou Bai did not display his blood and qi power, Instructorly was unable to perceive Zhou Bai's strength. It can only be roughly sensed that Zhou Bai has already entered the rank of martial arts, and his qi and blood strength is not low. Thank you for your help, Professor Li. Zhou Bai also said to Instructor Li. It's nothing, just a small favor. Zhou Bai, the blood energy in the beast blood pool is quite violent. You've only just mastered the breathing technique, so you need to be careful. Instructor Li waved his hand and said. Junior Sister Shiyu, I'm not convinced. The spot in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts should have been mine. Why? Why was it given to this new student, Zhou Bai? Why? Just because his talent is better than mine? Chapter 12 Blood Pool of 10,000 Beasts, Moonflowery Sports. Just then, an angry roar came. Not far away, a handsome young man dressed in white walked toward Zhao Shiyu with a gloomy expression. Fong Mingyang, you're right. Just because Zhou Bai's talent is stronger than yours, the spot in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts belongs to him. Is there a problem with that? Zhao Shiyu slowly walked up to Zhou Bai, looking coldly at Fong Mingyang, whose face was gloomy. At this moment, Zhao Qingyu was completely different from the weak and frail person she had been with Zhou Bai. Instead, she exuded a cold and aloof aura that kept strangers at bay. There's a problem. For the past 3 years, I've been constantly practicing my breathing techniques and honing my martial arts skills. I start my cultivation early every day, and cultivate for up to 18 hours a day, working diligently without daring to relax for even a single day. Have you ever seen the Firebird statue at 4 in the morning? I see it every day. Although Zhao Qingyu was imposing, Fong Mingyang was not afraid at all, and his tone was filled with deep resentment and anger. Senior Fong Mingyang, I know you work very hard and aspire to become a true top martial arts master. You are also a role model for many students at Qingniao Academy. Zhao Shiyu looked calmly at Fong Mingyang in front of her and then slowly said. However, martial arts cultivation isn't something that yields results simply based on your effort. After all, you only have a C-level talent. Entering the blood pool of 10,000 beasts once won't change your future much. But junior brother Zhou Bai has 2 S-level talents. What do you have to compete with him? Zhao Shiyu's voice was cold and calm, each word like a heavy hammer blow to Fong Mingyang's heart, making him feel breathless. I'm still not convinced. I want to have a fair duel with junior brother Zhou Bai to decide the spots in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. A moment later, Fong Mingyang gritted his teeth and looked at Zhou Bai next to Zhao Shiyu, his eyes filled with raging flames. Ridiculous. You, a third-grade martial artist in your 3rd year, are fighting a freshman who has just awakened his martial arts? Is this your martial will? Zhao Shiyu scoffed, looking at Zhou Bai with disdain. I just don't accept this, it's unfair. Fong Mingyang knew that his duel request was too outrageous, but he really wanted this spot in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Moreover, now that things have come to this, he doesn't want to back down. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai stepped forward. However, before Zhou Bai could step forward, Zhao Shiyu stopped him and said to Fong Mingyang, "If you're not happy, then just put up with it. You want fairness? Sorry, this world is inherently unfair. Fong Mingyang, please leave the blood pool of 10,000 beasts and do not disturb Zhou Bai. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to school rules." At this moment, Instructor Li, who was standing next to the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, spoke up calmly, his sharp gaze fixed on Fong Mingyang. Hearing Zhao Shiyu and his mentor's words, Fong Mingyang bit his lip tightly, and finally left the blood pool of 10,000 beasts with a dejected expression. Watching Fong Mingyang leave dejectedly, Zhou Bai's heart was also stirred. He could sense the unwavering martial arts will in Fong Mingyang's heart, which was truly astonishing. If he possessed exceptional talent, he might have truly made a name for himself in the world of martial arts. But alas, there are no ifs. Junior Zhou Bai, I know you have amazing talent and strength, and you might be able to fight Fong Mingyang. However, you are a double S-level talent student in our school. Our principal didn't recruit you to let his own people bully you. Some things are yours to take, and no one has the right to steal them. You just need to follow the steps and cultivate step by step. As for Fong Mingyang, the world is not lacking in hard-working people. Zhao Shiyu took Zhou Bai's hand and then spoke to him in a gentle voice. Zhou Bai nodded thoughtfully, then entered the forest of the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. In the center of the woods, a pool of red blood emanated a rich aura of blood energy, along with a faint medicinal fragrance. This pool of 10,000 beasts' blood contains the essence of many ferocious beasts, supplemented with precious spiritual herbs, and combined with the spiritual energy inherent in the Greenwood Garden, making it one of the foundations of the Green Bird Academy. Let me see just how effective this blood pool of 10,000 beasts really is. Zhou Bai clenched his fist, then took off his clothes and entered the blood pool. Upon entering the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, Zhou Bai sensed a violent aura surging within it. My own vital energy seemed to be boiling. Then, Zhou Bai took a deep breath, circulated his breathing technique, and began to absorb the blood and qi from the pool of 10,000 beasts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Zhou Bai circulated his breathing technique, the vital energy in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts was slowly absorbed into his body. Zhou Bai felt his blood and qi surging even more intensely, and a warm sensation spread throughout his body, causing his blood and qi to increase at a much faster rate. It really works! Zhou Bai was secretly delighted. Then, Zhou Bai closed his eyes and devoted himself entirely to cultivating the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Time passed slowly like this. Qingcheng, Yuehua University, Esports Club. Yuehua University is also one of the 36 kernels, located in Zhangjiang district of Qingcheng. Senior Zhu Kai, push the tower, push the tower. There's only one Mundo left on the other side. Ignore Mundo, we'll win by pushing the tower. In the esports club's activity room, a pure-looking girl wearing pink headphones excitedly spoke, her eyes fixed on the screen. The girl is controlling Lux, and next to Lux is another hero wearing red glasses, who is none other than Vayne from League of Legends. Vayne, like a hunter, fired shot after shot at the exposed crystal in front of her. Beside the crystal, Mundo, standing like a city wall, threw his cleaver, trying to stop Vayne from attacking the tower. However, Vayne with 6 items dealt just too much damage in a mere 3 seconds, the red team's crystal was destroyed. Victory! As the red crystal exploded, a slightly loud voice rang in Chen Shanshan's ears. We won! We won! Senior Zhu Kai, our team beat T1. Last year, Faker led the S30 champions. We actually won. Chen Shanshan looked at the results panel and saw the IDs of the 5 opponents. Faker, won her. Her face still held an uncontrollable smile. Senior Zhu Kai, if we go to participate in the World Championship, maybe we can end Faker's dynasty. Chen Shanshan's face flushed red, and then she said excitedly. She had queued with Faker before, but she lost every time, getting completely crushed. Shanshan, we are martial artists. What kind of nonsense is it for us to participate in this kind of game competition? Games are just games after all. Martial arts are what we pursue. In front of another computer in the activity room, a distinguished young man stretched and said lazily. Yeah, Junior Shanshan, games are just for fun. Faker and Chovy are only good for competing with us in games. In real life, they don't even have the right to talk to us. Another member of the esports club from Yuehua University standing next to him said with equal pride. Chapter 13, A Surge in Qi and Blood Acquisition Methods. The others nodded in agreement. They played games for leisure and never spent too much time on them. The esports club was just something to pass the time when I was bored while practicing martial arts. As expected, the seniors from Yuehua University are different. Not only is their martial arts talent amazing, but they are also better at games than those seniors from Qingniao Academy who only know how to play games all day long. Hearing what the senior students said, Chen Shanshan couldn't help but speak up. Sha, Bluebird Academy, don't compare yourselves to those junior college students. We're Colonel students, not some nobody who can just try to scam us. Exactly, Bluebird Academy? Those college students are considered martial arts practitioners? Don't be ridiculous, do they even know what martial arts are? After Chen Shanshan finished speaking, the students from the esports club around her sneered, their faces full of disdain. Clearly, in their eyes, a junior college is not a martial arts academy at all. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan felt a surge of unease, realizing she had said the wrong thing. Junior sister Shanshan, you're different. You're a freshman at Yuehua University now. Although you have some connection with Qingniao Academy, you're not like them. Zhu Kai seemed to notice Chen Shanshan's embarrassment and then offered some words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan felt much relieved. At the same time, I'm incredibly grateful that I graduated from that junior college, and that I didn't listen to my father and stay at Qingniao Academy. Otherwise, I'll end up like Sister Shiyu, stuck in the mud for the rest of my life. Junior sister Shanshan, I heard that your father recruited a top student with 2S level grades. Is that true? A short while later, a member of the esports club asked Chen Shanshan a question. Yes, it's true. I heard they should be starting school in the next few days. Chen Shanshan nodded and said, Hee, it really is true, a genius with double S level talent willingly degenerates to go to a junior college. The student said this with a malicious smile on his face. Mahai, you little rascal, you're not trying to stir up trouble again, are you? Another student nearby chuckled as he saw Mahai's malicious smile. What do you mean by creating hype? I'm just trying to increase his popularity, and incidentally, gain more followers on the Spirit Network. Mahai rubbed his palms together, looking quite interested. Alright, the exchange competition between Yuehua University and Qingcheng University is in 3 days. Let's talk about everything after the competition. If we embarrass Yuehua University again this time. At this moment, Zhu Kai interrupted their conversation, his expression icy. Just wait for the pastor's wrath. Yes, Senior Zhu Kai, I understand. Mahai's face was pale, and then he said in a trembling voice. 8 hours later, at the Bluebird Academy, in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. After 8 hours of absorption, the blood energy in the beast blood pool has been diluted considerably. Within Zhou Bai's body, the power of qi and blood was surging and boiling, as if it had been ignited by something. Zhou Bai's aura had also increased considerably, and a faint sense of killing intent lingered around him. Qi and blood, 3,500 calories. 8 hours, and I gained 800 calories of health. This beast blood pool is really useful. Looking at the 3,500 calories of qi and blood on the panel, Zhou Bai's face was full of joy. 800 calories of qi and blood require 800 learning points, which means you need to study 80 times a week, which takes a considerable amount of time. However, studying is Zhou Bai's favorite thing, and the two methods are incomparable. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have cultivated for 1 hour. Learning points plus 3. Current learning points, 362. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Zhou Bai was not surprised. During his time cultivating in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, he gained 3 learning points every hour. You can gain learning points through self-cultivation, but 3 learning points per hour is far too few. Zhou Bai looked at the 362 learning points on the panel and shook his head slightly. Previously, Zhou Bai had not realized that his cultivation could increase his learning points. After all, Zhou Bai hadn't seriously practiced the breathing technique since he learned it. He relied entirely on learning and adding points. It's better than nothing, at least it's another way to gain learning points. Zhou Bai exhaled a breath of stale air and thought to himself. Although the learning points gained through self-cultivation are few, they accumulate over time and eventually lead to a qualitative change. Since this pool of 10,000 beast blood is useless now, let's go back and learn from Shiyu. After realizing that he could no longer absorb the power of the blood and qi from the pool of 10,000 beasts, Zhou Bai murmured to himself. Then, Zhou Bai got up, took a towel from the side to dry his body, put on his clothes, and left the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Outside the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, Zhao Shiyu was still waiting at the entrance. Junior Zhou Bai, you're out. A moment later, Zhao Shiyu saw Zhou Bai come out, her eyes crinkling with joy, and she threw herself into Zhou Bai's arms. Clearly, after spending so much time together these past few days, Zhao Shiyu has also become quite dependent on Zhou Bai. Oh no, is the rumor true? Senior Shiyu and Zhou Bai got married. It's absolutely true. Look at her eyes, Senior Shiyu is definitely already embracing Zhou Bai. Wah, my goddess Shiyu, why? Senior Shiyu, Zhou Bai is just someone with double S level talent and good looks, why are you with him? It hurts so much. I should have confessed to Senior Shiyu sooner. If I had been braver back then, would Senior Shiyu be mine now? Wake up, you C-level talent college kid, you'd be useless even if you had been born 10,000 years earlier. The students around Qingmu Garden were heartbroken to see Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu being intimate, and they wailed and howled in despair. After all, Zhao Shiyu is extremely popular at Qingniao Academy and is the goddess in the hearts of countless students. Although there were rumors that Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu had gotten married, the students of Qingniao Academy still didn't believe it. However, given the current situation, Zhao Shiyu did not refute it, which clearly indicated the obvious. The goddess-like senior from back then is, in the end, still. Zhao Shiyu blushed slightly because of what the students said. Zhou Bai was largely unaffected. He took Zhao Shiyu's hand and left Qingmu Garden. Soon, the news of Zhao Shiyu and Zhou Bai's marriage spread far and wide, causing quite a stir in Qingniao Academy and even Qingcheng. Bluebird Academy, in a simply decorated apartment. Zhou Bai, is the blood pool of 10,000 beasts effective? In the apartment, Zhao Shiyu asked Zhou Bai, who was washing up in the bathroom. Yes, it works very well. Zhou Bai answered, then, as if he had thought of something, continued to ask, is that blood pool of 10,000 beasts frequent? This beast blood pool can increase your health by 800 calories at a time. If you can soak in it frequently, it can save Zhou Bai a lot of learning points. No, that blood pool of 10,000 beasts requires a lot of ferocious beast blood and spiritual herbs, and it can only be accessed once a month. Zhao Shiyu replied. Hearing Zhao Shiyu's answer, Zhou Bai felt a pang of disappointment. However, it's understandable that something that can quickly boost blood and energy is certainly not easy to obtain. Shiyu, it's getting late, we should rest. Without much thought, Zhou Bai washed his body and then embraced Zhao Shiyu, who was preparing to cultivate. Chapter 14 Martial Arts Course, Instructor Gu Chen. Okay, Zhou Bai, let me change my clothes. Zhao Shiyu nestled in Zhou Bai's arms and said coquettishly. At this moment, Zhao Shiyu was still wearing the school uniform of Qingniao Academy, looking pure yet with a touch of aloofness. No, don't change, just wear this. Zhou Bai grabbed Zhao Shiyu's hand. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Shiyu playfully stuck out her tongue. Zhou Bai was really too wicked. Tonight, you're my senior. Zhou Bai, feeling Zhao Shiyu's charm, then whispered. 2 days later, at Bluebird Academy. In a spacious and bright classroom, a middle-aged man with white hair and beard, dressed in martial arts uniform, is explaining martial arts techniques. The originally obscure martial arts techniques became easy to understand under the middle-aged man's explanation. His courses were also very interesting, occasionally interspersed with other knowledge about martial arts, clearly showing that he was a highly skilled instructor. However, half of the 50-odd students in the audience were fast asleep during class. A small portion of them were holding their phones, their screens clicking away furiously. The remaining students were studying hard, and the instructors explained things in a way that was easy to understand. Despite this, the students still seemed to be listening to gibberish, scratching their heads and looking on with clear confusion in their eyes. Mentor, am I really that stupid? You've been explaining for over half a month, and I still haven't grasped the basics. After a long while, a handsome young man dressed in white said apologetically. The young man was Fong Yangming. Shadow step is, after all, a B-level movement technique, which is indeed quite difficult for students from your Bluebird Academy. Take your time, don't rush. Gu Chen, the mentor, spoke kindly to Fong Mingyang. Teacher, I understand, I will listen carefully in class. Fong Mingyang continued. Instructor Gu Chen nodded, then, as if he had thought of something, slowly said. Moreover, this shadow step is a lower-level martial skill of Shadow Moon Grandmaster's S-rank martial skill, Shadow Illusion Skywalk. Grandmaster Shadow Moon has said that if any university student majoring in martial arts can master the shadow step technique to perfection, they can learn her S-rank martial skill for free. This might be your only chance to access an S-rank martial art, so keep striving. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, you can learn S-rank martial arts techniques for free. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Fong Mingyang felt a surge of excitement. S-rank martial arts skills are true divine martial arts techniques, possessing extremely strong potential and power, and are a precious opportunity even for high-ranking martial artists. I must work even harder. Tomorrow, I'll get up at 2 a.m. Fang Mingyang thought to himself. Holy crap, why didn't you say so earlier? What an incredible opportunity. I really need to learn from this. I want an S-rank martial skill. At this moment, the other students in the classroom heard what Instructor Guchen said and began to concentrate and listen attentively. However, just 10 minutes later, some of the students who had just gained momentum collapsed again. Clearly, they all realized that this S-rank martial skill was beyond their wildest dreams. Fang Mingyang was still working hard to learn, just like he was on steroids. Looking down at the classroom, which had returned to normal, Instructor Guchen sighed inwardly. However, Guchen, the instructor, didn't think much of it. He had seen too many similar situations in college. It's quite impressive that these students can persist for 10 minutes. All I can say is that it lives up to its reputation as the top vocational college. It really does have something special. I'm sorry, Instructor Guchen, I'm late. A moment later, a handsome young man wearing a white t-shirt arrived at the classroom door. Instructor Guchen was stunned. A martial arts college where people come to class even when they're late? Is this really Qingniao Academy? It's alright, come in. Then, Master Guchen suppressed his many thoughts and spoke to the young man. Zhou Bai, you dare to be late for Instructor Guchen's class? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have 2S level talents? Do you know how hard it was for our principal to invite Instructor Guchen to give a lecture? Fang Mingyang, who was in the classroom, looked at Zhou Bai as he entered the classroom and was furious. He snorted softly. Guchen is an 8th grade sky-soaring realm martial arts expert with terrifying strength. He is also an honorary professor at one of the 10-star martial arts universities. It really wasn't easy. Zhou Bai looked at the students in the surrounding classrooms and nodded. Zhao Shiyu recommended Zhou Bai to take this course because movement techniques and martial arts skills are indeed important, and there is also an opportunity to learn S-level martial arts skills, so Zhou Bai came. Alright, let's continue the lesson. We've just finished one round, so let's start from the beginning now. After hearing that Zhou Bai was the student with dual S-level talent, Instructor Guchen glanced at Zhou Bai and continued. Although dual S-level talents are powerful, Instructor Guchen has seen many such talents and wouldn't pay them much attention. The other students perked up again, all looking at Zhou Bai. Many of them were seeing him for the first time. I'd like to see what's so different about these geniuses with dual S-level talents compared to us. Aren't we all just 2 eyes, 2 noses, and 1 mouth? Idiot, it's a nose. Normally, the students at Qingqing University look at us like we're trash. I refuse to believe it. We're all human, how can there be such a huge difference? I think talent is secondary. If I can get into the top 10 or become a colonel, I can also become a top-tier martial arts expert. It's wrong to let talent determine everything. Many students whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Zhou Bai becoming increasingly complicated. Fang Mingyang was also secretly observing Zhou Bai, wanting to see what was so special about his dual S-level talent. Zhou Bai ignored the other students, sat up straight, and began to listen to the lecture. The instructor, Guchen, turned to the first page of the PPT, which contained the cultivation formula and method for Shadow Step, and began to explain the key points of cultivating Shadow Step. No way, this is all you have with 2S level talents? Staring blankly at a PowerPoint presentation? I laughed. Even with double S level talent, he's not as good as me. At least I can take some notes, but this guy takes so long to look at a PPT. Sure enough, I told you the idea that talent determines everything is wrong. I'll post about it on the Spirit Network tonight. That's it? That's it? I thought having 2S rank talents would be so impressive, but I'm so disappointed. At this moment, the surrounding classmates saw Zhou Bai staring blankly at the PPT for a full 5 minutes and whispered among themselves, their words full of disdain for his double S level talent. Zhou Bai ignored his classmates' gossip and continued to stare at the shadowy figures on the PPT. Master Gu Chang, I have something to attend to, get out of class is adjourned. 5 minutes later, Zhou Bai raised his hand and addressed his mentor, Gu Chang. Even with 2S level talents, I can't understand it. What's the use of this talent? Tell me, what's its purpose? I'm so disappointed. As expected, this world is wrong. Talent is a lie. I knew it. Those who took the lead first used this argument to forcibly suppress us. Seeing this, the other students felt even more disdainful, and their smiles grew even wider. Chapter 15 has been learned, its purpose is clear. Damn it, he gave up after only 10 minutes. He has no backbone at all. It's a waste to give him the spot in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. I would have been better off with him. Fang Mingyang saw that Zhou Bai was leaving after only 10 minutes, and he clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. Zhou Bai, it's normal that the shadow step is difficult. Don't let other people's words disrupt your steps. Seeing that Zhou Bai seemed to want to give up cultivation, Instructor Gu Chen then said to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai is, after all, a double S level talent. If possible, Gu Chen would rather not see Zhou Bai's potential wasted like this. Thank you, Instructor Gu Chen, I have learned it. Zhou Bai slowly raised his head and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Zhou Bai, please don't think that you can. Instructor Gu Chen spoke earnestly, then, as if realizing something, he looked at Zhou Bai in disbelief. Wait, Zhou Bai, what did you say? You've already learned it? The students around were stunned, then burst into laughter. Hilarious. Does Zhou Bai think he can learn it just by looking at the PPT once? There are so many ways to circulate qi in blood, and techniques for exerting force. You've learned them? That's hilarious. If you want to skip class, just leave. This is a martial arts college, no one will blame you. A moment later, the surrounding students began to speak up, as if they had seen through the truth. Master Gu Chen, I have indeed learned it. Zhou Bai nodded. Whoosh! After saying that, Zhou Bai immediately used Shadow Step, and his entire body moved with incredible speed to the classroom door, where he lifted up a flower pot. Then, Zhou Bai used Shadow Step again, instantly returning to his seat, and gently placed the flower pot on his table. The movement was fluid and graceful, with what appeared to be an afterimage. I really learned it. Looking at Zhou Bai, who moved as gracefully as a shadow, Fang Mingyang's eyes widened, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Bai. It was as if an invisible pressure was pressing down on Fang Mingyang, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Fang Mingyang studied his B-level martial arts techniques day and night, attending classes every day. For half a month, I worked diligently and dared not slack off in the slightest. After 2 weeks of effort, he hadn't even scratched the surface, but Zhou Bai mastered it in just 10 minutes. This disparity made Fang Mingyang deeply aware of the unevenness of the world. The surrounding classmates all stopped talking, and the mockery on their faces suddenly froze. Although most students didn't pay much attention in class, many students did try, but they still couldn't quite understand Gu Chen's explanations. Now, Zhou Bai only needed to look at the PPT for 10 minutes to learn this martial art. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that the gap between the two sides was simply too large. So great that they may never be able to overstep the bounds in their entire lives. No. Not bad, you can leave, get out of class now. Instructor Gu Chen above the podium remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Okay, then I'll be leaving. Zhou Bai then used Shadow Step to leave the classroom. Many people were still somewhat dazed as they watched Zhou Bai leave. In just 10 minutes, Zhou Bai had learned a martial art that they had not been able to comprehend in half a month. Many students seemed to have come to terms with reality and sat helplessly in their seats. Some students were also spurred on and started looking at the PPT, seemingly wanting to emulate Zhou Bai and try to understand it through their own comprehension. However, after a few minutes, I felt dizzy and confused. Forget about understanding it, it just made my head spin. If SS level talents are this strong, then SSS level talents would learn them in an instant. Thinking of this, everyone felt a sense of despair. Classmates, Zhou Bai is just an exception, not all top-tier geniuses are this powerful. Instructor Gu Chen looked at the students in the classroom and spoke slowly. Gu Chen, the instructor, was equally shocked. The speed at which he learned martial arts was simply astonishing. However, considering that Zhou Bai was only a beginner, Instructor Gu Chen didn't think much of it. Perhaps it's just that Zhou Bai is more suited to this martial art. It's easy to get started, but it will take much more time to reach an advanced level or even perfection. The surrounding students were still in shock. The gap was so wide that it was utterly disheartening, and there was no hope in sight. Teacher, if these top-tier geniuses are so strong, then what is the point of existence for those of us with lower-level talents? A moment later, Fang Mingyang clenched his fists and said in a hoarse voice. The meaning of existence? Gu Chen looked at Fang Mingyang in front of him, lost in thought. He knew that Zhou Bai's actions had deeply affected Fang Mingyang. Putting aside everything else, the terrifying speed of his learning alone was enough to shatter all the hard work that Fang Mingyang was so proud of. There are some things in this world that they simply cannot do. After a long pause, Instructor Guchen continued with a solemn expression. There are some things that need to be done by me, you, and your classmates. Zhou Bai was unaware that Fang Mingyang, because of his incredible learning speed, had begun to question his own existence. At this moment, he is. System, give me some points. Ding. 50 learning points consumed, Shadow Step upgraded to Advanced. Ding. 100 learning points consumed, Shadow Step upgraded to Perfection. With the system's added points, Zhou Bai's mind once again contained many more memories of the arduous training of Shadow Step. Zhou Bai's steps became increasingly agile, as if he had truly become a shadow, moving through the park. Not bad, this B-level movement technique is quite good, it has made me much more agile. A few minutes later, Zhou Bai arrived at a flower bed next to the Firebird statue and murmured to himself. System, view the panel. Name, Zhou Bai. Level, 2nd rank martial artist. Talent, Heavenly Thunder SS, Mental Power S. Chi and Blood, 4000 calories plus. Mental State, 1200 Hz plus. Skills, Ninefold Thunder Blade Intermediate, Mountain Splitting Fist Perfect, Shadow Step Perfect. Learning Point, 50. Items, Energy Fruit 71, Skill Upgrade Card 1. Next, I need to work hard to accumulate learning points and learn S-rank martial arts techniques. Zhou Bai looked at the panel and saw that he only had 50 learning points left. He thought to himself. These days, Zhou Bai has been focusing all his accumulated learning points on improving his chi, blood, and spirit. As for the Ninefold Thunder Blade, upgrading it to the advanced level requires 3000 learning points, and Zhou Bai plans to consider adding it after breaking through to the 3rd rank. The Ninefold Thunder Blade is an S-rank martial skill, and even at the intermediate level, it possesses considerable power. Zhou Bai, a freshman from Huayun University, claims to be your high school classmate and is looking for you. Just then, a clear and melodious sound rang out. Chapter 16 Tianqing's Provocation, 10 million star coins. A junior college is a junior college. Look at these guys, so undisciplined. They don't look like martial arts students at all, they're just a bunch of idle bums. At the entrance of Qingniao Academy, a boy wearing the uniform of Huayun University looked at the Qingniao Academy students around him and said disdainfully. Upon hearing the boy's words, many of the students from Qingniao Academy around him changed their expression slightly and clenched their fists. However, upon seeing the Fire Cloud University logo on the boy's body, everyone loosened their fists. Huayun University is one of the top 10 universities, and it is worlds apart from Qingniao Academy. In front of the students from Huayun University, many Qingniao students felt so inferior that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. It's only because there are colleges now, otherwise, these people would have been. Beside the boy, another red-haired man sneered, his eyes filled with a profound indifference, as if these students were not human beings, but trash. Senior Su Chao, be careful what you say. Don't say anything that's detrimental to unity. The boy quickly pulled the red-haired youth along. The red-haired youth shrugged, but didn't continue speaking. Clearly, there are some things that even they, as top 10 students, cannot say casually. Tianqing, your classmate with dual S-level talents isn't going to stay silent, is he? After a short while, Su Chao asked the boy next to him. He wouldn't dare. I'm a student at the top 10 university now. Letting him come see me is giving him a chance to curry favor with me. If he knows what's good for him, he definitely won't dare to run away. Zhao Tianqing said arrogantly. Su Chao nodded naturally, completely agreeing with Zhao Tianqing's words. I knew it when he came. This guy should know the consequences of choosing a junior college by now. He's already eager to grovel before me. A moment later, Zhao Tianqing saw Zhou Bai slowly walking towards him from afar and said with delight. Su Chao also looked at Zhou Bai, sizing up this double S-level talent student who had entered junior college. Zhou Bai's dual S-level talent isn't particularly outstanding, but getting into a junior college is extremely rare. This gave Zhou Bai a degree of recognition in various universities. Zhao Tianqing, what do you need me for? Zhou Bai arrived at the door, looked at Zhao Tianqing standing there, and said calmly. Zhou Bai, I'm a student at the top 10 university now, and you're just a junior college student. As soon as Zhou Bai finished speaking, Zhao Tianqing immediately became arrogant and looked at Zhou Bai with utter arrogance. However, before Zhao Tianqing could finish speaking, Zhou Bai immediately turned and left, clearly not wanting to pay any attention to Zhao Tianqing. Zhou Bai, hey, why did you leave? Don't go. Seeing Zhou Bai turn and leave, Zhao Tianqing hurriedly shouted. I'm busy, I don't have time to argue with you like this. Zhou Bai didn't even turn his head and said calmly, "I'm not here to whine and beg, I want to fight you." Upon hearing Zhou Bai's crude words, Zhao Tianqing quickly replied, "Oh, why should I fight you?" Zhou Bai stopped and looked at Zhao Tianqing as if he were an idiot. Zhao Tianqing was stunned when he heard Zhou Bai's words. Yes, why would Zhou Bai want to fight me? I'm a student at the top 10 university, while Zhou Bai is just a junior college student. We're not even on the same level. Fighting yourself is just a way to humiliate yourself, isn't that something only a fool would do? Zhao Tianqing only wanted to suppress Zhou Bai because he had reached the first rank in martial arts and even learned AB-level martial skill, but he didn't expect Zhou Bai to not fight him at all. I've already made it clear in the Huayun University freshman group that I'm going to teach them a good lesson. If Zhou Bai doesn't fight me, where will I put my face? Wait, Zhou Bai, I'll give you the money, 1 million star coins. Zhao Tianqing seemed to have thought of something and quickly said to Zhou Bai, 1 million star coins? You're trying to fob me off. 10 million. Zhou Bai turned around, looked at Zhao Tianqing, and said calmly, 10 million? Why don't you just rob someone? Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Tianqing's eyes widened, and his face turned extremely ugly. Although the Zhao family is the strongest in Jianglin City, Zhao Tianqing is only a newly initiated rank expert, and the Zhao family cannot possibly provide him with a massive amount of resources. 10 million star coins was a huge sum for Zhao Tianqing. If you don't have it, don't embarrass yourself here. Zhou Bai looked at Zhao Tianqing with utter disdain. With that, Zhou Bai turned and left without lingering. Wait, 10 million it is. Fine, fight me and I'll give you 10 million. Seeing that Zhou Bai was about to leave, Zhao Tianqing called out to him, gritting his teeth. Pay first, then we'll do the beating. Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow and said calmly, Okay, consider this your medical expenses. Zhao Tianqing gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Then, Zhao Tianqing took out his phone, but there was only a little over 3 million yuan in it. Senior brother Su, could you lend me 7 million first? I'll pay you back as soon as my family's resources come through. Zhao Tianqing looked at Su Chao beside him and then whispered. Su Chao did not refuse upon hearing this. After all, Zhao Tianqing was an alumnus, and several million was not a big deal to him. Then, Su Chao transferred the star coins to Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing then transferred the 7 million, along with his own 3 million, to Zhou Bai. Great, 10 million star coins are in hand. Zhou Bai smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the 10 million star coins that Zhao Tianqing had transferred. Although many precious resources and top-level cultivation techniques are monopolized by those top families and top universities. However, 10 million star coins can still buy a lot of cultivation resources for low-grade martial artists. This can greatly shorten the time it takes for Zhou Bai to break through to the third rank. The students from the top 10 academies want to fight with the students from our Qingniao Academy. No, buddy, that's one of the top 10. Zhou Bai is going to get a real beating. Zhou Bai was too hasty in agreeing to the top 10. Our Qingniao Academy is going to be severely humiliated again. What do you know? Getting beaten up and getting 10 million star coins? Zhou Bai is making a killing. Brothers, stop playing games, come quick. There are top 10 students beating up college bastards here. At this moment, the students from Qingniao Academy around also spoke up, looking forward to the battle. Many students even called on their friends and other students to come and watch the excitement. Alright, Zhou Bai, I've given you the star coins. Now, let me show you that the gap between the top 10 universities and junior colleges is insurmountable. After transferring the star coins to Zhou Bai, Zhao Tianqing continued coldly, his heart practically bleeding. 10 million star coins is a huge sum of money for Zhao Tianqing now. Okay, where do you want to play? Zhou Bai looked at the wealthy patron in front of him and smiled. Right here, in front of your school. Zhao Tianqing took a deep breath and said. Senior Su Chao, please, make sure the video is recorded clearly. This Zhou Bai dared to blackmail me like this, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Before the battle, Zhao Tianqing then spoke to the few people beside him. Su Chao gave Zhao Tianqing an okay sign to reassure him. Next, Su Chao went to the other side of the door and found a perfect angle for taking pictures. Alright, let's begin, Zhou Bai. Prepare to face my wrath. Zhao Tianqing gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Bai, having already made up his mind to teach Zhou Bai a lesson. Chapter 17, An Easy Crush, Qi, and Blood Pill. After saying that, Zhao Tianqing activated his A-level wildfire talent. Enveloped in scorching flames, he charged forward, his target Zhou Bai. It hurts so much. Just as Zhao Tianqing was about to rush to Zhou Bai, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if invisible needles were pricking his brain. Zhao Tianqing stopped abruptly and let out a wail. While Zhao Tianqing was still clutching his head and wailing, a fist containing domineering thunderous power appeared in front of him without him noticing. Zhao Tianqing's pupils contracted, and he instinctively wanted to dodge. Bang! However, intense lightning power surged from his fist. The lightning power instantly paralyzed Zhao Tianqing's entire body, and then he was sent flying by a punch without any power to resist. Su Chao's body was blasted more than 10 meters away and landed directly in the garbage heap. This sudden defeat stunned the students from the surrounding Bluebird Academy. This ended too quickly. Can even a student from the top 10 be defeated? Zhou Bai, with such strong dual S-level talent, directly defeated the top 10 students. This is the first time that a college student has defeated one of the top 10 students in their class. A moment later, the students from Qingyao Academy around them spoke up, their gazes toward Zhou Bai carrying a hint of something indescribable. Su Chao, who was recording a video not far away, frowned slightly and looked at Zhao Tianqing with disdain in his eyes. He never expected that Zhao Tianqing would be so easily defeated by a junior college student. They've really disgraced our Huayun University, Su Chao thought to himself. However, this college student's lightning power and mental strength are terrifyingly strong. No wonder he's that woman's brother. After a while, Su Chao narrowed his eyes and looked thoughtfully at Zhou Bai in the distance. What a great deal. You can come back to me next time, but the price won't be the same. Zhou Bai waved to Zhao Tianqing. After saying that, he turned around and left, returning to Bluebird Academy. Shocking. The top 10 freshmen were actually defeated by the junior college students from Qingyao Academy. I always said that the top 10 schools are no worse than junior colleges, but Huayun School is different, it's genuinely worse than a junior college. Who says there are no martial arts prodigies in junior colleges? Zhou Bai, a junior college student, defied the odds and defeated 10 top martial arts university students. From now on, he will be our god among junior college students. Before long, the students around the entrance of Qingyao Academy immediately took out their mobile phones and posted on the Lingwang website. They were typing away on their screens, and their expressions were extremely excited, as if it were New Year's Day. Senior Su Chao, I'm sorry, I've disgraced our school. After a while, Zhao Tianqing struggled to get up from the pile of garbage and looked at Su Chao with a guilty expression. Compared to the physical pain, what tormented Zhao Tianqing was the mental humiliation of losing to Zhou Bai. Having given away 10 million star coins and been severely beaten by Zhou Bai, his reputation was also damaged. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianqing felt as if his heart was being torn apart. The words of the college students around him were like sharp knives, piercing Zhao Tianqing's heart. But unfortunately, I can't refute it right now. It's alright. Zhou Bai is a double S-level talent after all. Qingyao Academy must have invested a lot of resources in him. It's normal that you can't compare to him now. However, you are a student of the top 10, and you are destined to crush Zhou Bai in the future. Once he gets into a junior college, his future is doomed. Su Chao comforted him, his tone calm. Once I've mastered martial arts, I'll definitely get my revenge. At that time, Zhao Tianqing clenched his fists, inwardly seething with resentment. Senior Su Chao, how about I get my family to deal with Zhou Bai? After all, he's just a college graduate, even if. Zhao Tianqing was still somewhat unwilling, and then whispered. Idiot, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. When you're hiring someone to deal with Zhou Bai, have you forgotten who his sister is? Upon hearing Zhao Tianqing's words, Su Chao cursed angrily, his face filled with icy coldness. This Zhao Tianqing is such a good person. He rushed to give me 10 million star coins. With these 10 million star coins, I will soon be able to enter the 3rd rank. Zhou Bai looked at his star coin balance on his phone, his eyes filled with anticipation. Then, Zhou Bai quickly returned to Zhao Shiyu's dormitory and entered the Spirit Network. Lingwang is the largest martial arts forum in Xia Kingdom, containing all sorts of posts, videos, and information. Inside, there's also the Martial Arts Alliance's shop, which contains a lot of cultivation resources, as well as martial arts breathing techniques, martial arts skills, secret arts, and courses, etc. After entering the mall, Zhou Bai immediately began to browse, finding a dazzling array of items. There are also top-tier breathing techniques, even S-level ones, but the requirements for star coins are extremely exaggerated, reaching hundreds of billions. There are also various martial arts techniques, ranging from D rank to S rank, with prices ranging from low to high. However, martial arts skills are also considered a core resource, and even a low-level C-grade martial arts skill can cost at least $1 million. The B-level items are already in the tens of millions. Top martial arts universities have their own martial arts repositories, training systems, credits, contribution points, and the like. Students at the martial arts university can acquire top-level breathing techniques and martial arts skills through various channels and in a more suitable and convenient manner. This is why everyone is scrambling to get into top martial arts schools. Let's look at the resources to enhance our chi and blood. Seeing these exorbitant prices, Jobai shook his head, since low-level martial arts techniques were of little use to him. Originally, Jobai thought that 10 million star coins was a lot, but now it seems that it is still a bit little. Jobai opened the chi and blood section of the resource list. Dragon Essence Blood, 300 million star coins drop. Red Marrow Potion, 80 million star coins bottle. Blood Nourishing Pill, 20 million star coins pill. Chi and Blood Pill, 1 million star coins pill. Various resources that enhance chi and blood appeared on the screen. Chi and blood pills, that's all I can buy. Looking at the dazzling array of resources on the screen, Jobai looked helpless. 10 million star coins is still too little. Then, Jobai immediately placed an order for 10 chi and blood pills. For now, let's focus on our studies. After placing the order, Jobai prepared to leave the dormitory to find Zhao Shiyu to study with. After all, Jobai needs to accumulate learning points to learn S-level martial arts techniques and improve his chi, blood, and spirit. This learning cannot be delayed. Junior Jobai, I'm in the library. Do you need me to come back? A short while later, Jobai received a message from Zhao Shiyu on his phone. Don't go back, just wait for me at the library. Jobai's eyes lit up, his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 18: The Library, The Effects of Elixirs. A few hours later, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 7th floor of the library. With her hair in pigtails, wearing a white JK uniform and a pink pleated skirt, Zhao Shiyu leaned weakly against Jobai's chest, closed her eyes, and let out long, drawn-out breaths. Jobai also felt the tranquility at this moment, looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the students of Qingniao Academy coming and going downstairs. Thinking of the goddess-like senior in these people's hearts, these past few hours have been. Jobai felt a sense of comfort. Especially with her hair in pigtails and white stockings. Junior Jobai, you're so mean. After a while, Zhao Shiyu regained some of her strength and said with a blush on her face. Jobai always manages to give him a different kind of surprise. Shiyu, I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Jobai embraced Zhao Shiyu, saying with some heartache. As her chi and blood power increased, Zhao Shiyu's combat strength gradually weakened. However, Jobai could sense that Zhao Shiyu was also making an effort. It's alright, as long as junior brother Jobai is happy. Zhao Shiyu nestled in Jobai's arms and said obediently. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Looking at the well-behaved and innocent Zhao Shiyu, Jobai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I just don't know if this counts as learning. A moment later, Jobai looked towards where Zhao Shiyu had been speaking. Let's give it a try. It actually works? But it's missing 2 learning points. The next day, after finishing morning exercises, Jobai, who was in Zhao Shiyu's dormitory, received a package from Lingwang. The package was packaged in a metal box with fingerprint and iris recognition features. After verification, Jobai opened the box, which contained 10 jade bottles. It's even individually packaged. I want to see just how effective this chi and blood pill really is, that it's worth $1 million. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Jobai swallowed the chi and blood pill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After swallowing the chi and blood pill, Jobai immediately felt a powerful force of chi and blood surging within his body. Without hesitation, Jobai immediately activated the thunder breathing technique and began absorbing the chi and blood power from the chi and blood pill. Chi and blood, 4,100 calories. 10 minutes later, Jobai finished digesting the chi and blood pill's power and looked at his own chi and blood. 1 million units increased my chi and blood by 100 calories, that's not bad. Seeing his blood and chi increase by 100 calories, Jobai's eyes lit up. Currently, his chi and blood power has reached 4,100, which means that if all goes well, after absorbing these chi and blood pills, his chi and blood power will reach 5,000, achieving the 3rd rank. Thinking of this, Jobai couldn't wait and immediately began to swallow the remaining chi and blood pills. However, the second chi and blood pill only added 60 calories of chi and blood to Jobai's total chi and blood, bringing his total to 4,160. Is it because of drug resistance, or because of the quality of the chi and blood pills, or is it because it's become more difficult to further improve one's chi and blood power after it has been enhanced? Seeing his chi and blood power increase, Jobai had some doubts. Next, Zhou Bai opened the spirit network and searched for relevant information on it. After some searching, Zhou Bai found the answer. The Qi and Blood pill is a low-grade Qi and Blood pill. The Qi and blood power inside is not pure. After each ingestion, it takes half a month to clear the impurities in the pill and stabilize the Qi and blood power in one's body. Taking it continuously in a short period of time will greatly reduce its effectiveness. Furthermore, the spiritual website also states that Qi and blood pills are low in Qi and blood resources, so it's best to consume them sparingly. Otherwise, weak and superficial Qi and blood will affect one's foundation, which will have a certain impact when reaching higher realms in the future. It is best to use high-grade blood and Qi resources such as blood-nourishing pills and red marrow elixir to make the path of martial arts smoother. I never expected that something bought for 1,000,000 star coins would be so useless. Upon seeing the relevant explanation on the Spirit Network, Zhou Bai's face showed a hint of helplessness. As for the underlying impact, Zhou Bai didn't pay much attention to it. He considered it more of a marketing ploy by businesses. If it really has an impact, then let him talk to my system about it. Half a month to clear out impurities is too long. Just eat it all. At worst, I can study more and endure the hardship of poetry. Won't my Qi and blood improve? After a moment's thought, Zhou Bai made a decision. He now studies hard every day and can earn at least 100 learning points. In half a month, he has accumulated enough learning points. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai did not hesitate at all, and immediately took out all the remaining Qi and blood pills and swallowed them all at once. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After swallowing 8 Qi and blood pills at once, Zhou Bai once again felt the Qi and blood surging within his body. Without much thought, Zhou Bai focused on absorbing the Qi and blood pills' power through his breathing technique. Half an hour later, the Qi and blood pills' Qi and blood power was completely absorbed. Qi and blood, 4,400 calories. Zhou Bai's blood energy also reached 4,400 calories. Learning point, 320. The 320 learning points will be covered quickly, in 3 days at most. Looking at the learning points on the panel, Zhou Bai felt much more at ease. Zhou Bai, are you there? Uncle Chen is here to see you. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, and Zhao Shiyu's voice came through. Come in. Zhou Bai withdrew his Qi and blood power and said in a deep voice. After Zhou Bai finished speaking, the dormitory door opened, and Zhao Shiyu and Chen Jianghe entered the dormitory. Zhou Bai, I heard you've reached the 2nd rank and even learned the thunder-breaking blade technique, mountain-splitting fist, and shadow step. After entering the dormitory, Chen Jianghe immediately spoke to Zhou Bai Dao. Uncle Chen, that's absolutely right. Zhou Bai nodded. Good, good, good. As expected of a double S rank, your martial arts talent is truly astonishing. Upon receiving Zhou Bai's confirmation, Chen Jianghe praised him repeatedly, his gaze towards Zhou Bai filled with even greater admiration. This is a blood-nourishing pill, Zhou Bai. Take it and use it to break through to the 3rd rank as soon as possible. Chen Jianghe then took out a box containing 6 jade bottles and handed it to Zhou Bai. Uncle Chen, this is too precious. Zhou Bai looked at the box Chen Jianghe handed him and hesitated. This blood-nourishing pill is considered a B-grade cultivation resource, and it costs 20,000,000 star coins per pill in the Spirit Network Mall. These 6 are worth 120,000,000 star coins. It's alright, Zhou Bai. You're at the peak of your career, and this is all I can do to help you. Chen Jianghe said slowly. Alright, Uncle Chen, then I'll accept it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai did not hesitate any longer. The blood-nourishing pill was indeed very useful to him at this stage. Although this blood-nourishing pill is a grade B cultivation resource, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced if taken continuously. You'd better take one a week. After Zhou Bai accepted the blood-nourishing pill, Chen Jianghe continued to give him instructions. Uncle Chen, I'll remember that. Zhou Bai nodded, looking very serious. Zhou Bai certainly wouldn't treat a pill worth 20,000,000 each as casually as a Qi and blood pill. To maximize the efficacy of the medicine. Actually, there's another thing I wanted to tell you. After giving Zhou Bai his instructions, Chen Jianghe continued. Uncle Chen, what's the matter? Zhou Bai asked. Zhou Bai, Uncle Chen came to find you about the Battle of Dawn. Zhao Shiyu, who was standing next to her, spoke slowly. Chapter 19 Battle of Dawn, Advancement to Rank 3. The Battle of Dawn? Zhou Bai looked puzzled. He had vaguely heard about this Battle of Dawn before. However, since his talents had not yet been awakened, Zhou Bai hadn't paid much attention to them. Yes, it's the Battle of Dawn. The Battle of Dawn is a national combat competition for freshmen organized by the University Alliance. Since freshmen are all martial arts novices who have just awakened their talents, symbolizing the rising sun, it is called the Battle of Dawn. The Battle of Dawn is open to all martial arts university students, including freshmen from junior colleges, and the rewards are very generous. Chen Jiang has slowly recounted the events of the Battle of Dawn to Zhou Bai. Actually, this Dawn battle is like the martial arts college entrance examination in the old era of high martial arts. Back then, although talent was strong, it hadn't reached the point where it determined everything. Back then, schools were assigned based on martial arts college entrance exam scores. Talent only accounted for a portion of the evaluation. Actual combat performance played a larger role. Many people with average talent could get into the top 10 schools back then as long as they dared to fight and persevere. Now, that's not possible. If you don't have the talent, you're not qualified for top universities. Zhao Xiyu, who was standing next to her, slowly added. I see. Zhou Bai nodded, understanding what the Battle of Dawn was all about. Simply put, it's a martial arts competition for freshmen. Does Uncle Chen mean he wants me to participate in this Battle of Dawn? Zhou Bai then asked. That's right. To incentivize universities, the University Alliance has offered much more generous rewards than before for this Dawn battle. These include S-rank breathing techniques, mental arts, body tempering techniques, and top-tier S-rank cultivation resources. Furthermore, there will be support for schools with outstanding students. Therefore, I hope that Zhou Bai can participate in this Dawn battle. No matter the outcome, Zhou Bai should just do his best. Chen Jiang has said, looking at Zhou Bai with eager eyes. Okay, I'll participate. Zhou Bai nodded. Although he entered a martial arts college, it doesn't mean that Zhou Bai is going to completely give up and lie low. With the system and two top-tier talents, Zhou Bai naturally had no fear of these students of the same level. Moreover, Zhou Bai also really wanted the rewards from the Battle of Dawn. Those things were also very helpful in improving his strength. Alright, Zhou Bai, use these blood-nourishing pills for now. I'll send you some more resources once the main competition begins. Upon hearing that Zhou Bai was willing to participate, Chen Jianghe's face lit up with joy. What is the schedule for this Battle of Dawn, and when does it start? After confirming his participation, Zhou Bai inquired about the schedule of the Battle of Dawn. The Battle of Dawn is divided into the qualifying rounds and the main tournament. The qualifying rounds begin tomorrow and last for 3 days. There is no limit to the number of participants. The top 100 in the qualifying rounds can enter the main tournament. Chen Jianghe continued. 100? Is the competition that fierce? Zhou Bai was slightly taken aback upon hearing Chen Jianghe's words. This year, hundreds of millions of students entered various universities, meaning that theoretically, all 100 million people could participate, but only 100 would be selected for the main competition. This competition is indeed quite fierce. Zhou Bai's S-level talent allows you to directly enter the main competition without participating in the qualifying rounds. This year, there are over 900 outstanding students with S-level talent. They will compete in the main competition against those who fought their way through the qualifying rounds. You also have S-level talent, so just wait for the main competition to begin in 7 days. Zhao Xiyu, who was standing to the side, continued. S-level talent qualifies directly for the main competition. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai was taken aback. This was far too unfair to the other trainees. However, the thought of having an S-level talent made Zhou Bai feel better, and he decided to do it. Actually, one of the top 10 experts previously suggested that only S-level talent students should participate, since the winners are usually those with strong talents. However, the University Alliance still has many veteran martial arts experts who don't want to completely cut off the hopes of those with lower talents. Chen Jianghe then added. Zhou Bai nodded. This was indeed something those guys from the top 10 would do. Just focus on your training and wait for the main competition to begin. Chen Jianghe said to Zhou Bai Dao. Okay, Uncle Chen, I'll do my best. Zhou Bai continued. After explaining some details about the Battle of Dawn to Zhou Bai, Chen Jianghe left. Junior brother Zhou Bai, cultivate diligently. After Chen Jianghe left, Zhao Xiyu smiled and said to Zhou Bai. Humph, you think you can just walk away after offering yourself up? What do you take me for? Zhou Bai grabbed Zhao Xiyu's body. 3 hours later, Zhao Xiyu left the dormitory with a limp. Alright, I can finally focus on my cultivation. This blood-nourishing pill might be able to help me advance to the 3rd rank. Zhou Bai opened the jade bottle containing the blood-nourishing pill and poured out the pill. The pills inside were bright and colorful, and a faint fragrance wafted from them. Then, without hesitation, Jobai swallowed the blood-nourishing pill directly into his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After swallowing the blood-nourishing pill, Jobai felt a surge of blood and chi power within his body, like a mighty river. As expected of a pill costing 20 million star coins, it's far superior to that chi and blood pill. Jobai's eyes lit up as he sensed the raging power of blood and chi within his body. If the blood-nourishing pill is a mighty river, then the chi and blood pill's chi and blood power is just a small stream. They are simply incomparable. Next, Jobai closed his eyes, activated the thunder breathing technique, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to absorbing the blood and chi power of the blood-nourishing pill. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your chi and blood have reached 5,000 calories. You have successfully advanced to the 3rd grade martial artist. 20 minutes later, a system notification sounded in Jobai's mind, indicating that he had successfully advanced to the 3rd grade martial artist realm. Jobai did not stop, continuing to absorb the blood and chi power of the blood-nourishing pill. Another 10 minutes passed, and the chi and blood power of the blood-nourishing pill was finally fully absorbed. Chi and blood, 5,110 calories. Jobai's chi and blood power stabilized at 5,110 calories. This blood-nourishing pill is truly a wonderful thing. Feeling the surging power of chi and blood within his body, Jobai was filled with joy. After breaking through to the 3rd rank, one can begin bone tempering. Bone tempering is crucial for a 3rd rank martial artist, as it can refine the impurities in one's body, preparing for subsequent bone forging, internal organ training, and the creation of a golden body. The 3rd rank also marks the beginning of the gap between top geniuses and ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists reach their limit after undergoing bone tempering 3 times. Those top geniuses can undergo 5 or even 6 or 7 rounds of bone tempering to remove more impurities. It is said that those invincible geniuses at the SSS level can even achieve 9 extreme bone temperings, removing more impurities from their bodies and unleashing even greater martial arts potential. Now that we've broken through to the 3rd rank, let's start trying bone tempering. After the breakthrough, Jobai did not hesitate and began to temper his bones according to the bone tempering method in the thunder breathing technique. Chapter 20, The Demon Suppressing Department, Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. Bone tempering is different from other cultivation methods. It requires tempering the bones and very careful mobilization of chi and blood. After all, Jobai had just broken through to the 3rd rank, and his bones were still relatively fragile. If he was not careful, he could easily be damaged by the powerful blood and chi. Time passed slowly, and soon, the night was over. Jobai's first bone tempering was finally completed, and some black grime appeared on the surface of his body. These black grime are the impurities in Jobai's body. Bone tempering is no easy feat. It actually took me 10 hours. Jobai slowly opened his eyes, a deep light gleaming in them. However, this bone tempering is indeed quite effective. Jobai clenched his fist. I felt much lighter, and the flow of chi and blood became much smoother. Although the power of chi and blood did not increase, the power seemed to have increased significantly out of nowhere. The second bone tempering will require at least 7,000 calories of chi and blood. Jobai stood up and sensed the power of his internal energy. Bone tempering also requires the support of chi and blood. Moreover, each bone tempering process is more difficult than the last. If one's chi and blood are insufficient, the bone tempering cannot be completed, which will cause considerable damage to the body and delay the progress of martial arts. Therefore, even top martial arts prodigies are extremely careful when tempering their bones. Furthermore, bone tempering is considered an in-depth learning method, and Jobai's learning points increased by 30 points that night. With the combined efforts of learning with Zhao Shiyu, Jobai's learning points have now reached 400 points. Alright, now that we've completed 1 round of bone tempering, it's time to wash up and rest. Then, I'll accumulate 600 learning points to learn Master Shadowman's S-rank movement technique, Phantom Skywalk. Jobai murmured to himself. S-rank movement techniques significantly boost combat power, giving Jobai more options in battle. Then, Jobai went into the bathroom to wash up and then left the dormitory. Meanwhile, Yuehua University. On the edge of Moon Lake, in a secluded grove. Damn it! I'm an outstanding member of the Yuehua University Esports Club. If you lay a hand on me, our school's instructors will not let you get away with it. In the jungle, a young man, his face bruised and swollen, covered in wounds, let out a painful howl, his eyes filled with fear and anger. The young man was Ma Hai from the Yuehua University Esports Club. Bang! In the jungle, 2 figures dressed in black robes and wearing silver masks kept kicking the young man. Ma Hai was kicked around like a ball. Although their attacks were not fatal, they caused Ma Hai immense pain, as if his flesh and blood were being pounded by a giant hammer, and his whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. Who are you people? Why are you targeting me? What have I done to offend you? After more than 10 minutes, Mahai finally couldn't hold back any longer and stopped threatening him, instead asking why they were targeting him. Think about it carefully. What things have you done that you shouldn't have done? The masked figure sneered and silently kicked Mahai. Upon hearing this, Mahai kept recalling what he had done over this period of time. However, recently, due to the exchange competition with Qingcheng University, he hasn't done anything at all and has been preparing in the esports club. Brother, I didn't do anything wrong, please enlighten me. The pain in his body had rendered Mahai incapable of thinking, and he hurriedly asked. Oh, right, it's what you're planning to do. Another masked man said calmly. Things I'm going to do. Mahai's pupils contracted. He was preparing to find Zhou Bai and use some extreme methods to make Zhou Bai, a college student with double S-level talent, his means of gaining followers. Yes, Zhou Bai? But Zhou Bai is just a college graduate. Wait, could it be? You were sent by Sister Zhou Bai. Damn it, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from Magic Martial Arts Academy. You at Wa? Mahai seemed to have thought of something, and then said in a deep voice. Bang! However, before Mahai could finish speaking, the masked man next to him stepped on Mahai's chest and looked down at him. Open your dog eyes and look at what this is. The masked man took out a black token engraved with 2 ancient seal characters and said coldly. Suppressing evil. Suppressing evil order, you are from the Suppressing Evil Department. I. Upon seeing the token the masked man produced, Mahai broke out in a cold sweat and became somewhat incoherent. The Department of Suppressing Evil is a mysterious department in the Xia Kingdom that specializes in handling matters related to evil gods. Once the order of suppressing evil is issued, all rules must be set aside. I received a report that someone said you've been colluding with members of a cult. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely. The masked man stepped on Mahai's chest and said calmly. Colluding with cult members? Impossible, I've always been at Yuehua University. Mahai's face turned extremely ugly. This is clearly nonsense, it's just an excuse to deal with oneself. At the same time, a profound chill ran through Mahai's heart. Who exactly is Zhou Bai's sister? How could she possibly have connections with the all-powerful Jinxie department? Thinking of this, Mahai felt extremely remorseful. He shouldn't have. That's not up to you. Someone reported it, so naturally we'll investigate thoroughly and not let any of them slip through the net. Now come with us obediently. The masked man sneered, then dragged the trembling, terrified Mahai away from Yuehua University. Is this the Martial Arts Alliance? Even just a branch is so impressive. In Qingcheng, on a bustling street, Zhou Bai looked at the alliance ahead, which resembled a huge industrial park, and thought to himself. The Martial Arts Alliance has branches in every city. Its leader is Lingtian, Martial Saint of Xia Kingdom, the pillar of Xia Kingdom, who has countless legendary deeds in Xia Kingdom. It is also the pride of countless people in the Xia Kingdom. The Martial Arts Alliance has a trading center, martial arts halls, training rooms. You can find anything related to martial arts here. It includes all kinds of top-tier cultivation resources, but those are not things that ordinary people can afford. After browsing around for a while, Zhou Bai headed to the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall is the martial arts hall of Grandmaster Moon Shadow. University students who complete the B-level Shadow Step Perfection certification at the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall will receive authorization from the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall to learn the S-level martial art Phantom Skywalk for free. Other martial artists, if they have mastered the Shadow Step, can also learn the Phantom Sky Step at a 10% discount, which is 150 trillion star coins. For many martial artists, this is also a significant opportunity. In the Xia Kingdom, a Grandmaster is a top-tier martial arts expert, a transcendent figure capable of founding a sect. Many Grandmasters and powerful figures have established their own martial arts schools. Master Moonshadow is a relatively famous master in Xia Kingdom because his S-rank martial arts are easier to obtain compared to other S-rank martial arts. In addition, Grandmaster Moonshadow is a charming and beautiful female Grandmaster, so she is very popular in Xia Kingdom. Young man, are you also here to learn Shadow Step? You've come to the right place. I know a Golden Body Realm expert who has been studying Shadow Step for many years and has already taught several college students who have mastered Shadow Step. Before even entering the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall, a dark-skinned young man with a buzz cut spoke to Zhou Bai. Right now, this course is on a steal. It's not 10 billion, just 5 billion to take it home. You can learn S-level martial arts techniques for free, and your path to martial arts will definitely be much smoother. Chapter 21 Martial Arts Schoolgirl, Zhu Lingyan. Upon hearing the young man's words, Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. A course dared to sell for 5 billion. If you're really short on star coins, you can set up a bowl at the door. You can earn more than a day's worth, and it shouldn't be hard to make a living. Zhou Bai remained silent for a moment before speaking to the young man. After saying that, Zhou Bai ignored the young man and went straight into the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. The young man was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. You little brat, you're insulting me. Alright, Zheng Feng, don't argue with a kid. Just as the young man was about to rush forward to get revenge, a middle-aged man next to him pulled Zheng Feng back. Master, I'm giving him a great opportunity. He'll learn the perfect shadow step for 50 billion. He's really getting a great deal. Zheng Feng said irritably. Xu Fangtong said calmly, that's because he didn't have the opportunity. There's no need to worry about it. That's right, this kid definitely thinks I'm a scammer. Zheng Feng exhaled a breath of stale air and said slowly. Senior brothers, what kind of liar are you talking about? As the two were talking, a beautiful young woman in a white dress came to their side. The girl was Xu Fangtong's daughter, Zhu Yuer. Junior sister, it's like this, I just found a college student, and I was just trying to be kind by selling courses at half price. Zheng Feng then told Zhu Yuer about Zhou Bai's situation. That person is quite interesting. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhu Yuer chuckled, her usually cool face now beaming with a smile. He doesn't appreciate kindness. Let's go check out the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. If he doesn't want it, let's find someone else for this opportunity. Zheng Feng said in a curt tone. Zhu Yuer nodded and then followed the two into the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. There are also some merchandise for sale inside the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. However, most people want to learn martial arts here or join the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. Young man, get in line. The practice room is full, don't cut in line. Please be civilized, this is the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. Young man, I know you're in a hurry, but everyone's in a hurry and wants to practice more in the practice room. You'd better just wait in line. A long line of people stood in front of Zhou Bai, completely blocking the way, waiting for the practice room at the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. The practice room at Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall has been specially optimized for learning Shadow Step, so many martial artists come to this practice room to learn Shadow Step. I'm here to test my Shadow Step technique, please make way for me. Zhou Bai looked at the many martial artists in front of him and said helplessly. Oh, so it's a test of Shadow Step. Upon hearing this, the warriors in front finally made way for him. No one paid much attention to Zhou Bai's words. Many people would come to test their Shadow Step training progress. After everyone made way, Zhou Bai finally went up the stairs to the second floor. Young people these days are so ambitious. They probably haven't even mastered the Shadow Step technique, yet they're already taking the test. Who cares? We'll know after the test. If he doesn't have enough understanding, going there will just be a waste of time. Yes, the assessment is no easy task. A slight mistake could lead to serious injury. As Zhou Bai entered the second floor, everyone began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Zhou Bai had already entered the second floor. There were far fewer people on the second floor. Those on the second floor were mostly core members of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall, as well as those who came to take the Shadow Step test. A smaller number are high-ranking officials or top-tier experts with formidable strength who have deeper transactions and collaborations with the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Academy. Welcome to Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. How can I help you? After Zhou Bai entered the second floor, a beautiful girl wearing the uniform of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall came to him and asked with a gentle smile. I'm here to test my Shadow Step technique. Zhou Bai said slowly. Okay, please follow me. The sweet girl still had a gentle smile on her face, and then led Zhou Bai to the assessment area. Many people around heard Zhou Bai's words, but they didn't pay much attention to them. There are just too many people like that every day. Zhou Bai, there is one more person taking the test ahead of you. You will need to wait for him to finish. After arriving at the assessment site, the girl said to Zhou Bai. It's alright, just wait a bit. Zhou Bai nodded. Next, we arrived at the entrance to the assessment area. At the entrance to the assessment area sat a tall, beautiful girl with delicate features, dressed in a white martial arts uniform. The girl had her hair tied in a neat ponytail, her face was pale, and there were several bruises on her arms, as if she had suffered a violent impact. After hearing Zhou Bai's noise, the girl gently looked up at him. However, after only glancing at Zhou Bai, the girl looked away. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful girl, Zhou Bai instinctively activated the system's detection function. Name, Chu Lingyan. Age, 18. Rank, 3. Appearance, 96. Yukiko, B. Height and weight, 168 centimeters, 45. Number of charges, 0. 18, rank 3, is that also because you just recently awakened your talent? Upon seeing the girl's information, Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow. The awakening ceremony had only been over a month ago, and to be able to enter the third rank in such a short time was no small feat. She was very likely one of the top 10 super geniuses. It's possible that he might even become their own opponent in the Battle of Dawn. However, Zhou Bai didn't care too much. He was also a third rank official, so he naturally wouldn't be too wary. Then, Zhou Bai sat down next to him and waited. Damn it, I was so close. I was so close to passing the test. Not long after, a furious voice came from behind. Not far away, a blonde-haired boy in martial arts uniform limped out of the examination room. He had 2 bruises on his face and blood seeping from his nose. Ling Yan, why don't we spend some money to hire someone to guide us? This assessment is too difficult. The Battle of Dawn is about to begin soon, and we don't have much time left. After the boy came out, he came to the girl's side and said with some helplessness. The girl didn't respond. Instead, she closed her eyes and began meditating. Ling Yan, what's wrong with spending money? Money is also a resource. The blonde boy seemed to have long been used to the girl's indifference and continued talking to himself. Zhou Bai, you can go for the assessment now. At this moment, the girl from the martial arts hall came up to Zhou Bai and said to him. Hey buddy, we're the top geniuses of Emperor Martial Arts Academy. Who are you to dare come here for the assessment? The blonde-haired boy frowned slightly and said somewhat angrily when he saw Zhou Bai, who was about the same age as him, also there for the assessment. However, Zhou Bai didn't care at all and went straight into the assessment room. This person is not simple. After Zhou Bai entered the assessment room, the girl Chu Lingyan opened her eyes, looked at Zhou Bai's disappearing figure, and slowly said. Chapter 22 Martial Arts Assessment, successfully passed. Not simple? Chu Xiaotian frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard such an evaluation from his own sister. It's still someone of the same age. He was so composed, and there was something about him that made me. Chu Lingyan slowly raised her head and said thoughtfully. Composed? It's all an act. I've seen plenty of people like that. As for being extraordinary, how extraordinary could he be? Do you think he can pass the test? Even the twin stars of my Chu family couldn't pass it, how could he? Chu Xiaotian said with some disdain. If he passes the test, I'll eat it while doing a handstand. Chu Lingyan ignored Chu Xiaotian's words and just kept thinking about the aura she had just experienced. This aura filled her with a slight fear, as if she had encountered some natural enemy. It's probably just my imagination. After a long while, the girl murmured to herself. Chu Xiaotian continued to belittle Zhou Bai, making various oaths and promises that he would do this or that if Zhou Bai passed the test. Zhou Bai was naturally unaware that the 2 people outside had been discussing him. At this moment, Zhou Bai was already waiting for the assessment to begin. The examination room was quite dim, with only a small, dim lamp. Many wooden stakes are hidden in the assessment room. These stakes will attack you continuously with irregular trajectories and speeds. If you can survive in the assessment room for 10 minutes without being hit by any of the stakes, you will pass the assessment. During this time, you are not allowed to use any innate martial arts skills or mental power. Otherwise, you will be considered to have failed. The assessment will begin in 3 minutes. A crisp electronic voice came through, informing Zhou Bai of the assessment rules. Zhou Bai also understood why the assessment room was made so dark. If it were too bright, the difficulty would be greatly reduced by the eyesight of those martial artists, which would not be in line with Grandmaster Moonshadow's original intention. Boom! 3 minutes later, a whooshing sound rang out. A wooden stake flew out from the left and crashed directly into Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai immediately used his perfected shadow step, his body moving like a shadow as he swiftly dodged. After dodging the first wooden stake, 2 more wooden stakes simultaneously struck Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai remained fearless with his shadow step technique perfected. The 2 wooden stakes posed no threat to him whatsoever. Then came more wooden stakes. 15 minutes later, at the Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, 3rd floor. A middle-aged man with white hair and beard, dressed in loose gray clothes, was flipping through an ancient book in the room. Some of the text on the ancient book is missing or faded, making it completely illegible. However, the middle-aged man was wearing glasses and carefully flipping through the books, occasionally taking out other books from the nearby bookshelf, as if he were studying something. The moon goddess is calling. The moon goddess is calling. A moment later, a clear, crisp parrot-like electronic sound rang out. Gu Chen was startled and almost dropped the book he was reading. He wanted to get angry, but when he thought of the owner of the voice, Gu Chen sighed helplessly. Next, Gu Chen carefully placed the ancient book into the box on the table, and then pressed a call button on the table. After the button was pressed, a projection came out from the parrot speak not far away. The projection is a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool and aloof demeanor and a tall, slender figure. The woman wore a white bodycon dress and gold-rimmed glasses, her brows exuding a captivating charm that made it impossible not to be mesmerized. Greetings, Grandmaster Moonshadow. Gu Chen then respectfully addressed the projection. How many times have I told you, call me the Moon Shadow Goddess? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Grandmaster Moonshadow replied calmly. Yes, Goddess of the Moon Shadow. Gu Chen's lips twitched slightly. Grandmaster Moonshadow was as wondrous as ever. What are your orders, Goddess of Moon Shadow? Gu Chen continued to ask. In addition to teaching courses at various universities, Gu Chen is also a member of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Academy. On weekdays, while Grandmaster Moonshadow is busy with his cultivation, Gu Chen handles the various affairs of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Academy. Someone at the Qingqing branch has passed the Moon Shadow Step Martial Arts test. Go and take a look for me, and while you're at it, teach him the Phantom Skywalk. Master Moonshadow continued. Has anyone from the Qingqing branch passed the assessment? Gu Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Gu Chen had a certain understanding of the martial artists who frequented the Qingqing branch of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. Although Shadow Step is a B-level martial art, it is quite profound and it is not easy to master it. In the Qingqing branch, some people have made good progress in their walking and walking techniques, but reaching perfection will not be easy. It seems to be from Qingyao Academy, where you've been teaching recently. Master Moonshadow continued. After saying that, Grandmaster Moonshadow's projection disappeared from the room. From Bluebird Academy, could it be? After Master Moonshadow finished speaking, a handsome and extraordinary young man immediately appeared in Gu Chen's mind. No, that's impossible. He's only been using Shadow Step for a few days. Gu Chen quickly suppressed the thought in his mind, perhaps it's one of the instructors from Qingyao Academy. Go, you'll see for yourself. Gu Chen carefully put away the box containing the ancient books, got up, and left the room. Ling Yan, almost 20 minutes have passed, could that guy really have passed? Outside the examination room, Chu Xiaotian muttered to himself as he watched Zhou Bai not emerge from the room for a long time. Chu Xiaotian had recently failed the assessment, so he naturally knew when the assessment would be held. If nothing else goes wrong during those nearly 20 minutes, then there's a very high probability that you've passed the assessment. Don't worry, I recorded everything you said. If that student really passes the test, I'll make sure you finish it. At this moment, Xu Lingyan, the girl next to her, raised the smart bracelet in her hand and said in a cool tone. No way, what kind of sister are you? You use all your tricks on your older brother? Upon hearing Xu Lingyan's words, Xu Xiaotian's face stiffened, and he was completely taken aback. His younger sister is usually stern and rarely smiles. She's a true aloof and icy goddess. But when they get cunning, they can be truly unbearable. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat his genius younger sister. Squeak! A moment later, the door to the assessment room opened. Xu Lingyan and Xu Xiaotian were both drawn to the voice and looked toward the examination room. A handsome young man slowly walked out of the examination room. Zhou Bai, congratulations on passing the assessment. A teacher from our Moon Shadow Martial Arts Academy will be here shortly. The girl from the martial arts hall smiled at Zhou Bai. It actually passed. Upon hearing the words of the martial arts hall members, Xu Xiaotian's pupils contracted, and his gaze became fixed on Zhou Bai at the entrance of the assessment room. Although it was expected that the boy, who was about the same age as him, might have passed the test. However, when Xu Xiaotian learned that Zhou Bai had actually passed, he was still shocked. Who is this kid? He's even more awesome than me. Chu Lingyan didn't speak, but stared intently at Zhou Bai with her beautiful eyes, as if trying to see through his secrets. Chapter 23 S-Rank Martial Skill, Phantom Skywalk. Hey kid, which school are you from? You're amazing. You actually passed that insanely difficult test. A moment later, the outgoing Chu Xiaotian immediately stepped forward and started chatting with Zhou Bai. Bluebird Academy. Zhou Bai didn't hide anything and directly told his school. So it was Qing. Chu Xiaotian said instinctively, then his words stopped abruptly, and he said with a bewildered look, "Does our Xia Kingdom have a university called Qingniao Academy?" Although Chu Xiaotian was a freshman at Imperial Martial Arts University, he was also familiar with other top universities. He had never heard of Qingniao Academy before. Qingchun University did have one, but Qingniao. Xu Lingyan, who was standing next to her, was also filled with doubt. Her mind raced as she searched for information about Qingniao Academy. Bluebird Academy is a junior college. At that moment, a girl from the nearby martial arts gym spoke up. "A college degree?" Chu Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, then looked at Zhou Bai with some anger and said in a muffled voice, "Dude, this isn't fun. If you don't want to tell me, there's no need to lie to me." College students? Can those college students even understand the shadow step technique perfectly? I really am from Bluebird Academy. Zhou Bai shrugged and continued. Seeing how serious Zhou Bai was, Chu Xiaotian realized that Zhou Bai might not really be lying to him. Wow, are college graduates these days really that awesome? Chu Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of shock. Lingyan, so it was you who passed the test. I thought some promising martial arts talent had emerged in Xincheng. I was just waiting for nothing. At that moment, a strong and resonant voice rang out. Gu Chen, with white hair and beard, walked over with a smile, his gaze fixed on Chu Lingyan. Clearly, Gu Chen assumed that Chu Lingyan had passed the martial arts test. Uncle Gu Chen, it wasn't me, it was this student who passed. Chu Lingyan looked at Zhou Bai beside Chu Xiaotian and then said in a cold tone. Not you? Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the young man next to Chu Xiaotian. Zhou Bai, it really is you. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Gu Chen looked somewhat dazed and incredulous. After hearing what Grandmaster Moonshadow said, Gu Chen thought for a moment that it would be Zhou Bai, but that thought disappeared in an instant. After all, Zhou Bai had only been practicing shadow step for a short time. Uncle Gu Chen, do you know Zhou Bai? Chu Xiaotian's eyes lit up, and he continued. It's a long story. Gu Chen nodded, then looked at Zhou Bai, his eyes still showing some shock, and said. Zhou Bai, come with me, I'll teach you the S-rank martial arts of the Moon Shadow Grandmaster. Before long, Gu Chen led Zhou Bai to the third floor of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. In the office on the third floor, Gu Chen held the tablet and applied for permission to view S-level martial arts techniques. Soon, the permission request was granted, and the incantation and cultivation method for the S-level martial art Phantom Skywalk appeared on the tablet. Zhou Bai, take a look first. You have 2 hours to examine this martial art. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will do my best to answer them. Gu Chen handed the tablet to Zhou Bai and said slowly. Okay, thank you very much, Instructor Gu Chen. Zhou Bai said. Then, Zhou Bai immediately began to check the S-level martial arts techniques on the tablet. After examining it, Zhou Bai had to admire Master Ingyue. He was indeed incredibly talented and capable of creating such a powerful martial art. Phantom Skywalk is a top-tier movement technique, not only incredibly fast but also allowing the body to become a shadow, instantly teleporting away. Furthermore, when cultivating to a higher level, one can create even more illusory clones. Although the shadow clone has no combat power, it is very deceptive and cannot be detected by ordinary high-level martial artists. Not bad, not bad. After learning this Phantom Skywalker technique, my ability to survive has increased significantly. Moreover, during battle, I can suddenly transform into several phantom clones, leaving my enemies completely bewildered. My combat ability is also very strong. Seeing how powerful Phantom Skywalker was, Zhou Bai was filled with joy. I don't know about the enhanced Phantom Skywalker. At this moment, a thought popped into Zhou Bai's mind. Forget it, I only have one skill enhancement card left. I'll save it for a crucial moment. Moreover, for me at this stage, S-rank martial arts skills are enough. Learning SS-rank martial arts skills requires even more learning points. Besides, with my current blood and chi strength, even if I learned an SS-level martial skill, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to use it. It's better to save it for later and see how it goes. Zhou Bai pondered for a while longer. The higher the level of a martial art, the more vital energy it requires. For example, the S-rank 9-fold Thunderblade would instantly consume a small portion of Zhou Bai's vital energy once used. Therefore, for martial artists, the combination of martial arts techniques is also very important. If you have all ultimate abilities but no mana, it's all for nothing. System, give me some points. After figuring it out, Jobai didn't hesitate and immediately used his learning points to learn the S-level martial art, Moon Shadow Skywalk. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have consumed 100 learning points and upgraded Phantom Skywalker to the beginner level. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have consumed 500 learning points and upgraded Phantom Skywalker to intermediate level. With the addition of points twice, Jobai once again recalled a memory of diligently learning Phantom Skywalk. Before long, the memories were completely integrated, and Jobai had fully learned Phantom Skywalk. The learning points are used up too quickly. All the learning points I painstakingly accumulated are gone again. After learning Shadow Skywalk, Jobai looked at his remaining 60 learning points and sighed. Jobai, don't be discouraged. S-rank martial arts are top-tier martial arts after all. Even for me, it takes a lot of time to learn them. It's normal that you can't learn them yet. Guchen saw Jobai sigh and assumed that Jobai was feeling down because S-rank martial arts techniques were too difficult. If there's anything you don't understand, I can help you with it now. No, Instructor Guchen, I've already learned it. Jobai then honestly addressed Guchen. Ha? You've learned it? Upon hearing Jobai's words, Guchen was stunned, his head buzzing. How long has it been? Less than 20 minutes, and you've already learned an S-level martial art. Could I have picked up the wrong martial arts technique? Guchen quickly took Jobai's tablet, checked it, and found that it was correct. Jobai, show me your Phantom Skywalk technique now. After confirming that he hadn't taken the wrong one, Guchen stared intently at Jobai and said, Good. Jobai did not hesitate and immediately activated the Phantom Sky Travel technique. Whoosh! As Phantom Skywalker operated, Jobai's body seemed to completely transform into a phantom, moving back and forth in the spacious office. It's a success. I learned an S-rank martial art in less than 20 minutes, this. Seeing Jobai transformed into a phantom, Guchen was completely stunned, feeling as if he had wasted all these years of his life. Chapter 24 Blood Shadow Blade, a Prodigy. S-rank martial arts techniques are quite difficult for Guchen, requiring a lot of time to study. Guchen also practiced the illusionary skywalk. He learned it when he was at the 6th rank and it took him a full month to get the basics down. Now, Jobai learned it in less than 20 minutes. At this moment, Guchen also had the same thought that Fong Mingyang had not long ago. With someone like Jobai around, what is the meaning of my existence? However, Guchen had experienced many trials and tribulations, and he quickly calmed down. This is a true martial arts prodigy, an invincible genius born solely for the path of martial arts. Guchen murmured to himself, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Jobai. Unfortunately, it's from Bluebird Academy. The thought that Jobai was studying at Qingniao Academy caused Guchen another pang of heartache. Having taught at numerous top universities and colleges, Guchen was well aware of the vast gap between colleges and those top universities. If Jobai were in the top 10. Jobai, do you want to be in the top 10? If you're interested, I can give it a try. Thinking of this, Guchen couldn't help but say to Jobai. I'm sorry, Instructor Guchen, now that I've enrolled in Qingniao Academy, I am a student of Qingniao Academy. Jobai said slowly. He remembered Chen Jianghe's kindness to him. Being in the top 10 might be good, but Jobai will definitely need to find more partners in the future, and those high and mighty top 10 partners simply won't tolerate it. Jobai didn't want to put up with this nonsense. Things were fine at Qingniao Academy. Well. Upon hearing this, Guchen sighed softly, feeling heartbroken that such a prodigy as Jobai was being tarnished at Qingniao Academy. Jobai, what do you think of this battle sword? Guchen then took out a blood-red, menacing battle sword from the cabinet in the room and handed it to Jobai. Jobai took the battle sword. The moment he held it, he felt its weight. There were unique patterns on the blade, which were traces of being forged through countless trials. Whoosh! With a gentle wave, a crisp sound of air being cut was produced. At the same time, Jobai sensed that the battle blade possessed a faint devouring power, seemingly capable of absorbing the power of blood and qi. Jobai attempted to infuse his qi and blood into the blade, causing it to glow with a blood-red light and radiate an even more astonishing sharpness. A fine blade, this is an A-grade battle blade. Jobai's eyes lit up as he sensed the power of the battle blade. Previously, Chen Jianghe had given him a B-grade alloy battle knife, which was extremely sharp and hard, capable of cutting hair in an instant. Now, this battle sword is sharper, made of higher-grade materials, and even possesses elemental power. Clearly, it's a grade A battle knife, extremely valuable. That's right, this is the great battle sword I used before, the Blood Shadow battle sword, which accompanied me through countless battles. Gu Chen looked at the battle sword in Zhou Bai's hand, his eyes filled with reminiscence, and then slowly said, "You can have this knife." Instructor Gu Chen, this battle sword is too precious, I can't accept it. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Zhou Bai quickly replied, "Battle swords are treasures that can directly enhance combat power, especially high-level battle swords, which can greatly increase combat power and are very important to martial artists. Grade A battle swords are extremely valuable, especially those with additional attributes. They are even more precious than ordinary Grade S martial arts techniques." This Blood Shadow battle blade had been with Gu Chen for so long, so Zhou Bai couldn't accept it with peace of mind. "Take it, Zhou Bai. This sword is a hidden gem in my possession now, but its future belongs to you young people. Use it to slay evil spirits and suppress alien races?" Instructor Gu Chen solemnly placed the Blood Shadow battle blade into Zhou Bai's hands and slowly said. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Zhou Bai felt a warmth in his heart. He had heard about Instructor Gu Chen before. It seemed that he had suffered irreversible injuries on the battlefield against the alien races and was no longer able to engage in high-intensity combat. "Then I'll accept it. Thank you, Instructor Gu Chen." Then, Zhou Bai accepted the Blood Shadow battle blade without further hesitation. "You must be going to participate in the Battle of Dawn?" Instructor Gu Chen then asked. "That's right, the principal has already registered me, and I will participate." Zhou Bai replied. "Good, young people should be courageous and diligent, and shine brightly in the Battle of Dawn." Instructor Gu Chen said. "However, you must be careful in the Battle of Dawn. Although your martial arts talent is amazing, your foundation is still too shallow. Compared with those geniuses who have top-notch resources to support them, there is still a certain gap." "Master Gu Chen, I will." Zhou Bai nodded solemnly. The martial arts in this world are quite mature. Those top geniuses, after receiving precious resources for cultivation, can also make great strides and rapidly improve their martial arts skills and strength. Just like Chu Xiaotian and his sister, who also came for the assessment just now. This world is not lacking in geniuses, and those who are blessed with top-tier resources can make terrifying progress. "These are some gifts someone gave me. Please take them with you. I'm too old to chew them." As they parted, Gu Chen took out a gift bag from the cabinet again and handed it to Zhou Bai. "Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony." This time, Zhou Bai didn't hesitate any longer. He had already accepted a top-tier A-grade battle sword, so what difference would a few more gifts make? After accepting the gifts, Zhou Bai bid farewell to Instructor Gu Chen and left the room. "Gu Chen, how was it? How was the person who passed the test?" A short while later, the projection of Master Shadow Moon lit up again. The stunningly beautiful Shadow Moon Master stared intently at Gu Chen. He is a true martial arts prodigy, a genius beyond compare. "Congratulations, Zhou Bai, on passing the Shadow Step test. This is our Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall's VIP membership card. You can get a 20% discount on any purchase at any of our Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall venues." On the first floor of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall, a staff member took out a magnificent gold card and handed it to Zhou Bai. At this moment, the first floor of the martial arts hall was completely quiet, and the surrounding martial artists were all staring blankly at Zhou Bai as he accepted the card. That little kid actually passed, holy crap. No way, this world is crazy. How old is he? He's already passed the Shadow Step test. This is absolutely defying the heavens. This little guy is defying the heavens. This is one of the top 10 peerless geniuses, amazing. After a moment of silence, many martial arts experts in the dojo exclaimed in surprise. Especially the many martial artists queuing in the practice room felt a burning pain on their faces. Not long ago, they mocked Zhou Bai for wasting his time. Now, Zhou Bai has completed the assessment, while they are still stuck in line here. Inside the martial arts hall, Zheng Feng, who was searching for a suitable target, stared blankly at Zhou Bai as he left. "Senior brother, what's wrong? It's just a guy who passed the Shadow Step test, is there any need to be so surprised?" Zhu Yuer looked at the dazed and confused Zheng Feng and asked in confusion. "Junior sister, he's the college student who mistook me for a con artist." Zheng Feng said helplessly with a wry smile. Chapter 25 Fervent Fighting Spirit, Yuer's Invitation. As a seasoned learner of Shadow Step, Zheng Feng clearly knows how difficult it is to perfect Shadow Step. This college student is so young, he must be an exceptional genius from some university. Thinking about how he was trying to sell his courses to him, Zheng Feng sighed softly. No wonder he sees himself as a fraud, he certainly has the right to do so. Senior brother, if this guy has mastered the shadow step technique, perhaps we can go find him. At this moment, Zhu Yuer's eyes darted around as she looked at Zhou Bai as he left and said, "Find him." Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng felt a slight ripple in his heart. Perhaps, it's not impossible. Uncle Gu Chen, are you kidding me? Zhou Bai has only been learning shadow step for less than a week. In the reception room on the second floor of the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall, Chu Shaotian slid off his chair upon hearing Gu Chen's words. To be precise, it's only been 3.5 days. After a moment of silence, Gu Chen spoke to Chu Shaotian. 3.5 days? That's impossible. To go from beginner to mastery of shadow step in such a short time is impossible. Chu Shaotian said in disbelief once again. Chu Lingyan, who was standing to the side, also changed her expression slightly, clearly finding it hard to believe. 3.5 days is too short. Uncle Gu Chen, could it be that Zhou Bai, like us, awakened his talent early and started practicing shadow step a long time ago, only to reach his current level after a long period of training? Chu Shaotian still couldn't quite believe it, and then gritted his teeth and said, Talent awakening can indeed only begin after the age of 18, but the Xia Kingdom has set the time for unified awakening in July every year. Therefore, there is a certain age difference. Some people turn 18 in January, while others turn 18 in September of the previous year. Top-tier families with a certain foundation can acquire awakening stones on their own to awaken their talents. For example, Chu Shaotian and Chu Lingyan turned 18 in March. The Chu family is also a prominent family in the capital. The two of them completed their talent awakening in March, and have been cultivating for more than 5 months now. They had 5 more months of training time than ordinary awakened warriors, which was enough to set them apart from ordinary martial artists. Coupled with their own exceptional talent, they are more than capable of leaving others far behind. Now, Zhou Bai has mastered AB level martial art to perfection in just 3.5 days, which is something they simply cannot believe. No, Zhou Bai awakened his talent last month, and he only started practicing shadow step a few days ago. Gu Chen took a deep breath and spoke slowly. If Gu Chen had previously shared Chu Shaotian's doubts, all his doubts vanished after witnessing Zhou Bai learn an S-rank martial skill in just 20 minutes. This is a true martial arts genius. He's just that unreasonable. So what if he learns martial arts quickly? Martial arts cultivation isn't just about fighting skills. We crush everything in terms of foundation, blood, and energy, and resources. This Zhou Bai will definitely participate in the dawn battle, right? Then, just watch how I crush him. After a long pause, Chu Shaotian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with fervent fighting spirit. No matter how extraordinary one's martial arts talent is, they're still just a college student in the end. Chu Lingyan remained silent, Zhou Bai's image appearing in her mind. This is the meat of the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the heaven-shaking demon bear. In a corner cafe near the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall, Zhou Bai's pupils contracted as he looked at the information on the gift box. The heaven-shaking demon bear is a top-tier 7th-tier ferocious beast with invincible strength. It can split mountains and shatter rocks with a single move, making it an extremely terrifying existence among 7th-tier ferocious beasts. Even ordinary experts at the sky-soaring realm would find it difficult to deal with. Moreover, its meat contains extremely rich blood and qi, making it a true S-grade resource. Small gifts? Does something like this even qualify as a small gift? Zhou Bai looked at the gift box in front of him and felt a heavy weight in it. There are always some people in this world who are different. Zhou Bai recalled Gu Chen's kind face, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Next, let's focus all our efforts on cultivation and prepare for the Battle of Dawn. Zhou Bai put away the demonic bear meat, drank a cup of coffee, and then prepared to leave the coffee shop. Excuse me, wait a minute. Just as Zhou Bai stood up, a clear and melodious voice entered his ears. A beautiful young woman in a white dress approached Zhou Bai, looking at him with a gentle expression. Zhou Bai subconsciously activated the system's detection function. Name, Zhu Yuer. Age, 20. Rank, 4th grade martial artist. Appearance rating, 93. Yukiko, C. Height and weight, 166 centimeters, 46. Number of charges, 0. Is there something you need? Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow and then asked. Zhou Bai, I'm Zhu Yuer, a third-year student at Qingcheng University. I just saw that you passed the shadow step assessment. Congratulations, Zhou Bai, on achieving such success at such a young age. Zhu Yuer said to Zhou Bai with a gentle smile on her face. Just say it, I'm very busy. Zhou Bai continued. Seeing Zhou Bai's complete lack of compassion, Zhu Yuer was filled with resentment. As a top student at Qingcheng University, coupled with her outstanding appearance, Zhu Yuer was the center of attention at the university. Although his father was injured and unable to engage in fierce battles, he was still a Golden Body realm expert and thus still wielded considerable influence. However, thinking of Zhou Bai's perfect shadow step, Zhu Yuer suppressed the excitement in her heart. Here's the thing, we've discovered traces of the heavenly soul fruit in the Falling Star Mountains. However, the location of the heavenly soul fruit is in a treacherous area, guarded by many ferocious beasts. Therefore, I'd like to find a martial artist with exceptional agility to help us. Zhu Yuer then spoke slowly. Falling Star Mountain Range, heavenly soul fruit. Upon hearing Zhu Yuer's words, Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. The Falling Star Mountain Range is a mountain range stretching for thousands of miles next to Qingcheng. It is a place where ferocious beasts and rare treasures coexist, a place where danger and opportunity coexist. The heavenly soul fruit is an S-grade cultivation resource that can enhance spiritual power. If you could obtain it, it would be excellent whether you sold it or used it yourself. Zhu Yuer said. Zhou Bai's eyes showed interest. The heavenly soul fruit was indeed a good thing. Since you're from Qingcheng University, you shouldn't lack people to go with you, so why are you looking for me? Zhou Bai was not blinded by this temptation and asked. There's a lot of internal competition at Qingcheng University, so contacting them would be too risky. Zhu Yuer continued. I see. Zhou Bai nodded, understanding Zhu Yu's concerns. This world is ultimately a world of high martial arts, especially the top 10, where the competition among them is extremely fierce. After all, resources are limited. If you have more, someone else will have less, so you have to compete for them. So you agree? Zhu Yuer's eyes lit up. No, wait until I finish participating in the Battle of Dawn. After the Battle of Dawn ends, I'll team up with you and head there. Zhou Bai pondered for a moment, then continued. Chapter 26 Consuming Beast Meat, Second Bone Tempering. The heavenly soul fruit is indeed a good thing, but with the Battle of Dawn imminent, Zhou Bai doesn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he currently possesses demonic bear meat, but it has not yet been converted into his own strength. Even if you're going, you need to make proper preparations and push your abilities to the limit. After all, the Falling Star Mountains are not a safe place. The Battle of Dawn, you're a freshman? Zhu Yuer was stunned when she heard Zhou Bai's words. At first, she thought Zhou Bai was also a junior like herself. Unexpectedly. He mastered Shadow Step to perfection in his freshman year of college. What kind of monster is that? Immediately, a hint of red appeared in Zhu Yuer's eyes, as if. Alright, let's wait until the Dawn battle is over, Junior. This is my contact information. You can contact me anytime. Zhu Yuer then took out a business card and handed it to Zhou Bai. When Zhu Yuer gave it to Zhou Bai, she inexplicably scratched Zhou Bai's palm. Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. What was wrong with Zhu Yuer? Was she trying to seduce him? Junior, you can call me anytime if you miss me. Before parting, Zhu Yuer whispered in Zhou Bai's ear. As she spoke, she gently rubbed Zhou Bai's earlobe. Then, she gave Zhou Bai a captivating look, turned, and left. What does this woman take me for? Zhou Bai watched Zhu Yuer leave, and thought to himself with some anger. Then, he quietly put Zhu Yuer's business card away. Junior Zhou Bai? What's wrong? Why are you in such a bad mood as soon as you get back? A dozen minutes later, in the grove of Qingniao Academy, Zhao Shiyu looked at the angry Zhou Bai and said with teary eyes. It's nothing, I just missed you. Okay, turn around. Zhou Bai patted Zhao Shiyu and smiled. Zhao Shiyu gave a soft hum. Several hours later, Zhao Shiyu and Zhou Bai, who had studied diligently several times, returned to their dormitory. Junior brother Zhou Bai, is this the meat of a 7th-tier ferocious beast? After washing up, Zhao Shiyu, dressed in white pajamas, looked at the gift box on the table and exclaimed in shock. Yes, it was given to me by instructor Gu Chen. I went to the Moonshadow Martial Arts Hall today. Zhou Bai embraced Zhao Shiyu, who had just washed up, and then told her about his day. Junior brother Zhou Bai, you're amazing. You've already mastered the shadow step technique to perfection. Zhao Shiyu looked at Zhou Bai with bright eyes, her gaze filled with admiration. She was aware of Zhou Bai's extraordinary learning ability, but she never expected it to be this extraordinary. Don't you know how powerful I am? Zhou Bai smiled. You're never serious. Zhao Shiyu nestled in Zhou Bai's arms and hummed softly. Go cook this meat, let's eat it together. After the two played around for a while, Zhou Bai then spoke to Zhao Shiyu, who was in his arms. No, Junior, you'll be participating in the Battle of Dawn soon. Zhao Shiyu firmly rejected Zhou Bai. What, you're not even listening to me anymore? Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow and looked sharply at Zhao Shiyu. But Zhao Shiyu was still somewhat hesitant. The Battle of Dawn is extremely important. It not only concerns Zhou Bai's ranking but is also crucial for their school. You're my woman, so there's no need for us to be so formal. Besides, it's a good thing that your strength has improved. You don't want things to turn out this way. Zhou Bai then spoke to Zhao Shiyu. Now that they were married, Zhou Bai naturally considered Zhao Shiyu as one of his own. It's just some cultivation resources, which are important, but Zhao Shiyu is equally important. Okay, then I'll take advantage of my junior's fame. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiyu finally nodded in agreement. Good boy, that's right. Seeing that Zhao Shiyu agreed, Zhou Bai smiled. Next, Zhao Shiyu immediately went to process the meat of the heaven-shaking demon bear. The gift box contained over 20 pounds of meat, far too much for one person to finish. Zhao Shiyu took out some and put the rest in the refrigerator for Zhou Bai to eat next time. Because the meat being cooked was 7th tier beast meat, an S-grade resource, Zhou Bai unusually refrained from interfering while Zhao Shiyu was cooking. Half an hour later, under Zhao Shiyu's careful cooking, the meat ingredients were transformed into delicious food. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Shiyu. Let's eat together. After the food was cooked, Zhou Bai said to Zhao Shiyu. Zhao Shiyu nodded, and then she and Zhou Bai began to enjoy their meal. This heaven-shaking demon bear truly lives up to its reputation as a 7th tier ferocious beast. It's incredibly powerful. After swallowing the beast meat, Zhou Bai felt as if a fire was burning fiercely inside his body. The power of qi and blood seemed to be ignited, growing rapidly like a volcanic eruption. Then, Zhou Bai immediately calmed his mind and focused all his energy on circulating his breathing techniques to consume the surging blood and qi within his body. Zhao Shiyu, who was standing to the side, was also experiencing a surge in her qi and blood as it was her first time consuming such high-grade beast meat. A rosy blush appeared on her delicate, fair skin. Zhou Bai, I need to cultivate for a while. Zhao Shiyu said to Zhou Bai. Next, Zhao Shiyu went to another room in the apartment and used her breathing technique to digest the blood and qi of the 7th tier beast meat. Zhou Bai was doing the same, digesting it with all his might. With the help of 7th tier beast meat, Zhou Bai's blood and qi power increased rapidly. An hour later, Zhou Bai's qi and blood energy suddenly increased by more than 1,000 calories. Zhou Bai's total qi and blood energy reached 6,500 calories, and it is still slowly and steadily increasing. Perhaps I can try the second bone tempering now. Feeling the stabilization of qi and blood within his body, Zhou Bai's heart stirred. With 6,500 calories of qi and blood energy, one can undergo a second round of bone tempering. Then, without hesitation, Zhou Bai used the bone tempering chapter from the breathing technique to perform a second bone tempering. With the start of bone tempering, Zhou Bai also entered into a deep level of cultivation. A few impurities slowly reappeared on Zhou Bai's body surface. The skin of the whole person has become more perfect. Time passed slowly like this. Soon, a night passed, and Zhou Bai completed his second bone tempering. He was full of energy, his internal energy flowed smoothly, and his movements became much faster. Qi and blood, 7,000 calories. Not bad, my qi and blood have reached 7,000 calories. With the second bone tempering, my strength has increased by at least 2 times compared to yesterday. Looking at the 7,000 calories of qi and blood in his qi and blood gauge, Zhou Bai's face was full of joy. This 7th tier beast meat is truly a treasure. Zhou Bai's eyes gleamed as he looked at the meat that had already been completely devoured. This time, Zhou Bai only ate 5 caddies of beast meat, yet his qi and blood increased by nearly 2,000 calories. This demonstrates just how effective these top-tier cultivation resources are. Unfortunately, the power of qi and blood obtained through cultivation resources is still not stable enough. I need to completely stabilize and master this power of qi and blood before I can use it again. Zhou Bai clenched his fist and murmured to himself. Chapter 27 Poetry Rain Advances, Prodigies Gather. These days, Zhou Bai has been using qi and blood pills and blood-nourishing pills, and now he has also consumed the meat of the heaven-shaking demon bear. Although these vital energies were equally pure, they made Zhou Bai's vital energies somewhat weak. If these cultivation resources are not stabilized, they will affect Zhou Bai's subsequent cultivation. Learning points are still better, but unfortunately, the speed at which learning points are acquired is still not fast enough. Zhou Bai murmured to himself. Boom! At the same time, in another room of the apartment, a violent roar of qi and blood suddenly came from. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. Had Shiryu's blood and chi power increased dramatically? Then, Jobai waited in the living room, while slowly circulating his breathing techniques to stabilize the somewhat unstable chi and blood in his body. Soon, 2 hours passed, and the door opened. Zhao Shiyu walked out of the room looking radiant. At this moment, Zhao Shiyu was surrounded by a surge of powerful chi and blood energy, which circulated within her body, and she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Junior brother Jobai, I've broken through to the 4th rank. Then, Zhao Shiyu rushed to Jobai and threw herself into his arms. 4th rank. Not bad. Congratulations, senior, on becoming a 4th rank martial artist. Upon hearing this, Jobai was genuinely happy for Zhao Shiyu. Even among the top martial arts universities, a 4th rank martial artist is considered quite powerful. It's truly remarkable that Zhao Shiyu, with her A-level talent during her junior college years, has reached this point so quickly. This is all thanks to junior brother Jobai. Zhao Shiyu nestled in Jobai's arms and said happily. My credit? No, it's all thanks to your hard work, Shiyu. I didn't help much. Jobai said. Junior, really, every time I have fun with you, I feel a slight increase in my blood and chi, and my cultivation efficiency seems to have improved. Zhao Shiyu then said to Jobai with a serious expression. Really? Am I that amazing? Jobai was stunned. This was something he hadn't expected. Yes, junior brother Jobai, before I was with you, I was just a 3rd rank martial artist who had undergone 2 rounds of bone tempering. But after having many happy times with you, I completed 2 more rounds of bone tempering in the past month. Last night's beast meat allowed me to complete my 5th round of bone tempering. After that, I broke through to the 4th rank. Now, my blood energy should be over 12,000 calories. Zhao Shiyu continued. Could it be the system's doing, or my physique? But I've never heard of a double S-level physique improving cultivation efficiency. Regardless, Shiyu's improved strength is a good thing. Junior Jobai, it's so great to be with you. Zhao Shiyu nestled in Jobai's arms, her face beaming with a happy smile. Jobai also gently embraced Zhao Shiyu. Junior brother Jobai, now I can take the lead again. A moment later, Zhao Shiyu stood up, lifted Jobai's chin, and said with a smile. Humph, just a mere 4th rank official. Come on, let me see your limits. Jobai said without any fear. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Zhao Shiyu was full of confidence. A day and a night passed, and Jobai and Zhao Shiyu both felt dizzy and disoriented, as if they had forgotten everything and were completely absorbed in their own world. After washing up in the bathroom, the two lay down on the bed to rest. Zhao Shiyu's mind went blank. She, a 4th rank official, had exhausted all her strength and had no energy left. Jobai was also a little tired, but he continued to study hard. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing 1 deep learning session. Learning points plus 20. Current remaining learning points, 520. After completing the learning, a system notification sounded in Jobai's mind. I never expected that Shiyu would have this benefit after advancing in rank. Hearing the system notification, Jobai was filled with joy. After Zhao Shiyu broke through to the 4th rank, her learning points doubled, and she could gain 20 learning points per session. This undoubtedly made Jobai's learning points increase much faster. Furthermore, Jobai also learned that the efficiency of acquiring this learning point was related to his partner's strength. A 4th grade skill costs 20 per session. If I could find a grandmaster or even a martial saint to study with every day, I'd be on my way to instant success. Jobai couldn't help but think to himself. However, Jobai also knew that this idea was too unrealistic. How could such a powerful person marry him and then cooperate with him to study hard? Let's not overthink it, just focus on the present. Jobai thought to himself. In the following days, Jobai focused on consolidating his chi and blood power while diligently learning from Zhao Shiyu and accumulating learning points. Soon, time flew by, and the main event of the dawn battle was about to begin. Xia Kingdom, the Magic City. Shanghai is the most prosperous city in China, with both martial arts and economy being among the best in the country. Huge airships could be seen flying everywhere, and many martial artists were discussing martial arts on the streets, creating a very strong martial arts atmosphere. The Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena is named for its resemblance to a Rubik's Cube, and it is one of the largest martial arts arenas in the Xia Kingdom. The main event of the Battle of Dawn takes place here. The Battle of Dawn has always been one of the highlights of the Xia Kingdom every year. After all, it is a battle between newly minted martial artists who have just embarked on the path of martial arts. The vast majority of them are top-tier students with S-level talent or above, which makes this battle full of anticipation and variables. At this moment, countless top-tier geniuses have gathered at the Magic Cube Martial Arts Arena. Your Imperial Martial Arts Academy has achieved a four-peat in the Dawn Battle. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Dawn Battle? At the entrance of the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena, a reporter from New Martial Media is interviewing a young man in blue from Emperor Martial Arts. Needless to say, we will achieve an unprecedented five-peat. Our Imperial Martial University is destined to surpass all other universities and become the true strongest martial arts university. The blue-clad youth from Emperor Martial said with an arrogant expression and an extremely confident tone. Dreaming of a five-peat? Keep dreaming. This is Shanghai's home turf. We'll bring your Imperial Martial Arts Academy back to reality. Not far away, the Magic Martial Arts prodigy students who had just arrived at the Magic Cube Martial Arts Arena sneered. Ha, you trash who have been trampled on the head by our Imperial Martial Arts Academy 4 times in a row to win the championship, you dare to bark like dogs? By the way, only 3 times. Last time you didn't even have the right to be trampled on the head by us. The last time, it was Xingqian Martial Arts University that almost ended our career. The blue-clad youth from Diwu laughed loudly, showing no fear of the words of the genius student from Mou. Damn it, I'm going to show you who's the real king today. The students from Magic Martial Arts School immediately panicked and rolled up their sleeves to attack the students from Imperial Martial Arts School. Reporters from Xinwu Media, seeing the 2 top universities at loggerheads, quickly retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Chapter 28 Magic and Martial Arts Target, Xingyao Ninger. Students of Xingqian Martial Arts University, do you have anything to say? Then, the reporter from Xinwu Media took the opportunity to interview the outstanding students of Xingqian Martial Arts University next door. Last year, Xinwu was one of the top 10 high schools that almost ended Diwu's winning streak. It is also an extremely strong top-tier university among the top 10. In last year's Dawn Battle Finals, Starry Sky Martial Arts University suffered a heartbreaking defeat against Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. I remember seeing senior Starry Sky Martial Arts University slumped on the stage, sobbing uncontrollably. I will never forget that scene. At that moment, I thought, if I could become a student of Starry Sky Martial Arts University, I must win everything. Now, the Battle of Dawn is right in front of me, and I have to consider whether this is my only chance in this life. I admit that the students of Imperial Martial Arts University are indeed very strong, but it is our duty to rebuild the glory of Starry Sky Martial Arts University. A spirited young man from Xingwu slowly raised his head, his tone unwavering, seemingly filled with an indomitable determination to win. It doesn't matter, I'll take action. I'm already studying my opponents in the World Martial Arts Tournament. One after another, top talents made their bold statements at the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena. The main event of the Dawn Battle hasn't even started yet, but the tension already seems to be building. Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena, Rubik's Cube Training Room. More than a dozen top freshmen from the Magic and Martial Arts University gathered in the training room. The biggest target in this Dawn Battle is Emperor Martial. Above the training room, a silver-haired boy dressed in black, with an expressionless face, spoke calmly. It would be best if our Magic Martial Arts Academy could win the championship, but if we can't, we shouldn't give it to Imperial Martial Arts Academy. I will not allow Imperial Martial Arts to achieve a five-peat on our home turf in Shanghai. Do you all understand? Although the boy's voice wasn't loud, it struck the many talented martial arts prodigies like a heavy hammer, making them feel immense pressure. Brother Chen, we understand. We must stop Emperor Martial from achieving a five-peat at all costs. We will stop Emperor Wu at all costs. The other martial arts prodigies in the training room also spoke up. Brother Chen, with your talent, you're bound to be invincible this time and able to suppress everything. Another boy wearing overalls smiled. Su Koan, don't be careless. There are countless martial arts geniuses in our Xia kingdom. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to claim that they are undefeated? Chen Zhang said calmly, his expression remaining perfectly composed, seemingly unaffected by Su Koan's words. Alright, now you can train on your own and prepare for the main competition. After Chen Zhang finished speaking, he addressed the crowd. Then, one by one, everyone left the training room. Xingyao, wait for me, let's train together. In the training room, Shen Ninger, the prodigy of Diwu Martial Arts School, waved to Gu Qingyao and said to her. Gu Qingyao hesitated for a moment, but still waited in the same spot for a while. A short while later, Shen Ninger, dressed in a white martial arts uniform and with delicate features, arrived at Gu Qingyao's side, and the two walked hand in hand to the training room. Upon entering the training room, Gu Qingyao immediately adjusted the gravity to 5 times. Suddenly, immense pressure poured down, making Gu Qingyao and Shen Ninger feel tremendous pressure. No, Xingyao, you don't need to push yourself so hard. The immense pressure caused Shen Ninger to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The Battle of Dawn is about to begin, we must seize every moment. Gu Qingyao said this while practicing her martial arts skills. Xingyao, there's really no need to push ourselves so hard. We're just S-level talent little karamis. You don't really think winning the championship depends on us, do you? Shen Ninger said with a bitter face and a hint of helplessness. She had always heard that Gu Qingyao had been training very hard to improve her skills. Originally, Shen Ninger thought it was a bit exaggerated. After all, those who could study at the top 10 schools were all determined to improve their martial arts skills. However, this direct shift to 5 times the gravity for training was truly beyond Shen Ninger's expectations. Upon hearing Shen Ninger's words, Gu Qingyao remained silent for a moment. Then, ignoring them, Gu Qingyao took out a vial of Jin serum and swallowed it directly. She then used her breathing technique to absorb the pure power within the Jin serum. Looking at Gu Qingyao, who was still in a meditative state, Shen Ninger looked helpless. You know perfectly well that Chen Zhang is there to back him up. He has SS-level talent and is a descendant of a martial arts family. When the time comes, he'll take action, and we can just wait and cheer for him. Shen Ninger then spoke slowly. Then you just wait, I'll practice. Gu Qingyao said slowly. Shen Ninger sighed and continued, the path of martial arts requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Constant tension will only hinder efficiency. You should learn from your ex-boyfriend who only went to college. You have no idea how much fun he had. He was always either, well, you know. Let's not talk about him anymore. Before Shen Ninger could finish speaking, Gu Qingyao immediately interrupted her. Perhaps because of Gu Qingyao, Shen Ninger often inquired about Zhou Bai. Alright, then I won't say anything more. Originally, I was hoping to see what kind of sparks would fly if he came to participate in the Battle of Dawn and you two met. Shen Ninger shrugged and then slowly said. You're saying Zhou Bai will participate in the Battle of Dawn? At this moment, Gu Qingyao slowly raised her head, looking at Shen Ninger with a serious expression. Hee, I thought you really weren't interested in him anymore. Upon hearing Gu Qingyao's words, Shen Ninger smiled and looked at Gu Qingyao with a sly gaze. Gu Qingyao didn't speak, she just remained silent. Although the two had parted ways, how could Gu Qingyao easily forget the feelings she had shared over the years? The two didn't go all the way, but they did everything else. How could Gu Qingyao forget that? Xingyao, you don't actually like him, do you? Shen Ninger looked at Gu Qingyao's expression and then frowned. Whether he likes it or not doesn't matter anymore. The moment he chose junior college, we were destined to have no future together. Gu Qingyao then spoke with a serious expression. Okay, Xingyao, I'm relieved that you're still conscious. Shen Ninger said slowly. As far as I know, Zhou Bai will indeed participate in the Battle of Dawn. He's probably already at the Magic Cube martial arts arena. What, are you going to catch up with him? Shen Ninger then looked up at Gu Qingyao. No need, it's good that he's participating. What if we meet on the field? Gu Qingyao bit her red lips lightly, her eyes flashing, and the power of ice within her surged continuously. I will make him understand how much he has lost for those fleeting pleasures. Since you chose junior college, then just immediately slack off there instead of coming to participate in the Battle of Dawn. Chapter 29 Reward Announcement, Training Room. Hey students, which school are you from? Why are there only 2 of you participating? At the entrance of the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena, Linger, a reporter from Xinhua Media, saw a rather handsome young man and a beautiful young woman entering the arena and immediately went to interview them. No, I'm the only one participating. My senior is here to watch. Facing the camera, Zhou Bai showed no sign of nervousness and then slowly spoke. Only one person is participating. Which school are you from? Only one person is participating. Linger asked with some confusion. The Battle of Dawn is a major competition for universities, and generally, many students are invited to participate. Universities also spend a lot of money to recruit some exceptionally talented students in order to keep their universities competitive. It is quite rare for only one student to participate. Bluebird Academy. Zhou Bai said slowly. After saying that, Zhou Bai ignored her and, holding Zhao Shiyu's hand, went straight into the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. Bluebird Academy? Isn't that a junior college? Linger paused for a moment, then her face lit up with excitement. Great! We have material and a breaking news story this time. Breaking news! After more than 100 years, a college student has once again made it into the main tournament of the Dawn Battle. Can this martial arts prodigy from a college make a comeback and rise to the top? Then, Linger immediately took out her tablet and excitedly began editing. By the way, I still don't know what that college student's name is. Suddenly, Linger seemed to realize something. Oh well, I'm just a junior college student anyway, I'll probably be eliminated in the first round, who cares? Then, Linger continued editing the copy, preparing to make a run for tonight's martial arts headlines. Shocking, a college student. Junior brother Joe Bai, look, the rewards for this Dawn Battle have been announced. Upon entering the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena, Zhao Shiyu noticed that a new announcement had begun playing on the large screen in the center of the arena, the reward announcement for the Dawn Battle. The top-ranked player can choose any S-level martial art from the University Alliance, regardless of breathing techniques, martial skills, or visualization methods, receive 10 S-level cultivation resources, a custom-made S-level weapon from the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion any type, and 100 billion star coins. Those ranked 2nd to 10th will receive 1 S-level martial arts skill some optional, 2 S-level cultivation resources, 1 S-level weapon custom made by the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion only offensive weapons, and 50 billion star coins. Ranked 11-100, you will receive 1 S-level martial arts skill some optional, 1 S-level cultivation resource, 1 A-level weapon custom made by the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion only offensive weapons, and 10 billion star coins. My god, the rewards this time are too generous. Making it into the top 100 gets you an S-level martial skill, and an A-level weapon customized by the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion. Yes, the number 1 ranking is even more incredible. You can choose any S-rank martial art, without any restrictions on the type, and you can also customize an S-rank weapon without any restrictions on the type. If I can get first place, I want the Heaven Fighting Saint technique of the Heaven-reaching Martial Saint, plus a customized S-rank weapon with superb attributes. I'll be invincible. Never mind, I'm determined to get first place this time, and nobody can stop me. As the reward announcement was displayed on the big screen, the many outstanding students of the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena erupted in excitement, their faces filled with anticipation. The reward for ranking first, in particular, is the envy of countless people. There's no need to elaborate on the fact that you can choose any S-rank martial art. There are many S-rank martial arts in the University Alliance, but even S-rank martial arts have different levels of quality. Even for students from the top 10, it is very difficult to obtain a very advanced S-rank martial art. The value of choosing any S-rank martial art is simply too great. The Heavenly Soldier's Pavilion is the strongest weapon forging force in the Xia Kingdom, and many top-tier weapons and blades are made by them. Custom-made S-class weapons, with no restrictions on type. This is something that even grandmasters and powerful figures would envy. As for S-level resources and star coins, they seem like mere extras compared to these rewards. The rewards for this Dawn Battle are really good. Joe Bai also looked at the reward announcement on the big screen, his eyes sparkling. Alright, let's go to our Bluebird Academy's training room first. Joe Bai took a deep breath and said to Zhao Shiyu. To help students from various universities better engage in the competition, the University Alliance has set up training rooms at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena for all the universities that have qualified for the main competition. The official competition wouldn't start until the next day, so arriving early allowed many students to familiarize themselves with the venue environment. The training room of Qingniao Academy is located in the outer area of the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. Although it's not large, it's still equipped with all sorts of facilities, including a gravity chamber, a martial arts room, a testing platform, and a restroom. However, before even entering the training room, Joe Bai heard a series of intense collisions and noises from the martial arts practitioners, as if someone was inside. Senior, are there any other students from our Bluebird Academy participating in the Dawn Battle? Joe Bai raised an eyebrow and asked Zhao Shiyu. No, there are only the 2 of us at Bluebird Academy. Zhao Shiyu also looked puzzled. Go inside and you'll see. Joe Bai pushed the door open and entered, followed closely by Zhao Shiyu. Upon entering the training room, one is greeted by several young men and women dressed in martial arts uniforms practicing in the martial arts room. In the gravity room, there are also strangers honing their martial arts skills. Who are you? This is the training room of our Bluebird Academy. Zhao Shiyu said coldly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the many young men and women in the training room. Sister Shiyu. At that moment, another clear and melodious sound rang out. A young girl with delicate features, wearing a white short skirt, walked quickly towards Zhao Shiyu. Shan, it's you. What are you doing here? Upon seeing the innocent-looking girl, Zhao Shiyu continued to ask questions. Sister Shiyu, our Yuehua University's training rooms are a bit insufficient, so I brought my classmates to Qingniao Academy's training rooms for some practice. Chen Shanshan then smiled sweetly at Zhao Shiyu. No problem, but now that we're here, could you please take your classmates and leave? Junior Zhou Bai also needs to train. Zhao Shiyu took a deep breath and then said to Chen Shanshan. Although Zhao Shiyu was a little angry, Chen Shanshan was Chen Jianghe's daughter, and the two had always had a very close relationship. Zhao Shiyu didn't want to have a falling out with Chen Shanshan over this matter. Upon hearing Zhao Shiyu's words, a look of panic flashed in Chen Shanshan's eyes, and she hesitated considerably. You must be Shanshan's older sister. Hello, I'm Gui Yao, a freshman at Yuehua University, and one of the top 10 in the Dawn Battle qualifying rounds. Can we borrow this training room? Anyway, your Qingniao Academy is just going through the motions, there's really no need to waste this training room. At this moment, a boy with a middle parting came up to Zhao Shiyu and smiled at her. We at Yuehua University can rent out rooms whatever your budget, we'll try our best to accommodate you. Chapter 31 Punch to Disintegrate, Verbal Thanks. Seeing Gui Yao's arrival, Chen Shanshan seemed to feel even more confident. The panic in his eyes vanished instantly, and he straightened his chest slightly. This isn't about the rental fee, we want to use it ourselves. Zhao Shiyu remained calm, her gaze sharp as she looked at Gui Yao. Senior Shiyu, since they're willing to pay a rental fee, then let's rent it to them. Zhou Bai interrupted Zhao Shiyu and then looked at Gui Yao with clear eyes. Good, Sister Shiyu, you see, your junior is more sensible. Gui Yao smiled gently when he heard Zhou Bai's words. Chen Shanshan, who was standing to the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. This Zhou Bai did have some vision. Then, Gui Yao looked at Zhou Bai and continued. Hey student, just name a number, and I'll try my best to make it up for you. Alright, since we're both from Qingcheng, a symbolic 100 billion will suffice. Zhou Bai slowly raised his head and said with a serious expression. How much did you say? Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Gui Yao's smile froze, and his expression turned slightly gloomy. I said 100 billion, are you deaf? Zhou Bai continued, his gaze sharp as he looked at Gui Yao. How dare you, brat? Do you know who my brother Gui is? He's a top 10 finisher in the qualifying rounds and a super prodigy with a chance of making it into the top 100 in the main competition. At this moment, the other Yuehua University students in the training room also gathered around, looking at Zhou Bai with cold eyes and unfriendly expressions. Ha! Didn't this guy tell us to name our price? Now that we have, he's not happy about it. Is this the school spirit of Yuehua University? Zhou Bai slowly raised his head, showing no fear of the Yuehua University students. You're asking for death. How dare you insult Yuehua University? At this moment, Gui Yao could no longer hold back. His internal energy surged, and he charged straight at Zhou Bai like a hammer. At the same time, a grayish-white spiritual light enveloped Gui Yao's entire body in an instant. At this moment, Gui Yao seemed to have turned into a stone statue, with an extremely hard texture. However, before Gui Yao could reach Zhou Bai's side, Zhou Bai's figure suddenly flashed behind Gui Yao and threw a punch. Bang! The petrified Gui Yao was immediately blasted away by Zhou Bai's fist, flying backward and crashing into the wall of the training room not far away. The alloy wall was smashed into a large crater. Gui Yao's petrified state was also broken, and his face turned deathly pale. How could this be? Junior brother Gui Yao has the talent of physical hardening. Although he is only a second-grade martial artist, his defensive power is comparable to that of a third-grade martial artist. How could this be? Are the freshmen at Bluebird Academy really this ruthless? The sudden outburst left the other students of Yuehua University stunned, staring at the scene before them in disbelief. Although Gui Yao is not the strongest among the freshmen at Yuehua University, he is still a top-tier A-level talent with extremely terrifying combat power. In particular, its petrification talent provides extremely strong defense, which is quite a headache for many third-rank martial artists. Now, it was so easily disintegrated with a single punch. It is clear that Zhou Bai's strength must surpass Gui Yao's. Chen Shanshan was also stunned as she stared at the scene in front of her. She had witnessed Gui Yao's fighting power before he was one of the top students at Yuehua University. Now, they're actually no match for Zhou Bai. How can Zhou Bai be this strong even in a junior college? Chen Shanshan couldn't understand it. Give me 100 billion, or get out of the training room. Zhou Bai then looked at the remaining members of Yuehua University and said calmly. These days, Zhou Bai hasn't been engrossed in studying every day. Chen Jianghe has also given Zhou Bai some resources that don't conflict with the blood-nourishing pill and the 7th-tier beast meat. Zhou Bai's blood energy has exceeded 10,000 calories and he has completed 3 rounds of bone tempering. Compared to other low-talented martial artists of the same level, he is completely overwhelming. Sensing the subtle pressure emanating from Zhou Bai, the freshmen from Yuehua University around him all looked grim. They were naturally unwilling, but Zhou Bai's strength was so great that they could only slink away with Gui Yao. Just you wait, don't be too happy yet. Our flying tiger won't let you off the hook. This isn't over. Before leaving, they also made a harsh statement. Zhou Bai, you're too impulsive. I know you're talented, but Yuehua University is. Chen Shanshan looked at the imposing Zhou Bai beside her, and then gritted her teeth and said. Enough, Shanshan. You've always been with Qingniao Academy. Even now that you're a student at Yuehua University, there's no need for you to help outsiders bully Qingniao Academy. You know how much effort your father has put into Qingniao University. Zhao Shiyu interrupted Chen Shanshan and then said in a deep voice. Sister Shiyu. Seeing Zhao Shiyu speak to her like that, Chen Shanshan's eyes reddened slightly. They used to be inseparable best friends, but now. Thinking of this, Chen Shanshan looked at Zhou Bai with some anger. It was this guy. If it weren't for him, how could my father and sister Shiyu have ended up like this? It's all Zhou Bai's fault. Then, Chen Shanshan didn't say anything more, but turned around and jogged away from the Qingniao training room. Junior brother Zhou Bai, Shan Shan is still young and doesn't understand things yet. She'll understand in time. After Chen Shanshan left, Zhao Shiyu said to Zhou Bai with some apology. It's okay, I don't mind. Zhou Bai stroked Zhao Shiyu's hair and nodded. Chen Shanshan is, after all, Chen Jianghe's daughter, and the two don't have any irreconcilable hatred, it's just a minor conflict, which Zhou Bai doesn't take to heart. As for Chen Shanshan's future, Zhou Bai didn't care. As long as his martial arts skills continue to improve, everything will go as he wishes. Thank you, Junior Zhou Bai. Zhao Shiyu said with a grateful expression. Zhou Bai was invited by Chen Jianghe to revitalize Qingniao Academy, but Chen Shanshan's actions were sabotage. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being betrayed like this. However, Zhou Bai calmly let go of all of this. Just a verbal thank you? Zhou Bai lifted Zhao Shiyu's chin and chuckled. Junior Zhou Bai? How are you going to thank me? Zhao Shiyu nestled in Zhou Bai's arms, gently biting her red lips as she spoke. A verbal thank you is enough. Zhou Bai pinched Zhao Shiyu's cheek, then whispered excitedly in her ear. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Shiyu blushed deeply. She knew, of course, that this verbal thanks were not the same as the verbal thanks she had heard before. Aha! Zhao Shiyu gave a soft hum. Chapter 31 Tournament Rules, Same Opponent. The next day, at the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena. Many of the most outstanding students who participated in the Battle of Dawn gathered at the Magic Cube Martial Arts Arena. The stands at the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena were packed, with everyone enthusiastically discussing the upcoming Dawn battle and eagerly anticipating its conclusion. After all, the students in the Battle of Dawn are the top talents of this year, and among these top talents, there is a high possibility that a Grandmaster or even a Martial Saint will emerge in the future. Not to mention, the Battle of Dawn has been going on for over 1,000 years, and these top universities have countless grudges against each other in the Battle of Dawn. It can be said that every university has a reason not to lose. Everyone has their own enemies and goals. However, the most eye-catching are the top 10 students. 99% of the champions in the Dawn battle are from the top 10 students. Occasionally, there will be dark horses like Colonel 36, but their numbers are extremely rare. Especially now, martial arts resources are highly differentiated. Top universities, with their top-notch faculty and abundant resources, are becoming increasingly stronger, widening the gap between them and colonels and junior colonels. The top 10 have monopolized the championship of all the Dawn battles for nearly a century. Alright, everyone, welcome to this year's Battle of Dawn. After the intense and exciting 3-day qualifying rounds, 1,011 outstanding students have now entered the main competition. These outstanding students are the future pillars of our Xia Kingdom. Let's cheer for them. The main competition is divided into qualifying rounds and elimination rounds. Because Emperor Martial Arts is the defending champion of the previous tournament, Emperor Martial Arts can designate one person to directly enter the knockout stage. All other contestants will enter the qualifying rounds, from which 99 contestants and the contestant designated by Emperor Wu will be selected, for a total of 100 contestants to participate in the final elimination rounds. These 100 contestants will showcase their invincible prowess in the elimination rounds and compete for the final championship. On the central platform of the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena, the host of the Dawn Battle was giving a passionate speech while explaining the competition rules. However, the rules of the competition have changed this time. There will be a challenge match before the qualifying rounds begin. Just as everyone was looking forward to the start of the qualifying rounds for the main competition, the host changed the subject and continued. A challenge? What's this challenge all about? There wasn't this event in previous Dawn battles. Yes, is the War of Dawn about to undergo another reform? Looks like we'll be able to see more exciting and thrilling battles. The surrounding audience members chimed in, their eyes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, many of the participants in the martial arts arena were feeling uneasy. This unexpected variable was making them quite nervous. Next, let me introduce the challenge. This is because the selection process is being held in a special venue that can only accommodate 1,000 participants. This means that 10 participants will not be able to enter the selection process. This challenge is to select the 10 participants who will be eliminated early. Soon, the host explained the reason for holding the challenge. Hearing the host's words, the contestants didn't show much emotion. After all, out of 1,010 contestants, the probability of eliminating 10 was already quite low. What they were more concerned about was that the selection competition was being held in a special venue, which made many of the contestants feel a little nervous. The surrounding audience was filled with anticipation. This was a brand new Battle of Dawn, which had really whetted their appetites. Alright, without further ado, let's begin the challenge. For this challenge, the contestants ranked 91st to 100th in the qualifying round. Please step forward. The host then spoke in a deep, resonant voice. The contestants who were called out all looked nervous. They never expected that after working so hard to get through the qualifying rounds, they would have to go through such a brutal challenge. However, they have no choice but to withdraw from the competition. The host looked at the 10 outstanding students from each school who had stepped forward and continued to introduce the challenge. You can choose any contestant except those in the qualifying rounds to challenge. If you succeed in the challenge, you will enter the selection round. If you lose the battle, you will be eliminated from the selection round. Each person only has one chance to choose, so choose your opponent carefully. Select players to battle against each other. The winners advance to the qualifying rounds, while the losers are eliminated. The 10 prodigies tensed up, their hearts filled with trepidation. This choice was of paramount importance. Next, a screen appeared in front of each of the 10 contestants, displaying all the available contestants. The group then carefully selected the contestants they would be challenging. Holy crap, there's a candidate with a junior college diploma. I want to choose this junior college student. At that moment, a gray-haired boy seemed to see something, his eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked confirm. The other contestants around them also started looking for college diplomas. Holy crap, there really is one. I'll choose this junior college too. I'll join too. I might not be able to beat those top universities, but I can easily take on junior colleges. Me too, I want to challenge myself to get a junior college diploma. +1. Soon, all the other contestants also identified their opponents. Interesting. All the challengers have chosen the same opponent, Joe Bai from Qingyo Academy. A moment later, the host identified everyone's opponents and said with a surprised expression. A junior college graduate? Ah, there really are junior college graduates entering the Dawn War. Holy crap, I saw the martial arts headline on Shinwu Media yesterday. An incredible college student challenges the Dawn Battle. I thought it was just sensationalism, but it's true. Tears welling up, finally a college student has made it into the main tournament of the Dawn Battle, but unfortunately, they're going to be eliminated. Sigh, these people are still too ruthless, targeting a college student like that. No problem. On the path of martial arts, if you can pick on the weak, you'll definitely pick on the weak. They're not stupid. The surrounding audience noticed that all 10 challengers had chosen the same opponent, who was also a college student, and began to discuss among themselves. Joe Bai, although I feel it's unfair to you, the competition rules don't prohibit choosing the same opponent. Now they've all chosen you as their opponent. According to the rules, you need to defeat 10 players in a row to enter the selection competition. Otherwise, you will be eliminated from the selection competition. The host then suddenly appeared beside Joe Bai, speaking with a sorrowful tone, seemingly feeling sorry for Joe Bai. Hearing the host's words, the surrounding audience felt sad for Joe Bai. It was not easy to have a college student enter the Battle of Dawn, but he had to face such a cruel situation. I see. Jobai nodded, his expression calm. Now, choose your first opponent. Your choice is equally important. The host then addressed Jobai. The 10 challengers were all staring at Jobai with eager eyes, their gazes full of provocation, as if they wanted Jobai to choose them. After all, if Jobai loses, they won't have any college students left to fight. The other opponents who weren't in the qualifying rounds were all top-tier students with S-level talent, so they didn't have much confidence. I just hope that I can be selected by Jobai soon and enter the selection competition as soon as possible. Make them line up. Jobai slowly raised his head and said calmly, forget it, let them all come at me at once. I'll take on 10 of them. Chapter 32 1 against 10, First Signs of Talent. Because the host's microphone had been handed to Jobai's voice resounded throughout the entire Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. Okay, I'll call you the most arrogant college student. You can take on 10 of them, you're something else. Looks like he knew he was going to lose, so he decided to go all out. But I can understand, after all, he's a college student, those who know. Preparing well might just be a way to break the deadlock, so why insist on choosing the most popular strategy? This fits my stereotype of college graduates. After a moment of silence, the surrounding audience began to discuss among themselves, their eyes filled with disappointment as they looked at Jobai. Of course, many viewers also expressed their admiration. Regardless of the outcome, the college student's feat of taking on 10 opponents in the dawn battle has garnered a lot of attention. This college graduate dares to try and show off by stepping on our heads. We have to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Let's go all out and finish this guy off instantly. Don't give this college student any chance. If we hold on for even a second, I can imagine how the audience will look at us. You little college graduate, thinking you can do whatever you want just because you have S-level talent? Watch how we handle you. The 10 challengers also spoke up, their tone extremely angry. Although they were among the bottom 10 in the qualifying rounds, how could they not be proud to have stood out among so many students? Alright, since Jobai is so confident, let's enjoy a thrilling battle of 1 against 10 and see what kind of excitement he can bring us. Seeing that the tension between the two sides had reached its peak, the host immediately announced the start of the 1-on-10 challenge. Boom! Before long, an enormous arena rose up in the center of the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. The surrounding drones, also equipped with cameras, hovered over the center of the arena without any blind spots, recording the entire battle. Soon, Jobai and the 10 challengers all entered the arena. On your marks, the challenge begins. After both sides entered the ring, the host also appeared above the ring and shouted passionately. Kid, remember this, the one who defeated you was White Light University. After the battle began, a bald teenager said in a cold voice. However, before the boy could finish speaking, Jobai's figure appeared in front of him in an instant. Jobai clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful punch. How can this be? He's so strong. The bald boy felt the wind of a punch as if it were right next to his ear, his pupils contracted, and he felt an unprecedented fear. Bang! With a loud crash, the boy was sent flying by a punch, crashing into the protective force field at the edge of the arena and losing consciousness. Damn it, this kid's got some skills. Let's all attack him. Jobai's sudden outburst sent chills down the spines of the other challengers. They had defeated countless opponents in the qualifying rounds to reach this martial arts arena, and with their rich combat experience, they immediately reacted and prepared to launch a combined attack on Jobai. Shua shua shua. However, while they were fast, Jobai was even faster. Jobai's phantom sky travel only required a slight movement to reach its maximum speed. All that could be seen was a fleeting afterimage flashing across the arena. Bang bang bang. Within 2 short breaths, a series of collisions suddenly rang out, and the remaining 9 challengers were instantly blasted away, crashing into the defensive force field at the edge of the arena and immediately losing consciousness. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted only 3 or 4 seconds. The host hadn't even started explaining yet. The sudden end of the battle left all the spectators at the Cube martial arts arena somewhat stunned. The challenge has ended. Jobai of Qingniao Academy has emerged victorious. After a moment of silence, the stunned host snapped out of it and quickly said, as expected of the only college student in a century to enter the dawn battle, truly impressive. Holy crap, awesome. Who says there can't be a great emperor at a junior college? Jobai is the great emperor of junior colleges. I would call him the most powerful college student ever. He was amazing, ending the battle in an instant. Everyone underestimated you, but you proved them wrong. Jobai is awesome, college is awesome. If even a junior college student has such amazing S-level talent, then the top 10 S-level talents must be insane. After the host announced Jobai's victory, the entire Rubik's Cube dojo erupted in cheers, as if it had been set ablaze. Clearly, Jobai's strength exceeded the expectations of these viewers. A junior college student instantly defeated 10 top talents, including colonels and colonels. Who would have thought? Xinyao, your ex-boyfriend is so handsome. I'm starting to like him. In the magic martial arts team, Shen Ninger looked at Jobai on the arena with sparkling eyes. It was just defeating some rank trash like colonels and lieutenants, nothing special. Gu Xinyao raised an eyebrow and said calmly, Xinyao, your ex-boyfriend is really amazing. Although he only defeated some trash, he used an S-rank movement technique. Shen Ninger, abandoning her usual disdain for Jobai, spoke with a hint of seriousness. An S-rank movement technique? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyao's pupils contracted and her hands clenched slightly. Clearly, he was also filled with many thoughts. Of course, I can't be wrong. Have you forgotten my talent? Shen Ninger smiled slightly. Hearing Shen Ninger's words, Gu Qingyao no longer doubted, and instead turned her gaze to Jobai on the arena. Although he still looked the same, he was also so unfamiliar. Even if you learn an S-rank movement technique, so what? It might just be a coincidence. In the Battle of Dawn, knowing movement techniques alone is useless. At most, it can help you run a little faster. When you encounter a true prodigy, it won't be decisive at all. After a moment, Gu Qingyao took a deep breath and then slowly said, although S-rank martial arts techniques are difficult to learn, the martial arts world is full of wonders, and some resources can assist in the cultivation of martial arts techniques. In their Magic Martial Arts Academy, some new students have also learned S-level martial arts skills through auxiliary means. Although Jobai learned S-level martial arts skills in college, Gu Qingyao didn't think it was a big deal. If she were to take on those 10 challengers, she could end the battle just as quickly. Shen Ninger didn't reply, but looked at Jobai on the stage, lost in thought. Chapter 33 Virtual Reality, Doing Forest. Damn it, that kid got his act right again. In the ranks of the capital city, a blonde-haired youth looked at the spirited Jobai and muttered to himself, his eyes full of envy. Clearly, he greatly envied Jobai at this moment. Xiao Tian, do you know this person? Among the group from the capital, a handsome young man with a noble air heard Chu Xiaotian's words and slowly asked. Boss, I do know him. Chu Xiaotian seemed surprised that Qin Hao would speak to him. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, a friend. Hey kid, what are you doing? Do you think someone with only a junior college degree is qualified to be friends with students from our Imperial Martial Arts Academy? You're dragging down the standards of our academy. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao frowned and then reprimanded him. That's right, Chu Xiaotian, remember your place, and always strive for the glory of the Imperial Martial Arts. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Chu family. Cut ties with that lousy college graduate immediately. That's right, making friends with college students, is this how your Chu family taught you? The other Imperial Martial Arts students around them also condemned it, their tone full of disdain. I'm his friend too. At this moment, Xu Lingyan, the most beautiful and charming woman in the Emperor Martial clan, slowly raised her head and said in a clear and cold voice. Ah, Lingyan is also a friend from junior college. Then it's all right. I knew junior colleges had good things too. Great, great. I've heard that college graduates are all talented and have pleasant conversations. It would be great to have a college graduate as a friend. That's right, the junior college at Qingniao Academy is really good. To be this strong even at a junior college, he's someone worth befriending. After Chu Lingyan finished speaking, the other Imperial Martial Arts students around her spoke up one after another, their tone extremely gentle. Although Qin Hao didn't speak, his originally serious expression relaxed a little. These damn sycophants, these hypocrites, fuck them. Seeing that his sister had immediately changed her tune after saying they were just friends, Chu Xiaotian cursed inwardly. However, he could only curse in his heart. After all, these classmates from Diwu were all extraordinary. But when did my sister become friends with this Jobai? Chu Xiaotian felt a pang of doubt. Could it be that my younger sister has developed an interest in this Jobai? No, how could that be? Lingyan was just trying to get herself out of a tight spot, that must be it. Thank you, Jobai, for bringing us such a wonderful challenge match. Next up is the highly anticipated Dawn Battle Qualifier. This selection competition adopts a completely new competition format. After the challenge ended, the host continued. Upon hearing about the new competition format, the surrounding audience was even more excited. This selection competition will be held in Virtual Reality 001, the Doing Forest. This is the most advanced holographic network technology in our Xia Kingdom, which can connect the spiritual consciousness of martial artists to the virtual Doluwa Star and conduct the selection competition there. The selection competition in the virtual reality will also be broadcast live to everyone. The host didn't keep them in suspense and immediately announced the competition format. In the Doing Forest, there are numerous ferocious beasts and an extremely dangerous environment. The contestants will engage in a battle for survival on Doluwa Star to determine the 99 participants who will advance to the elimination rounds. This ranking is based on survival time. The longer you survive on Doluwa Star, the higher your ranking. When only 99 people remain, the selection competition will end. The contestants can choose whether to withdraw from the Doluwa Star Forest or continue fighting in the Doluwa Star Forest. Furthermore, in Doluwa Star, slaying ferocious beasts will earn you points. These points don't count towards your ranking, but after the selection tournament, you can exchange them for our Xia Kingdom's latest 8th generation Red Marrow Potion. Using these gene potions will allow you to further enhance your strength before the elimination rounds begin. This is also a precious opportunity. A Tier 1 ferocious beast costs 1 point, Tier 2 costs 10, Tier 3 costs 100, and Tier 4 costs 2000. To exchange for an 8th generation Red Marrow Potion, only 2000 points are required. Because it takes place in virtual reality, this is a competition that determines both skill and survival, so show your strength to the fullest. Survival or the final battle? Prepare for a brand new, thrilling fight. The host then shouted enthusiastically. After he finished speaking, exquisitely crafted virtual reality pods popped up around the many contestants at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. Enter the virtual reality pod and you will enter a completely new world. The host then shouted. Then, one by one, the contestants entered the virtual reality pods as instructed. Virtual reality, Star Forest, interesting. I want to go into this selection competition. Zhongjing, you don't need to go. The spot for the direct elimination round is yours. In the team from the capital, after learning about the competition rules, Qin Hao immediately spoke to a young man. Ah, boss. Zhongjing was completely bewildered. Then, Qin Hao ignored Zhongjing and lay down directly in the virtual reality pod. It's alright, our leader is so strong, even without a direct pass, he can easily make it into the knockout stage. Zhu Xiaotian said slowly. I want to go see it too. Zhongjing looked helpless. However, now that Qin Hao has entered the virtual reality pod, there's nothing he can do. I never imagined that virtual reality technology would actually succeed. In that case, training in virtual reality will be much more convenient, and the development of martial arts in our Xia Kingdom will be even more rapid. Furthermore, for technologies that require extensive materials research and development, virtual reality can completely save a significant amount of resources. Damn, how awesome would it be to watch in virtual reality? I knew it, it's that guy who's always watching, a term for male fans. I know without even thinking, he's the college kid. As the contestants entered the virtual reality pods, the surrounding audience was incredibly excited. Everyone was talking about this brand new technology. Since the beginning of the martial arts era, the entire world has been working tirelessly to master martial arts and reach its pinnacle. Other technologies are still being studied, but fewer people are researching them anymore. After all, becoming a top-tier martial arts master truly allows one to extend their lifespan and enjoy more. Once this virtual reality technology is fully rolled out, martial arts in Xia Kingdom will once again usher in an even more glorious future. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this. All the contestants have entered Doluwa Star. Let's see how they perform. At this moment, the host's voice rang out again. Chapter 34, First Battle at the Third Tier, a glimpse of the newcomers. Virtual reality, Star Forest. The Doing Forest is covered with lush vegetation, with towering trees reaching into the sky and blocking out the sun, resembling a primeval monastery. The roars and howls of ferocious beasts echoed through the forest from time to time, adding a touch of dread to this primeval forest. Is this virtual reality technology? It's amazing. It simulates all my physical data, even my Blood Shadow Battle Blade. In the secluded Doing Forest, Zhou looked at the Blood Shadow Battle Blade in his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. However, my system. Zhou then tried to check his system panel, but his mind went completely blank. As expected, it still can't be shown? Zhou thought to himself. However, Zhou didn't care. He had already prepared everything before entering. Moreover, this also proves the power of his system, so there is no need to worry about it being spied on by other forces. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, a slight rubbing sound came from not far away. Jobai turned around abruptly and saw a giant python covered in black scales flicking its tongue, staring coldly at him. A third-tier ferocious beast. Jobai's pupils contracted, and he immediately activated the SS-level Heavenly Divine Thunder within his body. Golden lightning power swiftly enveloped Jobai's blood shadow battle blade. Then, Jobai used Shadow Step again, his body flashing to the side of the black giant python at an extremely fast speed. The perfected thunder-breaking blade technique, carrying the heavenly thunder, struck the black giant python. With a violent tearing sound, the giant python was instantly cut in two by the blood shadow battle blade. Unfortunately, I am also a third-rank martial artist. Looking at the third-tier giant python that had been cleanly and decisively killed, Jobai breathed a sigh of relief. The first life-or-death struggle caused Jobai's blood in chi to surge slightly. Especially when the black python was severed, Jobai felt his blood surging. It has to be said that Jobai liked this feeling. Then, Jobai looked at the bracelet in his hand. This is a recording bracelet that records the points earned from slaying ferocious beasts. Right now, there's a number on the bracelet, 100. 2,000 points can be exchanged for an 8th generation red marrow potion. Now, continue hunting ferocious beasts and carefully avoid danger. Looking at the points on his bracelet, Jobai thought to himself. Red marrow potions are top-tier cultivation resources, significantly enhancing one's chi and blood strength. Furthermore, the red marrow elixir has been continuously updated and iterated. The 8th generation of the red marrow elixir is the latest elixir, and it is said that its efficacy has increased by 50% compared to the 7th generation. Currently, all the red marrow potions on the market are 7th generation. Although they are still effective, they are definitely not as good as the 8th generation. Swish, swish, swish. A moment later, another rustling sound came from the surroundings. Not far away, a group of giant black pythons came from all directions and surrounded Jobai. Seeing the large number of Tier 3 ferocious beasts around him, Jobai frowned slightly. He hadn't expected there to be so many Tier 3 ferocious beasts here. Very well, let me see just how strong I am now. Jobai exhaled a breath of turbid air, then once again activated the heavenly thunder within his body. He also pushed his 1200 Hz mental power to its limit, carefully and vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He unleashed his perfect shadow step and thunder-breaking blade technique, immediately engaging in battle with the numerous black pythons surrounding him. As for S-level martial arts skills, Jobai knew that this selection competition would not end in a short time. This level of martial arts skill should be saved for crucial moments, otherwise, it will consume a lot of one's vital energy, making it impossible to survive until the elimination rounds. Meanwhile, fierce battles were also taking place elsewhere in the Starry Sky Forest. These freshmen from various universities are all martial arts prodigies of the highest caliber. However, many freshmen have always studied at school or in their families. Even when they go out to gain experience, they are led by family elders or top mentors from the school. This was the first time I had ever faced such a battle alone in an unfamiliar environment and with the threat of numerous ferocious beasts. Some freshmen trembled with fear at the sight of the ferocious beasts around them. Even though they knew they were in a virtual reality environment, the fear and threat of death still lingered in their minds, preventing them from fully utilizing their strength. There are also martial arts prodigies like Jobai who are fearless and enjoy this life or death struggle of blood and death. Some contestants knew that the key to this selection competition was survival, so they chose a survival strategy of extreme escape. Soon, one contestant after another was defeated by the ferocious beasts and knocked out of the virtual reality, thus failing to qualify for the elimination rounds. Among them were some of the top S-level geniuses from the top 10. How could they be so easily defeated? They don't even have the courage to face the ferocious beast and fight it to the death. I can't accept this. This is supposed to be the rising star of martial arts in our Xia kingdom, why is he so weak? Can't even compare to a junior college student? Jobai is fighting bravely, while those self-proclaimed colonels, or even the top 10 rising stars, are. Don't be too harsh on them. Although they are martial arts prodigies, many of them are newcomers who have only recently awakened their martial arts skills. We need to give them time. The audience at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena couldn't help but discuss as they watched the images projected on the screen. Especially when they see those who clearly have great talent but are unable to unleash it, they feel an urge to take their place. Many of these poorly performing freshmen had made bold pronouncements before the competition. However, this performance completely disappointed everyone. Fortunately, the overall quality and strength of this year's freshmen are strong, and many of them gradually adapted to the rhythm after a brief period of panic. However, in less than half an hour, more than 200 new students were directly rejected. "I'm sorry, I've let everyone down." Wei Yao, who emerged from the virtual reality pod in Yuehua University's team, was filled with guilt, confusion, and resentment. When facing the ferocious beast, Wei Yao activated his petrification talent immediately. However, the fear in his heart made Wei Yao unable to concentrate at all, and he was unable to use any of his methods. After enduring a brutal beating for over 10 minutes, it was finally dismantled and eliminated, thus failing to advance to the knockout stage. No. It's alright, Wei Yao. Anyone would be scared facing a ferocious beast alone. A student from Yuehua University nearby then offered words of comfort. Wei Yao didn't speak, but kept his head down. Before the selection competition started, Wei Yao was full of confidence, thinking that he could enter the elimination round and become famous overnight. Unexpectedly, the selection process was brought back to reality shortly after it began. Only he himself can understand the gap and the feelings involved. By the way, what about that college student from Bluebird Academy? He should have been eliminated too. At this moment, Wei Yao seemed to have thought of something, a hint of comfort appeared in his eyes, and he asked. Chapter 35 The Favorite to Win, Slaying the Black Snake. Wei Yao, see for yourself. Chen Shanshan, who was standing next to Wei Yao, pointed to screen number 1010 in the martial arts arena and said to him. Wei Yao looked up at the screen where Zhou Bai was. In a secluded mountain forest, Zhou Bai, wielding a blood-red battle blade, was constantly fighting against a third-tier ferocious beast. Golden lightning power surged around Zhou Bai, and the blood-red weapon in his hand exuded a cold, bloodthirsty aura. Those third-tier ferocious beasts that Wei Yao considered almost invincible were easily killed by Zhou Bai, like blocks of tofu. Zhou Bai seemed like a thunder god of war, his every move exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. It really is that college student from Bluebird Academy. Wei Yao stared at Zhou Bai's astonishing performance, his voice hoarse, his expression turning bitter. How could he be so strong? Thinking about what happened between him and Zhou Bai yesterday, Wei Yao suddenly felt like a clown. Chen Shanshan, who was standing next to him, didn't say anything, but just silently watched Zhou Bai's valiant fight on the screen. Chen Shanshan originally thought that after she became a colonel of the 36th rank, she would be able to look down on everyone. What kind of double S-level talent is he? He's just wasting his time in college and still wants to marry her. It's like a toad trying to eat a swan. But, the current situation. Was I really wrong? Chen Shanshan clenched her fist slightly, feeling utterly lost. Entering Yuehua University was not as wonderful as she had imagined. It used to be much more comfortable at Bluebird Academy. No, Zhou Bai only benefited from having 2S-level talents. As his martial arts cultivation progresses, how he uses his substitute skills and climbs to the peak of martial arts at Qingyao Academy, I'm not wrong, time will prove everything. After a moment, Chen Shanshan took a deep breath, her resolve hardening once more. Wow, Xinhao from Diwu is really too strong. No wonder he's the favorite to win this year's Dawn battle. He actually dared to face two fourth-tier ferocious beasts all by himself. At this moment, in the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena, the host saw the scene on screen number 001 and immediately shouted excitedly. The surrounding audience was also drawn to the host's words and looked at screen number 001. On screen number 001, Xinhao is in a swamp. Two massive, fourth-tier crocodiles with thick skin and gaping maws swung their tails and charged at Xinhao. However, Xinhao possessed an SS-level spatial talent, and his body seemed to teleport, instantly flashing out of the fourth-tier crocodile's attack range. A moment later, the space around Xinhao began to distort slightly. 10 golden flying swords, imbued with domineering power, shot out from the sky. Xinhao then jumped onto a flying sword and floated in mid-air. Then, Xinhao controlled the remaining 9 flying swords around him to attack the fourth-tier giant crocodile. Although the fourth-tier crocodile's body was very thick, Xinhao's flying swords all seemed to contain incomparably domineering attribute power. After being punctured more than 10 times, the crocodile's surface was covered with wounds. After being injured, the fourth-tier giant crocodile let out a mournful howl, then flicked its tail in an attempt to escape. However, Xinhao would not give him that chance, and the 2 flying swords pierced directly into their mouths. With a series of painful howls, the 2 fourth-tier giant crocodiles were pierced through the body and their life force dissipated. So strong. No wonder he's Emperor Martial Arts' star freshman. This championship is definitely his. If Emperor Martial Arts Academy is really going to achieve a 5-peat, with Qin Hao's strength, I really don't know how he could lose. Yeah, Emperor Martial Arts Academy is really going to win 5 consecutive championships. They're too strong. 2 4th-tier ferocious beasts were killed in one fell swoop. Is this really a new generation of martial arts practitioners? They're too awesome. All I can say is, this is the power of spending money. Didn't you see? Qin Hao's flying swords are all a great attribute flying swords. Is there a problem? The Qin family is a martial saint family, it's not like they can't afford to support us. If I were the Qin family, I would also cultivate an SS-level spatial talent. What's so special about relying on an A-grade flying sword? He's really rich, why doesn't he just use an S-grade weapon? How do you know he didn't? After Qin Hao's battle ended, the spectators around the martial arts arena started discussing it, and the focus of their discussion was Qin Hao. Because Emperor Martial Arts has won 4 consecutive championships, and Qin Hao, as Emperor Martial Arts ace newcomer, is naturally the focus of attention and the center of attention for many people. What championship? Did you even ask Su Shou of Xingwu? Everyone has SS-level talent. Su Shou of Xingwu, will rebuild Xingwu's glory. And then there's Chen Zhang from Magic Martial Arts, with his SS-level talent, plus his martial saint family background, he's in no way weaker than Qin Hao. The knockout stage hasn't even started yet, and they've already won 5 consecutive championships. Seeing that everyone believed that Emperor Martial Arts would win the championship, the people from Demon Martial Arts and Star Martial Arts couldn't sit still and quickly refuted it. And what about Zhou Bai from Deqingnio? Did Zhou Bai from Deqingnio agree to Qin Hao winning the championship? A moment later, an untimely sound rang out. This challenge match is such a mess. Let's just hope this college student makes it to the knockout stage first. You need your college diploma kid's approval? Interesting. Do you think the top 10 is a place these college graduates can just bluff about? After that voice rang out, the surrounding audience members began to speak, their tone full of disdain. Clearly, although Zhou Bai performed well, they still looked down on him to some extent. Soon, another fierce battle broke out in the martial arts arena, attracting the attention of many spectators. This bloody, life-or-death battle undoubtedly ignited everyone's passion. Duing Forest, a secluded mountain forest. With the last Tier 3 black python killed by Zhou Bai, the mountains and forests returned to peace. Zhou Bai's face was slightly pale as he sat on a large tree, slowly recovering his strength. Clearly, this battle was also high intensity for Zhou Bai. Although he only used B-level Shadow Step and a level Thunder Breaking Blade technique throughout, he still had to activate the Heavenly Thunder and his mental power, which undoubtedly increased Zhou Bai's energy consumption. Luckily, I didn't use an S-rank martial skill, otherwise I would be completely drained by now. Zhou Bai exhaled a breath of stale air and murmured to himself. It would be too dangerous to exhaust all one's vital energy in such a place, and Zhou Bai didn't want to take the risk. Then, Zhou Bai looked at his bracelet. 5,000 points, not bad, I've got 2.5 red marrow potions. Looking at the 5,000 points in his bracelet, Zhou Bai's face lit up with joy. Although the battles are tiring, the points earned and resources that can be exchanged are undoubtedly very valuable. Next, let's rest and recuperate before continuing the hunt for ferocious beasts. Zhou Bai closed his eyes and used breathing techniques to restore his strength and energy. Shua shua shua. Just then, the surrounding vines suddenly stretched out and tightly wrapped around Zhou Bai. Chapter 36 Sudden Attack, Phantom Counterattacks. Zhou Bai tried his best to break free from the vine, but the vine was incredibly tough and firmly wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to break free for the time being. Moreover, the vine also emitted waves of mysterious toxins, seemingly paralyzing Zhou Bai's body. More vines surged forth from all sides, their target Zhou Bai. What kind of ferocious beast is it this time? Zhou Bai frowned slightly, and then activated his Heavenly Divine Thunder. Sizzle! A domineering SS-level Heavenly Divine Lightning appeared on Zhou Bai's body, directly burning the vine to a charred black. After breaking free, Zhou Bai immediately picked up the Blood Shadow Battle Blade and slashed at the vines. Shua shua shua. In no time at all, the vines were cleanly and decisively cut off. However, the severed vines quickly regenerated and attacked Zhou Bai again. Boom! Seeing this, Zhou Bai immediately used his Heavenly Thunder to strike the vines. Under the impact of the Heavenly Thunder, these vines were finally completely destroyed. But just a breath later, new vines appeared all around and rushed towards Zhou Bai again. It's not a ferocious beast, it's someone lurking in the shadows. Seeing the vines clearly pointing at him again, Zhou Bai narrowed his eyes and immediately realized something was wrong. If it were a ferocious beast, it would never be so persistent and relentless. Next, Jobai used Shadow Step to quickly retreat, while simultaneously using his mental power to carefully search his surroundings. Soon, Jobai noticed that there seemed to be fluctuations of chi and blood in a certain part of the tree canopy. Without hesitation, Jobai immediately drew his sword and slashed forward. Whoosh! Before Jobai's blood shadow blade could strike, a figure darted out from the tree canopy. A handsome young man dressed in green appeared in the treetop. As expected of someone with dual S-rank talent, you actually managed to discover it. After the young man appeared, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Jobai indifferently. Who are you, and why are you attacking me? Jobai raised an eyebrow and stared intently at the boy in the treetop. Baiguan University, Duwenjie. Duwenjie continued with a haughty air. You eliminated 2 of our top students from White Light University in the challenge competition. I'm here to send you away from here. Baiguan University is also one of the 36 kernels, and 2 of its A-level students were defeated by Jobai in the challenge. This infuriated Duwenjie. After all, Jobai was a college graduate. It's a disgrace to Baiguan University that 2 of them were directly eliminated by a junior college student. Now that he has run into Jobai in the Starry Sky Forest, Duwenjie is naturally determined to get revenge. Shua shua shua. After saying that, Duwenjie activated the power within his body, and more vines and thick branches appeared on the ground, rushing straight towards Jobai. Upon hearing this, Jobai didn't say anything more. He used Shadow Step again, his body suddenly leaping out, wanting to end the battle quickly. Bang bang bang. However, just as Jobai rushed in front of Duwenjie, a protective barrier made of vines appeared in front of Duwenjie. A violent collision rang out, and the vines were left with wounds, but they were not completely torn apart by Jobai. Jobai, I've observed you. Your swordsmanship is sharp, but it's only an A-level martial skill. It can't directly penetrate my vine defenses. I'm an S-level plant manipulator. This Doing Forest is my home turf. How do you expect to win? Seeing that Jobai's attack had failed, Duwenjie slowly raised his head, his tone extremely arrogant, as if he wanted to use words to undermine Jobai's fighting spirit. Oh, have you finished saying your last words? Jobai remained calm and said indifferently. You little brat, still pretending now? Seeing that Jobai was still being stubborn, Duwenjie's face turned extremely cold. Next, I will gradually make you despair. The entire Doing Forest is my weapon. What can you use to fight me? After saying that, Duwenjie pushed his innate power to its limit. Countless vines and branches of all kinds appeared around him, forming a giant net that completely blocked all of Jobai's escape routes. However, at this moment, Jobai suddenly rushed out, and the blood shadow battle blade in his hand shone with an incomparably dazzling light. Ridiculous! You dare to try and kill me in my territory? Seeing Jobai charging straight at him, Duwenjie smiled, as more vines and branches appeared ahead. Whoosh! But at that moment, Jobai's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a lingering shadow. Where are they? Upon seeing Jobai suddenly disappear, Duwenjie's pupils contracted, and a profound fear suddenly welled up in his heart. Then, a blurry image appeared beside Duwenjie. The afterimage quickly materialized, transforming into Jobai. How could it be so fast? Duwenjie exclaimed in surprise, a huge wave of emotion surging within him. Sizzle! As Duwenjie cried out in alarm, Jobai's blood shadow blade, carrying domineering thunderous power, tore Duwenjie's body apart. My god, he turned the tables. Jobai turned the tables and killed Duwenjie from Baiguan University. Is this really a college student? That's too cruel. I thought he was definitely dead. Duwenjie, that good for nothing, possesses the talent of plant manipulation, which should make him invincible in the Doing Forest. He could easily have made it into the elimination rounds, yet he was defeated by a junior college student. Duwenjie was careless, but Jobai is really ruthless. He has an S-level movement technique, and he only revealed it at this moment, causing Duwenjie to suffer a defeat. Seeing Jobai directly counter-kill Duwenjie, the audience at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena exclaimed, their faces full of shock. This time, Duwenjie also got up from the virtual reality pod and looked at the screen on 1010, clenching his fists. He was filled with deep regret, realizing he had such a promising situation, and he had squandered it all. He could have made it to the knockout stage, or even competed for a top 30 finish. But the Battle of Dawn is indeed teeming with geniuses. We must not underestimate anyone. In the Starry Sky Forest, Jobai gently exhaled a breath of stale air, thinking to himself. It has to be said that Du Wenjia's talent is truly exceptional in this doing forest. If Jobai hadn't unexpectedly used Phantom Skywalk to continue the fight, Jobai might not have been able to easily escape the predicament. After all, Jobai had just experienced a major battle, and his energy and spirit were greatly depleted. His condition is no longer at its peak. Still too weak. Jobai sighed inwardly. Slap, slap, slap. At that moment, a series of crisp applause rang out from the surroundings. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Jobai is truly amazing. Along with the applause came a crisp, melodious sound. Chapter 37 Magical Girl, Cooperation Achieved. Jobai frowned slightly and looked toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, they saw a pure and innocent-looking girl with delicate features and smooth skin slowly walking from the other side of the forest. The girl had bright, lively eyes and a slender figure. The white, tight-fitting tank top paired with light blue skinny jeans accentuated her perfect curves. Coupled with her innocent and naive expression, she was simply irresistible. Although the system could not be opened, Jobai was certain that this girl's looks were no less than those of Chu Lingyan, whom he had met at the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall. However, although the girl seemed harmless, Jobai secretly gathered his strength, ready to kill her immediately if anything went wrong. "Who are you? I don't think I know you." Jobai then asked casually. "I'm your fan. Your performance in the challenge was absolutely amazing. You single-handedly defeated 10 top martial arts prodigies." The girl then looked at Jobai with sparkling eyes, her expression extremely excited, seemingly a true fanatic of Jobai. "Who are you?" Jobai was not drawn in by the girl's words, but continued to ask with a deep gaze. "I am Shin Ninger, a freshman at Magic Martial Arts University." The girl's dimples were shallow, and then she smiled. Upon hearing the girl's words, Jobai's heart skipped a beat. The prodigy of the Imperial Martial World. The girl's answer left Jobai speechless for a moment. He couldn't tell if this girl was a bastard or a black-haired girl. Magic Martial Arts Academy is the top martial arts academy among the top 10, and those who can get into it are no ordinary people. To say he's a fan of someone who's only a junior college student is really giving junior college students too much credit. "I understand. Good luck, I'm off." Jobai took a deep breath and continued. Not knowing the girl's background, Jobai didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Now, he has exhausted too much of his vital energy and physical strength. If he were to encounter another opponent like Du Wenjia, it would be a real challenge. "Wait, brother Jobai, let's work together." Just as Jobai turned to leave, Shin Ninger suddenly grabbed Jobai's hand and looked at him expectantly. Seeing the girl's posture, Jobai raised an eyebrow. Is this girl truly naive, or is there something else going on? "Brother Jobai, although I am a freshman at Magic Martial Arts University, my talent is support type. It's very dangerous here. I can help you explore the dangers around you so that you can hunt ferocious beasts better. Moreover, I don't want any points, I'll give them all to you. Just please, brother Jobai, take me to the elimination rounds. I'm begging you, brother Jobai, I'm a huge fan, please give me a chance." Seeing that Jobai still seemed wary, Shin Ninger then spoke to him in a pitiful manner. Shin Ninger held Jobai's hand and gently shook it. That pure and innocent expression stirred a ripple in Jobai's heart. They shouldn't be enemies, Jobai thought to himself. Jobai possesses top-tier S-level mental power talent. Although he hasn't fully developed it, he can still faintly sense the malice of those around him. Moreover, this girl seems quite weak. "What is your talent?" Jobai pondered for a moment, then asked. "S-rank mysterious heavenly eye." Shin Ninger continued slowly, her gaze still gentle as she looked at Jobai. "My talent allows me to see my surroundings, but I lack powerful offensive methods. Therefore, I want to find someone to cooperate with." Jobai understood upon hearing this. Indeed, most of the Spirit Eye type talents are support type and only become powerful in the later stages. Cooperation is fine too. Jobai pondered for a moment, then continued. In this Starfall forest, danger lurks everywhere, so having a partner would certainly make things much safer. In their Bluebird Academy, he was the only one participating, he had no other competitors. Right now, Shin Ninger is someone worth trying. Thank you, brother Jobai. I will definitely do my best to find out the location of the ferocious beast and help you avoid danger. Seeing that Jobai had agreed to her request, Shin Ninger's face was full of joy. Brother Jobai, this is for you. As she spoke, Shin Ninger took out a small box from the pocket at her waist. After opening the small box, Shin Ninger handed the pills inside to Jobai. What's this? Jobai frowned slightly. Blood Spirit Pill, a pill that can restore the power of blood and qi. Shin Ninger replied. Brother Zhou Bai, this is a pill from the Danling sect, and it's grape flavored. It's so delicious. Shin Ninger took out a pill, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Blood Spirit Pill? I didn't expect you to have a Blood Spirit Pill with you. Seeing the girl's vital energy significantly restored, Zhou Bai was taken aback. The format of this selection competition was too sudden, and Zhou Bai didn't have time to prepare much. Yes, I'm a qualified little support. I'll definitely do my best to support Brother Zhou Bai. Shin Ninger patted her chest and said with her head held high. Zhou Bai ignored her words and then took a bite of the Blood Spirit Pill. As expected of a Blood Spirit Pill costing 1 million each, it's truly excellent value for money. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up as he felt the rapidly recovering energy and blood within his body. This powerful recovery speed is very effective in battle. In just a few breaths, Zhou Bai's qi and blood energy recovered by half, and it was still recovering rapidly. Where are the ferocious beasts? Take me there now. Zhou Bai then spoke to Shin Ninger. Now that he has recovery pills, Zhou Bai plans to hunt them down properly. 1 kilometer to the west, there are more than a dozen third-tier ferocious beasts. Shin Ninger then immediately began to examine Zhou Bai. Walk. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai picked up Shin Ninger and used Shadow Step to speed off towards the west. Shin Ninger was embraced by Zhou Bai, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes, and a blush appeared on her delicate face. She struggled gently, as if trying to break free. However, Zhou Bai thought Shin Ninger was scared, so he hugged her even tighter. Since it's not a physical object anyway, I'll just give it to him. Shin Ninger thought to herself. Chapter 38 Ranking by Points, Showing Off. Damn it, that's our magic and martial arts goddess, and she was actually taken by a college student. Why, you brat, let go of Goddess Ninger. At least be gentle. Can't you see Ninger's face is all red from being squeezed so tight? At this moment, many new students at the Magic Cube Martial Arts Arena witnessed Zhou Bai's actions and were filled with rage. After all, Shin Ninger is a top student at Magic Martial Arts University, and she has a very high popularity among the new students. Now, with Shin Ninger being embraced by Zhou Bai like this, and the two being so intimate, it made these magic and martial arts students wish they could devour Zhou Bai alive. Zhou Bai naturally couldn't hear the criticisms and condemnations from the many new students of Magic Martial Arts University outside. With Shin Ninger's pills and intelligence reports, he quickly entered a killing frenzy, and his points continued to increase. It wasn't just Zhou Bai and Shin Ninger gradually, the other freshmen also started to cooperate. After all, this place is far too dangerous. Even if you are strong, it is easy to fall into a dangerous situation of isolation and helplessness when fighting alone, and the risk of being eliminated is too great. Let's form teams first and then decide what to do in the knockout stage. With all the top talents forming teams, the selection competition is becoming increasingly exciting. The growth of these martial arts prodigies is clearly visible. From the initial panic and haste, when they were overwhelmed and unable to take care of themselves, they later became adept at dealing with ferocious beasts, showing a very rapid growth rate. The various martial arts skills and talents displayed by the performers thrilled the surrounding audience. However, some exceptional students, under the guise of cooperation, betray their teammates and constantly eliminate their opponents. Furthermore, as the battle progressed, the condition of many martial arts prodigies deteriorated, and more contestants were eliminated. In just 3 days, the original 1,000 or so martial arts freshmen were reduced to just over 300, a reduction of more than 70%. Wonderful! Wonderful! This is what a martial arts prodigy from our Xia kingdom should be like. Yes, the growth rate of these top geniuses is truly astonishing. At first, I was worried that this year's freshmen wouldn't be able to shoulder the responsibilities, but now it seems I was overthinking it. We should give these young people more time. Seeing how much these martial arts prodigies have transformed in such a short time, the audience at the Magic Cube Martial Arts Arena discussed with satisfaction. The real-time points leaderboard is now available. Although this list doesn't count towards any actual results, you can still use it as a reference. A moment later, the host of the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena shouted loudly. Next, a leaderboard showing the points rankings appeared in the center of the Rubik's Cube dojo. The list records the points and rankings of the top students who are still fighting. 1. Imperial University, Xin Hao, 60300. 2. Magic and Martial Arts University, Xinjiang, 53400. 3. Xingwu University, Su Xiao, 51,000. 4. Huoyun University, Xiaoyu, 49,000. 10. Jingyo Academy, Zhou Bai, 44070. 11. Imperial University, Shulinyan, 31030. 300. Xingcheng University, Shuchaozhen, 4396. 320. Magic and Martial Arts University, Shinninger, 20. My goodness, Jinhao is amazing. 40,000 points on his own, a league leading number 1. Yeah, he still hasn't teamed up. He's fighting all by himself and still coming in first. It seems that no one can stop Emperor Martial Arts 5 Pete. The top 20 are all in the top 10, other schools have no chance at all. Wait, how did that college student get into the top 10? Is he that amazing? After the list was released, many spectators at the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena spoke up, their eyes filled with shock. The fact that a junior college appeared in the top 10 was absolutely astonishing. When will junior colleges be able to produce such outstanding talents? You know what, Zhou Bai is really strong. With his double S level talent and powerful martial arts, he's very competitive. Yes, and with Shin Ninger's assistance, this result in detecting ferocious beasts is quite normal. Sigh, Zhou Bai is so foolish. With his talent, joining the top 10 would have been a real leap forward. What a pity. What methods did Qingmiao Academy use to poach such a promising talent like Zhou Bai and send him to a junior college? I guess they handed over the principal's position to him. As the selection process has progressed, almost all the information about those prodigies has been thoroughly investigated. Everyone carefully learned about the students who performed exceptionally well. Especially Zhou Bai, the dark horse. After learning about the situation, everyone felt sorry for him. However, what's done is done, and many viewers can only feel sorry for it. Zhou Bai, you're amazing. You've actually made it into the top 10 of the points leaderboard. In the audience, Chen Jianghe, the principal of Qingmiao Academy, looked at Zhou Bai's ranking and felt a surge of excitement. Although the points ranking does not represent the final ranking, it means that Zhou Bai's strength is among the top in this dawn battle. They have a very good chance of making the top 10 in the dawn battle. Junior brother Zhou Bai. Zhao Xiyu, standing next to Chen Jianghe, also clenched her fists, genuinely happy for Zhou Bai. However, seeing Zhou Bai and Shin Ninger's intimate actions and cooperation on the screen, Zhao Xiyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Perhaps only a girl as exceptional as her could truly be worthy of Zhou Bai, her junior. Zhao Xiyu couldn't help but think to herself. The points leaderboard not only appeared in the Magic Cube Martial Arts Arena, but also projected a huge list in the Starry Sky Forest, ensuring that all students could see it. We've killed so many people these past few days, and we're still only ranked 10th? In the Starry Sky Forest, Zhou Bai looked at the points ranking in the sky, his eyes slightly narrowed. Brother Zhou Bai, being in the top 10 is already quite impressive. Don't you see the other people in the top 10? Aren't they all top freshmen from their respective universities, possessing top-tier SS-level talent and powerful martial arts backgrounds? Shin Ninger, who was standing next to Zhou Bai, paused for a moment when she heard that Zhou Bai seemed to dislike her ranking. She then continued. They all awakened their talents early using awakening stones, received early training from their families, were showered with all sorts of cultivation resources, received guidance from numerous martial arts masters, and used various potions every day. It's fair to say that they are not even on the same level as regular freshmen. Shin Ninger continued, while introducing the top 10 star freshmen. Look, those top 5 freaks, although they're all at the 3rd rank, they've all basically completed 8 rounds of bone tempering. Especially Qin Hao, who's number 1, is an absolute monster. He completed 9 rounds of bone tempering. If he hadn't wanted to attempt 10 rounds, he would have already reached the 4th rank. Chapter 39 Number of bone tempering attempts, a young girl's thoughts. 8 or 9 times of bone tempering, and it's already reached this level. Hearing Shin Ninger's words, Zhou Bai let out a deep breath. He had considered that those top geniuses, with the support of powerful backgrounds, would advance at an incredibly rapid pace. Unexpectedly, Qin Hao had already reached the 9th stage of bone tempering, and was even about to attempt the 10th. Generally speaking, a 3rd rank martial artist can attempt to advance to the 4th rank after undergoing 3 bone tempering sessions. The more times one undergoes bone tempering, the higher the difficulty becomes. Furthermore, it can strengthen one's physique and foundation, further unleashing a martial artist's potential. In the ancient martial arts era, being able to undergo 7 bone temperings at the 3rd rank level already demonstrated an incredibly high level of potential development, making one an unparalleled and invincible martial arts prodigy. However, now, after many years of development in martial arts, there are numerous gene-enhancing drugs, breathing techniques, and various powerful qi and blood treasures, making bone tempering much easier. A prodigy who has undergone 7 rounds of bone tempering has almost completely integrated their chi and blood into their body, achieving an astonishingly high efficiency in the circulation and utilization of their chi and blood, resulting in a significant improvement in their overall strength. Therefore, the 7th bone tempering is also a dividing line. Those geniuses will break through to the 4th rank after undergoing the 7th or even 8th bone tempering. The subsequent bone tempering requires too many resources and time, and not all geniuses have the resources to do so. Jobai had never heard of the phrase 10 times of bone tempering before. There's no point in thinking about it anymore. Let's continue hunting ferocious beasts and accumulate more points. Jobai took a deep breath and then slowly said. Although those top 10 freshmen are all very strong, Jobai doesn't care too much about them. With the system at his disposal, he can reach the pinnacle step by following the established procedures. Surpassing them is only a matter of time. Okay, brother Jobai, let's go. Shin Ninger was surprised to see Jobai snap out of his thoughts so quickly. Next, Shin Ninger used her talent to begin searching for more ferocious beasts. Soon, Shin Ninger found a place where many rank 3 ferocious beasts gathered, allowing Jobai to gain a lot of points again. The emergence of the points ranking also caused quite a stir among the many talented martial artists in the Starry Sky Forest. The scores of the top-ranked freshmen, in particular, filled them with despair just by looking at them. They couldn't imagine how they had earned so many points in such a short time. This astonishing number of points has spurred on many talented martial artists. The more points you have, the more red marrow potions you can exchange for after the selection competition ends. This red marrow potion can be used before the 3rd round of the knockout stage. In other words, the number of points can affect the final ranking to some extent. Thinking of this, the remaining elite martial artists became even more aggressive, wanting to gain more points to prepare for the 3rd round. Because of this action, the elimination rate of Tenjio has increased significantly once again. Doing Forest, a bloody jungle. A pure and beautiful young girl with delicate features was fighting against the ferocious beasts around her, wielding a blue longsword. The girl exuded a strong icy power, and each of her sword strikes was imbued with profound ice crystal power. The surrounding ferocious beasts slowed down considerably under the impact of the girl's powerful ice crystal energy. However, there were too many ferocious beasts around, and the girl had many injuries. Moreover, her vital energy had been greatly depleted, and her face had turned pale. Sizzle! A moment later, the sharp claws of a 3rd-tier wolf beast pierced through the girl's abdomen. Has it reached its limit? Gu Qingyao's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and her life force completely dissipated. Then, his body disappeared into the jungle. When Gu Qingyao opened her eyes again, she was already in the virtual reality pod. Gu Qingyao slowly got up from the virtual reality pod, still immersed in the fierce battle in the Star Forest. If I try a little harder, can I do even better? Gu Qingyao looked at her ranking of 260, her face filled with resentment. Qingyao, you're already amazing. Those freaks are just too abnormal. Beside her, another S-level prodigy who had also been eliminated comforted Gu Qingyao. Gu Qingyao took a deep breath. Indeed, she had burned herself out this time. Even if she could do it all over again, she couldn't do any better. Qingya, where's Ninger? I can't find her. After a short while, Gu Qingyao collected her thoughts and asked Su Qingya, who was standing next to her. Ninger is still in the selection competition. Su Qingya, who was standing next to her, continued slowly. Ninger? Still in the selection competition? Hearing Su Qingya's words, Gu Qingya was slightly stunned. She knew Shin Ninger's talent and strength. In the harsh environment of the Doing Forest, it would be difficult for her to last long. She could be eliminated by any 3rd-tier ferocious beast. How could anyone possibly persevere longer than me? Yeah, Ninger is so lucky. She's got a powerful backer, she'll probably make it into the knockout stage without even trying. Su Qingya said with some envy, her gaze turning to the screen where Shin Ninger was. Phi. Gu Qingyao looked at the screen. They immediately saw Shin Ninger chatting and laughing with a handsome young man in the Doing Forest, their relationship seemingly quite intimate. That's Zhou. Bai, the Bai from junior college. Seeing her best friend so intimate with her ex-boyfriend whom she had dumped, Gu Qingyao was completely stunned. How did these two end up together? A junior college degree? Qingyao, don't underestimate this junior college student. He's the dark horse of this dawn battle, ranking in the top 10. He's incredibly strong. Su Qingya took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. Next, Su Qingyao placed the tablet displaying the points rankings in front of Gu Qingyao. Wait, Zhou Bai's ranking has improved again, he's now 8th. Gu Qingyao looked at the screen, and there it was Qingyao Academy, Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai, he is in the top 8 in the points rankings. Seeing the unattainable points behind Zhou Bai, Gu Qingyao felt a little breathless. In the starry sky forest, Zhou Bai, wielding the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, was fighting a group of third-tier ferocious beasts. After many days of continuous fighting, Zhou Bai's combat experience has also become much richer. Golden Divine Lightning clung to the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, each strike precisely taking the life of a third-tier ferocious beast. These third-tier ferocious beasts were like paper in front of Zhou Bai, crumbling at the slightest touch. Go, Zhou Bai. We've made it into the top 200. Not far away, Shin Ninger was eating sunflower seeds while cheering Zhou Bai on. Shua shua shua. After a while, with a fierce flash of lightning, the last third-tier ferocious beast in the vicinity was also killed by Zhou Bai's thunder-breaking blade technique. Brother Zhou Bai, you've worked hard. Here, have some fruit. After the battle ended, Shin Ninger quickly came to Zhou Bai's side and took out the fruit she had picked not long ago to feed him. At the same time, she thoughtfully wiped away Zhou Bai's sweat and gently massaged his body, just like a caring little maid. Chapter 40, Conflict erupts, no health, no mana. Feeling the girl's attentive service, Zhou Bai felt quite pleased. I have to say, teaming up with Shin Ninger is pretty good. It provides maximum emotional value and can also help him locate ferocious beasts and avoid significant threats. Shin Ninger played a crucial role in Zhou Bai's significant increase in points this time. How about I give you some points? After a while, Zhou Bai, whose body had relaxed considerably, then spoke to Shin Ninger with a serious expression. No need, brother Zhou Bai, we've already made a deal. You can have the points, and you can just help me get into the knockout stage. Shin Ninger smiled and said to Zhou Bai. I don't need the points, since I can't win the championship anyway, so it makes no difference to me. Besides, brother Zhou Bai has gone to so much trouble taking care of me. Okay, I'll definitely get you into the knockout stage. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai then spoke to Shin Ninger. Yes, I believe Zhou Bai can do it. Let's cheer each other on. Shin Ninger raised her small fist and said to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai nodded, and then used Shin Ninger's pills to recover his condition on the spot. 2 hours later, Zhou Bai was back to his best condition, and the two headed to the next location. Before long, the two arrived at a somewhat desolate mountain forest. Brother Zhou Bai, look, that's Qinhao. Shin Ninger seemed to sense something, then pointed to a boy in the middle of the desolate forest and said slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai looked in the direction Shin Ninger had indicated. In the center of the forest, a handsome young man with a noble air floated in mid-air, standing on a golden longsword. Around it were 9 golden flying swords, their sharp edges gleaming. These golden flying swords below automatically slaughtered the surrounding third-tier ferocious beasts, including one fourth-tier beast. These ferocious beasts seemed to be suppressed by some force, their speed stagnant, and they were quickly killed by the flying swords surrounding Qinhao. As expected of an SS-level spatial talent, it's truly powerful. Looking at Qinhao, who seemed like a sword immortal in the distance, a hint of envy flashed in Zhou Bai's eyes. Martial artists can only fly when they reach the sky-soaring realm, but those with top-tier spatial talents don't need to. Powerful spatial talents allow them to fly even at lower levels. Moreover, Qinhao had 10 great attribute flying swords beside him, and he also seemed to be wearing powerful battle armor. In addition, after 9 rounds of bone tempering, his qi and blood strength reached an astonishing level. In this starfall forest, he is practically invincible. However, his mental strength is also so powerful? Could it be that he has dual talents? After a short while, Zhou Bai seemed to realize something and continued. Zhou Bai sensed that, in addition to spatial power, a considerable amount of spiritual power was also controlling those flying swords. Of course not, there aren't that many people with dual talents. They're obtained through spending money and using all sorts of top-tier resources and spiritual items to enhance one's soul power. Shin Ninger then spoke slowly. Zhou Bai understood upon hearing this there were indeed many resources in this world that could enhance one's spiritual power. As a descendant of a martial saint family, Qinhao naturally had no shortage of such treasures at each realm. He was almost always surrounded by the maximum amount of resources. Let's go hunt beasts somewhere else. Zhou Bai said to Shin Ninger. Since Qinhao has his eye on the ferocious beasts here, Zhou Bai naturally won't provoke him. Shin Ninger nodded, then used her mysterious heavenly eye to search for other gathering places of ferocious beasts. Boom! Just then, Zhou Bai suddenly felt the surrounding space solidify slightly, as if some unknown force had sealed it off. Oh no, it's Qin Hao. Soon, Zhou Bai sensed that the source of this power was Qin Hao, who was not far away. Zhou Bai looked up in the direction of Qin Hao and saw that Qin Hao had also turned around, looking down at Zhou Bai with disdain. "Humph, you brat, you dare to be friends with the geniuses of our Imperial Martial Academy? I'll wipe you out right now." Qin Hao snorted coldly, then stepped onto his flying sword and charged directly at Zhou Bai, intending to kill him instantly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Qin Hao to suddenly turn against him. "Let's go first." Zhou Bai made a quick decision, picked up Shen Ninger, and prepared to make a strategic retreat with her. After all, Qin Hao is just too monstrous, and Zhou Bai doesn't really have much confidence in fighting him right now. Boom! However, before Zhou Bai could activate his illusionary heavenly movement technique, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and a large, menacing seal flew out from the distorted space, directly slamming into Zhou Bai. Caught off guard, Zhou Bai was blasted back several steps by the Sunluo seal. Moreover, this great seal of Sunluo seemed to possess powerful spiritual energy, which greatly impacted Zhou Bai's sea of consciousness, making his head feel buzzing. "Trying to run? No one has ever escaped from my grasp, Qin Hao." Seeing Zhou Bai being repelled, Qin Hao's expression became even more arrogant. "Shua shua shua." Then, Qin Hao's flying sword, carrying an extremely sharp edge, slashed towards Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai sensed the murderous intent emanating from the A-grade flying sword. He forcibly suppressed his physical discomfort and used the thunder-breaking blade technique to strike the flying sword directly. With the blessing of the SS-level Heavenly Thunder, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade carried a powerful impact, directly slicing down 3 of Qin Hao's flying swords. The remaining 6 flying swords were also thrown backward by the shock and stuck into the surrounding barren trees. "Interesting, you've got some skill, but too bad for you, you've run into me." Seeing that his 9 flying swords had failed to achieve their purpose, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, his tone still arrogant and disdainful. "Ninger, you leave first, I'll deal with this Qin Hao." Zhou Bai knew that Qin Hao had his eye on him, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, things wouldn't end well. "Brother Zhou Bai, Qin Hao seems to have exhausted most of his spiritual and physical strength. He has very little left. Let's run. He can't catch us." Seeing that Zhou Bai wanted to confront Qin Hao head-on, Shen Ninger whispered to Zhou Bai. "What? This guy doesn't have much spiritual power or vital energy left." Upon hearing Shen Ninger's words, a murderous glint flashed in Zhou Bai's eyes. "Damn it, no health, no mana, what are you pretending for?" Chapter 41 Utter Madness, Thunderblade Slaying Enemies. Without hesitation, Zhou Bai immediately drew his knife and charged forward, his target Qin Hao. Qin Hao may be very strong, but even at his strongest, he is only at the 3rd-grade martial artist level. Without the support of vital energy and spiritual power, many techniques cannot be used. How could Zhou Bai be afraid of such a 3rd-rank martial artist? Moreover, even a clay figure like Zhou Bai would still have some temper after being suddenly attacked by Qin Hao, let alone Zhou Bai. "You little brat." Seeing Zhou Bai charge directly at him, Qin Hao felt challenged, and a cold expression appeared on his face. "Fine, you asked for it, so don't blame me." Next, Qin Hao wanted to use the remaining flying swords to deal with Zhou Bai. However, his mental strength was already insufficient. Whoosh! Qin Hao frowned slightly, but without thinking too much, he immediately took out 2 more A-grade battle swords from his personal space. Qin Hao, wielding an A-grade battle sword in each hand, swiftly clashed with Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai held nothing back this time, directly using the 9-fold Thunder Blade. The domineering thunder power solidified, giving Qin Hao a faint sense of pressure. The powerful lightning strike made Qin Hao feel numb all over. Although Qin Hao had already completed 9 rounds of bone tempering, his blood and qi circulation efficiency had reached its peak. However, Qin Hao had exhausted a great deal of his vital energy after the continuous battles. Even if the circulation of qi and blood is highly efficient, it cannot generate more qi and blood power out of thin air to support Qin Hao in using top-notch martial arts techniques. After the 2 collisions, Qin Hao was knocked back several steps. Shen Ninger, who was not far away, was also completely bewildered. How did they suddenly start fighting? This is Qin Hao, what is Zhou Bai thinking? Even if he's not in good shape, he's still Qin Hao. However, it seems that brother Zhou Bai is somewhat suppressing Qin Hao. Could it be? "You brat, how dare you challenge the majesty of God? You've successfully angered me." Qin Hao, who had been repelled, was even more enraged, his eyes filled with fury. As a top freshman at Emperor Martial Arts Academy and a promising prodigy from a martial saint family, when had Qin Hao ever suffered such a loss? Being defeated by a freshman of the same level was a great humiliation for him. Just you wait until I recover. Xin Hao gritted his teeth and immediately took out a top-grade recovery pill from his personal space. He had already decided in his mind what methods he would use to deal with Zhou Bai once he recovered. When the time comes, I'll use my true martial heaven-turning seal to blast this guy into an idiot. Whoosh! However, before Xin Hao could swallow the pill, Zhou Bai had already transformed into a blur and rushed in front of Xin Hao, his blood shadow battle blade, imbued with SS-level heavenly divine lightning, slashing at Xin Hao's arm. Sizzle! With a violent tearing sound, Xin Hao's arm was severed by Zhou Bai's blood shadow battle blade. No, my hand! Seeing his hand severed, Xin Hao roared in fury, on the verge of losing his mind. Then, Xin Hao frantically burned his remaining vital energy, his aura continuously rising, and the surrounding space seemed to become even more solidified. Xin Hao went berserk, using his remaining hand to wield his great battle sword and slash at Zhou Bai with reckless abandon. This kid's going berserk. Zhou Bai's expression changed slightly as he sensed Xin Hao's increasingly terrifying aura. Having burned his life force, Xin Hao exuded a bloodthirsty aura, and every move he made carried immense destructive power. Their overall strength seems to have increased several times over. After just a few rounds of clashes, Zhou Bai felt his blood surging and his body going numb. Because Xin Hao had pushed the spatial suppression power to its limit, Zhou Bai's movement technique was unable to exert its full effect, and wounds slowly began to appear on Zhou Bai's body, causing his condition to deteriorate further. The level is still too low. This freak who has undergone 9 bone temperings has gone completely berserk. He's too difficult to stop. Zhou Bai thought to himself, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Xin Hao was originally an invincible third-rank cultivator who had undergone 9 bone temperings. Although he no longer possessed chi and blood power or spiritual power, his physical condition was still excellent due to the multiple bone temperings he had undergone. Wearing 2 grade battle armors, he also seemed to have cultivated body tempering techniques, making his physical strength comparable to that of a top-tier 4th-order ferocious beast. Not to mention, burning the power of chi and blood, and even starting to burn life force, it is like an invincible monster. No, if we keep fighting like this, even if I manage to wear him down, I'll be completely exhausted, and then. Zhou Bai pondered to himself. Since that's the case, let's resolve this decisively. Then, Zhou Bai immediately pushed his mental power to its limit and blasted it towards Xin Hao with overwhelming force. It hurts. Xin Hao, driven to madness, had almost zero mental defenses and instantly felt a sharp, stinging pain, causing his body to freeze slightly. 9 layers of Thunder Blade. Zhou Bai roared inwardly, his internal energy surging wildly, and wave after wave of swift lightning power was added to the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. First overlap. Second overlap. Sixth overlap. Zhou Bai moved like lightning, his Blood Shadow Battle Blade accumulating wave after wave of lightning power, his aura rapidly rising. In just 2 breaths, Zhou Bai had already stacked 6 layers. This is one of Zhou Bai's trump cards. Before entering the selection competition, Zhou Bai spent 3,000 learning points he had painstakingly earned to upgrade the 9-fold Thunder Blade to the advanced level. It can be stacked up to 6 times, instantly granting a 5-fold boost to combat power. Of course, the cost was also enormous. Zhou Bai could only unleash this one strike at the moment. In an instant, the 9-fold Thunder Blade, imbued with 6 layers of power, slashed down on Xin Hao with overwhelming force. Sizzle! A violent tearing sound rang out, and Zhou Bai shattered Xin Hao's 2-grade battle armors. How is this possible? Sensing that powerful force, Xin Hao slowly raised his head, his body trembling slightly. Crack! A moment later, the Blood Shadow Blade, imbued with terrifying lightning power, severed Xin Hao's body in half at the waist. Xin Hao's face was filled with astonishment, and then he disappeared into the desolate forest. Brother Zhou Bai, you eliminated Xin Hao. Looking at the scene before her, Shen Ninger, who was not far away, felt somewhat dazed. Quickly, get me away from here. Otherwise, any wild beast could wipe us out. Zhou Bai's voice was hoarse and trembling. We still have to go through the knockout stage. At this moment, the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on screen number 001. Xin Hao, the invincible ace freshman at Imperial Martial Arts Academy, was eliminated. Why, Xin Hao has fallen. Xin Hao, on whom we placed so much hope, has fallen in the selection competition. Holy crap, awesome, that's fucking awesome, Zhou Bai is invincible. Zhou Bai, are you going to destroy the Imperial Martial Arts Academy? Heh, if Xin Hao had paid even a little attention to Zhou Bai, even if he had taken the recovery pill beforehand, the outcome wouldn't have been like this. Damn it, Qin Hao is such a waste. He's not in form, but he still goes and provokes others. What's he pretending for? 5 consecutive championships at Emperor Martial Arts Academy. Damn it. I told you not to pick up the lantern. After a brief silence, the entire Rubik's Cube dojo erupted in a cacophony of discussion. Chapter 42: A Legend Falls, Ling Yan blocks the way. In this selection competition, Qin Hao was undoubtedly the most outstanding and invincible genius. Top-tier spatial talent, powerful mental strength, numerous top-tier A-grade flying swords, a grade spirit armor, and an endless stream of treasures. A lone figure walked through the starry sky forest, slaying countless ferocious beasts. His performance was undeniably the strongest in the selection process. But even someone like Qin Hao was eliminated by Zhou Bai. Although Qin Hao was in such poor condition that his vital energy and mental strength were completely depleted, making it impossible for him to use many of his methods. But a defeat is a defeat. No one had anticipated this outcome. Zhou Bai eliminated Qin Hao, the favorite to win the championship. The legend has fallen, but the dark horse continues. The host at the martial arts arena was also passionately cheering. Perhaps some people feel sorry for Qin Hao's elimination, thinking he shouldn't have stopped there, but that's always been the way of the martial arts. Nothing is absolute. The arrogant will eventually pay the price for their arrogance. The strong are not always strong, and the weak can also rise up. Anything is possible. This is the Battle of Dawn. Qin Hao's dawn has ended, but the dawn battle of our Xia kingdom continues. Let us continue to pay attention to the dawn path of other martial arts prodigies. The host's voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena, making the atmosphere even more enthusiastic. Not long after, Qin Hao got up from the virtual reality pod in the martial arts arena. At this moment, Qin Hao looked dazed and blank, completely devoid of his previous arrogance and disdain. They don't seem to have recovered from their defeat. I lost. I didn't even make it to the knockout stage. After a long while, Qin Hao clenched his teeth so tightly that his lips bled. He carries the key to the glory of the imperial martial arts, and has prepared far too much for this dawn battle. In the Battle of Dawn, everyone only has one chance, which means that Qin Hao may never be able to erase this defeat for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt an overwhelming pang of sadness, and something seemed to be welling up in his eyes. The other students at Diwu all looked utterly defeated. Qin Hao was their ace. Qin Hao was their biggest asset in their 5-game winning streak. Now that he's gone, Emperor Martial's 5-game championship streak is very likely to be shattered. Ha, Zhou Bai did a great job. Hee, thanks to Zhou Bai for taking down Qin Hao for us. Now, our magic martial arts championship is in the bag. Who can argue with that? Without Qin Hao, who can stop me from winning the magic martial arts championship? This championship, we at Star Martial Arts School want it. We're going to rebuild Star Martial Arts School's glory. Have you forgotten about Xia Yuan Martial Arts School, forgotten the fear of being dominated by Xia Yuan Martial Arts School? At this moment, the other 10 trainees were extremely excited. Qin Hao has always been considered a super favorite to win the championship, and he is an opponent that other schools are reluctant to face. Now that Qin Hao has fallen, it undoubtedly gives other universities a great opportunity. It's over, Zhou Bai is going to fall too. The people of Diwu have run into Zhou Bai. At this moment, another exclamation rang out. The audience at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena immediately turned their attention to the screen where Zhou Bai was. In the Dewing Forest, a gloomy woodland, one could see a tall, beautiful, and aloof young woman with delicate features leaned against a large tree in the woods, holding a sharp longsword. The girl had her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, and her long, fair, and delicate legs under her short skirt were incredibly eye-catching. Chu Lingyan, it's you. What are you doing here? Shen Ninger, who was supporting Zhou Bai, frowned slightly as she looked at the girl in front of her who exuded a cold aura. Brother Zhou Bai, this is also Chu Lingyan, a super genius of Emperor Martial Arts. She also has SS-level talent and a clear sword heart. She is extremely difficult to deal with. Shen Ninger whispered to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai took a deep breath, never expecting to run into Chu Lingyan here. If Chu Lingyan were to make a move now, Zhou Bai would likely not have many opportunities left. You eliminated our Imperial Martial Arts Academy's top freshman. Chu Lingyan slowly raised her head, looking calmly at Zhou Bai. It was Qin Hao who went berserk and suddenly attacked Zhou Bai. Chu Lingyan. Shen Ninger stood protectively in front of Zhou Bai and said coldly. For the glory of our Imperial Martial Arts, I will personally eliminate you in the elimination rounds. Chu Lingyan ignored Shen Ninger's words and instead spoke calmly to Zhou Bai. After saying that, Chu Lingyan turned and left the forest. This Ice Queen woman, is she crazy? She's blocking this spot just to say this? Seeing Chu Lingyan leave so decisively, Shen Ninger frowned slightly and said with some confusion. Zhou Bai watched Chu Lingyan leave, lost in thought. Perhaps it was because of instructor Gu Chen, Zhou Bai suddenly thought to himself. Forget about her, brother Zhou Bai. I'll take you to hide first and get you back to your senses. Seeing this, Shen Ninger didn't think too much about it and led Zhou Bai to find a suitable place to rest. Goddess Lingyan is too kind, she didn't even take the opportunity to kill Zhou Bai. That's Goddess Lingyan, she would never bully the weak. Zhou Bai is practically a cripple right now, so Goddess Lingyan would naturally disdain taking advantage of his vulnerability. Looks like Zhou Bai is going to make it to the elimination rounds. But even if he does, it's useless. His strength is far inferior to the top 10 aces and freshmen. He has no hope of winning the championship even if he goes in. Thanks again to Zhou Bai for eliminating Qin Hao. Seeing that no conflict broke out between the two sides, the audience at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena looked on with a sigh. However, no one thought much of it. Chu Lingyan was always like this, she would never take advantage of someone in distress. Moreover, the elimination of Zhou Bai, such a dark horse, made everyone feel that there was much less to watch. The selection competition continued, and after seeing that Qin Hao, the favorite to win the championship, was eliminated, the many martial arts prodigies in the Doing Forest felt as if they had been doused with cold water, and they became much more cautious in their actions. As time went by, the ferocious beasts in the Starry Sky Forest became even more violent due to the blood everywhere. More top-tier ferocious beasts, 4th-tier and even 5th-tier ferocious beasts, from the Doing Forest gradually joined the battle, accelerating the elimination of martial arts prodigies in the selection competition. The 99 contestants for the selection competition have been determined. Now, you can decide for yourselves whether to continue fighting in the Star Forest or withdraw directly. The Doing Forest event will automatically close once the number of participants drops below 10. 2 days later, the host's voice rang out in the Starry Forest. Chapter 43 Selection ends, Soul Treasure. Among the many prodigies in the Starry Sky Forest, some chose to leave, while others chose to continue their conquests. Let's continue, fight to the very last moment. In a mountain forest, Zhou Bai spoke to Shen Ninger. Points can be exchanged for 8th generation red marrow potions, which is a great opportunity for Zhou Bai to accumulate resources, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Okay, brother Zhou Bai, I'll do whatever you say. Shen Ninger did not refuse and continued to help Zhou Bai search for ferocious beasts and engage in battles. Zhou Bai's points continued to rise rapidly through his relentless killing spree. Qin Hao, who was originally in first place, was gradually surpassed by the other geniuses. 3 days later, only 9 martial arts prodigies remained in the Starry Sky Forest. Doing Forest will be closing soon, please take note. When the number of participants was insufficient, the host's voice rang out again in the Starry Sky Forest. Goodbye, brother Zhou Bai. Shen Ninger waved to Zhou Bai, a sweet smile on her face. Okay, goodbye. Zhou Bai also waved goodbye to Shen Ninger. Then, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, enveloping all the remaining martial arts prodigies. When Zhou Bai opened his eyes again, he found that the door to the virtual reality pod was already open. The warm sunshine from the sky fell on Zhou Bai, making him feel a gentle warmth. The surrounding roars and shouts made Zhou Bai feel as if the carnage in the Doing Forest these past few days was just a dream. My mental strength seems to have improved quite a bit? At this moment, Zhou Bai seemed to sense something and raised an eyebrow. Junior Zhou Bai, you're amazing. You made it to the knockout stage and are now ranked 5th in the standings. Just as Zhou Bai was about to take a look, a clear and melodious voice rang out, and a pure and charming girl directly embraced Zhou Bai. Senior Shiyu, don't you know how fierce I am? Zhou Bai whispered in the girl's ear. Zhao Shiyu let out a soft hum, feeling her body go weak. The intense and exciting 9-day selection competition has ended. In half a month, we will continue here for the highly anticipated elimination rounds, where the strongest genius of our Dawn Battle will be determined. Please look forward to the ultimate battle of the Dawn Battle. And to all of you who have made it to the knockout stage, you can also use these 2 weeks to improve yourselves and showcase your best in the knockout rounds. At that moment, the host's excited voice rang out from inside the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. The audience at the martial arts arena cheered enthusiastically, filled with anticipation for the elimination rounds in 2 weeks. Zhou Bai, you're amazing. You actually made it to the knockout stage, and your ranking is so high. A moment later, Chen Jianghe also came from the audience to Zhou Bai's side, his face full of excitement. He had thought that Zhou Bai might make it into the knockout stage, but when Zhou Bai actually did, it still felt somewhat unreal to Chen Jianghe. Zhou Bai's demonstrated strength, which makes him a contender for a top 10 spot in the Dawn battle, has greatly excited Chen Jianghe. Their Bluebird Academy is about to make history. It was also a coincidence, Zhou Bai said slowly. Entering the knockout stage was within Zhou Bai's expectations, but this score was truly hard-earned. Zhou Bai's final score reached 104,202, an astonishing amount that could be exchanged for 52 8th-generation red marrow gene potions. If it hadn't happened during the Battle of Dawn, the wealth consumed in purchasing it elsewhere would have been unimaginable. Zhou Bai also knew that Xin Ninger deserved much of the credit for this. Her elixirs allowed her to quickly recover and also enabled her to survey her surroundings, helping her choose suitable areas to hunt ferocious beasts. Without these, Zhou Bai felt that his points would not have been enough to get him into the top 10. My own experience is still too shallow. Moreover, they were not as well prepared as others. For the next 2 weeks, I will do my best to help you improve your skills and strive for a higher ranking. Chen Jianghe then spoke to Zhou Bai in a deep voice, his eyes gleaming with burning ambition. Clearly, Chen Jianghe also cares a lot about the final ranking in the Zhou Bai Chenxi battle. Zhou Bai nodded. By the way, Uncle Chen, does this virtual reality pod have any other effects? I feel like my mental strength has improved quite a bit. Then, Zhou Bai seemed to have thought of something and said to Chen Jianghe. Name, Zhou Bai. Level, rank 3 martial artist. Talent, Heavenly Thunder SS, Mental Power S. Chi and Blood, 10,060 calories plus. Mental State, 2,100 Hz plus. Skills, Ninefold Thunderblade Advanced, Phantom Skywalk Intermediate, Thunder Breaking Blade Technique Perfected, Mountain Splitting Fist Perfected, Shadow Step Perfected. Learning Point, 1486. Items, Energy Fruit 62, Skill Upgrade Card 1. For the past 9 days, Zhou Bai has been in the virtual reality pod and has not cultivated his mental power. However, his mental power has increased from 1200 Hz to 2100 Hz. Moreover, the number of learning points has increased from over 100 to nearly 1500. In other words, this virtual reality pod could very well be considered a cultivation retreat, allowing one to enhance their mental strength and incidentally increase their learning points. Zhou Bai, your feeling is correct. This virtual reality pod is also a powerful soul treasure. Conducting realistic simulation training inside the virtual reality pod also has considerable effects. Chen Jianghe then spoke slowly. A soul treasure? Then this virtual reality pod is a good thing. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Jianghe's words. Cultivating insight can enhance mental strength and increase learning points. Although the learning points are not many, it is still a good cultivation treasure. It is indeed a good thing, but this virtual reality pod consumes a lot of resources. It requires soul crystals for power and needs to be connected to the Martial Arts Alliance's dedicated network, which is very expensive. If it weren't for the fact that the Xia Kingdom's high-level officials wanted to promote this virtual reality pod, they would never have used it for the Dawn War. Chen Jianghe clearly knew more inside information, he said. A glint of light flashed in Zhou Bai's eyes. The ability to perform real-world simulations was already incredibly powerful, not to mention that it could also enhance mental strength. I wonder if learning in a virtual reality pod will grant additional learning points. A thought surfaced in Zhou Bai's mind. Unfortunately, Zhou Bai is now unable to conduct the experiment. The virtual reality capsule product is now mature, and with the hype surrounding the Battle of Dawn, it's estimated that corresponding products will be available on the market soon. Furthermore, if you perform exceptionally well in the Battle of Dawn, you might be able to obtain it from the Martial Arts Alliance. After all, the Martial Arts Alliance is very generous and doesn't hesitate to invest in outstanding top talents. Chen Jianghe continued. Zhou Bai nodded, a few thoughts forming in his mind. However, Zhou Bai also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. He needed to achieve real results in the Battle of Dawn first. Let's go. I'll take you to exchange for the 8th generation red marrow potion first, and then I'll plan your training for the next 2 weeks so that you can compete in the elimination rounds in your strongest form. Chen Jianghe patted Zhou Bai on the shoulder and said firmly. Chapter 44. He's very fierce, look at his inner layer. With the conclusion of the Dawn Battle qualifiers, many of the exciting moments from the competition have gradually spread. In particular, Zhou Bai's rise to prominence was remarkable. A junior college student from Qingmiao Academy, he entered the knockout stage with a score ranking of 5th. Moreover, they also eliminated Qin Hao, the ace freshman from Emperor Martial Arts Academy, who was a favorite to win the championship. This caused Zhou Bai's popularity to surge even further. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. A junior college student actually defeated the top freshman at Imperial Martial Arts Academy. What year is it today? The junior college has risen again, crushing the Imperial Martial Academy. With the maturity of virtual reality technology, it is expected to completely redefine martial arts in the future. Zhou Bai single-handedly rewrote the course of this year's Dawn Battle. Qin Hao was beaten to tears. Zhou Bai, a god among college graduates. Trending topics dominated the headlines on Lingwang, causing ripples throughout the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Especially in major martial arts academies, it has caused a huge uproar. Many colleges and universities went completely crazy. Zhou Bai's sudden emergence and outstanding performance in the Battle of Dawn ignited the flames in the hearts of countless college students. Who says there are no great emperors in colleges? Zhou Bai is our college's god. So what if the Imperial Martial Arts Academy's top freshmen are newcomers? They were still crushed by my great Zhou Bai. Many martial arts college students seem to have finally gotten their revenge, and they were making a ruckus on various forums on the Spirit Network. Seeing the junior college students they usually look down on acting so arrogantly, students from other top universities started hurling insults at each other online. Zhou Bai's success was just due to luck, and Qin Hao was simply underestimating him. In a real fight, even 10 Zhou Bais wouldn't be enough for Qin Hao to defeat. Various opinions continued to escalate, which inexplicably increased Zhou Bai's popularity. This has made even more people look forward to the knockout stage in 2 weeks. Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena, Rubik's Cube Training Room. Ninger, aren't you going to explain? You and Zhou Bai. In the quiet room, Gu Qingyao looked at Shin Ninger, who had changed into a pink and white dress and looked pure and bright, and gently bit her red lips. These past few days, watching Shin Ninger adventure with Zhou Bai in the Doing Forest, I've been torn by countless emotions. This scene was exactly the future she had imagined with Zhou Bai. But I will never have such a future. Shin Ninger is her best friend, and she had been telling her to forget about Zhou Bai. Unexpectedly, after entering the selection competition, he approached Zhou Bai. The intimate scene between the two in the Doing Forest was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Gu Qingyao's heart. Explanation? Qingyao, Zhou Bai is just your ex-boyfriend. I don't need to explain too much. Looking at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, Shin Ninger said to herself. Ninger, could it be that you've really fallen for Zhou Bai? He's from Qingyao Academy, and although he seems to be incredibly successful now, what about his future? Gu Qingyao took a deep breath, then gritted her teeth and said. Qingyao, I was just kidding with you. How could I possibly be interested in Zhou Bai? At this moment, Shin Ninger came to Gu Qingyao's side, hugged Gu Qingyao's arm, and then smiled sweetly. Isn't this all for the sake of getting into the elimination rounds? You know, my talent is a huge disadvantage in the Star Battle Forest. Without asking for help, there's no way I'd make it into the elimination rounds. It was just a coincidence that I ran into Zhou Bai. Ninger, you really scared me to death. I thought you were serious. Hearing Shin Ninger's words, Gu Qingyao's tense heart instantly calmed down. At the same time, she found her worries laughable. The Shin family was also a top-tier, 1,000-year-old martial arts family. Although Shin Ninger usually seemed quirky and clever, she had extremely high standards. How could she possibly be interested in Zhou Bai? I was just scaring myself. How could that be? I was just teasing him. Shin Ninger said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyao seemed to feel much better. However, thinking of the painting of Shin Ninger and Zhou Bai in the starry sky forest, especially Shin Ninger's heartfelt smile and joy, I couldn't help but think of the painting. Gu Qingyao had never seen this before at Magic Martial Arts Academy, so she was still somewhat hesitant. By the way, Ninger doesn't like impolite people and hates rude people. After a short while, Gu Qingyao seemed to remember something, a blush flashing in her eyes, and then she said to Shin Ninger. Ninger, there's something I need to tell you. Don't let Zhou Bai's good looks and seemingly harmless appearance fool you. He can be quite fierce when he gets going. Can he be fierce when he plays? Qingyao, tell me carefully. Upon hearing Gu Qingyao's words, Shin Ninger trembled slightly and quickly replied to Gu Qingyao, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Seeing Shin Ninger's expectant eyes, Gu Qingyao bit her red lips slightly, then leaned close to Shin Ninger's ear and whispered, "Before, Zhou Bai took me to the grove and told me." Hearing Gu Qingyao recount her past with Zhou Bai, Shin Ninger's heart stirred with emotion, and her face flushed even more. Now you know, right? I was worried you'd go astray and be misled by Zhou Bai. Looking at Shinninger, who seemed to be dazed from fright, Gu Qingyao continued with a serious expression. Yes, I understand. Shinninger could barely stand, and then her voice trembled as she spoke. Then you should prepare well for the upcoming elimination rounds. I'll be cheering you on. Seeing that Shinninger was not in a good mood, Gu Qingyao assumed that she was frightened by Zhou Bai's terrible rudeness and continued. After saying that, Gu Qingyao helped Shinninger sit down next to her and then left the quiet room. Zhou. Brother Zhou Bai, is he so fierce? Shinninger seemed to still be thinking about Gu Qingyao, her face flushed. Numerous scenes unconsciously conjured up in my mind. No. I can't think about it anymore. Shinninger knew that continuing to think about it would cause problems, so she quickly banished the many thoughts from her mind. Bite. A moment later, Shinninger's phone rang with a crisp notification sound. Shinninger opened her phone and a message popped up. Brother Zhou Bai has accepted my friend request. Upon seeing the message on her phone, Shinninger's eyes lit up, and her eyebrows curved into a smile. Shinninger stood in front of the mirror, looking at her pure and beautiful reflection. The pink and white dress perfectly accentuated her innocence and radiance. Click. Then, Shinninger casually took a picture of herself and sent it directly to Zhou Bai. Brother Zhou Bai, I just changed my clothes and am about to go back. Image.jpg. Bite. Soon, another notification sound rang out. Zhou Bai, not bad, but it's too plain. Let's see what the inner layer is like. Upon seeing Zhou Bai's message, Shinninger blushed again, her eyes flickering with hesitation, as if she were wavering. It's nothing, I just wanted to check the inner layer. This is what Brother Zhou Bai wanted. He worked so hard to get me into the elimination rounds, so I just wanted to check on him. After a long while, Shinninger bit her red lips and thought to herself. Then, Shinninger gently pulled down. Chapter 45, The defenses are breached again, the flames are too intense. Wow, this girl from Magic Martial Arts is really something. At the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena, the stronghold of the University Alliance, Zhou Bai looked at the pictures on his phone. In the picture, Shinninger is half squatting in front of a mirror, her pink and white dress already half undone. The camera clearly shows Shinninger's amazing charm and perfectly timed peak scenery. In particular, Shinninger's eyes now held a hint of coquettishness, and her face was slightly flushed, making her look. Upon seeing this picture, Zhou Bai immediately became somewhat angry. Zhou Bai, give me a few more. Shinninger, what do you want to do? Don't use my photos for bad things. Zhou Bai, I want to. Shinninger, oh. Junior brother Zhou Bai, the red marrow potion has been successfully exchanged. Just as Zhou Bai and Shinninger were chatting enthusiastically, a crisp sound rang in Zhou Bai's ears. Zhao Shiyu carried a large suitcase and came to Zhou Bai. Inside the box were the 52 bottles of 8th generation red marrow potion that had just been exchanged. Okay, let's go back then. Looking at the pure and beautiful Zhao Shiyu in front of him, Zhou Bai smiled slightly and put away his phone. Yes, Uncle Chen's cultivation techniques and resources should be ready as well. Zhao Shiyu took Zhou Bai's hand and said. Zhou Bai nodded, then took the box from Zhao Shiyu and left the University Alliance base. After leaving the University Alliance base and arriving outside the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena, many martial artists spotted Zhou Bai and frantically took pictures of him. Several reporters, microphones in hand, prepared various questions to interview Zhou Bai. After all, Zhou Bai is all about popularity right now. Any comment about Zhou Bai will generate a lot of traffic. Sorry, I need to prepare for the knockout stage in 2 weeks. Zhou Bai declined all interviews, citing the elimination rounds as the reason. The reporters did not overstep their bounds. After all, the elimination round in half a month was too important, and they did not dare to interfere with the player's mental state. Zhou Bai, we meet again. Just as everyone was about to leave, a somewhat deep voice came from behind. Not far away, a handsome young man in white, with a noble air, slowly walked over. The boy exuded a power of blood and chi that was almost solidified, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble slightly. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Zhou Bai, his eyes filled with disdain. Oh, is there something you need? Looking at the young man in front of him, Zhou Bai spoke calmly. It turned out that this boy was Qin Hao. Click, click, click. The reporters who were about to disperse saw Qin Hao appear and immediately took out their cameras and started snapping pictures. Although the two haven't spoken yet, everyone has already started editing their captions, preparing to seize the first wave of buzz surrounding their reunion. At the same time, we are also looking forward to seeing if the two will have another fierce battle. Jobai, I have successfully tempered my bones 10 times and am about to enter the 4th rank. The gap between us is something you can never cross in your lifetime. Xin Hao took a deep breath and then slowly said. His vital energy surged wildly, coursing through his entire body as if forming a self-contained cycle. Oh, I see. Could you please not block my way? I need to go back and prepare for the elimination rounds. Jobai didn't even lift his eyelids and said calmly. Don't you understand? So what if you were lucky enough to be eliminated? I am still the ace freshman of Emperor Martial Arts, the seed genius of the Martial Saint family, and my future is destined to be brilliant. Seeing that Jobai didn't show the fear he had imagined, Xin Hao's expression turned even more grim. And you're just a college student. That might be the only chance you'll ever have to get to know me. Sorry, I don't want to have much to do with losers. However, Jobai remained calm and then led Zhao Shiyu away in another direction. Loser. I am a loser. Jobai's words instantly broke Xin Hao's defenses, and he roared, if you've got the guts, let's have another match now, 10,000 times, and I'll beat you 10,000 times. But you still lost, you didn't even make it to the knockout stage. Jobai's figure had already disappeared into the distance, but his voice still lingered. Damn it. Jobai, I'll remember you. I'll make you realize that I'm someone you can only look up to for all eternity. Xin Hao became even angrier and roared loudly. However, Jobai had already left. Shocking. Just a few days later, the god of colleges and Emperor Xin Hao clashed again, and a devastating explosion occurred. Xin Hao, having undergone 10 rounds of bone tempering, forcefully surrounds Jobai. Jobai called Xin Hao a piece of trash, saying he couldn't even make it to the knockout stage. Xin Hao beat Jobai 10,000 times. Soon, the surrounding reporters were editing their articles at lightning speed, and the latest news was quickly published on the Spirit Network, showing a strong trend of making headlines in martial arts. So many days have passed, and Hauer still hasn't gotten over that failure. Inside the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena, in the outer office, a middle-aged man dressed in a white martial arts uniform, exuding an imposing aura, frowned as he looked at Xin Hao, whose face was slightly flushed, in the distance. Hauer has had it too easy before, so this kind of failure isn't a bad thing for him. Beside him, a kind-looking old man with gray hair smiled and said, It's not necessarily a bad thing, but isn't this failure coming too soon, and given Hauer's current state? The middle-aged man looked at Xin Hao in the distance, whose blood and chi were almost about to erupt out of control, and said with some concern, Don't worry, with the support of the Qin family, Hauer is destined to shine brightly in the future. Before that, these setbacks are just the fire that tempers Hauer. The white-haired old man said softly. But I'm afraid the fire is too intense. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped on a file belonging to Jobai on the table, and seemed to be deep in thought. The fire is too fierce? No matter how fierce it is, can it outlast the Qin family? The white-haired old man gently shook his head. Junner, don't worry too much. Concern makes you confused. Believe in Hauer's future. You don't actually think that a mere college graduate can crush the pride of the Qin family's prodigy, do you? I was overthinking it. What kind of future can a college graduate have? Qin Zhan chuckled upon hearing this, finding his own worries absurd, and continued. Father, have you seen the Martial Arts Alliance's plan for the large-scale promotion and distribution of virtual reality pods? Should our Qin family? Chapter 46 SS Rank, Undying Thunder Body. In a quiet villa in Xiangning District, Shanghai. Jobai, this is the Thunder Body Tempering Technique, a top-tier S-rank Thunder Attribute Body Tempering Technique that can greatly enhance your physique and allow you to fully unleash your talents in battle. Inside the villa, Chen Jiang has sent Jobai an electronic document and said to him, This body tempering technique can also remove impurities from the body during practice. In other words, it allows your body to absorb more qi and blood resources more easily, enhances qi and blood power, and accelerates your bone tempering process. Thunderous Body Forging Technique, a top-tier S-rank Thunder Attribute Body Forging Technique. Looking at the body strengthening techniques in this document, Jobai let out a deep breath. Unexpectedly, Chen Jiangha actually found himself a body strengthening exercise. It should be noted that the value of body tempering techniques far exceeds that of ordinary martial arts, especially lightning attribute body tempering techniques, which are even more precious than top-tier S-rank breathing techniques, second only to visualization techniques. This Thunder Body Tempering Technique is divided into 9 levels. Each level significantly strengthens the physique. Reaching the 3rd level will grant you a physical strength comparable to a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. I have already prepared the cultivation resources for the first 3 levels for you. There's also 6th tier beast meat and nourishing elixirs to boost your spiritual power. Shiyu will make them for you every day. For the next 2 weeks, you just need to focus entirely on your cultivation. Chen Jianhe then had the students of Qingniao Academy bring in all sorts of cultivation resources from outside, and said to Zhou Bai. Even Zhou Bai was somewhat alarmed by the abundance of resources ahead. Chen Jianhe really went all out. These resources are not cheap. The cultivation resources for the Thunder Body refining technique are especially precious, consisting of top-tier A-grade resources, and some even S-grade resources. Although the resources that enhance Qi and blood are cheaper, the sheer quantity makes up for it. In addition, if all the red marrow potions I exchanged were converted into my own strength. Zhou Bai felt that his strength was about to experience an explosive increase. Thank you, Uncle Chen, I will try my best. Zhou Bai took a deep breath and then said gratefully to Chen Jianhe. These cultivation resources would be something he would never have had if he were among the top 10. After all, the top 10 universities have no shortage of students with top-notch talent, and those star freshmen even have the support of top-tier families. Yes, keep it up. A lot of these resources are provided by other colleges and universities. Our colleges and universities have produced such a promising talent, so we must support them. Chen Jianhe then smiled. After Zhou Bai's performance in the Battle of Dawn was revealed, all the other colleges and universities were filled with envy for Chen Jianhe. Chen Jianhe really made a big splash. Moreover, Zhou Bai's final ranking in the Dawn battle will affect the future development of Bluebird Academy, which Chen Jianhe cannot afford to ignore. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. The better you go in the Battle of Dawn, the better it will be for me. Chen Jianhe continued. I will. Zhou Bai nodded. Then I won't disturb you any longer. You can continue your cultivation in peace. Chen Jianhe didn't say much and left the villa directly. Junior brother Zhou Bai, you should study the cultivation technique first. I'll go make you a spiritual meal. After Chen Jianhe left, Zhao Shiyu continued speaking to Zhou Bai. Etc. Zhou Bai grabbed Zhao Shiyu's hand and pulled her into his arms. Junior, what's wrong? Sensing Zhou Bai's aura, Zhao Shiyu's face slowly flushed. I'm hungry right now. Zhou Bai smiled slightly. While at the martial arts arena, Zhou Bai was teased by Shen Ninger, and after such a long battle, he was already very hungry. Aha! Zhao Shiyu naturally couldn't refuse Zhou Bai. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing an in-depth learning session. Learning points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing an in-depth learning session. Learning points plus 20. After studying 5 times, Zhou Bai finally entered the quiet room of the villa. Thunderous Body Forging Technique. Zhou Bai opened the electronic document of the Thunder Body Forging Technique and carefully examined it. 20 minutes later, Zhou Bai successfully added the S-level Thunder Body Tempering Technique to the system panel. How about we upgrade this body strengthening technique? Just as Zhou Bai was preparing to cultivate, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. He also has a skill upgrade card, which can upgrade the level of martial arts techniques. Body tempering techniques are extremely important, as they can greatly enhance combat power and inner strength. Moreover, this is a lightning attribute body forging technique, which is extremely suitable for Zhou Bai. If I can improve this body tempering technique, my chances of success will be much greater in half a month. Zhou Bai murmured to himself. Although the elimination rounds haven't started yet, Zhou Bai has heard about it because of Qin Hao's elimination. The remaining top 10 saw a glimmer of hope in winning the championship and were all determined to make a run for the title in this Dawn battle. By then, those top-tier freshmen will likely have already reached the 4th rank, and with their other methods, they will all be very difficult to deal with. If we had an SS-level body tempering technique, we might have an overwhelming advantage. With an SS-level lightning attribute body forging technique combined with his own SS-level heavenly divine lightning, he could absolutely sweep away everything. System, use a skill upgrade card to upgrade the Thunder Body Tempering Technique. With that in mind, Zhou Bai didn't hesitate any longer and immediately used the skill upgrade card to upgrade this S-level body tempering technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, your enhancement has been successful. The Thunder Body Forging Technique has been upgraded to the Thunder Undying Body. Undying Thunder Body, SS-level Lightning Attribute Supreme Body Tempering Technique, with a total of 13 levels. Each level will greatly enhance the physique and physical body. When cultivated to perfection, one can achieve the Undying Thunder Body, which is eternally indestructible. Before long, the skill was successfully upgraded, and information about the new body tempering technique immediately appeared in Jobai's mind. The Undying Thunder Body. Is this an SS rank lightning attribute body forging technique? Jobai was filled with shock as he sensed the mysterious and obscure information in his mind. Next, have Shiyu prepare the medicinal bath so we can begin cultivating the Thunder Undying Body. Jobai took a deep breath, eager to cultivate this top-tier SS-level body tempering technique. Although this technique can also be used to increase cultivation points, Jobai doesn't have many learning points, so he can save them for later crucial moments. Moreover, cultivating this technique, like the Thunder Undying Body, requires many resources containing thunder attributes. Those resources can also be used to cultivate the Thunder Undying Body. You can use resources to cultivate first, and then add some breakthroughs later. Next, Jobai sent a message to Zhao Shiyu to prepare a medicinal bath for himself. At the same time, Jobai didn't waste any time. Instead, he opened the 8th generation red marrow potion next to him and swallowed it directly to boost his chi and blood power. Soon, a domineering surge of blood energy coursed through Jobai's body, causing his face to flush slightly. Jobai immediately activated his breathing technique, focusing all his efforts on absorbing the vital energy of the red marrow potion. Chapter 47 Sword Dao Thunder Body Cultivation. It boosted my chi and blood by 1800 calories. This red marrow potion is truly amazing, it works so fast. 30 minutes later, Jobai opened his eyes and looked at his panel, which showed an increase of more than 1,000 calories in his chi and blood power. His face was full of joy. Moreover, this effect is continuing, just not as intense as it was at the beginning. Next, let's eat some 6th tier beast meat. Jobai did not continue to swallow the red marrow potion, but allowed his body to absorb it slowly, and then ate some 6th tier beast meat to go with it. 2 hours later, Jobai had completely absorbed the beast meat in the bottle of red marrow potion, and his blood energy increased by more than 1,000 calories. The total amount of chi and blood reached an astonishing 13,000 calories. Junior brother Jobai, the medicinal bath is ready. Not long after, Jobai received a message from Zhao Shiyu on his phone. Phew, I can finally cultivate the Thunder Undying Body. I hope this Thunder Undying Body won't disappoint me. Jobai gently exhaled a breath of stale air, then left the quiet room. 10 days later, at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, in a spacious martial arts room. A girl with delicate features and a high ponytail, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, is wielding an A-grade longsword and fighting against a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor. The middle-aged man was holding a wooden sword, despite it being a wooden sword. But in the middle-aged man's hands, this wooden sword was like an indestructible divine weapon, clashing evenly with the high ponytail girl's A-grade longsword. Even the longsword in the girl's high ponytail quickly developed nicks and chips. Snap! After a while, with a collision sound, the A-grade attribute longsword in the girl's hand shattered. The sturdy A-grade longsword turned into a broken sword. Mentor, I lost. After the longsword broke, it seemed as if a string in the high ponytail girl's heart snapped. She knelt on the ground, her face deathly pale, devoid of any color. We lost, but the sword is broken. How can we say we lost? The middle-aged man looked at the young girl in front of him, whose physical strength and energy had been exhausted to the extreme, and said calmly, "My sword is broken, and my strength is less than 1/10 of what it used to be." Chu Lingyan gently bit her pale lips and whispered, "But you can still fight." The middle-aged man then said calmly. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chu Lingyan was stunned, clearly not expecting him to say such a thing. She had exhausted everything, even the sword in her hand had broken. What could she possibly use to fight now? Mentor, I'm sorry, I've let you down. Chu Lingyan lowered her head deeply and then said guiltily. Lingyan, do you know what's most important for a sword cultivator? The middle-aged man didn't reply, but continued to ask. Talent, martial arts, divine weapons. Chu Lingyan murmured softly. No, none of what you're saying is correct. The middle-aged man shook his head, then slowly said. The most important thing for a swordsman is the will to wield the sword, an invincible will to break through all defenses with a single sword strike, no matter the circumstances. The will of the sword. Chu Lingyan looked somewhat bewildered, as if she still didn't quite understand. Lingyan, perhaps this thing is too profound for you right now. Looking at the young girl before him, the middle-aged man felt a pang of pity and tenderness in his eyes. When you truly fight tooth and nail for what you believe in, perhaps then you'll understand. But I also hope that day will never come. The middle-aged man's voice echoed throughout the martial arts room. Then, the middle-aged man disappeared from the martial arts room. Chu Lingyan held the long sword, now only the hilt remained, deep in thought. Then, Chu Lingyan, with strength she didn't know she had, gripped the sword hilt and practiced her swordsmanship over and over again. Chu Lingyan's swordsmanship grew faster and faster, seemingly exceeding the limits of sight, leaving behind afterimages. 2 hours later, Chu Lingyan collapsed completely in the martial arts room. After regaining her strength, Chu Lingyan left the martial arts room. Is that Chu Lingyan? This guy is the traitor of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. He could have easily taken care of that lousy college student. Yeah, what do you mean by not bullying the weak? That lousy college graduate Zhou Bai even bullied Qin Hao because he wasn't in good shape. Disgusting, always so aloof, who are you trying to impress? I can't take it anymore. Those college students are swearing on our Imperial Martial Arts Forum every day, I really can't stand it. This Chu Lingyan, she's probably having an affair with that stinky college student. As Chu Lingyan walked through the campus of Diwu, she could hear whispers and gossip from time to time. Chu Lingyan seemed to have gotten used to it by now, turning a deaf ear and walking calmly toward her destination. You bunch of useless trash, shut up. If you're so capable, go fight in the Dawn War yourselves. If not, shut your barking. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Chu Shaotian approached Chu Lingyan's side, his fierce gaze fixed on the surrounding Imperial Martial Arts students. With Chu Shaotian's intimidation, the surrounding students dared not discuss it anymore, but their eyes still held disgust when they looked at Chu Lingyan. Lingyan, I've found out. That show-off Qin Hao only started causing trouble for Zhou Bai because I mentioned he was my friend. You were right to let Zhou Bai go. After driving away the students, Chu Shaotian then spoke to Chu Lingyan. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chu Lingyan pondered for a moment, then continued. It's because of me. Chu Lingyan knew that Qin Hao had some different feelings for her. Based on Chu Shaotian's investigation, Chu Lingyan quickly understood the reason. It wasn't Chu Shaotian, but herself. Qin Hao, having stated that he was also Zhou Bai's friend, therefore. Chu Shaotian scratched his head, not expecting that his younger sister would see through him so easily. I see. A complex look flashed in Chu Lingyan's eyes, and then she slowly said. After saying that, Chu Lingyan turned around and walked towards the martial arts room. Lingyan, why are you going back? Chu Shaotian then asked. Practice your sword. Didn't you just finish practicing? I want to practice again. Chu Shaotian was speechless, his sister was always so inexplicable. However, he could sense that his sister's steps seemed a little lighter. In a villa in Changning district, inside a cultivation room. Sizzle. In a bath filled with lightning, Zhou Bai's body crackled with electricity. These electric sparks, like lightning snakes, constantly roamed around. Boom. After a while, an even more violent roar resounded, and domineering lightning power solidified around Zhou Bai, radiating an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Undying Thunder Body, second level. Zhou Bai slowly opened his eyes flashing with endless lightning power. His body seemed to contain explosive power, giving people a strong sense of oppression just by looking at it. Chapter 48 8 Bone Temperings, Bearing Offspring. This thunder undying body is truly powerful. Just the second level has made my physical body comparable to a third-tier ferocious beast, and each breakthrough has significantly increased my blood and chi power. Zhou Bai clenched his fist and murmured to himself. For the past 10 days, Zhou Bai has been cultivating the thunder undying body and consuming the 8th generation red marrow elixir, as well as various other blood and chi resources. The thunder undying body's ability to remove impurities was extremely powerful, greatly enhancing the effectiveness of Zhou Bai's pill taking. In just 10 days, through the intake of various resources, Zhou Bai's cultivation of the first and second levels of the thunder undying body also enhanced his blood and chi power. Now, Zhou Bai's chi and blood power has reached an astonishing 50,020 calories. Furthermore, the powerful chi and blood energy allowed Zhou Bai to progress in bone tempering very quickly, completing 5 more bone tempering sessions in a short period of time. Now, Zhou Bai is a third-grade martial artist who has undergone 8 bone temperings. His mental strength also reached 8,000 Hz. Of course, the consumption over the past few days has been enormous. Zhou Bai consumed all the red marrow potions, and all of Chen Jianghe's resources, plus a considerable amount of additional resources, were also consumed by Zhou Bai. In recent days, Zhou Bai has consumed resources amounting to trillions. If I were to face Qin Hao again now, even in his prime, I wouldn't be someone who couldn't handle him. Zhou Bai exhaled a breath of stale air and murmured to himself. What a pity, I don't have enough learning points. Otherwise, if I could level up the thunder undying body to the 3rd level, I would be invincible in the Battle of Dawn. Jobai then looked at his learning points and muttered to himself. Learning point, 4,400. These days, Jobai hasn't stopped learning from Zhao Shiyu, but the time is still too short. To break through the third level of the Thunder Undying Body, a full 8,000 learning points are required. With such an astonishing amount, Jobai felt he wouldn't be able to raise it in the remaining days. Let's work hard first. If it really doesn't work out, we can improve Phantom Skywalk and upgrade the S-rank movement technique to the advanced level. That will still be of great help. Over the next few days, I'll attempt the ninth bone tempering and then accumulate learning points. Jobai thought to himself. Then, Jobai slowly got up from the medicinal pool. After washing himself in the bathroom next door, Jobai went to the living room of the villa. In the living room, Zhao Shiyu leaned against the sofa, her hair disheveled and her face looking rather haggard. Seeing the tired senior in the living room, Jobai's heart was also stirred by a slight ripple. These days, Zhao Shiyu has been taking care of Jobai almost entirely by herself. Preparing spiritual meals for Jobai 3 times a day, setting up medicinal baths, and allocating various cultivation resources, this was an enormous workload. Not to mention, Jobai would also occasionally ask Zhao Shiyu to accumulate learning points every day. If Zhao Shiyu hadn't already advanced to the 4th rank, she probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Thinking about everything that had happened these past few days, Jobai gently took Zhao Shiyu's hand. Junior brother, have you finished your cultivation? I'll go make you a spiritual meal right away. Zhao Shiyu sensed the presence in her hand, opened her eyes, and said sleepily. Senior, you don't need to do it anymore, just take a good rest. Jobai pinched Zhao Shiyu's cheek and smiled. Then I'll have Uncle Chen send over some more cultivation resources. Zhao Shiyu continued. No need. I've been taking too much medicine these past few days, so taking more of those qi and blood replenishing supplements won't make much difference. Jobai embraced Zhao Shiyu and said slowly. Although the Thunder Undying Body has a strong effect of removing impurities, Jobai has eaten too much of it. No matter how powerful the technique is, it is impossible to completely eliminate it. The accumulated impurities will still need time to be removed. Now, just stay with me. Jobai then said to Zhao Shiyu, you've had a hard time these past few days. Junior brother Jobai has worked so hard, I've only done some insignificant little things. Zhao Shiyu greedily sensed Jobai's aura and said gently. Looking at his senior, who was as docile as a kitten in his arms, Jobai felt even more tender. Shiyu, it's so good to have you. Jobai spoke slowly, looking at Zhao Shiyu with gentle eyes. Feeling Jobai's tenderness, Zhao Shiyu's heart fluttered, and she felt as if her heart had been touched. Husband, me. A moment later, Zhao Shiyu whispered seductively in Jobai's ear. Jobai gladly accepted the offer. This time, Jobai was more gentle and considerate than ever before. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a deep learning session. Learning points plus 20. Ding! Congratulations! Your partner Zhao Shiyu is pregnant. You are rewarded with a pregnancy gift pack. Half an hour later, a system notification sounded in Jobai's mind. Hearing this notification sound, Jobai was overjoyed. After so much effort, it's finally captured my soul. Jobai had wondered if there was a problem between the two of them since there hadn't been any reaction for so long, but it turned out that they hadn't accumulated enough information. Now. Honey? You're not paying attention. At that moment, Jobai heard Zhao Shiyu's somewhat angry voice. Okay, then you'd better watch out, I'm getting serious. Jobai smiled slightly, then ignored the system and devoted himself entirely to his studies. Shanghai, Jing'an District, Mingyun Building. A luxurious and tranquil room on the 88th floor. Recently, the Cube Martial Arts Arena is hosting a heated dawn battle, where many top students from martial arts academies have showcased their outstanding talents in the selection competition. Our reporter from New Martial Arts University has learned that several ace freshmen from the top 10 academies have successfully advanced to the 4th rank of martial artist, making their final push in the elimination rounds 3 days later. Let's look forward to their amazing performances. The television in the room was broadcasting news from New Martial Media. On the sofa, an elderly man dressed in white, with a kind face and eyes slightly closed, lay comfortably, enjoying the moment of leisure. Sir, these martial arts prodigies are getting stronger and stronger. They're so young, yet they've already reached the 4th rank of martial arts. Beside him, a tall, kind-looking middle-aged man watched the news on TV and smiled. I wonder if their flesh and blood will taste even better. Whether it's delicious or not, you'll know once you try it, won't you? At this moment, the old man in white slowly opened his eyes, a startlingly bloodthirsty glint flashing in his gentle gaze. Sir, are you telling the truth? Are we going to take action against those prodigies from the Battle of Dawn? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes showed a mixture of surprise and fear. The prodigies in the Battle of Dawn are all promising talents from top universities and prestigious families. To attack them is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth or provoking a powerful figure. So what? His Holiness the Cardinal is about to ascend to godhood. We can offer these fresh martial arts prodigies flesh and blood as a tribute to His Holiness the Cardinal. The old man continued slowly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. All right, steward, I'll go prepare right away. Where should we set the ceremony location? The middle-aged man then asked. Xinjiang. The old man spoke slowly. But, Your Excellency, aren't these prodigies in Shanghai? The middle-aged man paused, somewhat puzzled. Doesn't Xinjiang also have prodigies participating in the Battle of Dawn? Let's find a place there. The old man frowned slightly, then, as if he understood something, he said with a grim expression. Idiot, do you really want to hold a ceremony in Shanghai? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I worked so hard to earn this position as a deacon of the Holy Church, not to be a sitting duck. Chapter 49 Conception Gift Package, Pre-Match Declaration. A bedroom in a villa in Changning District. Dressing table, floor-to-ceiling windows, sofa. Traces of war were visible throughout the bedroom, with stockings, dresses, and suits of various colors scattered about. Zhou Bai, lying on the bed, was enjoying the pleasant moment of being fully awake after studying hard. Zhao Xiyu had already woken up. She was a fourth-rank martial artist, and her A-level herb vitality also had a certain restorative effect on her. Therefore, Zhao Xiyu was always able to recover quickly. But now, Zhao Xiyu, having received guidance from Zhou Bai, is rustling under the covers, doing something unknown. Open the conception gift pack. Without hesitation, Zhou Bai opened the gift pack that the system had given him yesterday. Ding! The conception gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 skill upgrade cards, 10,000 learning points, 100 energy fruits, 1 divine pregnancy stabilizing pill, and 1 Zhao Xiyu exclusive talent upgrade card. Divine Pregnancy Soothing Pills, a top-grade pregnancy soothing medicine that can relieve the mother from all pregnancy discomfort symptoms and provide the baby with the most vigorous nourishment. Soon, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. The reward is so generous. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the system's reward. Many children bring many blessings. It's true that you should have more children. Just conceiving a child brings so many rewards. Wait until the baby is born. Zhou Bai's anticipation grew stronger. Ding, congratulations host for completing a basic learning session, learning points plus 16, current learning points 14,800. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Zhao Xiyu quickly left and went to the bathroom next door. Now that the learning points have exceeded 10,000, let's use them to upgrade the 3rd level of the Thunder Undying Body. Zhou Bai made up his mind. Then, Zhou Bai went to the bathroom next door to wash up. Xiyu, you should eat this. After washing up, Zhou Bai took out the Divine Pregnancy Stabilizing Pill and handed it to Zhao Xiyu. Junior, what is this? Looking at the faintly fragrant meatball, Zhao Xiyu blinked. Pregnancy Stabilizing Pills, to protect you and your baby. Zhou Bai smiled slightly. Junior, are you serious? I'm really pregnant? Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Xiyu held her breath and stared at him in disbelief. Of course it's true. My mental strength is powerful, and my perception is never wrong. Zhou Bai embraced Zhao Xiyu and said slowly. However, the baby has just started developing, so it might not be detectable in tests right now. It will take some time. Zhou Bai continued. That's great, Junior. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Xiyu did not hesitate any longer and immediately swallowed the pregnancy stabilizing pills Zhou Bai had given her. After spending so much time together, Zhao Xiyu had long since fallen completely in love with Zhou Bai. Now, with the fruit of their love, Zhao Xiyu felt even happier. System, use Xiyu's talent upgrade card to enhance Xiyu's talent. Then, Zhou Bai simply improved Zhao Xiyu's talent as well. This talent enhancement card is exclusive to Zhao Xiyu and can only be used by Zhao Xiyu. Ding! Talent upgrade card successfully used. Because Zhao Xiyu is currently pregnant, the upgrade will be completed gradually within a week without affecting the baby's healthy growth. After using it, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Not bad, the system is quite thoughtful. I'm going to be a mom, so I need to learn how to take care of a baby, and pay attention to things like diet. I want to give my junior a healthy baby. After a while, Zhao Shiyu's mind was clear, and her face was full of anticipation for the future. Zhou Bai also spent a long time with Zhao Shiyu. 2 hours later, after calming Zhao Shiyu down, Zhou Bai entered the cultivation room again. System, give me some points to Thunder Undying Body. After entering the training room, Zhou Bai immediately began allocating skill points. This time, Zhou Bai plans to advance to the 3rd level of the Thunder Undying Body, and then complete the 9th bone tempering. Ding, congratulations host, you have consumed 8,000 learning points. The Thunderous Undying Body is advancing to the 3rd level. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day of the Dawn Battle knockout stage arrived. The Rubik's Cube martial arts arena was packed with people, with many martial arts prodigies and top instructors from various universities gathered together. This Dawn Battle is being held in Shanghai, our home ground. I am determined to keep the championship here and defend the honor of our Magic Martial Arts Academy. I've watched all the videos of the contestants' performances in the qualifiers. These guys are nothing to worry about. No one can stop Fire Cloud University from winning the championship. Someone once told me that Xingwu's glory was gone, and that last year's runner-up finish was Xingwu's last moment of glory. I didn't believe it. This year, I'm determined to rebuild Xingwu's glory. My only skill is martial arts. If I can't succeed in what I do best, I don't know what the meaning of my life is. I admit that the Imperial Martial Army is very strong, but because of their arrogance, they lost their strongest trump card. They are destined to fail. The future belongs to us. We were indeed surprised to lose Qinhao, our trump card. However, our Imperial Martial Arts Academy's four-peat wasn't just due to one trump card. Everyone at Imperial Martial Arts Academy is a trump card. If you can get past us, then we can talk about the future. On the large screen of the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena, pre-match declarations from many of the top 10 universities were displayed in turn. They were full of vigor and confidence, expressing their goals and expectations for the Battle of Dawn. I laughed. After Qinhao fell, everyone thought they were invincible. It's true. When Qinhao was still around, they weren't this arrogant. Now that Qinhao is gone, they've all gone crazy. The audience at the martial arts arena watched the pre-match declarations of the top 10 fighters on the big screen and began to criticize them. Where is my college god Zhou Bai? Without my great Zhou Bai's pre-match declaration, I'm not convinced. That's right. My Zhou Bai is 5th in the selection competition, how is he any worse than the top 10 ace players? Do you look down on college graduates? At this moment, many of Zhou Bai's fans noticed that Zhou Bai's pre-match declaration was not displayed on the big screen and began to protest. Dude, it's not that I'm messed up, but taking down a low health Qinhao is a real pain. Ha, if it weren't for Ninger, the goddess of magic martial arts, bringing Zhou Bai along, he wouldn't have gotten 5th place in points. Don't be ridiculous. If Qinhao had just been a little more serious, Zhou Bai wouldn't have stood a chance. This is an elimination round, completely different from the qualifiers. It's a one-on-one duel. Zhou Bai has no helpers, and he can forget about running away. You college graduate wimps, shut up. Today we'll make your college graduate god fall. A college graduate is a college graduate, and you'll never be able to mess with the top 10. Other top university students retorted, and a heated argument ensued with Zhou Bai's fans. The atmosphere at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena reached a new level. Chapter 50 is indeed fierce. The elimination process is underway. Alright, welcome everyone to the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. This is the elimination round of the Dawn Battle. This elimination round will not be held in virtual reality, but will be a real clash of fists in the ring. The winners advance and the losers are eliminated. Only those who win all the way to the end will be the true champions of the Battle of Dawn. The duel will be conducted by random draw, and the first group of draws has now been completed. The first match is between Wang Mo from Jinggang University and Zhu Yunrong from Tianxue University. The host stood in the center of the martial arts arena, passionately explaining and announcing the start of the first battle. The first match is a showdown between the top 10, how exciting! That goes without saying. 90% of those who make it to the knockout stage are from the top 10. Isn't it all a battle between the top 10? The surrounding audience members began to speak up. Soon, a burly, strong young man stepped onto the stage. The boy wielded 2 hammers, his body radiating a powerful aura of blood and energy. On the other side was a gentle and charming girl in green. She was not carrying any weapons and had a sweet smile on her face, like a pure and innocent girl next door. Boom! Upon entering the arena, Wang Mo showed no mercy and charged forward with his double hammers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing Wang Mo charge forward, Zhu Yunrong's eyes remained curved, but surging streams of water appeared around her. These surging waters, like giant dragons, swept towards Wang Mo. The collision between the two sides suddenly erupted. In a short period of time, the two sides clashed dozens of times. Although the girl had no weapons, her water element was extremely troublesome, making it impossible for Wang Mo to get close. Moreover, the massive water element made every collision with Wang Mo feel like hitting cotton, completely powerless. Then, Wang Mo unleashed even more martial arts techniques, even abandoning his twin hammers and directly charging in with his bare body, but to no avail. After half an hour, Wang Mo was exhausted and was knocked off the stage. Damn! I've been restrained. Wang Mo, who had been knocked off the stage, cursed and swore. In the first game, Zhu Yunrong from Tianshui University wins. The host quickly announced the end of the first battle. Although their fight lacked the flashing of swords, it still thrilled the surrounding spectators. Zhu Yunrong's water control technique opened everyone's eyes. Soon, the next battle began. In the preparation area, Zhou Bai watched the battle on the arena from afar. Although these prodigies' talents were different from Zhou Bai's, the combat experience they displayed still greatly benefited Zhou Bai. Brother Zhou Bai. Just as Zhou Bai was watching the battle on the arena, a clear and melodious sound came from behind. A pure-looking girl with delicate features, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, waved and walked towards Zhou Bai. Ninger, what brings you here? Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow as he looked at the innocent-looking girl. Hee, I've come to see Brother Zhou Bai. It's been so long since I've seen him. Shen Ninger slowly raised her head, smiling sweetly. The competition is about to start, so let's get ready. Looking at the girl in front of him, Zhou Bai spoke slowly. Brother Zhou Bai, would you like to see Winnie the Pooh here? At this moment, Shen Ninger suddenly bit her red lips and said to Zhou Bai in a charming voice. Winnie the Pooh, are you serious? Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. This Shen Ninger. During this time, Shen Ninger would often chat with Zhou Bai and frequently send him photos of various styles that Zhou Bai liked. Although the two are not very close in real life, they are close online. Yeah, those who know. Zhou Bai once suspected that Shen Ninger wanted to corrupt his Dao heart. However, Zhou Bai had no evidence. Okay. Shen Ninger then took Zhou Bai's hand and led him to the quiet room in the preparation area. Half an hour later, Shen Ninger came out of the quiet room. Brother Zhou Bai, Xingyao was right after all, you really are fierce. Shen Ninger said with a slightly flushed face. However, there seemed to be little shyness in her eyes instead, there was more anticipation. Okay, be gentler next time. Zhou Bai smiled. At the same time, Zhou Bai felt a pang of regret that Shen Ninger wasn't his partner, otherwise, he could have learned something from her. My match is about to start, goodbye Zhou Bai. Shen Ninger licked her lips, then waved goodbye to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai looked at Shen Ninger as she left, lost in thought. What was the reason behind Shen Ninger's departure? Is it really just innate? However, the pink Winnie the Pooh is indeed very cute. Ninger, where are you going? Your competition is about to start, don't wander off. In the preparation area of the Magic Martial Arts Academy, Gu Qingyao frowned as she looked at Shen Ningren, who had returned. Xingyao, I'm just hungry and I'm going to get something to eat. Shen Ninger said playfully. Isn't there spiritual food here? Gu Qingyao raised an eyebrow. I want to eat some delicious snacks. Shen Ninger hugged Gu Qingyao's arm and said. Anyway, the championship has nothing to do with me, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. Upon hearing Shen Ninger's words, Gu Qingyao's heart skipped a beat. Gu Qingyao didn't know what to say to this young lady. However, she is right. In magic martial arts, Shen Ninger's combat strength is indeed relatively weak. We still need to prepare well, as it concerns the honor of our Magic Martial Arts Academy. Gu Qingyao continued. Okay, I got it. Shen Ninger said with a smile. Soon, it was Shen Ningren's turn to go on stage. Shen Ningren was to fight against the colonel's student. Although Shen Ninger's strength wasn't top tier, she still handled the colonel with ease and ended the battle quickly. Battle 16, Zhou Bai from Qingyao Academy vs Su Xiu from Xingwu University. A few hours later, the host announced the match for the 16th battle. Fine, college graduate, you're dead. You got into the elimination rounds by luck, and now you're going to be eliminated by luck as well. Su Xiao, the ace freshman of Xingwu, a 4th-rank student, what makes you think you can win? Finally, this college graduate can be eliminated. I can't take it anymore. Go Su Xiao. Beat Zhou Bai. The Battle of Dawn isn't for these college kids. College students should have the awareness of college students and not do anything beyond their scope. Go Su Xiao. Rebuild Xingwu's glory and defeat Zhou Bai. After the battle was announced, the surrounding audience began to cheer for Xingwu's Su Xiao. Although many of Zhou Bai's fans are cheering him on, Su Xiao from Xingwu is also a favorite to win the championship and has many fans. The cheers for Zhou Bai were quickly drowned out by Su Xiao's supporters. Chapter 51 One Punch Kill, Second Round Opponent. Upon hearing the start of his duel, Zhou Bai slowly raised his head and then walked step by step toward the arena. Soon, Zhou Bai entered the arena. On the ring, a boy with short, choppy hair wearing a blue jacket also came onto the ring. The young man was Su Xiao, who was full of vigor and confidence. Coupled with the overwhelming roar around him, Su Xiao felt like a proud young supreme being. Zhou Bai, you've already broken the record for the best results ever achieved in junior college. You should be proud of yourself for losing to me. Su Xiao looked at Zhou Bai opposite her and said with her head held high. Okay, can we begin now? Zhou Bai looked at Su Xiao with a serious expression and said. Certainly. Su Xiao held her breath and concentrated, and the power of her blood and qi surged within her body. Boom! However, in an instant, a blurry figure appeared in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao's hair stood on end, and her pupils contracted. Bang! The afterimage transformed into Zhou Bai's true form, and Zhou Bai unleashed a punch that struck Su Xiao directly in the chest. The domineering heavenly thunder and the power comparable to a 4th-order ferocious beast struck Su Xiao, instantly blasting him away. Su Xiao crashed into the protective magnetic field of the arena, instantly fainted, and lost her fighting ability. This sudden outburst silenced the entire Rubik's Cube dojo. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at the scene on the arena. Is the battle over? What a beautiful punch! Zhou Bai defeated Su Xiao instantly with a stunning punch, securing victory. Soon after, the host's excited and enthusiastic voice rang out throughout the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. Zhou Bai wins the 16th battle. Holy crap, it's over already? I didn't even take my pants off. Zhou Bai is too ruthless. Damn, this is the fastest battle ever to end. Zhou Bai is amazing. He's defeated another championship favorite. Now, let's welcome the next championship favorite. I give up. What's with Su Xiao's act? He got ambushed by that college student. Damn, those college students are really something, resorting to such underhanded tactics as sneak attacks. I don't accept this fight. I demand a rematch. Su Xiao, you piece of trash, don't you know to wait until you defeat Zhou Bai before you start acting like this? After a brief silence, the entire Rubik's Cube martial arts arena erupted in heated discussions once again. The many viewers who supported Su Xiao were especially dumbfounded. He was defeated with a single punch, which was completely unexpected by everyone. Su Xiao, a 4th-rank martial artist with SS-level talent, was a star newcomer at Xingwu Martial Arts Academy and ranked 3rd in the selection competition. He was instantly crushed by a single punch. They simply couldn't accept that Su Xiao's story would end in this way. Barking? Keep barking, Blackie? A sneak attack? Didn't Zhou Bai ask Su Xiao if we could begin? How is this a sneak attack? The guy who wants a rematch, look at Su Xiao now, beaten like a dog, who can he beat? A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses. What champion favorites? In front of my college god, they're all trash. Seeing Zhou Bai's victory, Zhou Bai's fans finally rallied, unleashing a torrent of profanities and engaging in a fierce verbal battle with Su Xiao's supporters. Su Xiao's supporters, of course, remained stubbornly defiant and continued to attack him despite the odds. Did you all see that clearly? Zhou Bai's speed is terrifying. I'm afraid he's cultivated Phantom Skywalk to the intermediate level. And that immense strength, is this guy really a 3rd-grade cultivator? In the preparation area of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, the remaining geniuses of the academy were all terrified by Zhou Bai's amazing performance. Although they did not face the battle directly, they could feel an unparalleled sense of oppression just by watching from afar. Clearly, Zhou Bai's strength far exceeded their expectations. He's gotten even stronger. Chu Lingyan watched Zhou Bai walk off the stage and gripped her long sword tightly. Lingyan, don't feel pressured. Qin Hao lost, so it's normal that we can't win the championship. Chu Xiaotian comforted Chu Lingyan. Chu Lingyan didn't speak, but stared intently at Zhou Bai in the distance. The martial arts prodigies from other top universities preparing for the competition also wore solemn expressions. Zhou Bai's displayed strength is terrifying. They won't focus on superficial things like those viewers. Although they do not recognize college degrees, Zhou Bai's strength is enough to make any top martial arts prodigy take him seriously. Even after Zhou Bai's battle ended, the subsequent battles continued. However, the discussions and impact of these battles were significantly less than those surrounding Zhou Bai's battle. As the sun set, with the conclusion of the 25th battle, the 50 contestants who advanced to the second round of the knockout stage were determined. The second round was held on the second day. After all, the contestants needed to rest. Moreover, the list of opponents for the second round has been released, allowing many martial arts prodigies to formulate strategies and counterattacks based on the performance of their first round opponents. Zhou Bai's opponent in the second round was still a top-tier freshman, one of the top 10, Lu Wei from King Kong University, with SS-level talent and perfect beast transformation. In the first round, it transformed into a top-tier fourth-tier ferocious beast and quickly ended the battle. After identifying his opponent, Zhou Bai didn't linger and returned to the training room at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena to prepare for the next day's battle. Zhao Shiyu and Chen Jianghe were already waiting in the training room. That's amazing, Zhou Bai. He completely crushed Su Xiao, the favorite to win the championship. As soon as Zhou Bai entered the training room, he heard Chen Jianghe's extremely excited voice. Originally, after hearing that Zhou Bai's opponent was Su Xiao, Chen Jianghe felt that Zhou Bai's journey would end there. But, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Bai ended the battle so decisively. This gave Chen Jianghe a glimpse of Zhou Bai's potential. Zhou Bai could indeed make it into the top 5, or even become the champion, something he had never even considered. Zhao Shiyu, who was standing to the side, was also genuinely happy for Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai, congratulations. A moment later, another weak voice rang out, and Chen Shanshan, dressed in a white dress and looking pure and charming, also spoke to Zhou Bai. Then, as if she had thought of something, Chen Shanshan bit her red lips and said to Zhou Bai, "I'm sorry about what happened before. I didn't consider your feelings." Zhou Bai, about what happened with Shanshan before. Chen Jianghe then slowly continued. "Don't worry, Uncle Chen, Shanshan, those things are all in the past. I've already forgotten about them." Zhou Bai smiled slightly. Chen Shanshan is Chen Jianghe's daughter, so Zhou Bai naturally wouldn't care too much. Besides, Zhou Bai didn't suffer any substantial loss. Seeing Zhou Bai's answer, Chen Shanshan's tense mood immediately eased a lot. "Zhou Bai, you're amazing. You have no idea what Su Xiao's supporters are like." After the conversation started, the atmosphere eased considerably, and Chen Shanshan began to chatter away. Zhao Shiyu also joined in the conversation, making the atmosphere in the training room much more relaxed. Chapter 52 Dragon and Elephant Essence Blood, the battle to be watched. Zhou Bai, this is an S-grade resource that can enhance mental power, profound soul liquid, and a B-grade mental martial skill called Ghost Soul Thrust. Take it and use it to maximize your combat power. There are still tough battles to fight. After a while, Chen Jianghe took out another S-level resource and a mental martial arts technique and said to Zhou Bai, "Okay, leave it to me." Zhou Bai nodded and said firmly. The training room at King Kong University. Inside the training room, a handsome young man dressed in black was sitting quietly resting. Although the boy had a handsome face, he exuded an astonishing aura of blood and energy, and the roars of wild beasts could be faintly heard surging within him. "Brother Lu, you have no idea how popular Zhou Bai is right now. If you can beat him tomorrow, the whole place will cheer, and our King Kong University will become famous overnight." In the training room, the other students from King Kong University spoke up one after another. "Hey, Zhou Bai is still very strong. Even I can only barely go toe-to-toe with him." Lu Wei took a deep breath and then slowly said, "A 50-50 chance? That means you have a very high chance of winning." The students around them chimed in. Lu Wei didn't speak, but just kept thinking about Zhou Bai's performance today. Squeak! Just then, the door to their training room was pushed open. A boy in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages, entered. The boy was followed by students from Xingwu. "Su Xiao, it's you. What brings you here? Weren't you already eliminated?" Seeing the wheelchair-bound boy ahead, Lu Wei asked in confusion. "Shut up. Our brother Su is here to help you deal with Zhou Bai." The star martial arts student behind Su Xiao snorted coldly. "Oh, so you've come to help me deal with Zhou Bai? Good, 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 welcome, welcome." Upon hearing what the students said, Lu Wei's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what these people were thinking. They didn't want to see Zhou Bai go any further. Only a crushing defeat for Zhou Bai can wash away the shame of their star martial arts academy. Just then, footsteps sounded again at the door. Lu Wei looked up and immediately recognized the prodigy from the Imperial Martial Academy. Lu Wei, this is from our boss. You should know what to do tomorrow. Emperor Martial Prodigy took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei took the jade bottle, opened it directly, and inside was a bottle of golden red essence blood. Looking at the golden red essence blood inside, Lu Wei immediately felt an extremely vast aura, as if ancient dragons and elephants were roaring. This is the essence blood of a dragon and an elephant. Lu Wei's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. Unexpectedly, Xin Hao gave him something so precious, the essence blood of an ancient divine beast, priceless. Even a grandmaster would be tempted by it. With this essence blood, Lu Wei could completely transform into an ancient dragon elephant, and then, he would be unstoppable. How much hatred does Xin Hao have that he would even bring out something like this? Lu Wei murmured to himself. However, Lu Wei didn't care as long as he benefited, that was all that mattered. This alone isn't enough. I'll be giving you special training from now on. I'm going to make sure Zhou Bai suffers a crushing defeat. Su Xiu, standing to the side, also gritted her teeth, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was time for the second round of the knockout stage on the second day. The Rubik's Cube martial arts arena was still packed with people, with spectators cheering enthusiastically for their favorite contestants. Because Zhou Bai decisively defeated Su Xiu yesterday, there were still many banners supporting Zhou Bai in the stands. Yesterday's exciting match has made everyone even more eager for today's game. The first match started quickly, with Zhu Yunrong from Tianquan University facing off against Lin Shi from Huayun University. The clash between water and fire is a performance that everyone is eagerly anticipating. Both were top talents from their respective academies, and although they had not broken through to the fourth rank, their strength was extremely formidable. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, Zhu Yunrong won the first round and became the first opponent to advance to the third round. The battles continued, and the cheers in the martial arts arena grew louder and louder. This intense and passionate battle ignited the passion in the martial arts arena. Indeed, the rising stars of our Xia Kingdom are all outstanding. In the VIP stands of the martial arts arena, many top experts watched the exciting battle on the stage, nodding frequently with admiration in their eyes. Indeed, with such prodigies around, how can we worry about the prosperity of our Xia Kingdom, or the inability to subdue the evil gods of other races? One of the instructors from Magic Martial Arts nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. That girl from the Chu family is quite remarkable. She possesses a clear sword mind and is a born sword saint. In the future, she will surely be a figure that strikes fear into the hearts of many alien races on the battlefield of all races. Before long, another exciting battle unfolded. Everyone watched Xu Lingyan, who shone brightly on the stage and decisively defeated her opponent, and smiled. He's a bit cold-hearted, but perhaps that's how he can truly master the sword. Another mentor from Star Warriors said. That girl from the Shen family is so lazy. She didn't even fight, she just gave up. The instructors at Magic Martial Arts University turned pale when they saw Shen Ninger admit defeat so readily. Ha, that's called seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Not bad, this little girl has a good sense of self-awareness. The other mentors nearby clearly recognized Shen Ninger and smiled. Next, in the 8th match of the second round, Zhou Bai from Qingniao Academy will face Lu Wei from Jingang University. After Shen Ninger's battle ended, the host announced the 8th battle. The main event is here. The competition for the title of God of College has begun. He won a match yesterday by taking advantage of a sneak attack, and now he thinks he's all there is to it. I can only say that Zhou Bai's career ends here. Exactly. Lu Wei is from King Kong University, he's cultivated top-tier body tempering techniques, and with his perfect beast transformation, Zhou Bai can't launch a sneak attack. Let's see how he wins. That's enough, college students. Stop calling. Just give you one spot in the top 50 based on luck. Don't be greedy. There are some things you can't control. Called? I've heard about it. Many of the top 10 freshmen are very wary of Zhou Bai, but you've become one of the top 50 in luck? Dare to bet? If you lose, you'll lose your class. Come on then, I'm a girl, I'm not afraid. The surrounding audience immediately erupted into a heated discussion. The VIP mentors also became interested, watching the arena with expectant eyes. Soon after, Zhou Bai and Lu Wei both went on stage. Roar! Lu Wei had clearly learned from Su Xiu's lesson. He didn't utter any harsh words, but directly activated his talent, transforming into an ancient dragon elephant and heading straight for Zhou Bai. Chapter 53 Fierce Battle in the Arena, Speed Mark Star Pattern. On the arena, Lu Wei transformed into a powerful ancient dragon elephant, radiating boundless blood energy and wisps of divine beast pressure. The ancient dragon elephant is a legendary divine beast. Lu Wei's current level is too low to fully transform into the ancient dragon elephant. However, even a little bit of the power of the dragon and elephant still transformed Lu Wei into a world-destroying demon beast, with every move he made carrying the power to distort everything. This is my true power. I am the true king of the Battle of Dawn. Feeling the explosive power within his body, Lu Wei's face was full of arrogance and he roared in a low voice. Boom! In an instant, Lu Wei and Zhou Bai collided. Zhou Bai also displayed his undying thunder body, his body radiating golden thunderous power. The two fists collided, creating a loud sonic boom. The powerful impact caused ripples to spread across the surrounding protective force field. Not bad, it actually managed to block my power. It seems this battle won't be so boring. Seeing that Zhou Bai had actually withstood his domineering power, Lu Wei's face was full of astonishment. Yeah, it's definitely not as boring anymore. Zhou Bai unleashed his power again, a domineering thunderous force blasting towards Lu Wei. Lu Wei dodged, and the two quickly created some distance between them. After defeating Lu Wei, Zhou Bai took out the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. Lu Wei's physical strength was indeed abnormal. With the power boost from the Thunder Undying body alone, Zhou Bai was not yet able to completely defeat Lu Wei. My god, are these two guys really just freshmen? That's terrifying. Yeah, I didn't expect Lu Wei from King Kong University to be this terrifying. His talent for perfect beast transformation is just too heaven-defying. With this ancient dragon elephant appearing, everyone would be terrified. No wonder he declared before the match that he often sparred with Qin Hao and that they were evenly matched. He wasn't exaggerating. However, Zhou Bai is quite strong too. He actually managed to block Lu Wei. The audience at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena became excited and thrilled as they watched the two clash. Many martial arts prodigies also had solemn expressions. Lu Wei indeed had the makings of a champion. If it weren't for someone like Zhou Bai with top-notch body refining techniques, the outcome would probably be decided in a single blow. You are indeed strong, but do you think this is the true power of the ancient dragon elephant? Next, I will show you what despair is. Lu Wei's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he roared angrily. Then, Lu Wei roared, and a deafening sound wave burst forth. The entire Rubik's Cube martial arts arena was engulfed by this powerful sound wave, and everyone felt their heads buzzing. The boiling shouts were completely drowned out. Then, a surge of golden red blood ignited within Lu Wei's body, and a powerful golden red light enveloped his entire body. The golden red light did not stop, it continued to spread outwards, and soon a powerful domain was formed within the martial arts arena. Within this area, Lu Wei's aura seemed to have been strengthened to the extreme, reaching an incredibly terrifying level, suppressing the surroundings. Indestructible thunder body, thunder armor. Feeling the immense pressure surrounding him, Zhou Bai roared inwardly. Within Zhou Bai's body, the power of the heavenly thunder suddenly began to circulate, and then a layer of golden thunder armor protected Zhou Bai's entire body. This golden thunder armor is the third level of the Thunder Undying body skill, Thunder Armor. It uses the power of thunder to form a powerful armor to protect itself and withstand many impacts from the surrounding environment. Roar! Upon seeing Zhou Bai's golden armor, Lu Wei immediately unleashed all his power and charged towards Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai was equally unwilling to be outdone, and charged forward with his Blood Shadow Battle Blade. The two sides immediately entered into a fierce clash. Within this area, Lu Wei's speed and strength seemed to be greatly enhanced, as if he had transformed into a true ancient dragon elephant. Zhou Bai's speed was weakened by the domain, and he clashed violently and at high speed with the dragon elephant that Lu Wei had transformed into. The intense fight thrilled the surrounding spectators, who roared and cheered for their favorite fighters. As the battle raged, both of them continuously depleted their vital energy. Especially for Lu Wei, the consumption of transforming into an ancient dragon elephant was too great. Even though Lu Wei had already reached the 4th rank, he still found it difficult to withstand the consumption. Zhou Bai was clearly aware of this as well. After several clashes, Zhou Bai changed his strategy and used his powerful agility to fight Lu Wei. After all, Lu Wei at this moment truly had no weaknesses. Even his soul attacks and ninefold Thunderblade might not be able to directly end the battle. Moreover, Zhou Bai knew that time was on his side. As long as he could withstand this fierce onslaught, victory would be his. The subsequent battles are equally important. Inflicting too many injuries on myself now is a significant disadvantage. Zhou Bai, all you can do is dodge? Come and test your skills against me. Seeing that Zhou Bai was no longer going to confront him head-on, Lu Wei roared, his voice like a shockwave that rippled around him. Hide? You're too slow. Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice. Damn it, do you think you can hide? I've prepared everything. Today, you're doomed. Lu Wei roared, unleashing a domineering surge of blood energy that swept across the entire area, leaving Zhou Bai with nowhere to dodge. However, Zhou Bai, who was protected by the thunder armor, was not greatly affected. He only suffered a slight depletion of his vital energy. Swift star pattern, activate. At this moment, Lu Wei roared again. On the dragon elephant's body, dazzling star patterns appeared. Isn't this a technique of Star Warriors? Speed mark star pattern can increase speed even further. Damn, Lu Wei even has star patterns. It's over, Zhou Bai is really going to fall here now. With the support of the speed mark star pattern, Zhou Bai doesn't even have a chance to dodge. Upon seeing the star patterns on Lu Wei's body, the surrounding audience members were incredibly excited and began to discuss among themselves. In the stands, Su Xiu, sitting in a wheelchair, held her breath, her eyes filled with excitement, as if she could already see Zhou Bai's defeat. Star pattern, not bad, but unfortunately that speed wasn't my limit. Zhou Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering to himself. Dragon and elephant open the heavens, die. At this moment, Lu Wei, empowered by the power of the star patterns, roared, and the star patterns on his body burst forth with dazzling light. At the same time, he unleashed all the power of the dragon and elephant, aiming to defeat his enemy in one move. Boom! However, just as Lu Wei was about to rush out, the power of his blood and qi and the star pattern power on his body suddenly went berserk and chaotic, and a domineering power of blood and qi exploded on Lu Wei's body. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of blood and qi, Lu Wei's massive body rapidly degenerated, reverting to its original form, and he collapsed limply onto the arena. Zhou Bai, oh. Chapter 54 Zhou Bai's goal, delivering the reward. Zhou Bai was startled when he saw Lu Wei suddenly collapse to the ground. He was all ready to unleash Phantom Skywalk to retaliate, but unexpectedly, this guy fell down first. Not only was Zhou Bai somewhat bewildered, but the audience around the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena were also stunned. Dude, when it really matters, you come here like this. The 8th match of the second round of the knockout stage has ended. Lu Wei has suffered a backlash from his qi and blood, rendering him unable to fight. Zhou Bai has won this battle. After a while, the host came to the stage, checked Lu Wei's body, and immediately announced. Holy crap, Zhou Bai beat us again. He's in the top 25? I'm impressed. How come Zhou Bai is so lucky? He even encountered the backlash of his blood and qi power. This top 25 has no merit whatsoever. I don't acknowledge this top 25. You people are really funny. It wasn't Zhou Bai who caused Lu Wei to backfire. He couldn't control this powerful force himself, so who's to blame? I, the god of colleges, have won again. Aren't you angry? I'm going to go to your King Kong University forum right now and... After a brief silence, the entire Rubik's Cube martial arts arena erupted in heated discussion once again. Many viewers argued heatedly about the outcome of the battle. Some viewers even demanded a rematch, but that was clearly impossible. Damn, we almost won, that piece of trash Lu Wei. Seeing Zhou Bai leave the stage victorious, Su Xiu in the stands pounded her thigh and huffed angrily. Useless. Even with the essence of the dragon and elephant blood, you still can't win. On Su Xiu's other side, Xin Hao also looked at Zhou Bai on the stage with an icy expression, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. Many of the contestants who had not yet been eliminated looked solemn. Although the outcome of this battle was somewhat unexpected, Zhou Bai's displayed strength was enough to make any of them wary. No one dared to say that if they were in Zhou Bai's shoes, they could definitely beat him. Zhou Bai naturally ignored what others thought at this moment. He had already returned to the training room. The Battle of Dawn is indeed full of hidden talents. Apart from Xin Hao, the others are not to be underestimated. Zhou Bai was recovering his vital energy in the training room, muttering to himself. At this moment, Zhou Bai had completed 9 rounds of bone tempering, and his blood and qi power had reached an astonishing 70,000 calories. With the help of the mysterious soul liquid, his spiritual power reached 16,000 Hz, making him even stronger than a typical 4th-rank martial artist. This battle also put Zhou Bai under some pressure. Those top geniuses with top-tier SS-level talent and powerful resources for cultivation were equally terrifying. Zhou Bai is amazing. He defeated Lu Wei. At this moment, Chen Jianghe also arrived at the training room and said excitedly. Although it was expected that Zhou Bai might win, Chen Jianghe was still extremely excited when Zhou Bai actually won. Beating Lu Wei is nothing, my goal is the championship. Zhou Bai took a deep breath and then slowly said. Champion? Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Chen Jianghe appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had been stunned by them. The champion of the Dawn battle is that something that Bluebird Academy can be associated with. Uncle Chen, can't I? Zhou Bai smiled slightly. Yes, of course. Thinking of the strength Zhou Bai had displayed today, Chen Jianghe was extremely excited and said. Zhou Bai has now entered the top 25, and he is in excellent form, giving him a great chance to compete for the championship. Thinking that their Bluebird Academy might win the championship, Chen Jianghe's face flushed red, and he was extremely excited. Zhou Bai, you rest here. I'll try to get you some more good stuff to increase your chances of winning. Chen Jianghe then excitedly said to Zhou Bai. Uncle Chen, there's no need. I've basically reached the limit of what I can improve in the short term. Resources that enhance my blood and spirit power are of little use. Zhou Bai then spoke slowly. Zhou Bai, let me get you some weapons. At this point, almost every contestant has several A-grade weapons. You only have one, which is a huge disadvantage. Chen Jianghe continued. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Jianghe's words. Indeed, the contestants who made it to the knockout stage were all very well prepared, especially in terms of weapons, armor, and even soul weapons. However, to ensure a certain degree of fairness in the competition, only A-grade weapons can be used in the knockout stage. Then I'll leave it to Uncle Chen. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai did not refuse again and said to Chen Jianghe. Don't worry, leave it to me. You just need to prepare for your battle. Chen Jianghe then said in a deep voice. After saying that, Chen Jianghe left the training room. Zhou Bai continued to rest in the training room, recovering his condition and consolidating the increased qi and blood power within his body in preparation for the 10th bone tempering. After 7 bone tempering sessions, the power of qi and blood can flow throughout the entire body, increasing the efficiency of qi and blood circulation. After 10 bone tempering sessions, the power of qi and blood can circulate within the body, maximizing the efficiency of qi and blood circulation, reducing losses, and increasing the speed of qi and blood recovery. Now that Zhou Bai has undergone 9 bone temperings, he naturally wants to attempt the 10th. This is a huge boost for Zhou Bai, who has a strong foundation, allowing him to use S-level martial arts techniques more often. Meanwhile, the second round of elimination matches was still ongoing, and the many outstanding players continued to deliver incredibly exciting matches. The intense and exciting battles were far more intense than the previous rounds. Clearly, at this point, no one wanted to lose, and those with weaker strength were basically eliminated, leaving mostly martial arts prodigies who had already reached the 4th level of martial arts. Junior Zhou Bai, you don't need to play in the next round. A few hours later, Zhao Xiyu, dressed in a floral dress and looking pure and charming, arrived at the training room and said to Zhou Bai. No need to fight anymore? Zhou Bai looked puzzled. Yes, the second round of battles was too intense. Many prodigies pushed themselves to the limit and were unable to participate in the 3rd round. Now, only 19 contestants can participate in the 3rd round. Because the number of participants was odd, a lottery was held. Zhou Bai, the junior, got a bye and went directly into the 4th round. Zhao Xiyu continued excitedly. Then wouldn't I just be able to get into the top 10 without even lying down? Zhou Bai was also quite pleased and smiled. Yeah, our junior made it into the top 10. Zhao Xiyu sighed, her face full of regret. Unexpectedly, his closest friend made it into the top 10 of the Dawn Battle, the most prestigious competition for new martial artists. Senior, can you now honor the reward you mentioned earlier? Suddenly, Zhou Bai seemed to have thought of something, and he lifted Zhao Xiyu's chin and whispered. P.S. The debut data was abysmal, and the author's resolve is broken. Brothers, if you have time, please give me some support. You can see from my profile that I have a proven track record. All my works are completed, and I will give you a complete story. Chapter 55 Yuer and Menger, Armored Soul Soldiers. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Xiyu's face was filled with panic, and her eyes darted around. Previously, the two had talked about the Battle of Dawn while studying. At the time, Zhou Bai arrogantly declared that he would enter the top 10, which Zhao Xiyu naturally didn't quite believe. After all, Zhou Bai's strength back then was vastly different from what it is now. So, Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu made a bet. If Zhou Bai made it into the top 10 of the Dawn battle, Zhao Shiyu would have to. Although the bet was outrageous, Zhao Shiyu still agreed. Unexpectedly, Zhou Bai actually made it into the top 10. Junior, why don't we wait until the Battle of Dawn is over? Zhao Shiyu blushed and then said to Zhou Bai. I want it now. Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow. Under Zhou Bai's gaze, Zhao Shiyu's face flushed even more. Well. I'll wash up first, and then get ready. Zhao Shiyu then whispered. Okay, let's go together. Zhou Bai smiled slightly. Next, the two went to the bathroom and the training room. Half an hour later, the door to the training room opened, and Chen Shanshan entered the training room carrying a suitcase. Where are Zhou Bai and Sister Shiyu? Looking at the empty training room, Chen Shanshan was completely bewildered. Then, Chen Shanshan heard some noise from the bathroom. Chen Shanshan's heart tightened, and she tiptoed over, listening intently. They. The sounds inside left Chen Shanshan speechless, her head buzzing. This is her sister, Shiyu. Qingchang, a bright and spacious villa. In one of the villa's rooms, the walls were covered with posters of various martial arts masters. Slap, slap, slap. At the computer desk in the room, a girl of about 18 years old, with delicate features and a beautiful face like a porcelain doll, was typing away on the keyboard. The girl was wearing a white tight-fitting t-shirt with a pink knitted cardigan and a blue knee-length pleated skirt. The slender waist beneath the coat and the rounded upper body created curves that seemed not to belong to this body. Barking? What's with the barking? Wasn't the lottery drawn by someone from your Imperial Martial Academy? Idiot, so it's not a conspiracy that only people from your Imperial Martial Academy get drawn. Zhou Bai was the first to enter the top 10, and that was based on his strength. What luck? Isn't luck part of strength? You trolls deserve to only be able to spam your keyboards on forums. The girl was banging away, muttering to herself. After striking, the girl was panting heavily, her breasts trembling with anger, and her face flushed red. Menger, who made you angry? A moment later, the door opened, and a beautiful young woman in a white dress entered the room. If Zhou Bai were here, he would definitely recognize that this girl was Zhu Yuer, whom he had met at the Moon Shadow Martial Arts Hall before. Sis, I'm so angry. I'm watching the Dawn battle match, and those guys insist that Zhou Bai is just lucky to be in the top 10. I'm going up against them. Shu Menger spoke, her tone unusually excited. Are all these people blind? Can't they see Zhou Bai's overwhelming strength in a fight against someone as unbeatable as him? All they're good for is talking. Dawn battle, Zhou Bai, one of the top 10 luckiest players? Zhu Yuer was stunned when she heard her younger sister's words. Sis, you've been busy cultivating and haven't been paying attention to the Dawn battle. Let me tell you, this Dawn battle has produced an ultimate dark horse, Zhou Bai, he's amazing. Shu Menger got up from her chair, grabbed Zhu Yuer's arm, and started chattering about Zhou Bai's experiences in the Battle of Dawn. His tone was excited, and his eyes were full of longing and fervor. Zhou Bai, the Zhou Bai you're talking about is Zhou Bai from Qingniu Academy? After Zhu Menger finished speaking, Zhu Yuer was slightly stunned and said in disbelief. The Battle of Dawn is a battle of the strongest prodigies who have just entered the world of martial arts. Those who can enter the top 10 here are all the top 10 freaks. Zhu Yuer really had no choice but to put Zhou Bai alongside such a dazzling existence. Yes, it's Zhou Bai from Qingniu Academy. Sis, do you know this Zhou Bai? Upon hearing this, Zhu Menger's eyes lit up, and she stared intently at Zhu Yuer. It really is him. So his talent and strength are this terrifying? Zhu Yuer's pupils contracted as she recalled the handsome young man in the coffee shop. Sis, you absolutely have to introduce him to me. I idolize him so much, he's my god. Shu Menger screamed immediately, her voice filled with excitement. If you introduce me to someone, I'll do all the housework this year. Zhu Yuer ignored her excited sister and remained immersed in shock, ranking among the top 10 in the Battle of Dawn. How did you manage to encounter such an overpowered opponent while jungling? After the Battle of Dawn, wouldn't it be a great opportunity for me and this extraordinary junior to go to the Falling Star Mountains to retrieve the heavenly soul fruit? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuer felt her body go weak. A few hours later, in the training room of Qingniu Academy. Zhou Bai, these are two grade A battle armors, the Blazing Sun armor, and a grade A soul weapon, the mysterious Jade Cone. Chen Shanshan opened the box and introduced the weapons inside to Zhou Bai. Two grade A battle suits. Zhao Shiyu looked at the armor in the box with a look of astonishment. Yes, my dad said that wearing an extra layer of armor might give us another chance to turn the tide in battle, Chen Shanshan said with a slightly embarrassed expression. At this moment, Chen Shanshan could hardly look Zhao Shiyu in the eye. The absurd nicknames she had heard at the bathroom door for several hours, along with the scattered clothing packaging bags at the door, made Chen Shanshan feel that her worldview had been completely shattered. Shanshan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Shiyu noticed that Chen Shanshan's condition was a bit off and said with some concern. No, it's nothing. I'm just a little excited because Zhou Bai made it into the top 10. Chen Shanshan quickly tried to cover it up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiyu didn't say anything more. Instead, he and Zhou Bai examined the two A-grade battle armors and soul weapons. Uncle Chen has put in a lot of effort. Looking at the treasures in the box, Zhou Bai spoke slowly. Zhao Shiyu nodded. The A-grade armor, the Blazing Sun armor, is a top-tier A-grade armor. Among the great armors, it has extremely strong defensive capabilities and also contains fire attributes, allowing it to absorb the power of the sun to enhance its defense. Needless to say, A-grade soul weapons are the most precious among all types of weapons. Shiyu, you and Shanshan are here. I'm going to imprint the spiritual mark onto the Xianyu cone, Zhou Bai said to Zhao Shiyu. Unlike armor, soul weapons need to be imprinted with one's own spiritual mark in order to better unleash their power. After saying that, Zhou Bai went to the training room in the training camp. Only Zhao Shiyu and Chen Shanshan remained in the training room lobby. Shanshan, did you hear that? A moment later, Zhao Shiyu suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed on Chen Shanshan. Chapter 56 Shanshan's Thoughts, Lottery Results. Sister Shiyu, I. Chen Shanshan seemed to want to deny it, but looking into Zhao Shiyu's clear and sharp eyes, she ultimately did not nod. Really? Zhao Shiyu looked knowing and said slowly. The two have known each other for a long time and are as close as sisters. Although Zhao Shiyu didn't notice anything unusual at first, she soon realized something was wrong. Now that I asked, it was indeed true. While she and Zhou Bai were having their way with each other in the bathroom, Shanshan was outside. Sister Shiyu, why do you try to please him like this, and even call him? After the conversation was out in the open, Chen Shanshan also voiced her doubts. Because he is my husband, the most important person to me. A happy smile spread across Zhao Shiyu's face. I don't think this is about pleasing others, this is love, a symbol of our love. My junior, he loves me too. Chen Shanshan was slightly taken aback upon hearing Zhao Shiyu's words. The sounds echoed in her mind, and although she hadn't seen them directly, Chen Shanshan could still conjure up those strange images in her mind. Seeing Zhao Shiyu's expression now, Chen Shanshan felt a little dazed love. At the same time, Chen Shanshan unconsciously transformed the character in her mind into herself, and thinking about Zhou Bai's performance in the Battle of Dawn these past few days, Chen Shanshan. If I were the one with Zhou Bai. Chen Shanshan suddenly felt a pang of bitterness and regret she had never experienced before. If I had listened to my father before, I would have. What a pity, what a pity. Shanshan, you've worked so hard these past few days, you should get some rest. Zhao Shiyu held Chen Shanshan's hand and smiled at her. The third round of the knockout stage took place as scheduled the following day. Zhou Bai also joined the audience, feeling the incredibly enthusiastic atmosphere. The surrounding cheers were deafening, though not as intense as those on the arena, but they still gave Zhou Bai a different kind of atmosphere. White God, keep it up. Take down those stubborn guys. White God, you're amazing. You've made our college proud. Yeah, all those favorites to win, all those star players, kneel down. Many viewers recognized Zhou Bai and excitedly expressed their desire for his autograph. Because Zhou Bai has entered the top 10, many fans have given him the title of God Bai. These college graduates, apart from one who's lucky enough to be in the top 10, really think they're invincible. Not far from Zhou Bai's seat, a female college student, a 72-year-old, was furiously typing on her phone, engaging in a heated online debate with college students on the forum who were praising Zhou Bai. Clearly, online, this pretty girl is also a hater of Zhou Bai. Xiaoyu, look, that's Zhou Bai. Didn't you want to take him down one-on-one? Now's your chance. Beside Su Xiaoyu, a girl nudged Su Xiaoyu's arm and whispered. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu looked in the direction the girl was pointing and found that it was indeed Zhou Bai. White God, I'm your fan, please give me your autograph, please. Su Xiaoyu rushed towards Zhou Bai, excitedly saying. The girl next to me, oh. Has Xiaoyu been possessed? Isn't she called Zhou Bai, the college student, on the forum? How come she's calling him God by all the time offline? The girl next to him twitched her lips slightly, looking somewhat bewildered. The other companions were also completely bewildered. White God, I will always support you, keep going. After receiving the autograph, Su Xiaoyu excitedly told Zhou Bai. Soon, other audience members also asked Zhou Bai for autographs and expressed their support. After responding to these enthusiastic fans, Zhou Bai began watching the ongoing match. In the first match of the third round, Zhu Yunrong from Tianshui University faced off against Li Haisheng from Shanghan University. Both are ace players from their respective schools and possess SS-level talent. This is also the highlight of today's battle, a clash between two of the top 10 aces. Moreover, this is a crucial battle for the top 10, and both sides are exceptionally well prepared, employing a variety of top-tier martial arts techniques and ingenious methods. Both were fully equipped, each with several A-grade battle armors, as well as a variety of soul weapons and other weapons, making the battle exceptionally fierce. Holy Soul Martial Arts University is a martial arts university specializing in the cultivation of spiritual power. Zhou Bai has benefited greatly from the many methods of spiritual power mastered by Li Haisheng. After nearly an hour of intense fighting, both sides were almost completely exhausted. In the end, Zhu Yunrong from Tianshui University proved to be more resilient and fought to the very end. The first battle was so intense that it reignited the atmosphere at the Rubik's Cube dojo. This Zhu Yunrong is no ordinary person. Zhou Bai looked at the victorious Zhu Yunrong and pondered to himself. Although the battle seemed very stalemate, even to the point of being deadlocked, Zhu Yunrong's fighting rhythm was excellent, and she was still able to handle the mental suppression from Li Haisheng with ease. Perhaps, they are still hiding their true strength. However, Zhou Bai didn't care. At this stage, no opponent should be underestimated. The battle for the top 10 remains fierce. The cheers from the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena rose higher and higher as everyone cheered for the prodigy on the field. In one battle, both sides fought to their limits and suffered severe injuries, making it impossible for them to participate in the fourth round. After the fierce battles of the third round, 8 martial arts prodigies were determined for the fourth round. Meanwhile, the results of the fourth round of the draw were also released. Zhu Yunrong from Tianshui University vs Xiaoyu from Huayun University. Empress Chu Lingyan vs Magic Martial Arts Chen Zhang. Di Wu Lingxiao vs Songjiang Wuda Yan Yun Tai. Lin Yi from Tianbing University vs Zhou Bai from Qingniu Academy. 2 players from Emperor Martial Arts University reached the quarterfinals. As expected, Emperor Martial Arts University still has a strong foundation. Even after Qin Hao's defeat, he still showed such performance. If Qin Hao hadn't been so arrogant, the championship would have been a foregone conclusion. Awesome! The ultimate clash of water and fire, the epic battle between imperial martial arts and demonic martial arts. Tomorrow's matches will be exciting too. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's battle. Damn it, Zhou Bai got a good draw again. Lin Yi from Tianbing University only knows how to suppress others with his military formation. He's probably going to get a beating from Zhou Bai. I'm speechless. They can't really let Zhou Bai, that college graduate, make it to the semi-finals or even the finals, can they? It's a conspiracy, another conspiracy. Why didn't they let Zhou Bai draw the Magic Martial Arts and Emperor Martial Arts prizes? It's definitely a conspiracy. How much did the principal of Qingniu Academy spend to ensure that this kid Zhou Bai drew a good lot again? After the draw results were announced, the entire Rubik's Cube martial arts arena erupted in heated discussions once again. Clearly, not everyone was satisfied with the lottery result. Through today's battles, everyone has gained a general understanding of the strength of the top 8 contestants. Lin Yi, whom Zhou Bai drew, was clearly the one with the worst performance. However, the lottery results have already been released, so naturally they cannot be changed. Zhou Bai, I advise you to just admit defeat tomorrow, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Chapter 57 Lin Yi threatens, Ninger comes to the door. In the audience, a handsome young man wearing a jacket approached Zhou Bai with his hands in his pockets and spoke slowly. Are you that confident? Looking at the boy in front of him, Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow and said calmly. The young man before them was Lin Yi from Tianbing University, and Zhou Beiming's rival. In today's match, Lin Yi defeated Xing Wu's lone survivor with a formation composed of numerous A-grade weapons. Although Lin Yi won, the victory was quite risky, as he was almost killed several times by the prodigies of Xing Wu. Therefore, everyone believed that Lin Yi's strength was at the bottom among the top 8. This isn't confidence, I'm stating a fact. Lin Yi continued slowly, his tone extremely calm. Let's see who's the real deal tomorrow. Zhou Bai was naturally not afraid and said calmly. Okay, I hope you can be just as tough tomorrow and not give up so easily. Lin Yi said calmly, his tone extremely confident. After saying that, Lin Yi turned and left. Zhou Bai ignored him and went straight back to the training room to prepare for the fourth round of the quarterfinals. Zhao Xiyu and Chen Jianghe are also doing their best to gather intelligence on Lin Yi in preparation for Zhou Bai's tomorrow. It wasn't just Zhou Bai who collected various intelligence information. The other contestants who made it to the top 8 also gathered intelligence on their opponents and then devised effective countermeasures. This is also the key test for the prodigies, and the highlight of the Battle of Dawn. No matter how strong one's talent and strength, as long as one is prepared and finds the right methods, there is always a chance to turn disadvantages into advantages and reverse everything. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room on the third floor of the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena. Ninger, remember your place. I don't want any more gossip or rumors circulating about you, either online or in real life. Inside the room, an 8th grade sky-soaring realm elder from the Shin family gazed intently at Shin Ninger and spoke calmly. 7th elder, I know nothing about these rumors. At this moment, Shin Ninger's face showed no liveliness or brightness, only a measured politeness. Do I need to spell it out for you? You were shoving and pulling at a junior college student. You've completely disgraced the Shin family. 7th elder Shin Changkong said in a cold voice, which was extremely icy. That's just a mental consciousness in a virtual reality. Don't I even have the freedom of my own mental consciousness? Besides, I'm doing this to bring glory to our Shin family. Shin Ninger continued, slowly raising her head and staring intently at Shin Changkong. How dare you talk back? Have you forgotten your place? You owe your current success to the Shin family. Whether it's your mindset or your physical health, you must obey the family's arrangements. A powerful spiritual energy erupted from Shin Changkong's body, pressing down on Shin Ninger and making it difficult for her to breathe. As for bringing glory, does our Shin family need you to bring glory? Shin Ninger wanted to say something more, but seeing the coldness in Shin Changkong's eyes, she ultimately didn't say anything more, and instead lowered her head and said, I understand. Seeing Shin Ninger lower her head, Shin Changkong's expression softened considerably. Ninger, remember what I said. We don't ask you to achieve anything. Just follow the arrangements of our Shin family. That's the only thing you can do for our family. Shin Changkong continued calmly. After saying that, Shin Changkong left the room. After Shin Changkong left, Shin Ninger's body seemed to lose its support, and she collapsed to the ground. Why is it always like this? Why do you all have to interfere with everything I do? Shin Ninger murmured to herself, her whole being like a puppet that had lost its support, tears welling up in her eyes, making her appear pitiful. Squeak! A moment later, the door opened, and a girl with delicate features and an extremely aloof demeanor entered the room. Ninger, are you all right? Looking at the frail and helpless Shin Ninger in the room, Gu Qingyao said with some concern. She had never seen Shin Ninger like this before. In the past, Shin Ninger was always lively and bright, with a smile always on her face, like a carefree little elf. But the current state of Shin Ninger makes Gu Qingyao feel sorry for her. No, it's nothing, I just got some sand in my eye. A moment later, Shin Ninger revealed her sweet smile again, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. It's all right. Gu Qingyao pulled Shin Ninger up and whispered. Then, the two left the room. Ninger, where are you going? Aren't we going back to the training room? Instructor Su is giving Xinjiang special training right now, we can learn from him too. After leaving the room, Gu Qingyao looked at Shin Ninger, who was walking in another direction, and asked in confusion. Qingyao, you go ahead, I'm hungry and want to eat something. Shin Ninger waved and smiled at Gu Qingyao. In the training room of Qingyao Academy. On the screen in the lobby, Lin Yi's many battles in the knockout stage were being played. On the screen, Lin Yi's various weapons worked together in perfect harmony, as if they had their own consciousness, constantly attacking their opponent. Moreover, Lin Yi also possesses a considerable amount of defensive spirit armor, which can withstand various types of damage. Junior, the key to fighting Lin Yi is his battle formation. In all previous battles, Lin Yi has relied on his battle formation to win, as well as his defense. Tomorrow, he will probably change to a different defensive spirit armor to specifically enhance your lightning power. After watching many battles, Zhao Xiyu said to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai nodded. However, since Lin Yi had specifically shown up to threaten him today, Zhou Bai felt that Lin Yi might still have many trump cards up his sleeve. After all, Tianbing University has intricate connections with Tianbing Building, and perhaps they have some unexpected methods. Thump thump thump. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Shiyu opened the door to the training room and saw a pure and bright young girl. The girl was wearing a pure white lace-trimmed short-sleeved top and skirt, and her long hair was tied up with a white ribbon. A black ribbon tied into a bow adorned her chest, and her pure, large eyes, watery and tender, could make anyone lose their will to resist with just one glance. Miss Ninger, it's you. Looking at the pure and pretty girl in front of her, Zhao Shiyu was puzzled. Yes, Shu Yun will be fighting Lin Yi tomorrow. I have some crucial information here that might be able to help Chu Yun. Shen Ninger smiled slightly, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Zhou Bai helped me get into the knockout stage, and I want to thank him. Upon hearing Shen Ninger's words, Zhao Shiyu did not hesitate at all and immediately let Shen Ninger enter the training room. Brother Zhou Bai. After entering the training room, Shen Ninger waved to Zhou Bai. Yes, Ninger, you've come. Upon seeing the girl, Zhou Bai didn't think much of it. Miss Ninger, what information do you have? After taking their seats, Zhao Shiyu immediately asked the key question. Sister Shiyu, can I be alone with Brother Zhou Bai for a while? That information is quite crucial. Shen Ninger looked at Zhao Shiyu beside her and then whispered. Chapter 58 The Battle of Water and Fire, The Only Way to Win. Upon hearing Shen Ninger's words, Zhao Shiyu looked at the two people in the hall with a suspicious expression. Alright, then you can go to the quiet room. I'll stay here and keep watch to make sure no one else comes in. After a moment, Zhao Shiyu continued. Thank you, Sister Shiyu. Shen Ninger was overjoyed, and then pulled Zhou Bai into the quiet room next door. Ninger, what information is it? After entering the quiet room, Zhou Bai also inquired. However, Shen Ninger threw herself into Zhou Bai's arms, whispered in his ear, Brother Zhou Bai, feed me until I'm full, and I'll tell you the information. Upon hearing Shen Ninger's words, Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. What was this bastard up to? Stop messing around, Shiyu is outside. Zhou Bai said in a low voice. So, Brother Zhou Bai, you'd better be quiet and let me eat my fill quickly, or I won't be responsible if you get caught. Shen Ninger smiled slightly. Then, Shen Ninger. Seeing this, Zhou Bai was also very angry. Time flies, and soon, the fourth round of battle began. Boom! On the arena stage of the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena, Zhu Yunlong and Xiao Yu engaged in an extremely fierce clash. Both of them have SS-level talent, but one is water-based and the other is fire-based. After Zhu Yunlong's water condensed to its extreme, it turned into cold ice. This ice formed all sorts of weapons and bombarded Xiao Yu from various angles. Xiao Yu's flames were also top-tier heaven-burning divine flames, constantly clashing with Zhu Yunlong's water extreme. Junior Zhou Bai, who do you think will win between them? In the preparation area of Qingniao Academy, Zhao Shiyu watched the battle of fire and water on the arena and asked Zhou Bai a question. Zhu Yunrong should win, right? Xiao Yu is strong too, but it feels like he's already caught in Zhu Yunrong's rhythm. Zhou Bai pondered for a moment, then slowly said. Zhao Shiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Xiao Yu's attacks were fierce, too many of them were ineffective. In contrast, Zhu Yunrong, though somewhat disheveled, used every bit of her strength skillfully. As Zhou Bai said, as the battle continued, Xiao Yu's mental strength and blood energy declined significantly because his fighting style was not rigorous enough. Zhu Yunrong clearly realized this, and her fighting became even more rigorous. As long as she could hold out, victory would be hers. The surrounding audience also began to overwhelmingly support Zhu Yunrong. No, this Xiao Yu. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Zhou Bai finished speaking, the flames scattered all over the arena seemed to be driven by some kind of force, turning into fire dragons. Dozens, even hundreds, of fire dragons, carrying terrifying impact, hurtled towards Zhu Yunrong with incredible speed. Not good. Sensing the threat of death, Zhu Yunrong instinctively gathered all her strength, forming a powerful ice shield in front of her. Bang! However, the impact of hundreds of fire dragons was too terrifying. In an instant, it shattered the ice shield in front of Zhu Yunrong and directly blasted Zhu Yunrong off the stage. What a brilliant counterattack! It turns out that Xiao Yu's seemingly chaotic attack was actually a powerful elemental array. With this amazing elemental array, Xiao Yu successfully defeated Zhu Yunrong and became the first to advance to the semi-finals. The host on the stage cheered passionately upon seeing Xiao Yu's amazing performance. Holy crap, Xiao Yu actually set up an elemental magic array during the battle, that's amazing. I only started learning about elemental arrays in my junior year, and Xiao Yu can set one up in his freshman year. No wonder he's one of the top 10 freshmen. It's a pity about Zhu Yunrong. If she had played a more aggressive style, she could have defeated Xiaoyu before he finished his preparations and won. There's nothing to regret. Zhu Yunrong had the advantage, and playing it safe was the right thing to do. It's just that Xiaoyu was too ruthless. As expected, those who make it to the top 8 are all extraordinary. Of course, Zhou Bai is an exception. That college student only made it to the top 8 by luck. The surrounding audience was discussing the fight intensely, applauding the exciting battle without reservation. On the field, Xiaoyu was in high spirits, enjoying the cheers from the entire audience. If I had been more careful and noticed. Zhu Yunrong, who had been defeated, looked dazed, and tears were already streaming down her face. After the extreme clash between water and fire ended, the battle between Chu Lingyan and Chen Zhang immediately began. The feud between magic martial arts and imperial martial arts is equally captivating. Chu Lingyan is an SS-level sword heart clarity expert, a born sword saint, whose every move carries powerful offensive force. That unparalleled sword intent was like a sharp blade tearing through the sky, giving people a powerful sense of oppression. Chen Zhang, the ace freshman of magic martial arts, is an SS-level wind rhythm. Although wind attribute talents are generally not strong, any talent will undergo a qualitative change after reaching SS rank. The extreme rhythm of the wind made Chen Zhang seem like a ghost, reaching the ultimate speed. Even with the camera capturing it, it still made the audience dizzy. Moreover, with the boost of extreme speed, every attack Chen Zhang launched carried a powerful impact. In just 1 minute, the two sides had already collided dozens of times. Chu Lingyan's top-grade A-level battle sword was chipped and dented, but Chen Zhang still didn't stop. Before long, the A-grade battle sword in Chu Lingyan's hand shattered in a series of high-speed, violent collisions. Miss Chu, just admit defeat. You can't beat me now. Chen Zhang said this while launching a fierce attack. Having gained the upper hand, Chen Zhang pressed on relentlessly, unleashing a furious onslaught as if he had transformed into a raging hurricane. Chu Lingyan, who was holding a broken sword, began to show signs of injury. Admit defeat? The word admit defeat doesn't exist in my dictionary. Even though she was already in a very sorry state, Chu Lingyan remained firm in her resolve. Okay, I respect your choice. I will do everything in my power to defeat you. Without hesitation, Chen Zhang teleported to the edge of the arena, his internal energy surging once more, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique to end the battle once more. However, at this moment, a dark shadow appeared in front of Chen Zhang, and the shadow quickly transformed into Chu Lingyan. Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingyan's broken sword pierced Chen Zhang's abdomen. Should we continue? With a pale face but a resolute expression, Chu Lingyan stared coldly at Chen Zhang. Moonshadow Grandmaster's Phantom Skywalk, you have been waiting for this opportunity? Chen, his body ice cold, wore a bitter expression and said weakly. He hadn't expected that Chu Lingyan would actually learn the Phantom Skywalk technique, something she hadn't shown before. Yes, that's the only way to win. Chu Lingyan nodded. I give up. Chen Zhang sighed and shouted. He knew that Chu Lingyan had held back, otherwise, a sword strike imbued with sword intent could have taken his life. Brilliant! Another well-prepared attack. Despite being at a complete disadvantage, Chu Lingyan has found her only chance to win. Let's cheer for her. A moment later, the host on the stage shouted. The audience cheered for Chu Lingyan from the bottom of their hearts. We've received news that Yang Yuntai from Songjiang Martial Arts University has withdrawn from the competition due to personal reasons, and Ling Xiao from Diwu Martial Arts University has directly advanced to the semifinals. After the second battle ended, the host slowly continued. Next up is the battle between Zhou Bai from Qingniao Academy and Lin Yi from Tianbing University. Chapter 59 Battle against Lin Yi, Powerful Military Formation. What the hell? This is the quarterfinals, and Yang Yuntai from Sungwu has actually withdrawn from the competition. That guy from Sungwu has a pretty good chance of winning, how can we back down? Wow, is Emperor Marshall's power really that great? He withdrew from the competition before even starting. I thought Zhou Bai's draw and Bai were already incredible, but I didn't expect there to be other experts. It's from the Imperial Martial Academy again, and it's someone surnamed Ling. I won't say more, you can think about it yourselves. After the host finished speaking, the audience around the martial arts arena began to chime in. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with Songwu's star freshman's withdrawal from the competition. After all, Yang Yuntai was also incredibly talented and powerful, so this was supposed to be an extremely fierce battle. However, Yang Yuntai had already withdrawn from the competition, so even if the crowd had objections, there was nothing they could do. Zhou Bai, I've already told you to just admit defeat. Are you really not going to reconsider? Before stepping onto the arena, Lin Yi spoke calmly to Zhou Bai, who was not far away. Zhou Bai ignored him and stepped onto the arena. No, buddy, what makes you think you can make White God admit defeat? As expected of Tianbing University, with the Tianbing building supporting them, they're really tough. I think I know why Yang Yuntai withdrew from the competition. White God, take down this guy from Heavenly Soldiers University. Lin Yi's voice was captured by the camera and broadcast throughout the audience. As if they had found an outlet, the crowd began to speak out against Lin Yi. Boom! While everyone was discussing, Lin Yi had already stepped onto the arena, and numerous weapons instantly formed a powerful battle formation, charging directly towards Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai activated the Heavenly Thunder to enhance the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, then raised his hand and slashed out with the blade. Bang! The Blood Shadow Battle Blade, imbued with powerful Heavenly Thunder, slashed at the enemy formation. A dazzling blue azure light suddenly appeared on these battle formations, and the heavenly lightning attached to the Blood Shadow Battle Blade was greatly reduced. Sure enough, Lin Yi has changed his lightning-resistant troop formation again. Seeing that his lightning power had been greatly reduced, Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow. Then, Zhou Bai immediately used Phantom Skywalk, rushing to Lin Yi's side at an incredible speed. At the same time, Zhou Bai instantly stacked the 9-layer Thunder Blade to the 3rd layer, and the Battle Blade, containing terrifying destructive power, went straight for Lin Yi. After undergoing 9 bone temperings, Zhou Bai's blood and chi power increased significantly, enabling him to use S-level martial arts techniques multiple times. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, before Zhou Bai could strike, the surrounding army had already returned to Lin Yi's side. These elements swiftly formed a set of gleaming silver armor on Lin Yi's body. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, in just an instant. Bang! At this moment, Zhou Bai's battle blade struck Lin Yi. The immense impact instantly caused sparks to fly from Lin Yi's armor. However, the silver armor showed no signs of damage, indicating that its defense had reached its limit and the 3rd layer of the 9-fold Thunderblade could not break through it at all. It seems we need to keep adding more. Zhou Bai's pupils contracted, and the heavenly thunder within his body surged once more, instantly stacking even more 9-fold Thunder Blades. Buzz! However, at this moment, an extremely powerful attraction appeared on Lin Yi's battle armor. This attraction firmly adhered Zhou Bai's Blood Shadow Blade to the armor, making it impossible for Zhou Bai to launch another attack. Shua shua shua. Then, suddenly, some sharp throwing knives flew out from Lin Yi's body and rushed directly towards Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai sensed a tremendous threat with his mental power. Ignoring the Blood Shadow Battle Blade that was being absorbed, he once again used Phantom Skywalk to dodge the impact of the flying knife. Ha ha ha, without weapons, what good is your swordsmanship if you're not skilled enough? You can't withstand my invincible battle formation. Lin Yi gripped the Blood Shadow Battle Blade in his hand and laughed loudly. Zhou Bai, your dawn battle ends here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After he finished speaking, dozens of weapons flew out from Lin Yi's body again. These weapons formed 2 extremely powerful weapon formations and swiftly bombarded Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai dared not be careless and immediately unleashed his thunder undying body. Golden lightning power instantly formed a lightning armor around his body, and Zhou Bai, relying on his extreme speed and powerful strength, entangled with the 2 military formations. Before long, Lin Yi took out another soul weapon formation, and on the arena, powerful mental attacks were also rapidly attacking Zhou Bai. The multiple troop formations and the soul troop formations worked together in an extremely ingenious way. With attacks coming from almost every angle across the entire arena, Zhou Bai's extreme speed was severely limited. Even so, Zhou Bai managed to evade several fatal attacks thanks to his powerful mental strength and perception. However, some attacks still struck Zhou Bai, causing his lightning armor to dim slightly. Lin Yi is practically cheating. Who the hell can beat him? Yeah, 2 offensive formations, 1 set of soul soldier formations, and 1 set of defensive formations. Damn! Is this what Heavenly Soldiers University is like? Seriously, pay-to-win warriors. I think Bai Xin is really going to fall here. These battle formations are too strong. Although they are all composed of A-grade weapons, their combined power is in no way inferior to S-grade weapons. Isn't Lin Yi breaking the rules? This battle formation, comparable to an S rank, is invincible in this Battle of Dawn. Where's the violation? They're all composed of A-level combat soldiers. They've got money. If you're not happy, you can set up your own army formation too. The audience at the martial arts arena watched the battle on the stage and began to comment. Clearly, the crowd was somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yi's method of overwhelming the enemy with his troop formation. They felt that this was not due to his own innate talent and strength, but rather to the use of external forces. However, Lin Yi's actions did not violate the rules. "Old Lu, this is going too far, giving such a strong formation to a freshman." In the VIP section, a powerful figure from the Martial Arts Alliance spoke to the vice principal of Heavenly Soldiers University, his tone tinged with displeasure. Although Lin Yi did not violate the rules, this completely deviated from the original intention of the Battle of Dawn. The Battle of Dawn forbids the use of weapons of grade A or higher to prevent prodigies from overwhelming their opponents with the advantage of their battle armor. However, Lin Yi's combination of these troop formations is comparable to grade S weapons. Not to mention, Lin Yi even set up 4 different military formations. The other powerful figures around also frowned slightly. Lin Yi's behavior was indeed a bit excessive. Especially the experts from Imperial Martial Arts University and Firecloud University, if their students were to encounter such a situation, I'm afraid. "Oh dear, I had no idea this brat had tinkered with so much stuff. I'll definitely give him a serious talking to after he's off the stage." The vice president of Tianbing University then sullenly continued. The Martial Arts Alliance expert glanced at him indifferently, knowing full well that the vice principal was just being polite. But, since things have come to this, there's nothing he can do. Chapter 60, Slaying Enemies with Twin Swords, No Regrets. "Old Lu, we'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again in the semifinals and finals." After a short while, Emperor Wu's instructor continued slowly. "Of course, it was all Lin Yi's own doing. We definitely can't let him be so willful next time." The vice president of Tianbing University then smiled and said. After he finished speaking, everyone's expressions softened considerably. If Lin Yi continues like this, there's no need to fight him anymore, just give him the award directly. Perhaps, Lin Yi has no chance. At this moment, one of the instructors from Seoul Martial Arts suddenly lit up and slowly said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked back at the arena. "Zhou Bai, just admit defeat, you can't beat me." Lin Yi, who had the upper hand on the field, laughed heartily, watching Zhou Bai flee like a mouse from his army formation. It felt incredibly satisfying. "No, you're the one who lost." At this moment, Zhou Bai's speed broke through the limit again, and a phantom appeared beside Lin Yi. Without weapons, how are you going to break through my armored formation?" Lin Yi's pupils contracted, and he said coldly. Although Zhou Bai was now unarmed and thus less of a threat, Lin Yi remained extremely cautious, pouring all his vital energy into the armor to maximize its defensive capabilities. At this moment, the golden lightning power in Zhou Bai's right hand, which had been transformed into a phantom, suddenly condensed and turned into a golden lightning blade. Zhou Bai gripped the golden thunder blade formed from the heavenly thunder and slashed directly at Lin Yi's battle armor. Because it was a thunder blade transformed from the heavenly thunder god, Lin Yi's armor-slaying absorption force was completely ineffective. The 6th layer of the 9-layer thunder blade, combined with the powerful heavenly thunder, caused Lin Yi's armor to emit a loud buzzing sound. The perfectly sealed armor began to show tiny cracks. However, at this point, the power of the 9-fold thunder blade had reached its limit and was completely unable to continue tearing. Zhou Bai, destiny is on my side. This blade couldn't break through the defense, so you're the one who will lose next." Seeing that Zhou Bai's 9-fold thunder blade still couldn't break through his armor, Lin Yi laughed loudly, his eyes filled with ferocity. Clearly, Zhou Bai's attack had startled him. "Who told you there was only one cut?" Zhou Bai slowly raised his head, and his left hand suddenly condensed into a golden lightning blade once again. The 6th level of the 9-fold lightning blade slashed towards Lin Yi. "No!" Seeing the golden lightning blade reappear in Zhou Bai's left hand, Lin Yi's hair stood on end. However, in an instant, Zhou Bai's golden lightning blade in his left hand slashed at Lin Yi again. Snap! With a violent tearing sound, Lin Yi's armor was shattered, and powerful lightning struck him, charring his body and sending him flying. Beautiful! Another stunning comeback from adversity. Zhou Bai transformed into lightning and shattered Lin Yi's dream of reaching the top 4 with his twin lightning blades. Let's congratulate Zhou Bai on defeating his formidable opponent and making a strong entry into the top 4. Upon seeing Zhou Bai's amazing performance, the host couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Awesome, White God is so cool, those 2 strikes are my forever. If heaven had not given birth to me, the White God, the War of Dawn would have remained in eternal darkness. With a mortal body, I shattered the power of a god bought with in-game currency. Who else could stand against me?" Although I don't like Zhou Bai, those 2 strikes were truly amazing. Linny, that piece of trash, lost even with 4 sets of military formations in hand. Sure enough, these weapon makers are unreliable. If I had those 4 sets of military formations, I would have crushed Joe by long ago. Sigh, what am I expecting? Why would I expect Lin Yi to defeat Joe Bai? A moment later, the audience in the martial arts arena erupted in a deafening roar, cheering for Joe Bai. Even some of Joe Bai's haters couldn't help but exclaim at this moment, those 2 slashes were damn cool. The vice principal of Tianbing University in the VIP area turned pale when he saw the scene on stage. Lin Yi led so many troops and still lost. He's completely disgraced the Heavenly Army University. Thinking of this, the vice principal of Tianbing University turned and left. Phew, this Lin Yi is indeed troublesome. On the arena, Joe Bai, who was exhausted, gently exhaled a breath of stale air. After feeding Shen Ninger yesterday, Shen Ninger told Joe Bai that Lin Yi would have multiple military formations, and that Joe Bai's weapons might not be effective. Joe Bai then came up with this idea, to transform the Heavenly Thunder into a Thunder Blade. However, this is extremely costly, and if it fails, Joe Bai will not have many chances left. Therefore, Joe Bai has been looking for a suitable opportunity. In the preparation area of Magic Martial Arts Academy, Gu Qingyao, dressed in a white dress, looked at Joe Bai on the arena in a daze. She never imagined that the boy who was once so close to her would ultimately take this step. The 4 finalists of the Dawn Battle. This is a height she could never achieve, even in her wildest dreams. Based on this honor of reaching the semi-finals of the Dawn Battle, even if Joe Bai remains in a junior college, his future achievements will not be low. Qingyao, are you? Shen Ninger looked at Gu Qingyao, who was standing there in a daze, and then whispered. I have no regrets. Gu Qingyao bit her red lips lightly, then said firmly. No, Qingyao, I'm saying, do you have a message? Your phone keeps vibrating. Shen Ninger continued in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyao quickly composed herself, her expression turning cold once more. Then, Gu Qingyao took out her phone and opened the messages. Yao Yao, did you see that? Joe Bai made it to the semi-finals of the Dawn Battle. When do you have time to bring Joe Bai home for a meal? I haven't seen him in ages. A gentle, familiar female voice came from inside. Next, we will announce the draw results for the semi-finals. Emperor Wu Lingxiao vs Firecloud University Xiaoyu. Emperor Wu Chu Lingyan vs Qingyao Academy Joe Bai. The semi-finals will continue tomorrow at the Rubik's Cube Dojo. Please look forward to tomorrow's great battle. Shortly after, the host on the stage announced the draw results for the semi-finals. Emperor Martial Arts has 2 semi-finalists, so they still have a solid foundation. If Qinhao hadn't lost, 3 semi-finalists would have made them truly invincible. Damn! Joe Bai got a good draw again. Chu Lingyan was seriously injured after today's battle, and her strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. This kid is really going to be lying down in the finals. What's wrong? Wasn't Joe Bai fighting a tough battle today? For top-tier troop formations, who else dares to say they've already won? Compared to Joe Bai, I'm more looking forward to Lingxiao from Diwu. I'd like to see if Xiaoyu from Huayun University will withdraw from the competition tomorrow. After the draw results were announced, the surrounding audience began to discuss them. Chapter 6110 Bone Temperings, Dual Talents. Junior Joe Bai, you scared me to death. In the training room of Qingyao Academy, Zhao Shiyu nestled in Joe Bai's arms, her body trembling slightly. Joe Bai's battle today was incredibly dangerous. Lin Yi's military formations were so powerful that Zhao Shiyu thought Joe Bai was about to be injured for countless moments. It's alright, you know how strong I am. Joe Bai gently comforted Zhao Shiyu, then whispered. You're not alone anymore, you have a baby. I've had a checkup, and we really are having a baby. Zhao Shiyu continued gently. Joe Bai gently touched Zhao Shiyu's lower abdomen, feeling the slight life pulse inside. Don't worry, I'll be careful in everything. Joe Bai then smiled. Zhao Shiyu nestled in Joe Bai's arms, savoring the peace of the moment. Shiyu, next, I will go into seclusion to undergo 10 rounds of bone tempering to break through to the 4th rank. After the two lingered tenderly for a long time, Joe Bai then spoke to Zhao Shiyu. The cultivation and constant battles of the past few days have allowed much of the medicinal power within Joe Bai's body to dissipate. At this moment, Joe Bai's blood and chi energy had reached an astonishing 80,000 calories, which met the requirements for undergoing 10 rounds of bone tempering. Alright, Junior, focus on your breakthrough, no one will disturb you. Zhao Shiyu then spoke gently to Joe Bai. Next, Joe Bai entered the training room in the training center. Boom! Upon entering the cultivation room, Jobai took a vial of gene serum and immediately began to circulate his thunder breathing technique, emitting a thunderous roar. The power of qi and blood within Jobai's body surged wildly, tempering his bones. Because of the immense power of his blood and qi, coupled with the SS level heavenly thunder, the 10th tempering went exceptionally smoothly. 8 hours later, Jobai's 10th bone tempering was completely completed. After completing 10 rounds of bone tempering, the qi and blood within Jobai's body formed a self-circulating cycle, endlessly regenerating, and the flow of qi and blood within his body produced a sound like the surging of the ocean. Qi and blood, 100,001 calories. Jobai opened his eyes and saw that his qi and blood had exceeded 100,000, and he immediately felt a strong sense of security. After 10 bone tempering sessions, Jobai's blood and qi depletion became very small and could even form a self-circulating system, which allowed him to unleash more top-tier martial arts techniques and utilize his talents. Next, let's directly advance to the 4th rank through bone forging. Without any hesitation, Jobai immediately began the bone forging process. The key to the 4th rank is bone forging. There are 206 bones in the human body, and the 4th rank is the process of forging these bones. The 3rd grade bone tempering is actually laying the foundation for the 4th grade bone forging. Bone tempering can increase bone density, thus laying the foundation for the 4th grade bone forging. Otherwise, if the bone density is insufficient, directly attempting bone forging could at best ruin one's cultivation, and at worst threaten one's life. Let's start with the limb bones. Jobai closed his eyes, then mobilized his vast qi and blood power to begin forging his bones. The next day, at the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena. Welcome to the Magic Cube Martial Arts Arena. This is the first match of the Dawn Battle semifinals, a clash between Imperial Martial Arts University and Firecloud University, and a crucial battle for advancing to the finals. Let's see who will emerge victorious. Inside the martial arts arena, the host is giving an enthusiastic explanation. The spectators around the martial arts arena were shouting enthusiastically, cheering on their favorite fighters. Because Ling Zhao's opponent withdrew from the competition, people didn't have a good impression of him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's dramatic comeback in the water fire battle attracted many fans. Therefore, more viewers are supporting Xiao Yu. Soon, the two went on stage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Upon taking the stage, Xiao Yu immediately unleashed the heaven-burning divine fire, which surged outwards in all directions. The intense heat of the flames raised the temperature of the entire martial arts arena considerably. On the other side, Ling Xiao, a handsome young man wearing a white hoodie, had his hands in his pockets and a lazy expression on his face, seemingly unconcerned about the battle. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? If you don't make a move soon, I won't be so polite. Seeing Ling Zhao's state, Xiao Yu frowned slightly and said calmly. Ling Zhao's talent is SS level Dark Overlord, which allows him to manipulate the power of dark elements. However, Ling Zhao's lack of any intention to make a move puzzled Xiao Yu. He wanted to win, but he also didn't want to take advantage of someone in distress. Make a move? Are you sure? If I make a move, you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao tilted his head and then smiled. Oomph, so arrogant. Then let's see you lose. Seeing Ling Zhao's outrageous remarks, Xiao Yu no longer held back. The massive heaven-burning divine fire, carrying terrifying force, surged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao yawned and slightly twisted his body to dodge the heaven-burning divine fire. Then, Ling Xiao raised his right hand slightly, and a dark element condensed into a large black seal, which directly blasted towards Xiao Yu. Ridiculous? You think you can defeat me with this? Seeing the black seal containing powerful dark elemental energy, Xiao Yu sneered, completely disregarding it. Xiao Yu immediately dodged, preparing to avoid the dark seal. Boom! However, just as Xiao Yu was about to dodge, an inexplicable and immense force pressed down on him, rendering him completely immobile. Sensing this inexplicable power, Xiao Yu felt a profound fear. Bang! In an instant, the black seal slammed into Xiao Yu, knocking him off the stage. You have dual talents. Xiao Yu, who had been blasted off the stage, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That's right, it's dual talents, you've already lost. Ling Xiao stood on the stage and slowly spoke. Besides the SS rank Dark Overlord, I also have S rank Gravity Manipulation. Brilliant! Ling Xiao caught us off guard, having hidden a talent until now before using it, ending the battle with a single strike. At this moment, the host also spoke up. Damn, both of their talents are so terrifying, one SS level and the other S level. This Ling Xiao from Emperor Martial Arts Academy has been hiding his true abilities so well. Yeah, that's incredible. He made it into the top 4 with just one SS level talent, and now he's showing off two talents, easily suppressing. Could it be that Imperial Martial Arts Academy is really going to achieve the feat of winning 5 consecutive Dawn Battle Championships? The chances are great. Ling Xiao has a very good chance. Next, we'll see if Zhou Bai can break through Chu Lingyan's defenses. If not, two Emperor-level experts meeting in the finals. My god, that's terrifying. Is this the true strength of an Emperor-level expert? As expected, every member of the Imperial Martial Academy is an ace as they're truly amazing. A moment later, many of the surrounding spectators spoke up, their eyes filled with shock. Clearly, Ling Xiao's display of dual talents shocked many people. Does Ling Xiao really have to show off? It's not good to hide his S-level talent for the finals. What if he really faces that kid Zhou Bai? This hidden talent could be a killer move. In the audience, a boy in a wheelchair looked at Ling Xiao on the stage and frowned. This is to maintain his form. Xiao Yu is quite strong. If the battle drags on, whether he loses or not is another matter. If he loses too much of his form here, it will be even more disadvantageous for him in the finals. Moreover, displaying dual talents now can further enhance one's momentum and put enough psychological pressure on the opponent. Beside him, Shen Zhang from Magic Martial Arts University spoke slowly, his expression quite solemn. Di Wu was hiding his true strength too well. Besides Qin Hao, this Ling Xiao is also incredibly terrifying. Chapter 62 Taking Your Sword, Advancing to the Finals. Congratulations to Ling Xiao for advancing to the finals. Next up is the second semi-final match between Chu Lingyan and Zhou Bai. Who will win the last spot in the finals? Let's wait and see. After the first match ended, the host announced the start of the second match. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers once again as they watched Chu Lingyan and Zhou Bai slowly step into the arena. We meet again. Looking at the girl opposite him, Zhou Bai smiled slightly. He hadn't expected that the two of them would meet again in this kind of setting. Zhou Bai was quite grateful to Chu Lingyan for showing mercy during the selection competition. If Chu Lingyan had been really ruthless back then, he would have been eliminated. Although it might be because of Gu Chun, Chu Lingyan did indeed hold back against him back then. Yes, I told you, I will personally eliminate you here. Chu Lingyan slowly raised her head, her exquisite eyes filled with determination. Alright, let's wait and see. Zhou Bai said with a serious expression. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Lingyan on the other side had already raised her long sword, her body radiating a bright spiritual light, and her immense sword intent surged like a tidal wave throughout the entire Magic Cube martial arts arena. Then, Chu Lingyan swung her long sword forcefully, unleashing all the energy and blood within her body. Chu Lingyan's long sword, carrying a sword light capable of tearing everything apart, rushed straight towards Zhou Bai. Bang! Zhou Bai immediately activated his thunder armor, and without dodging at all, he withstood the fierce sword light head-on. Although the fierce sword light did not break through the lightning armor, under the impact of this powerful sword light, cracks appeared on Zhou Bai's lightning armor, and his face immediately turned much paler. Why didn't you dodge? Looking at Zhou Bai, who had taken her sword strike head-on, Chu Lingyan was momentarily dazed and asked blankly. She knew very well that with Zhou Bai's mastery of phantom skywalking, even with the suppression of sword intent, the chance of dodging this sword strike was very high. You let me off the hook during the qualifiers, and now I'm taking your sword. We're even. Zhou Bai slowly raised his head and said in a gentle voice. It's even. Chu Lingyan unconsciously tightened her grip on the longsword in her hand. The sword that used to give her a sense of security seemed to have become much colder. Now I'm going to get serious. Zhou Bai continued. After saying that, Zhou Bai charged forward with the Blood Shadow battle blade in hand. Chu Lingyan suppressed her many thoughts and faced Zhou Bai in battle. The clash between the two was exceptionally swift, especially since both had mastered the top-tier S-rank martial art, Phantom Skywalk. The entire arena seemed to be filled with the flashing swords of the two. After dozens of rounds, Zhou Bai found an opening in Chu Lingyan's defenses and unleashed a 5th-level 9-fold Thunder Blade, striking Chu Lingyan directly and blasting her off the stage. A beautiful battle. It's a pity that Chu Lingyan was seriously injured yesterday and hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, this battle could have been even more spectacular. After Chu Lingyan's defeat, the host said with a regretful expression. Chu Lingyan did her best, but she was in such a bad state that there was nothing she could do. Doesn't anyone think I, Bai Xin, am a real man? I took a powerful sword strike from Chu Lingyan head-on. If it were me, I'd marry her. Yeah, Bai Xin is so sincere, and he's so handsome, I'm totally smitten. At this moment, the surrounding audience members began to discuss among themselves. The vast majority of viewers actually had a premonition about the outcome of this battle. After all, Zhu Lingyan was seriously injured in yesterday's battle. Even with top-tier recovery pills, it would be impossible for her to recover quickly. Moreover, Zhou Bai's strength is also exceptionally terrifying. Even Zhu Lingyan at her peak might not be able to defeat him, let alone Zhu Lingyan when she is low on health. What everyone talked about even more was that Zhou Bai took a sword strike from Zhu Lingyan at the very beginning of the battle. Congratulations to Zhou Bai on successfully advancing. Tomorrow, he will face Ling Xiao of Diwu in the dawn battle here. After the fight ended, the host shouted passionately from the ring. Let's look forward to the final battle tomorrow and see who will win the championship. Will it be Emperor Martial achieving a 5-peat, or will Zhou Bai pull off an upset and become a new legend? Emperor Martial Arts' 5th consecutive championship is a foregone conclusion. Ling Xiao's dual talents are too strong. I can't imagine how Zhou Bai can win. Dual talents? I, Bai Shin, don't have dual talents? Who do you think you are? This is ridiculous. Fighting a weakened Zhu Lingyan is ridiculous. If Zhou Bai hadn't drawn Zhu Lingyan, would he have even made it to the finals? In the end he was just a lucky runner-up. I'm impressed. Prejudice in people's hearts is indeed a mountain. White God, carry the will of us college students and march towards the peak. Let us lend our light to the White God. The audience in the martial arts arena spoke up one after another. Although the finals had not yet started, everyone was already very much looking forward to it. Whether it's Emperor Martial achieving 5 consecutive championships or Zhou Bai becoming a new legend, especially considering Zhou Bai's identity as a junior college student at Qingyao Academy. Reaching this point has already exceeded the expectations of countless people. Now, they even have a chance to compete for the championship in the final battle of dawn. Zhou Bai, thank you. I, Zhu Xiaotian, will remember this. As Zhou Bai was leaving, Zhu Xiaotian came to Zhou Bai's side and said to him earnestly. He knew what kind of public pressure his sister would face when Zhou Bai entered the finals. During the selection competition, he could have easily defeated Zhou Bai. However, Zhu Lingyan did not make a move. Those supporters of Emperor Wu will truly go completely mad, and then. As for the sword strike Zhou Bai took at the beginning of the war, with a little maneuvering from the Chu family, they could completely dispel most of the public pressure. It's alright, I was the one who owed her anyway. Zhou Bai waved his hand, completely unconcerned. Not bad, brother Zhou Bai, you're much better than those hypocritical classmates at our school. Zhu Xiaotian then sighed. From now on, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll definitely help if I can. Chapter 63 Ninger's Promise, the Great War is about to begin. Zhou Bai, you've made it to the finals. You've really made it to the finals. You're just one step away from winning the championship. In the training room of Qingyao Academy, Chen Jianghe excitedly told Zhou Bai. In the training room, instructor Gu Chen looked at Zhou Bai with satisfaction, never expecting that Zhou Bai would reach this point. Yes, just one step away. Zhou Bai took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. Go for it, Zhou Bai. No matter what the outcome is tomorrow, you've already succeeded by getting this far. Instructor Gu Chen patted Zhou Bai on the shoulder and smiled at him. Zhou Bai, admitting you to our school is absolutely the best decision I've ever made. Qingyao Academy is proud of you. Chen Jianghe also sighed with emotion. Zhou Bai's achievement was truly unexpected for Chen Jianghe. It was something he never dared to dream of. Now, the championship is within reach. You can arrange your time as you see fit. If you need anything else, just let me know and I'll get it for you right away. Chen Jianghe then spoke to Zhou Bai. No need, just wait for tomorrow's match. Zhou Bai spoke slowly, his eyes also revealing a confident sharpness. Although Ling Xiao has demonstrated dual talents and considerable strength, he is no longer the Zhou Bai of the past. Name, Zhou Bai. Rank, 4th grade martial artist. Talent, Heavenly Thunder SS, Mental Power S. Qi and Blood, 110,600 calories plus. Mental Energy, 28,200 Hz plus. Skills, Ninefold Thunder Blade Advanced, Phantom Skywalk Advanced, Ghostly Thrust Perfected, Thunder Breaking Blade Technique Perfected, Mountain Splitting Fist Perfected, Shadow Step Perfected. Learning Point, 3086. Items, Energy Fruit 148, Skill Upgrade Card 3. He made up for his shortcomings, entered the 4th rank, completed the training of all 6 limb bones, and reached the peak of his strength. Now, he is confident that he can clash with any 4th rank martial artist, even Ling Xiao, who is an emperor-level martial artist. He is not afraid of anything. Alright, Zhou Bai, then let's look forward to tomorrow's battle. Chen Jianghe took a deep breath and said expectantly. Then, Chen Jianghe and instructor Gu Chen did not disturb Zhou Bai any further, allowing Zhou Bai to prepare for tomorrow's battle on his own. After the two left, Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu enjoyed a peaceful and tranquil time in the training room. The two of them unconsciously started studying. After 4 training sessions, Zhao Shiyu couldn't take it anymore and left the training room bathed in moonlight. On one hand, Zhou Bai's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and on the other hand, Zhao Shiyu also wants Zhou Bai to be in better condition for tomorrow's battle. Knock knock knock. A while after Zhao Shiyu left, there was another knock on the door. Senior, are you still reluctant to part with me? Zhou Bai smiled and then opened the door to the training room. However, standing at the entrance of the training room was a young girl dressed in a pure and bright style. The girl was wearing a white JK uniform, a reddish-brown pleated skirt, and long legs clad in white stockings beneath the skirt. In addition, her twin ponytails immediately caught Zhou Bai's eye. Ninger, what brings you here? Looking at the girl in white stockings with pigtails in front of him, Zhou Bai continued. Brother Zhou Bai, please let me in. I have something to tell you. Shen Ninger smiled sweetly and said to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai did not refuse and allowed Shen Ninger to enter the training room. Let me eat my fill first. Shen Ninger smiled slightly and said to Zhou Bai in front of her. Now that Sister Shiyu isn't here, Brother Zhou Bai can be a little bolder. Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. This Shen Ninger was really too much. I can't stand seeing people go hungry, let's go. Zhou Bai was ultimately a kind person, he said to Shen Ninger. The two then entered the quiet room of the training camp. 2 hours later, Shen Ninger emerged from the quiet room with disheveled hair and clothes. Shen Ninger came to the mirror in the training room, tidying up her makeup and washing her delicate face with a towel. Ninger, why? Looking at the girl in front of him, Zhou Bai finally couldn't help but ask. Zhou Bai didn't think he was that charming. He only had some contact with Shen Ninger during the selection competition, which made this proud girl fall in love with him completely. Moreover, he already knew that Shen Ninger came from a top family in the capital, the Shen family, a top-tier martial arts family with immense power and influence. Such a noble lady. Brother Zhou Bai, aren't you happy that Ninger is like this? Shen Ninger tidied her hair and said to Zhou Bai. I'm happy. Zhou Bai said. I'm happy too, so isn't that enough? As for anything else, it's not important. Shen Ninger blinked and said to Zhou Bai in a playful tone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai did not ask any further questions. He simply embraced Shen Ninger quietly, savoring her charm. Brother Zhou Bai, tomorrow's battle. After a long pause, Shen Ninger suddenly spoke. What about tomorrow's battle? Zhou Bai lifted Shen Ninger's chin and then asked. If Brother Zhou Bai can defeat Ling Xiao, I can. Shen Ninger blushed slightly, looked at Zhou Bai with captivating eyes, and whispered. What can we do? Zhou Bai asked while sensing it. Shen Ninger slowly approached Zhou Bai, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. Okay, I'll let you me. Upon hearing Shen Ninger's words, Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. This little is really infuriating. You said it yourself. Zhou Bai spoke with confidence and anticipation. Of course, I wouldn't lie to Brother Zhou Bai. Shen Ninger hugged Zhou Bai and whispered. Go, Ling Xiao, let Imperial Martial Arts achieve its 5th consecutive championship. Take down that college graduate Zhou Bai, don't let those college graduates wreak havoc on our forum. Go, Bai Shun. Show those top 10 martial arts prodigies what a true prodigy is. White God, become a new legend, we support you. The noise from all around the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena soared into the sky. Although the match hasn't started yet, the big screen in the martial arts arena is already showing replays of the exciting battle between Zhou Bai and Ling Xiao at dawn. Both of them defeated one strong opponent after another to reach the final stage. Despite some skepticism, getting to this point is legendary in itself. Those rumors and gossip are no longer enough to stir up any trouble. Before long, Zhou Bai and Ling Xiao arrived at their respective preparation areas. The cameras began recording everything the two did the moment they stepped into the preparation area. The two people on the big screen looked spirited, calm, and showed no signs of panic. Clearly, both of them had enough confidence in themselves for this battle. The two final contenders for the Dawn battle have entered the preparation zone. The final battle of the Dawn is about to begin. Both young prodigies are adjusting their condition, preparing to face the challenge at their strongest. The host beside the ring was shouting passionately. Before the final battle begins, let's hear what their supporters have to say to the players. Chapter 64 Pre-Match Interview, Why the Gratitude? On the big screen, a series of interview videos appeared. I'm a college student, and I was just drifting through my days at the academy. But Bai Xin's performance in the Battle of Dawn rekindled my passion for martial arts. Bai Xin showed me that college students can also reach the pinnacle of martial arts. There are no bad schools, only bad martial artists. I'm a sophomore at Imperial Martial Arts University. After our star freshman Qin Hao unexpectedly lost in the qualifiers, I thought Imperial Martial Arts University had lost its chance for a five-peat. But unexpectedly, our junior Ling Xiao defended Imperial Martial Arts University's glory and made it to the finals. Go Ling Xiao! The feat of Imperial Martial Arts University's five-peat is up to you. The future belongs to you. During the selection competition, after Bai Xin encountered Qin Hao, I thought Bai Xin would fall like a shooting star and fail to make it to the elimination rounds. However, he decisively eliminated Qin Hao. Afterwards, his condition deteriorated to the extreme, and he encountered Xu Lingyan, a super genius who was also a Diwu master. He almost failed to make it to the elimination rounds twice. What kind of ending could possibly justify all the hardships and struggles along the way? Bai Xin, a junior college student, went from almost missing the elimination rounds to finally making it to the finals. Bai Xin has faced countless doubts and rejections along the way, but he still fought to the very end. One championship favorite after another fell before him. I believe Ling Xiao will be no exception. Bai Xin will surely win, defeat the final championship favorite, and forge a true legend. Zhou Bai is a dark horse, but so is Ling Xiao of Diwu martial arts. Before the elimination rounds began, who could have imagined that Ling Xiao would advance to the final? Do you even understand the value of combining SS level and S level talents? Let me put it this way, Ling Xiao could beat Zhou Bai even with both hands. You wouldn't understand the depth of our Imperial Martial Arts Academy's strength that enabled us to achieve 4 consecutive championships and strive for a 5th. We've never lost a Dawn Battle Final. We have a 100% win rate in the Dawn Battle Finals. Once we reach the finals, victory is ours. From taking on 10 opponents in the challenge, to advancing to the top 5 in the qualifying rounds, and then defeating one formidable opponent after another in the elimination rounds, Bai Xin still has many doubts about him. I'm truly impressed. Bai Xin has convinced everyone, except for you haters, right? Interview videos played on a loop on the big screen in the martial arts arena, keeping the atmosphere lively. The interviews above, conducted by either their respective fans or passers-by, touched many with their genuine emotions and gave viewers who hadn't followed the previous elimination rounds a deeper understanding of Zhou Bai and Ling Xiao. Grandmaster Moonshadow, I never expected you to come and watch the Dawn Battle Finals. It truly brings honor to our University Alliance. In the VIP stands, a mentor from the University Alliance spoke to a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool demeanor and tall figure standing next to him. The woman wore a blue-purple cheongsam, which perfectly accentuated her figure. However, he exuded a faint aura of pressure that made the instructors from various universities and other martial arts experts dare not look him in the eye. I just happened to have nothing to do, so I thought I'd come and take a look. Grandmaster Moonshadow spoke languidly, her alluring gaze casually sweeping over Zhou Bai in the preparation area. Master Moonshadow, we have private rooms available. Would you like to move to a private room for a more comfortable viewing experience? The Martial Arts Alliance expert next to him continued. No need, I also want to experience the atmosphere of the Battle of Dawn. Master Moonshadow stretched, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. On the other side of the stands, Su Xiu from Xingwu, Qin Hao from Diwu, and Lu Wei from Jinggang University gathered together, their eyes fixed on the stands. Young Master Qin, what do you think of Zhou Bai's chances of winning? Sitting in her wheelchair, Su Xiu looked at the two contestants in the preparation area and then asked Qin Hao. Winning chances? Ha! What makes Zhou Bai, that college graduate kid, have the chance to win? Ling Xiao will definitely win. Qin Hao sneered and said with a deep gaze. His gaze had already turned to Ling Xiao, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Because of Ling Xiao's performance, he received a lot of resources from Emperor Martial Arts, some of which even made Emperor Martial Arts School envious. If he had those resources, he would be confident he could put up a fight even against a 5th-rank martial artist. But he lost this opportunity because of a wrong choice during the selection process. Although he didn't quite respect Ling Xiao, he also didn't think Zhou Bai had a chance of winning. Upon hearing this, Su Xiu didn't say much. Zhou Bai's consecutive victories had made Su Xiu somewhat insecure. Even if Qin Hao said Ling Xiao would definitely win, Su Xiu still. Lu Wei, standing to the side, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the martial arts arena. The backlash from his vital energy filled Lu Wei with immense regret. If only he had been more cautious back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't be watching this here now. Alright, the two contestants are about to take the stage. The battle for the championship of the Dawn Battle is about to begin. Let's see which of these two young prodigies can forge their own legend. Half an hour later, the host said excitedly. Zhou Bai was walking step by step toward the arena, the enthusiastic cheers around him seemingly igniting his blood. Zhou Bai, you've come this far enough. Don't try to beat someone you shouldn't be able to beat. At that moment, a cold voice entered Zhou Bai's mind. Zhou Bai frowned slightly and secretly transmitted his voice. Was this a powerful expert at the sky-soaring realm putting pressure on him? However, Zhou Bai ignored it at this point. There was no turning back. Zhou Bai, I am grateful for your actions during the selection competition, but today, I will still defeat you. After stepping onto the arena, Ling Xiao, on the other side, continued arrogantly to Zhou Bai. Grateful? Grateful that I eliminated Qin Hao? Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow and said calmly. Of course not, I'm thanking you for bringing Ninger into the knockout stage. Ling Xiao shook his head, then said with a serious expression. Huh? Why are you thanking me? Zhou Bai had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Ninger is my fiancé, and we're getting married right after graduation. Of course I'm grateful to you for bringing my fiancé into the elimination rounds. Ling Xiao said it as a matter of course. Zhou Bai, oh. Zhou Bai was stunned when he heard Ling Xiao's words. Last night, I was feeding Shen Ninger, and I even smudged her makeup. Shen Ninger promised that if she defeated Ling Xiao, she would reward herself with her. Wait, do all these top martial arts families go to such lengths? P.S. The brothers, how could we not contribute to such an exciting storyline? QAQ. Chapter 65 You're too weak, a complete crushing defeat. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. This guy hasn't even held his fiancé's hand, but his fiancé is already. Zhou Bai, don't overthink it. I'm just telling you this. I'm determined to win the Dawn Battle Championship, and I won't hold back against you because of this. Ling Xiao then spoke with an air of utter disdain. I understand. Let's see who's the best then. Zhou Bai suppressed the many thoughts in his mind and then slowly spoke. You're quite honest, you didn't use this as leverage to threaten me. As compensation, I'll make sure you suffer less. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao said calmly. As soon as they finished speaking, the two immediately unleashed their inner power and clashed their swords. Ling Xiao held a deep black grade battle blade with mysterious patterns on it, which was constantly absorbing the dark power around him. Clearly, this is also a top-tier A-grade attribute battle sword, and it is of the dark attribute, which is extremely suitable for Ling Xiao. In an instant, their swords clashed. Zhou Bai's blood shadow battle blade was imbued with golden heavenly thunder, its thunderous roar clashing fiercely with the dark elements on Ling Xiao's dark battle blade. Both possess top-tier talent, and neither is willing to give way. Sensing Zhou Bai's immense power, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had originally thought this would be a one-sided, crushing battle. After all, he had also switched to S-level gravity control, and each strike was enhanced by powerful gravity, increasing his strength several times over. Previously, their Diwu's Divine AI analyzed the two's previous battle data, and according to the Divine AI's prediction, Ling Xiao's win rate was as high as 99%. You've broken through to the 4th rank. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to realize something, and his pupils contracted. The previous data was from when Zhou Bai was a 3rd rank official. Now that Zhou Bai has broken through to the 4th rank, it means that all those data analyses are now outdated. That's right, congratulations on getting it right. Zhou Bai slowly raised his head, and the ninefold thunder blade erupted instantly. The 3rd level of the ninefold thunder blade caused Zhou Bai's power to surge dramatically, directly repelling Ling Xiao. Zhou Bai reached the 4th rank through 10 bone temperings, making his blood and qi extremely powerful. With the amplification of this powerful blood and qi, even the 3rd level of the ninefold thunder blade contained extremely terrifying impact, comparable to the 6th level of the 3rd rank, or even stronger. Okay, that's more like it. Now, I'm going to get serious. Ling Xiao, who had been repelled, felt his blood surge and a deep light flash in his eyes. Boom! Then, he immediately pushed his gravity manipulation talent to its limit. In an instant, the gravity on the entire arena suddenly increased significantly, and the immense pressure caused Zhou Bai's blood and qi to stagnate slightly. However, after only a brief stagnation, Zhou Bai's qi and blood adapted completely. Whoosh! Then, Zhou Bai launched another fierce attack, his speed still incredibly fast, as if he were not suppressed at all. Ling Xiao's pupils contracted, and he dared not be careless. He immediately used his top-level S-rank sword technique to resist Zhou Bai. However, Zhou Bai's attacks were too swift and fierce. Each strike was a third-level 9-fold thunderblade, and the domineering thunderous sound reverberated all around. The continuous and rapid attacks overwhelmed Ling Xiao, causing him to retreat steadily. The aftershocks of the domineering heavenly thunder scattered across Ling Xiao's body, making him feel numb all over. How is that possible? How can you move freely and be unaffected under my 5 times gravity field? Ling Xiao, forced to the edge of the arena, looked at Zhou Bai in astonishment with fear. Why? Because you're too weak. Zhou Bai glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and said calmly. After advancing to the 4th rank, Zhou Bai knew that he was destined to win the Dawn battle. 2 top-tier talents, the 3rd-level SS rank Thunder Undying Body, the advanced S rank 9-fold Thunderblade, and the advanced S rank Phantom Skywalker. Such a foundation is enough to overthrow any formidable enemy. Dude, how did Zhou Bai become so strong? It's like he's attacking from a lower dimension. My goodness. Zhou Bai has broken through to the 4th rank. He was fighting so many martial arts prodigies when he was only at the 3rd rank. Now that he's made up for his weakness, he's incredibly powerful. But the difference is too big. This Ling Xiao is nothing like the top freshman of Imperial Martial Arts. At this moment, the audience at the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena were all shocked by the battle taking place in the ring. I'm too weak. Ridiculous. You're just a lowly college student. Don't try to act tough in front of me. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and roared, his face filled with humiliation. He never imagined that one day he would be evaluated in this way by a junior college student, and it seemed that he really was being suppressed. This was completely unacceptable to Ling Xiao. Do you know my identity? I am the pride of the Ling family, with unparalleled talent and countless resources to nurture me. Ling Xiao then roared. However, Zhou Bai paid no attention to him and wielded the Blood Shadow Battle Blade in his hand like a merciless blade, slashing at Ling Xiao one after another. Feeling the pressure from Zhou Bai, Ling Xiao went completely mad, unleashing his dark elemental power and gravity manipulation to condense countless black seals, which he then blasted towards Zhou Bai. However, Zhou Bai's figure flashed swiftly across the arena like a shadow, dodging all the impacts of the black seals. Damn it, how could this be? How could he be so strong? After a series of collisions, in just over 10 seconds, Ling Xiao's condition became extremely poor. His face no longer showed any composure or arrogance, but only deep fear. I'll fight you to the death. Dark Element Domain, suppress it. Realizing Zhou Bai's power, Ling Xiao, panting and pale, roared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, all the dark power within Ling Xiao poured out, and this dark power was further amplified by gravity, condensing into a tangible black mist that filled the entire arena. The entire arena was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see anything. Sizzle. However, the moment the black mist enveloped him, a golden blade of light tore through the endless black mist and struck Ling Xiao directly. With a loud crash, the bewildered Ling Xiao was blasted off the stage by the powerful force. After Ling Xiao was blasted off the stage, a brief silence fell over the entire Cube Martial Arts arena. Everyone stared blankly at Zhou Bai on the arena, who seemed like an invincible war god. That's it. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish. To be precise, it's 52 seconds. Chapter 66: Successfully winning the championship, everyone's thoughts. A spectacular and overwhelming battle. Zhou Bai shattered the darkness with lightning speed, overwhelming Ling Xiao and shattering Di Wu's dream of a 5-peat. Congratulations to Zhou Bai for winning the final and becoming the champion of the Dawn battle. After a long silence, the host of the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena shouted passionately. When everyone was pessimistic, Zhou Bai shattered all doubts with an invincible and overwhelming performance. Everyone underestimated you, but you proved them wrong. Today, you are the undisputed king, the brightest dawn. The host's voice resounded throughout the Rubik's Cube Martial Arts Arena, reigniting the atmosphere. No, I just went to the restroom. How come it's over when I came back? Can I get a refund? Baishin is awesome. This breaks the record for the fastest time in the Dawn Battle Finals. I don't know if Baishin is just too strong, or if Ling Xiao is just too useless. A complete and utter crushing defeat. The final championship battle ended in less than a minute. Who dares to say that Baishin advanced by luck now? White God, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. You are the true God. That's awesome. Keep yelling, you little haters. How dare you be so arrogant? Bai Xin won the championship. Who else can win by stepping on Di Wu to win the championship? This brings us to a certain ace freshman from Imperial Martial Arts Academy during the selection competition. If he hadn't shown off and altered the timeline, how could Zhou Bai have won the championship? Sorry, stop with the history books. That freshman didn't even qualify for the elimination rounds, so don't try to piggyback on my fame. Soon, the audience at the Rubik's Cube martial arts arena were all talking about it. Shirakami. Worship the gods. Shirakami. Before long, shouts for Zhou Bai rang out throughout the entire martial arts arena. Clearly, Zhou Bai's performance in the finals has won over many people, and even those who were still unconvinced were completely drowned out by the enthusiastic cheers. Soon after, Ling Xiao, who had been blasted off the stage and defeated, also came to his senses. Looking at Zhou Bai on the stage, Ling Xiao was completely stunned, his head buzzing, as if he had not yet accepted the reality of his defeat. I lost to a college student, I lost. After a long while, Ling Xiao, overwhelmed with anger, coughed up a mouthful of blood from his heart. These young people are truly remarkable. Each and every one of them in our Xia kingdom is outstanding. In the VIP stands, many top university professors and powerful figures from other forces looked at Zhou Bai, who was bathed in golden rain, and couldn't help but sigh. With their discerning eye, they could naturally perceive the vast difference between the two. At the same time, it also made them sigh in their hearts that a junior college student had overthrown Diwu's ace freshman and won the championship by defeating Diwu in the finals. It was simply too dreamlike. If it weren't for the fact that Vice Principal Diwu was standing nearby with a dark expression, everyone would have had to give a proper evaluation of each other's abilities. This young man is not bad. At this moment, Grandmaster Moonshadow stared intently at Zhou Bai on the stage and said softly. Upon hearing Grandmaster Moonshadow's words, everyone around felt a chill. To receive such praise from Grandmaster Moonshadow meant that Zhou Bai might truly possess the potential to become a Grandmaster. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards Zhou Bai grew even more fervent, as if they were plotting something. Ling Xiao, that piece of trash, has completely disgraced our Imperial Martial Arts Academy, getting utterly crushed by a junior college student. On the stands, Xin Hao's eyes were practically spitting fire, and his body was trembling with rage. Then, Xin Hao lost interest in staying there and immediately turned and left. Lu Wei, tell me, Zhou Bai is so strong, yet he still had to resort to sneak attacks to deal with me. Does that mean he's actually afraid of me too? After a long silence, Su Xiu spoke with a serious expression. Lu Wei, oh. Don't flatter yourself, Bai Xin is just afraid of never running into you again. Lu Wei's lips twitched slightly, and he continued. However, Su Xiu ignored him and picked up her phone to start editing. Lu Wei leaned closer to take a look. It was discovered that Su Xiu had switched to her alternate account and was posting. In my humble opinion, Su Xiu Tsai is actually the well-deserved runner-up in this year's Dawn Battle. Why do I say that? Let me explain. Junior, you won the championship. The champion of the Dawn Battle. At this moment, Zhao Xiu, who was in the preparation area, could not contain her excitement and rushed onto the stage to hug Zhou Bai tightly. Zhou Bai embraced Zhao Xiu, and the roaring sound around them, like a tsunami, stirred his emotions. Chen Jianghe, standing below the preparation area, couldn't stop smiling, his face beaming with joy. The principals of other colleges and universities in the surrounding area, and even some junior and senior colleges, came to chat with Chen Jianghe. Zhou Bai, congratulations on winning the Dawn Battle. What would you like to say? After a while, the host came to Zhou Bai's side and interviewed him. I'm very happy to have won the Dawn Battle Championship. First of all, I want to thank my wife, who has always been by my side and silently supporting me, and also the principal of our Bluebird Academy. Zhou Bai smiled slightly, looked affectionately at Zhao Xiyu beside him, and delivered his acceptance speech. A blush immediately appeared on Zhao Xiyu's face, but she still stood gracefully beside Zhou Bai. Wow, the White God's wife is so beautiful, they're such a perfect match. Is this what a true martial arts prodigy is like? Marriage and martial arts at the same time. Sigh, I didn't expect the rumors to be true. It's true that Bai Xin didn't make it into the top 10 because he wanted to get married. Just give my blessings, that's all. White God is awesome. Why won't the White God marry me? I'm beautiful too. As the interview took place on the ring, the surrounding audience began to discuss among themselves. On the Ling Wang live streaming platform, the barrage of comments was overwhelming, all unanimously offering their blessings to Zhou Bai. See that? Bai Xin is my classmate. I even fought with him once, but unfortunately, I lost. In a luxurious dormitory at Huiyun University, Zhao Tianqing watched Zhou Bai on the livestream and shouted, "Ridiculous! You dare to fight Bai Shin and narrowly lose? I'll admit defeat if you can withstand a slap from Bai Shin." The roommate next to him sneered. "Really, I have a video here." Zhao Tianqing panicked and immediately took out his phone and retrieved a video from the recycle bin. "Oomph, man, it wasn't like this when you were with me last night." On the viewing platform of Magic Martial Arts Academy, Shen Ninger watched the loving and sweet couple on the stage and felt a pang of jealousy. At the same time, she unconsciously recalled her interactions with Zhou Bai, and her body trembled slightly. Beside Shen Ninger, Gu Qingyao silently watched the two on the stage who looked like a perfect couple, her eyes glazed over, her heart feeling as if it were being pierced by countless sharp blades. If I had trusted Zhou Bai a little more back then, would I be the one by his side? Beep beep beep. At this moment, Gu Qingyao's phone also kept making urgent notification sounds. Chapter 67 Champion Ring, Choosing a Reward. The urgent notification sound interrupted Gu Qingyao's thoughts. Gu Qingyao opened her phone and tapped on the messages. "Yao Yao, if you don't bring Zhou Bai back, we'll sever our mother-daughter relationship." "I'm not joking. Zhou Bai took such a huge risk to save you, and you just parted ways with him to get into the top 10. Zhou Bai is such a good kid." The moment she clicked on it, a familiar, gentle voice reached Gu Qingyao's ears. Gu Qingyao remained silent for a moment, then turned off her phone and stared blankly at Zhou Bai, who was full of vigor on the stage. The surrounding audience continued to cheer loudly for Zhou Bai. Although the battle ended quickly, Zhou Bai's performance throughout was outstanding. Furthermore, the fact that he was a college student, whom no one had high hopes for, made everyone feel a long-lost sense of passion. When no one believed in you, you believed in yourself, and that's the path to becoming a legend. The numerous colleges and universities watching the livestream went completely crazy, howling and screaming in their own colleges, chanting the name of the White God. It was as if the White God had become a totem of faith in their hearts. "Congratulations, Zhou Bai, on becoming the champion of this year's Dawn Battle." Half an hour later, Song Wangtian, the leader of the University Alliance, said to Zhou Bai with an appreciative look, "You are also the only college student in the more than 1,000 years since the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination reformed Dawn Battle. After the reform of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination, there have been more than 1,000 competitions, and the vast majority of the champions have been won by the top 10 universities. Even among the 36 colonels, there are very few who have won the championship, let alone those from colleges and universities. This is your championship ring, symbolizing your victory in the Battle of Dawn in honor of kings." Next, Song Wangtian presented Zhou Bai with an honorary award, a champion's ring. This championship ring is blue-purple in color and has a crystal that seems to contain a very mysterious power. Zhou Bai carefully examined the spatial ring that Song Wangtian had handed him. Although it was not large, it was quite heavy, and there were extremely fine spiritual patterns on the ring. "Thank you, Alliance Leader Song." After Zhou Bai accepted the ring, he spoke slowly. "Zhou Bai, don't underestimate this champion ring. It's not just a symbol, it's also a spatial ring with a space of 100 cubic meters, comparable to a top-tier S-class weapon." After seeing Zhou Bai accept the ring, Song Wangtian slowly said, "It's a spatial ring." Upon hearing Song Wangtian's words, Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. Previously, during the selection competition, Zhou Bai was very envious when he saw Qin Hao's portable space. But to his surprise, after winning the championship, he directly received a spatial ring. "The remaining rewards will be distributed to you later," Song Wangtian then said to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai nodded. After giving Zhou Bai a few more words of encouragement, Song Wangtian left the arena. Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu did not linger any longer and returned to the training room of Qingyao Academy amidst the cheers of the crowd. In the training room, Zhou Bai took out his phone, which was constantly buzzing with messages. Zhou Bai glanced at them and found that they were almost all blessings sent by his former classmates. Clearly, news of Zhou Bai's victory in the Dawn Battle has spread far and wide. Zhou Bai even saw the congratulatory message Zhao Tianqing sent him. Zhou Bai didn't pay much attention, casually glanced at it, and then turned off the screen. However, just as Zhou Bai turned off the screen, another red message lit up. "Information from an important friend?" Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow upon seeing the red message. Then, he turned on the screen. "Gu Qingyao, Zhou Bai, when are you free? My mom asked me to invite you to my house for dinner." Upon seeing this information, Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, it was sent by Gu Qingyao. Looking at the message sent by Gu Qingyao, Zhou Bai fell into deep thought. Previously, after Zhou Bai saved Gu Qingyao's life, Gu Qingyao's mother, Su Wanqing, was extremely grateful to Zhou Bai. During his high school years, he treated Zhou Bai extremely well, often showing concern for Zhou Bai's well-being and inviting him to his home. In fact, Zhou Bai visited Gu Qingyao's house more often than he went home. Thinking of that gentle yet charming and beautiful woman, Zhou Bai's heart stirred with emotion. He could sense that Su Wanqing's care and love for him came from the bottom of her heart. Although Gu Qingyao and he have parted ways, Su Wanqing has indeed done nothing wrong. I understand, please wait for me. Zhou Bai pondered for a moment before replying to Gu Qingyao's message. Not for any other reason than Aunt Qing's kindness. Junior, Professor Guan Ping from the University Alliance has arrived. After Zhou Bai replied to the message, Zhao Shiyu's voice rang in his ears. Next, Guan Ping, the instructor, dressed in a black suit and exuding a refined air, entered the training room, looking at Zhou Bai with gentle eyes. Zhou Bai, the rewards for the Battle of Dawn are now being distributed to you. 100 billion star coins have been deposited into your account. S-rank martial arts techniques and S-rank resources. Because you are the champion, you can choose freely from the weapon and resource arsenals of the University Alliance. Can S-level resources be chosen at will? Zhou Bai's eyes lit up when he heard what his mentor, Guan Ping, said. Previously, the reward announcement did not mention that S-level resources could be selected. S-grade resources are also divided into different levels of rarity, and the top-tier rare S-grade resources are even more valuable and have no market value. Top-level martial artists are all eager to acquire them. This ability to choose any S-level resource was a pleasant surprise for Zhou Bai. Yes, Zhou Bai, this is a privilege that our alliance leader has specially granted for you. Other champions of the Dawn battle do not receive this treatment. Professor Guan Ping then smiled and said. Then please thank Alliance Leader Song on my behalf. Zhou Bai said slowly. From now on, you just need to continue to be courageous and diligent, and climb to the peak of martial arts. Guan Ping's eyes were full of admiration as he continued. This is all the martial arts techniques and skills in our University Alliance's armory, as well as information on the inventory of S-level resources. You can choose freely. As Guan Ping spoke, he took out a tablet and handed it to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai took the tablet and immediately began to examine the cultivation techniques and resources inside. What came into Zhou Bai's view was a uniform array of S-rank martial arts techniques, including breathing exercises, visualization techniques, and body tempering methods. Celestial breathing technique, an S-level breathing technique that allows one to absorb the power of stars to strengthen their own chi and blood. Thunderous God Slaying Spear, an S-rank lightning attribute spear technique, an extreme spear technique of utmost yang and power. Extreme cold sword technique. 9 steps to heaven. The dazzling array of martial arts techniques and body strengthening methods left Zhou Bai overwhelmed and his heart pounding with excitement. If they could learn freely, they would definitely take off. But Zhou Bai can only choose one at the moment. What's more important to me right now is perhaps a top-tier visualization technique. After a long while, Zhou Bai suppressed the trembling in his heart and murmured to himself. Chapter 68 Great Sun Contemplation, Black Mist Assaults. Because of a lack of visualization techniques, Zhou Bai's S-level mental power talent has not been developed much. Zhou Bai's attack and defense, as well as his movement techniques, are all sufficient for him to use for the time being. Moreover, among the many cultivation methods, visualization has always been the most precious and rare. With that in mind, Zhou Bai didn't hesitate any longer and looked at the visualization methods section. The section on visualization techniques doesn't have many, there are only a dozen or so. Holy Dragon Visualization Method, Lunar Visualization Method, Flame Visualization Method, Blazing Sun Visualization Method, Heavenly Wind Visualization Method. One visualization method after another appeared on the screen, all of them S-level visualization methods. Zhou Bai examined them one by one, and found that these visualization techniques were quite profound, capable of causing a tremendous transformation in spiritual power. After a while, having examined each visualization method, Zhou Bai looked at the Blazing Sun Visualization Method. The Sun Visualization Method, visualize the blazing sun. Under the sun, it can automatically operate, absorbing a portion of the sun's power to temper the soul. Let's go with this Sunburst Visualization Method. Zhou Bai pondered for a moment and then made a decision. This sun breathing technique has one advantage that Zhou Bai particularly appreciates: it automatically absorbs the power of the sun to temper the soul. Resources that enhance spirituality are already scarce, and this visualization method that allows for automatic cultivation can undoubtedly save a lot of resources. Moreover, Zhou Bai also has skill enhancement cards that can improve this blazing sun visualization technique. Okay, I'll apply for the permissions for you right away. Instructor Guan Ping continued slowly. Zhou Bai then looked at the resource vault, which contained even more resources: top-grade 8th tier beast meat, various essence blood, gene potions, and spiritual herbs for tempering the body and enhancing the spirit. Everything imaginable was there. Zhou Bai, would you like to consider this S-grade cultivation resource? As Zhou Bai looked at the many S-level resources in the resource library, Guan Ping suddenly spoke up, pointing to an item in the third column. 8th tier Thunder Dragon Essence Blood, top tier Thunder Attribute Essence Blood, containing the most young and powerful thunderous energy, exceptionally violent. 8th tier Thunder Dragon Essence Blood. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the Essence Blood. Zhou Bai, this 8th tier Thunder Dragon Essence Blood was only added to the inventory yesterday, and there are only 15 units left. It hasn't been released yet. Among S-grade resources, it's considered one of the highest grade resources, and it's extremely suitable for you. You can consider it. Guan Ping then smiled gently as he looked at Zhou Bai. If it hadn't been updated yet, those old guys would have already redeemed it. Alright, then I'll take this Thunder Dragon Essence Blood. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai did not hesitate at all. This Thunder Dragon Essence Blood can not only enhance the power of Qi and blood to temper the body, but it is also very effective for Zhou Bai's cultivation of the Thunder Undying body. Okay, I'll register you right away. Guan Ping continued. Thank you for the reminder, Professor Guan Ping. Zhou Bai then expressed his gratitude to Guan Ping. He understood that this was also Guan Ping's way of showing goodwill. Otherwise, since it hadn't been added to the database yet, there was no need to update it, and it would naturally sell well later. Moreover, such top-tier resources would always attract fierce competition from many top martial artists. No need to be so polite. I just think this Thunder Dragon Essence Blood is more suitable for you. Instructor Guan Ping waved his hand dismissively. The permission to use the Blazing Sun visualization technique has been granted. You can check it now. The Thunder Dragon's Essence Blood is at the Imperial Capital headquarters and will be transported to you as soon as possible. As for the custom S-class weapons from the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion, once you've decided on the weapon you want to customize, send me a message and I'll arrange for the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion to customize it for you immediately. Zhou Bai nodded, added Guan Ping as a friend, and then began to examine the Blazing Sun contemplation method. Instructor Guan Ping and Zhao Shiyu left the training room, leaving Zhou Bai to examine the visualization method on his own. Zhou Bai opened the electronic document sent by the University Alliance and immediately began to examine it after passing the facial and iris scan. System, use a skill upgrade card to upgrade my sunburst visualization skill. 20 minutes later, Zhou Bai silently recited in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your enhancement has been successful. Your S-rank sun visualization technique has been upgraded to the SS rank Great Sun Visualization Technique. Great Sun Visualization Method, SS Level Visualization Method. Visualize the great sun in the sky. Wherever there is light, it will automatically temper the soul. When cultivated to the extreme, it can achieve a pure yang holy soul, which can suppress yin and evil and purify impurities. A moment later, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. As expected of a top-tier SS-level visualization technique, it was indeed powerful. System, please add some ideas about the Great Sun observation. Then, Zhou Bai immediately started adding points. Ding! You don't have enough learning points, less than 5,000 to add more points to the Great Sun visualization method. A notification sound rang out. Zhou Bai's heart skipped a beat. It actually cost 5,000 learning points. He only has 4,280 study points left. Let's wait until we've accumulated enough study points before adding more. It's not much, and we can accumulate enough quickly with some effort. Zhou Bai sighed and gave up his current plans to cultivate. As for comprehending it on his own, Zhou Bai had no intention of doing so. SS-level visualization techniques would take too long to comprehend. It was better to study diligently. Bubu. At that moment, Zhou Bai heard a loud explosion coming from outside. Zhou Bai slowly looked up and saw that fireworks were being set off outside. Countless dazzling fireworks seemed to ignite the entire night sky, which was extremely beautiful. As Zhou Bai watched the dazzling fireworks outside, a thought crossed his mind. Having been in Shanghai for so long, I haven't been able to take Shiyu out for a proper tour. With this in mind, Zhou Bai left the training room without hesitation, taking Zhao Shiyu to enjoy a peaceful and happy time. Although the Battle of Dawn has ended, its aftereffects still linger in many parts of Shanghai. Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu could hear discussions about the Battle of Dawn in every street and alley of Shanghai. The two seemed to have let go of everything, leaving their footprints in various places in Shanghai. 2.5 hours later, under a clear moon and sparse stars, the two arrived at the Bund in Shanghai. The sea breeze brought them a long-lost sense of coolness and tranquility. "Junior, it's so good to be with you." Zhao Shiyu nestled in Zhou Bai's arms and murmured softly. Zhou Bai gently patted Zhao Shiyu, savoring the fragrance emanating from her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as the two were peacefully enjoying the sea breeze, a deep mist suddenly surged in, instantly enveloping Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu. The surrounding beaches and the bustling city in the distance instantly turned into a black fog. Chapter 69 Perilous Battle in the Jungle, Two People in the Room. Oh no, enemies. Seeing the vast expanse of fog around him, Zhou Bai was startled. Then, Zhou Bai picked up Zhao Shiyu, used Phantom Skywalk, and disappeared into the distance like a shadow. However, no matter how fast Zhou Bai moved, the black mist followed him closely like a shadow, making it impossible for the two of them to escape. Awu. As Zhou Bai fled, a ferocious beast's roar echoed from within the black mist. Then, several wolf-shaped ferocious beasts formed from the black mist flew out from all directions. The several ferocious beasts were still in the form of black mist, but their faces were ferocious and they exuded a powerful sense of oppression. With Zhao Shiyu in his left arm, Zhou Bai used the heavenly thunder god in his right hand to transform into a thunderous blade and slash out swiftly. Sizzle! With a burst of domineering thunderous sound, several black mist wolf beasts were instantly shattered by Zhou Bai's thunderous blade, turning into black mist fragments. However, after the black mist wolf beasts were dealt with, the surrounding black mist roared again. 7 or 8 black mist wolf beasts reappeared, carrying terrifying power, and rushed towards Zhou Bai with incredible speed. Zhou Bai frowned slightly and slashed at the enemy with the thunder blade once more. At the same time, Zhou Bai's spiritual power surged forth, sensing the surrounding mist and searching for a way out. Before long, after Zhou Bai killed the 7 or 8 black mist wolf beasts, he also found a weak spot in the black mist. Zhou Bai made a decisive move and immediately charged towards the weak point in the black mist. The black mist wolf beasts continued to charge from all around, but they were all dealt with by Zhou Bai's thunderblade. A dozen minutes later, with Zhou Bai's phantom sky travel speeding through the area, Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu finally left the black mist region. Even after leaving the area of black mist, Zhou Bai did not let his guard down and continued to carefully observe his surroundings. This place is far from the Bund, in a dense forest, deserted and uninhabited, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Shiyu, we might have been tricked. Sensing the atmosphere around him, Zhou Bai's expression turned serious. The atmosphere here is clearly very strange. The flaw in the fog was too obvious, and Zhou Bai didn't think too much about it at the time. Now it seems that the flaw was deliberately designed to lure me to this place. Slap slap slap. As soon as Zhou Bai finished speaking, a burst of crisp applause broke the tranquility of the mountain forest. As expected of the champion of the Battle of Dawn, he is indeed very sharp-minded. Along with the applause came a low, deep sound. Not far away, a young man dressed in black slowly walked over. Beside the young man were several martial artists whose bodies shimmered with wisps of spiritual light. They were none other than the 7th-rank martial artists of the Golden Body Realm. Upon seeing the young man and the 5 7th-rank martial artists ahead, Zhou Bai's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't expected to have so many enemies, 5 7th-rank martial artists and one unknown individual all trying to deal with him, a martial arts newbie who had just broken through to the 4th rank. This is such a great show of respect for him as the champion of the Dawn Battle. Who are you people? Zhou Bai is the champion of the Dawn Battle. If you dare to attack us, neither the University Alliance nor the Martial Arts Alliance will let you get away with it. Zhao Shiyu looked at the many powerful figures in front of her and said in a cold voice. The Dawn Battle Champion? Ha! It was nothing more than a bunch of kids playing house. The leading youth in black sneered and said indifferently, I'm only calling you champion out of respect, otherwise, you're nothing but a 4th-rank trash. Whoosh! No sooner had the young man in black finished speaking than a phantom suddenly appeared in front of him. The phantom suddenly solidified into reality, transforming into Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai conjured a golden thunder blade in his right hand, and at the same time, the 6th level of the 9-fold thunder blade slashed out swiftly, directly towards the black-clad youth. All of this happened too fast. It was all completed in an instant. Just as the young man in black was about to defend himself, Zhou Bai's golden lightning blade had already struck him. A dazzling blue aura shield spontaneously appeared around the young man in black. Bang! Although the aura shield blocked the lightning blade, the power it carried was too terrifying. It tore a hole in the shield, leaving a charred wound on the youth's chest, before he was sent flying. Xiao Mo, are you alright? Upon seeing the black-clad youth being slashed and sent flying, a powerful expert at the Golden Body realm quickly came to the black-clad youth's side and helped him up. Damn it, this lowly 4th rank ant dares to hurt me. Attack! Kill him! The young man in black, who had been helped up, was enraged and then gritted his teeth and said. Upon hearing this, the other 4 Golden Body realm experts immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, Jobai's heavenly thunder surged within him, ready to fight these guys to the death. Not far away, Zhao Shiyu also had a firm gaze, and the power of her blood and chi surged within her body. Boom! However, before the 4 Golden Body realm experts could rush forward, purple spiritual seals suddenly appeared around them. These spiritual seals carry terrifying impact, blasting the 4 Golden Body realm cultivators away and sending them crashing into a distant tree. Humph, you trash dare to mess with my brother, Zhou Lingyun? Have you eaten the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? Then, a clear, cold voice rang out. 20 minutes later, in a luxurious room in Shanghai. The room seemed to be on a high floor of a building, with a view from the window overlooking countless bustling scenes and traffic below. You can also see airships flying below, like shooting stars in the night sky, adorning this ancient yet prosperous city. Ling Xiao, what did you call me here for? To celebrate your runner-up finish in the dawn battle? Inside the room, Xin Hao looked at Ling Xiao, who was holding a wine glass and looking arrogant, and asked in confusion. Young Master Qin, you should know that being second place is the biggest failure for our imperial martial arts. Ling Xiao crushed the wine glass in his hand and gritted his teeth. Clearly, Ling Xiao had not recovered from the defeat in the Battle of Dawn. After all, he was a student of the Imperial Martial Academy, and he carried the key to the glory of the Imperial Martial Academy. Even the runner-up is better than someone like me who couldn't even make it to the knockout stage. Qin Hao remained calm, took a sip of wine, and spoke slowly. Although Qin Hao was very unhappy about Zhou by winning the championship, he also had great disdain for Ling Xiao. Having received so much support from the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, their performance in the finals was so poor it's a disgrace to the academy. If he had been in charge, the outcome would have been completely different. Moreover, although Ling Xiao also shares the surname Ling, he is not well liked by the Ling family, otherwise he would not have come to Diwu to study. Young Master Qin is joking. You were just unlucky. You underestimated Zhou Bai during the selection process. Otherwise, the championship would definitely have been yours. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then said to Qin Hao with a sincere expression. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qin Hao's expression softened, and he felt that Ling Xiao, whom he used to dislike, seemed much more pleasing to the eye. So, what do you want from me? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hao asked Ling Xiao again why he had invited him. You'll see soon enough. Don't worry, it'll definitely be something that makes you happy. Ling Xiao wiped the wine off his hands, then smiled at Qin Hao. Qin Hao seemed to be deep in thought upon hearing this. Wait, you're not going to send someone to deal with Zhou Bai, are you? After a short while, Qin Hao seemed to have thought of something, and then frowned. Chapter 70, Siblings Reunited, the Powerful Lingyun. Indeed, young Master Qin is clever. Zhou Bai won a battle he shouldn't have won, and he deserves to pay the price. Don't worry, I've handled this extremely discreetly, no one will find out. Ling Xiao slowly raised his head, his voice icy, his eyes filled with a deep, bloodthirsty light. That Zhou Bai ruined us, I won't let him get away with it. You idiot, if you're looking to die, don't drag me down with you. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qin Hao's face turned green, and he immediately cursed angrily. After saying that, Qin Hao cursed and was about to leave the room. Bang! However, just as Qin Hao turned around, the window glass in the room suddenly shattered, and an extremely terrifying aura swept in instantly, firmly filling the entire room. The immense aura suppressed Qin Hao, rendering him completely immobile. However, he still forced himself to look out through the glass. The glass was completely shattered, and a sleek, streamlined airship had landed in the room. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman with a high ponytail, a cool and aloof demeanor, and exquisite features stepped off the airship. The woman was dressed in a black leather jacket and had a slender figure, but her captivating eyes were filled with an unyielding coldness that sent chills down one's spine. Beside the woman were two people Qin Hao knew, Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu. Zhou Lingyun. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful woman descending from the airship, Qin Hao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the sky had collapsed. How dare you trespass? Ling Xiao, who was not far away, looked at the group of people who broke in through the window. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted angrily. Sizzle! However, before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, a purple spiritual light quickly condensed into a long spear and rushed directly towards Ling Xiao. The purple spear, carrying a domineering impact, pierced through all of Ling Xiao's defenses, punched through his abdomen, and pinned him to the wall of the room. After pinning Ling Xiao down, Zhou Lingyun turned her gaze to Qin Hao in the room. Seeing Zhou Lingyun's gaze, which was as if she were looking at a dead man, Qin Hao felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly said, trembling, "If I said this has nothing to do with me, would you believe me?" Zhou Lingyun glanced at Qin Hao indifferently, then waved her right hand, and the purple spiritual light transformed into a chain, binding Qin Hao directly. "Who dares to harm the pride of our Ling family?" At this moment, the door to the room was broken open, and a middle-aged man in blue led a group of powerful Ling family members into the room, staring coldly at Zhou Lingyun and the others next to the airship. "These two scoundrels murdered my family members, the relatives of the Jinshe department. They deserve to die. Let's see if your Ling family can say anything now." Zhou Lingyun didn't even lift her eyelids, looking at the middle-aged man in blue. Upon hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, the middle-aged man in blue's face suddenly stiffened. Then, the middle-aged man in blue still didn't make a move. Instead, he took out his phone and started contacting the higher-ups in the Ling family. The murder of a close relative of the Jinshe department is a very serious matter. "You, bring your family here too." Zhou Lingyun then looked at Qin Hao, who was not far away, and said calmly. Upon hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, Qin Hao gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, who was pinned to the wall not far away. "It's all because of this idiot. He could have just dealt with Zhou by himself. He even invited me here, and the two of us were caught red-handed having a secret rendezvous in a room. This is practically like mud falling onto your crotch. It's not a disaster, it's a disaster." You don't want to?" Seeing that Qin Hao hadn't made a move, Zhou Lingyun frowned and said something. At the same time, a purple dagger was suspended in front of Qin Hao. "Sister Zhou, I'm tied up, I can't contact anyone." Qin Hao, bound like a rice dumpling, was covered in sweat and hurriedly said, "Oh." Zhou Lingyun responded and then slightly loosened the purple chains binding Qin Hao. After letting go, Qin Hao immediately took out his phone and started contacting his Qin family members, fearing that if he was any later, his secret would be exposed. He knew perfectly well that Zhou Lingyun was capable of such a thing. "Sister, these two are from the Ling family and the Qin family." Seeing his sister's assertive nature, Zhou Bai said with some concern. Bai, don't worry, leave everything to me." Zhou Lingyun spoke gently to Zhou Bai. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai nodded. Since his sister dared to take action, she must have her own plans. "You did very well, winning the Dawn Battle Championship was a huge surprise." Zhou Lingyun then said to Zhou Bai with an amazed expression. Zhou Lingyun had also participated in the Battle of Dawn, so she naturally knew how fierce the competition was. In the Dawn Battle 2 years ago, Zhou Lingyun barely made it into the top 100. Zhou Bai was admitted to a junior college. When Zhou Lingyun found out, although she was not very willing, she respected Zhou Bai's choice and did not interfere. Moreover, Zhou Bai's desire to have children truly appealed to Zhou Lingyun. She was focused on achieving the pinnacle of martial arts, so naturally she wouldn't consider these things. However, Zhou Bai took on the future of his Zhou family, and surprisingly, he did not fall behind in the path of martial arts. On the contrary, he remained incredibly powerful. "It's just good luck." Zhou Bai scratched his head and smiled. "Luck is also a part of strength. Being the champion of the Dawn Battle means that you are the well-deserved #1 freshman." Zhou Lingyun continued. "Even if you are the champion of the Dawn Battle, you can't bully Shiyu." Then, Zhou Lingyun affectionately pulled Zhao Shiyu to her side and solemnly said to Zhou Bai. Although Zhou Lingyun wasn't by Zhou Bai's side, she was clearly keeping an eye on him. Zhou Lingyun was also very satisfied with Zhao Shiyu. "Don't worry, sis, I definitely won't." Zhou Bai smiled slightly. "Shiyu, if Zhou Bai bullies you in the future, just come to me and I'll teach him a lesson for you." Zhou Lingyun then spoke to Zhao Shiyu beside her. "My junior is nice, he won't bully me." Zhao Shiyu blushed slightly, then spoke softly. "I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts, so please accept this bracelet." Zhou Lingyun took out an antique-looking bracelet and handed it to Zhao Shiyu. This bracelet is covered with mysterious Taoist patterns and has a smooth, rounded texture, clearly indicating that it is an extremely precious treasure. Zhao Shiyu didn't speak, but looked at Zhou Bai. "Shiyu, please accept it." Zhou Bai smiled and said to Zhao Shiyu. "Thank you, sister." Zhao Shiyu then accepted the bracelet. Bai, do you have any ideas about the custom-made S-class weapons from the Heavenly Soldier Tower?" Then, Zhou Lingyun seemed to have thought of something and asked Zhou Bai. "Sis, I'm still thinking about it." Zhou Bai replied. I do have a good suggestion. Sister, what do you mean? Escape Tiansuo. Chapter 71 Huge Compensation, both facing adversity. Tiansuo? Zhou Bai looked puzzled. He didn't know anything about the Sky Escape shuttle that Zhou Lingyun had mentioned. Yes, this is a top-tier telekinetic weapon, composed of numerous rhomboid throwing knives. It has multiple forms and is a multifunctional weapon that combines flight, attack, and defense. Zhou Lingyun then slowly explained the general concept of the sky-piercing shuttle. There are weapons like this. Upon hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. In that case, it would really suit Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai has an S-level talent in mental power, so he can definitely use mental weapons. Moreover, it's a weapon that combines attack, defense, and flight. It's incredibly cool. If I had the Sky Shuttle in today's situation, even if I couldn't win, I could just run away. Just then, the sound of a door being pushed open came from inside. A middle-aged man with an imposing presence, dressed in gray clothes, entered the room. Save. Uncle Seven, save me. Upon seeing the middle-aged man in gray appear, Ling Xiao, who was pinned to the wall, grasped at a straw and spoke in a weak, hoarse voice. Captain Zhou, I don't know what wrong my good-for-nothing nephew has done that makes you so ruthless. Ling Fuyuan saw the scene in the room, then frowned and said. You good nephew sent someone to assassinate my brother. The fact that he wasn't killed outright is already giving the Ling family face. Zhou Lingyun's expression turned cold, and she said indifferently. Captain Zhou, everything must be based on evidence. Young Master Ling is the runner-up in the Dawn battle. He has a bright future ahead of him. A member of the Ling family standing next to Ling Fuyuan said in a deep voice. Evidence? Do you really want me to produce the evidence? Zhou Lingyun slowly raised her head, looking at the Ling family members beside Ling Fuyuan with a hint of amusement. Ling Fuyuan glanced at Ling Xiao on the wall, remained silent for a long while, then lowered his posture considerably and said in a somewhat humble manner. Captain Zhou, my nephew was ignorant and I apologize to you. I will provide appropriate compensation. Please, Captain Zhou, be magnanimous and let my nephew go. Ling Xiao, who was pinned to the wall, was stunned to see his uncle bowing his head like that. Give my younger brother the Heavenly Saint technique, 100,000 blood crystals, and a cultivation spot in Thunder Valley. Zhou Lingyun then said calmly. Are you crazy? You want so much? Upon hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, Ling Fuyuan's expression turned extremely ugly, and he said in a deep voice. The Battle Heaven Sacred Technique is an S-level combat sacred technique created by Ling Tian, martial saint of the Ling family, and its ability to enhance combat power is exceptionally terrifying. Although it is only S rank, its power is in no way inferior to SS rank martial arts techniques. Its value is also extremely astonishing even within the martial arts alliance. It requires making a tremendous contribution to obtain it. Blood crystals are crystals containing pure blood and chi power, which can be used to enhance blood and chi power, making them extremely valuable. Blood crystals are basically monopolized by many top-tier forces and will not flow into the outside market. A single blood crystal is worth tens of millions of star coins, yet it remains highly sought after but rarely sold. 100,000 blood crystals are worth 1 trillion star coins, or even more. As for the cultivation spots in Thunder Valley, they are even more precious. It is a top-tier spiritual cultivation ground, mysterious and extraordinary, and cannot be bought with star coins. My brother is also the champion of the Dawn battle. Do you really think that's a lot? Zhou Lingyun said calmly, her tone extremely composed. Upon hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, Ling Fuyuan's expression became uncertain. She glanced at Ling Xiao on the wall, then at Zhou Lingyun and Zhou Bai beside her. Captain Zhou, the amount of these items is too large. I need to consult our family head. After a long pause, Ling Fuyuan continued speaking to Zhou Lingyun. Go! Zhou Lingyun said calmly. Then, Ling Fuyuan left the room and contacted the head of the Ling family outside. Xin Hao, who was in the room, was dumbfounded when he saw Zhou Lingyun making such an outrageous demand. Zhou Bai didn't lose a single hair, while Ling Xiao was stabbed like this and still has to pay so much in compensation. At that time, Damn it, I must stay away from that idiot Ling Xiao from now on. Xin Hao cursed inwardly. Captain Zhou, our patriarch has agreed. The items will be delivered to you within 3 days. 3 minutes later, Ling Fuyuan returned to the room and then spoke to Zhou Lingyun. Okay, then take him away. Zhou Lingyun nodded, then sheathed her purple light spear. Ling Fuyuan and the others immediately dragged the seriously injured Ling Xiao out of the room. Before leaving, Ling Xiao gave Zhou Bai a venomous look. Before long, the Qin family also sent a martial arts expert, Qin Jinhu, to negotiate with Zhou Lingyun. Your Qin family's Qin Hao and Ling Xiao conspired to murder my brother. Compensation will be your Qin family's S-level spiritual martial skill, Heavenly Saint Soul Destroying Seal, 100,000 blood crystals, and a cultivation spot in Soul Sweeping Mountain. Zhou Lingyun didn't waste any more words and directly demanded her compensation. Third brother, Ling Xiao did this. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao quickly replied. Oh, so you're an accomplice. Well then, your blood crystals will be halved. Before Qin Hao could finish speaking, Zhou Lingyun interrupted him, saying calmly. Hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, Qin Hao was dumbfounded. What accomplice? I was just invited to this room. I didn't know anything before. He wanted to say something more, but feeling Zhou Lingyun's deep, cold gaze, he swallowed his words. No problem. Since it was a member of our Qin family who made a mistake, we naturally have to make compensation. Those items will be delivered to Captain Zhou tomorrow. Qin Jinhu didn't say much, and after thinking for a moment, he agreed to Zhou Lingyun's request. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingyun put away the purple light chains that were binding Qin Hao. Zhou Bai, we're sorry for the trouble Qin Hao has caused you. If you have the opportunity to study together again in the future, please don't hold it against us and look after Qin Hao. Just as Zhou Lingyun was about to leave with Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu, Qin Jinhu said to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai didn't expect Qin Jinhu to suddenly strike up a conversation with him. However, seeing how humble Qin Jinhu was. Moreover, before they arrived, they had already learned from the assassins who had tried to kill Zhou Bai that this was all Ling Zhao's doing. Qin Hao was completely innocent and suffered a misfortune. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai nodded and said, no problem, if there's a chance, definitely. Upon receiving Zhou Bai's reply, Qin Jinhu smiled and then watched as the group boarded the airship and left the room. I'm sorry, Zhou Bai, this is, after all, within the territory of Xia Kingdom. Even if we have evidence, we can't kill Ling Xiao. On the airship, Zhou Lingyun said to Zhou Bai with some apology. It's alright, sis, I know. This result is already very good. Zhou Bai said with a slight smile. Moreover, with these resources, we'll be even more useful after we improve our strength than if we killed Ling Xiao. It's good that you have this idea. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, a look of appreciation flashed in Zhou Lingyun's eyes. Yes, Sister Lingyun, you're amazing. You managed to get so much compensation from the Qin and Ling families. Zhao Shiyu, who was standing to the side, was also extremely excited. The Qin and Ling families are top-tier clans, yet they still have to bow down to Zhou Lingyun. Zhao Shiyu thought this was incredibly cool. Chapter 72 was held up, but the customized requirements were met. However, you need to be careful of Ling Xiao. If he behaves himself, that's fine, but if he really does cause trouble, find an opportunity to kill him. Zhou Lingyun thought of Ling Xiao from the Ling family and then said to Zhou Bai. Wouldn't it be a bit too extreme to just kill Ling Xiao outright? A hint of interest flashed in Zhou Bai's eyes, but he still hesitated before speaking. That guy may be a bad person, but his background is really powerful. Who told you to do it yourself? Zhou Lingyun smiled slightly, then said to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai understood and nodded. That Qin family is quite shrewd. Even after suffering a loss in silence, they can still put on such an attitude. At this moment, Zhao Shiyu, who was standing next to her, spoke slowly. Zhou Bai and Zhou Lingyun nodded. Although both families were top tier, there were indeed some differences in how they handled certain matters. Let's go to Magic Martial Arts Academy. I happen to have some things to take care of there. After they finished talking, Zhou Lingyun then addressed the two of them. Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu naturally had no objections. Sis, tell me more about that sky-piercing shuttle. I think a custom-made sky-piercing shuttle would be great. On the way to Magic Martial Arts University, Zhou Bai said it again. Okay, then I'll explain it to you properly. Zhou Lingyun nodded, and then began talking to Zhou Bai about the sky-piercing shuttle. Shanghai, the magical city, the martial arts world. Magic Martial Arts University is located in Pudong district of Shanghai, a vast area with many tall buildings. It has everything: parks, shopping malls, high-rise buildings, teaching buildings, martial arts buildings. It's like a small city. The martial arts atmosphere at Magic Martial Arts University is extremely strong. There are martial arts halls and training grounds everywhere, and you can see Magic Martial Arts University students practicing martial arts everywhere. Today marks the end of the Battle of Dawn, and many places are discussing this battle. This Dawn battle was such a pity. Chen Zhang had a great chance. If he hadn't been careless in his match against Chu Lingyan, the championship would have been our Magic Martial Arts Academy's. Yeah, it was so close. Did you guys see the finals? That good-for-nothing Ling Xiao was crushed by Zhou Bai in no time. It was laughable. Exactly. When he suddenly displayed his dual talents and defeated Xiaoyu from Huayun University, I thought this guy really had some skills. But it turns out he was just all show and no substance, just a surprise attack. I'm really fed up with those college students, they're all showing off on our school forum. Winning the Dawn Battle Championship is nothing special. There's only one college championship out of over 1,000 games. What's so great about that? It's just that we didn't meet Xinjiang. Otherwise, we might have won the championship. On the campus of Magic Martial Arts Academy, many students were discussing the Battle of Dawn. They were especially furious when they saw on the forum that students from various colleges and universities were engaging in prostitution everywhere. No matter how they argue, they only say one thing: we, the White Gods, are the champions, and what about you? Whoosh! Just as everyone was discussing, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky. An airship streaked across the sky. Wow, isn't that Senior Lingyun? Senior Lingyun is back. I heard that Senior Lingyun is now the captain of the serious squad of the Demon Suppression Department. Senior Lingyun is so cool. The person next to her looks like Zhou Bai. What's Zhou Bai doing on Senior Lingyun's airship? Could the rumors be true? Is Zhou Bai really Senior Sister Lingyun's younger brother? It's absolutely true. I thought it was a rumor before, but now it seems to be absolutely real. Upon seeing the figures on the airship, many magic and martial arts students discussed among themselves, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zhou Lingyun is a prominent figure at Magic Martial Arts University. Although she is only a junior, she is extremely powerful in both appearance and strength. She is also a member of the Evil Suppression Department and is an idol in the hearts of countless Magic Martial Arts University students. So Bai Xin is Lingyun's younger brother, no wonder he's so awesome. Yes, if that's the case, then Bai Xin can be considered half of our Magic Martial Arts Academy students. Excellent, excellent. Bai Xin is amazing. He shattered all doubts with his own strength, and in the finals, he completely crushed the formidable opponent Ling Xiao. I would call him the most deserving champion ever. If Bai Xin is practically a student of our Magic Martial Arts Academy, then wouldn't it be fair that Magic Martial Arts Academy has upheld its honor and kept the championship of the Dawn Battle within its ranks? Yes, it counts. Bai Xin is our senior's brother, so he's practically one of us. The championship deserves a share of our credit. After a while, many students of the Magic Martial Arts Academy changed their allegiance after learning that Zhou Bai was Zhou Lingyun's younger brother. Immediately afterwards, many students from Magic Martial Arts University took out their phones and started posting. Magic and martial arts defend glory. Shocking. No wonder White God was able to win the Dawn Battle, it turns out. The champion has half the talent of magic martial arts. The flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. It turns out the White God actually possesses demonic and martial arts bloodlines. Soon, posts appeared on various forums of Lingwang. Zhou Bai was naturally unaware that his arrival in Shanghai with Zhou Lingyun had sparked so much discussion. At this moment, he was editing the requirements for the customization of the S-Class weapon of the Heavenly Soldier's Tower. Sis, isn't this request a bit outrageous? 365 diamond-shaped throwing knives, each crafted from meteorite iron and telekinetic crystals, and each engraved with lightning runes. Looking at the weapon requirements he had edited, Zhou Bai said somewhat uncertainly. Although there are no restrictions on the type or variety of weapons to be customized this time, both meteorite iron and telekinetic crystals are top-tier refining materials with extraordinary value. 365 diamond-shaped throwing knives. Even Zhou Bai himself felt that his demands were a bit excessive. This isn't just an S-Class weapon, it's even more precious than an SS-Class weapon. It's alright, just send over the customization requirements first. This Sky Shuttle is also an S-Class weapon, it just has a few more uses. Zhou Lingyun smiled slightly, then spoke gently to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, whether it would work out or not was another matter. He would send over the customization requirements first. With that in mind, Zhou Bai didn't hesitate any longer and sent his weapon customization requirements directly to Professor Guan Ping of the University Alliance. Chapter 73 Prototype, My Solution. Before long, Zhou Lingyun brought Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu to her detached apartment at Magic Martial Arts University. You all rest here for now, I'm going to see my mentor. After making arrangements for the two, Zhou Lingyun then spoke to Zhou Bai. No problem, sis, go ahead. Zhou Bai nodded and said to Zhou Lingyun. After experiencing so much today, Zhou Bai plans to take a good rest and accumulate learning points. After all, the Great Sun observation method still requires a lot of learning points, and the Ling family's Battle Saint technique and the Qin family's Heavenly Soul Saint seal also need to be learned and improved. Then, Zhou Lingyun left the apartment. Shiyu, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. After Zhou Bai and Zhao Shiyu were left alone in the apartment, Zhou Bai embraced Zhao Shiyu, looked at her gently, and then slowly said. The moonlight shone on Zhao Shiyu's face, making her already pure and beautiful face even more stunning. Feeling the deep tenderness in Zhou Bai's eyes, and after everything the two had gone through today, Zhao Shiyu's heart was filled with excitement. Then, Zhao Shiyu slightly tiptoed and offered her softness. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Tianbinglu branch. In a bright room filled with futuristic technology. No, this little guy is treating us like evil gods. 365 diamond-shaped throwing knives, a sky shuttle made of meteorite iron and psychic crystals, plus lightning runes. Why doesn't he just make us hand over the Heavenly Soldier Tower to him? Inside the room, a bespectacled man in a white robe stared at a message on his computer, completely bewildered. Upon hearing this, the other weapon refiners from the Heavenly Soldier's pavilion in the room also gathered around the bespectacled man, looking at the information on the computer screen. Ha, old Wu, this kid has been guided by an expert. Even our Heavenly Soldier's pavilion hasn't been able to make an S-class sky shuttle. A weapon refiner standing nearby laughed loudly. That product is too difficult to develop. Although there is a prototype for reference, the S-class sky shuttle is still too difficult. There's nothing we can do. After all, these are weapons from a space civilization. Our Xia Kingdom's technology is still somewhat backward, making it difficult to fully understand them, let alone mass-produce them. Keep up the good work, everyone. We've unlocked all the technology inside. Now we can manufacture a great sky shuttles. Keep pushing, and soon our Heavenly Soldier Tower will be able to make our own S-grade, or even SS-grade sky shuttles. The other weapon refiners spoke up one after another, their tone extremely firm. What about this little guy? He wants an S-class sky shuttle. Should we make him wait for us to build it? Wu Yu then looked at the information on the computer screen and said with some helplessness. Their Heavenly Soldier's pavilion had boasted to the University Alliance that they could definitely create an S-class weapon that would satisfy the champion of the dawn battle. Whether it's military formations, psychic weapons, elemental weapons, or super armor, none of them are a problem for them. But, unexpectedly, Zhou Bai was so ruthless, directly demanding an S-class sky-piercing shuttle. Let me consult the deputy director. The weapon refiner next to him continued. Everyone nodded, then immediately connected with the deputy building manager's phone and told him about Zhou Bai's request. How's your research on the prototype of the sky shuttle going? The deputy poster did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Reporting to the deputy lord, we have completely cracked the technology and encryption techniques inside. We have already refined several different models of the Great Sky Shuttle, which are ready to be launched at any time. A seasoned weapon refiner spoke slowly. In that case, how about we give the prototype of the sky shuttle to that little guy? The deputy host pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Give him the prototype. Upon hearing this, the surrounding weapon refiners fell into deep thought, seemingly considering the feasibility of this idea. They have fully deciphered the technology of the sky-piercing shuttle. Given enough time to absorb and digest it, refining an S-grade sky-piercing shuttle is only a matter of time. Although this prototype was also an S-class aircraft, it no longer held much value. Moreover, the prototype was made of extremely special and mysterious lightning attribute meteorite iron, meaning that only martial artists with both lightning-type talent and top-tier mental talent could control it. Such martial artists are extremely rare. I watched that kid's match, and he truly is a pillar of our Xia Kingdom's future. Moreover, he possesses dual S-level talents in lightning attribute and mental power, which perfectly match this prototype machine. The deputy host continued. That's possible, but the prototype is already damaged. A weapon refiner said. If you can't even forge an S-grade sky-piercing shuttle, can't you even repair one? The deputy head of the building raised an eyebrow and slowly said. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, in a luxurious villa area owned by the Ling family. Inside the villa, a top-tier martial artist with healing talent was treating Ling Zhao's injuries. Although Zhou Lingyun's attack was not fatal, the angle of her attack was extremely tricky, missing his heart by only millimeters. In other words, if Zhou Lingyun had been a little more ruthless, she could have killed Ling Xiao directly. Such injuries require extremely careful treatment. After all, Ling Xiao is only a 4th-rank martial artist and has not yet undergone internal organ tempering. Even with a top-tier healer, he must be treated with utmost care. Several hours later, Ling Xiao was out of danger, but his face was still pale. His bones and meridians were damaged by the aftershocks of the purple light, and it would take a long time to recover. Useless. It's one thing to be outmatched and try to assassinate someone, but you failed and got caught red-handed. You're utterly useless. How could I have such a good-for-nothing son like you? A short while later, a middle-aged man entered the room, looking coldly at Ling Xiao on the bed. The middle-aged man was Ling Xiao's father, Ling Tingen. Ling Tingen is the illegitimate son of Ling Xiao's grandfather, so neither Ling Tingen nor his father are well received in the Ling family. Even with his exceptional talent, Ling Xiao could not receive substantial support from the Ling family. Hearing his father's words, Ling Xiao lowered his head deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Shower, look who's come to see you." Just as the atmosphere in the room was becoming increasingly solemn, a gentle voice rang out. A middle-aged woman led a pure and beautiful young girl into the room. Seeing the young girl beside the beautiful woman, Ling Tingen's expression softened. "Ninger, you've come." Shin Ninger is, after all, a member of the Shin family, and it was Ling Tingen who went to great lengths to persuade the Shin family to agree to the marriage between Shin Ninger and Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Tingen had a completely different attitude towards Shin Ninger. "You talk to Ling Xiao, this old man won't get involved." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ling Tingen said to Shin Ninger. Then, Ling Tingen left the room with his wife. Ninger I. Looking at the innocent-looking girl in the room, Ling Xiao felt somewhat at a loss. "Brother Ling Xiao, I know everything. I will avenge you. I will make Zhou Bai pay the price." Shin Ninger stared intently at Ling Xiao and spoke slowly. "Ninger, don't be impulsive. Zhou Bai's sister is from the Demon Suppression Department, she's not someone to be trifled with." Although Ling Xiao was very touched that Shin Ninger would stand by him unconditionally and stand up for him, he still didn't want Shin Ninger to be in any danger. "Don't worry, I have my own methods. I will definitely not let Zhou Bai get away with this." Shin Ninger took a deep breath and then said firmly. Chapter 74, Adding Points to the Visualization Technique, Soul Essence Soars. Magic Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Lingyun's apartment. The Qin family is so efficient, they delivered everything so quickly. Inside the apartment, Zhou Lingyun looked at the blood-red crystal inside the large box, which was radiating a great deal of vital energy, and said with a look of astonishment. Zhou Bai also picked up a piece of blood crystal. The blood energy inside was extremely pure, comparable to ordinary Jin potions. "Captain Zhou, this is the token for Soul Slaying Mountain. Just take this token and you can enter Soul Slaying Mountain to cultivate." The Qin family warrior next to her then took out a token and handed it to Zhou Lingyun. Zhou Lingyun casually handed the token to Zhou Bai. The martial arts technique of the Heavenly Saint's soul-destroying seal has been granted to Zhou Bai, and he can practice it at any time. The Qin family warrior sent an electronic document to Zhou Bai and continued. After handing over the items, the Qin family warriors left Zhou Lingyun's apartment. "Zhou Bai, you should collect all these blood crystals as well." After the Qin family warriors left, Zhou Lingyun then spoke to Zhou Bai. "Sister, don't you need the blood crystals for cultivation? There are too many blood crystals, why don't you take some for your cultivation too?" Hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, Zhou Bai said. "Blood crystals are no longer very effective for me, so you can use them." Zhou Lingyun waved her hand dismissively and said. "Sister, what about the cultivation spot at Soul Slaying Mountain?" Zhou Bai then took out the token of Danghan Mountain and was about to hand it to Zhou Lingyun. "Ah Bai, the compensation from the Qin and Ling families is all yours. Your sister is from the Demon Suppression Department, how could I lack cultivation resources?" Zhou Lingyun patted Zhou Bai's head and said to him. "The situation in our Xia kingdom is somewhat delicate right now, Ah Bai, let's become stronger as soon as possible." Hearing Zhou Lingyun's words, Zhou Bai felt a warmth in his heart. "Sister, I will become stronger as soon as possible." Zhou Bai nodded. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a jade pendant at Zhou Lingyun's waist flashed with a dazzling red light, accompanied by a crisp and rapid buzzing sound. "Ah Bai, there's an emergency at the Demon Suppression Department that I need to handle as soon as possible. I'll arrange for my junior sister to come and take you all over. As for the compensation from the Ling family, don't worry, they won't dare to play any tricks." Sensing the unusual movement of the jade pendant, Zhou Lingyun raised an eyebrow and then said to Zhou Bai. "Okay, sis, you go ahead, I can take care of myself." Zhou Bai nodded and said in a deep voice. "Okay, Zhou Bai, sure you, take care of yourselves." Zhou Lingyun then gave the two of them a gentle hug before piloting the airship directly away from the apartment. Shiyu, you should also take some blood crystals to cultivate. Zhou Bai then took 1/5 of the 50,000 blood crystals and handed it to Shiyu. Junior, your talent is even greater. Zhao Shiyu instinctively wanted to refuse. Honey, I'll feel safer when your strength improves. Besides, hasn't your talent improved too? Zhou Bai stroked Zhao Shiyu's hair and said to her. With the help of the talent upgrade card, Zhao Shiyu's talent has improved by about 70-80% in the past few days. Although she didn't get tested, Zhao Shiyu had already sensed her transformation and told Zhou Bai about it. Originally, Zhao Shiyu's talent was a level grass and tree vitality, but after the upgrade, it has become S-level life rejuvenation, and the healing effect has been significantly improved. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Zhao Shiyu did not refuse again and put the blood crystal that Zhou Bai had separated into her bracelet. This bracelet is called the Ethereal Bracelet. It not only has a certain defensive capability, but it is also a spatial device with storage function. In the following period, Zhou Bai worked hard to accumulate learning points while using the power of the blood crystal to improve his qi and blood. The Qin family's Heavenly Saint Soul Destroying Seal was also enhanced into an SS-level spiritual martial skill by Zhou Bai using a skill upgrade card. Mystic God Soul Destroying Seal, SS rank spiritual martial skill, condensing the power of the Mystic God into a soul destroying seal, exceptionally domineering. The cultivation of the mysterious God Soul Destroying Seal is also extremely difficult. Even the initial stage requires 3,000 learning points to complete. Let's wait until we've mastered the Great Sun visualization technique before learning this mental martial art. After Zhou Bai entered the Heavenly Saint's Soul Destroying Seal into the panel, he murmured to himself. At this point, Zhou Bai had accumulated 5,000 learning points after several days of hard work. System, give me some Great Sun observation ideas. Upon seeing the number of learning points he had, Zhou Bai didn't hesitate at all and immediately started adding them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As his learning points were depleted, Zhou Bai closed his eyes, and a memory of his efforts to comprehend the Great Sun cultivation method appeared in his mind. This memory blended into Zhou Bai's mind with exceptional smoothness. Gradually, Zhou Bai's understanding of the Great Sun contemplation method became increasingly profound. Before long, Zhou Bai fully comprehended the Great Sun visualization method, and then immediately began to cultivate according to its methods. Half an hour later, a divine soul light, as bright as the sun, appeared in Zhou Bai's sea of consciousness. Zhou Bai's spiritual power suddenly became much stronger. As expected of an SS-level visualization technique, just successfully cultivating it increased my mental power by more than 10,000 calories. Zhou Bai looked at his soul power, which had reached 40,000 hertz, and his face was full of joy. This learning opportunity was totally worth it. This spiritual light spun slightly in Zhou Bai's sea of consciousness, as if it resonated with and was drawn to the sun outside. Zhou Bai could feel his spiritual power slowly and automatically increasing. Although the rate of improvement is not fast, it is extremely gentle and stable. Zhou Bai roughly estimated that 5 minutes could give him an improvement of about 1 herb. In other words, even without any resources, Zhou Bai can automatically increase his mental strength by more than 100 hertz per day. Resources that enhance mental strength are generally more precious than those that enhance physical strength. This incredible passive boost allows Zhou Bai to save a lot of cultivation resources and steadily improve himself. Great! Next, I'll continue cultivating and work hard to accumulate learning points. Zhou Bai felt even more excited about his future. A moment later, Zhou Bai's phone rang with a crisp notification sound. Zhou Bai opened the message. Brother Zhou Bai, I'm ready, come and kiss me. Chapter 75 Soul Gathering Forest, Ninger in wedding dress. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the message from Shin Ninger on his phone. Is this little vixen really ready? Her fiancé was exposed by her own sister, and now she. Fine, considering how difficult things will be for her now, let's help her out. Zhou Bai turned off the screen, concealed his presence, and left the martial arts room and the apartment. Senior Lan Ling, where is the Soul Gathering Forest in magic and martial arts? Upon arriving at the apartment entrance, Zhou Bai asked a young woman with delicate features and a gentle demeanor about the location of the Soul Gathering Forest. The girl is Lan Ling, a sophomore at Magic Martial Arts University, and is also the one Zhou Lingyun arranged to take care of Zhou Bai and Lan Ling. Junior brother Zhou Bai, the Soul Condensation Forest is a bit far. I'll take you there. Lan Ling smiled and said to Zhou Bai in front of her. Then I'll leave it to Senior Lan Ling. Zhou Bai said slowly. Then, Zhou Bai, led by Lan Ling, headed to the Soul Condensation Forest. On his way to the Soul Condensation Forest, Zhou Bai saw many students from the Magic Martial Arts Academy. Many of them greeted Zhou Bai and enthusiastically called him God Bai. Some shouted thanks to the white god for protecting their honor. Hearing these sounds, Zhou Bai was somewhat bewildered. Before that, he had seen many students from Magic Martial Arts University criticizing him in various places. Now, in just a few days, how did my reputation in magic martial arts suddenly reverse? Junior brother Zhou Bai, because of senior sister Ling Yun, many students at our Magic Martial Arts Academy already consider you one of our own. Lan Ling gently explained to Zhou Bai. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai was taken aback. Could this really be acceptable? But then again, it was quite good. Before long, Zhou Bai arrived at the Soul Condensation Forest, led by Lan Ling. The Soul Condensation Forest is located in the Divine Light Tower of Magic Martial Arts University, in the northwest region of the university. Students specializing in mental cultivation at Magic Martial Arts University train here. Junior brother Zhou Bai, the Soul Condensation Forest will significantly suppress your mental strength. Be careful when you go in. Upon arriving at the Soul Condensation Forest, Lan Ling did not follow Zhou Bai inside, but instead gave him a reminder. Don't worry, Senior Lan Ling, I'll be careful. Zhou Bai nodded. Then, they went directly into the Soul Gathering Forest. The Soul Condensation Forest was filled with lush greenery and trees, and there was a faint mental pressure. In the surrounding area, Zhou Bai also saw many magic and martial arts students tempering their mental power around the Soul Condensation Forest. Although the mental pressure is immense, practicing in such a place has many benefits for enhancing one's mental strength. Such a spiritual place for cultivation would require a considerable amount of effort or resources to enter for cultivation elsewhere. Magic Martial Arts Academy, on the other hand, is completely open to all students, who can freely enter and cultivate there, demonstrating the awe-inspiring strength of Magic Martial Arts Academy. Brother Zhou Bai, after entering the Soul Condensation Forest, keep heading north. A short while later, Zhou Bai's phone received another message from Shen Ninger. Zhou Bai took a deep breath and followed Shen Ninger's advice, heading north. Although the mental pressure increases as you go deeper, Zhou Bai has cultivated the Great Sun visualization method, so this level of mental pressure is still within his tolerance range. Half an hour later, following Shen Ninger's directions, Zhou Bai arrived at a woodland with a clear lake. This place is still the location of the Soul Condensation Forest, but the environment is serene, the lake's surface is rippling with blue waves, and there is no mental pressure at all, as if it were a paradise in the Soul Condensation Forest. Brother Zhou Bai, you've come? Just then, a clear and melodious sound rang out. Zhou Bai looked toward the source of the sound and saw a pure and beautiful girl, like a mermaid, gazing at him intently from the lakeside in the clear water. The girl appeared to be completely naked, and through the clear lake water, Zhou Bai could even see the familiar scenery. Are you all right here? Zhou Bai looked around at the scene and said hesitantly. Although he also quite liked the wilderness, there were quite a few other magic and martial arts students training in the Soul Condensation Forest. If this gets exposed, Zhou Bai could imagine with his eyes closed just how terrifying tomorrow's martial arts headlines would be. After all, Shen Ninger is Ling Zhao's fiancé. At that time, not only will they have to bear the pressure of public opinion, but the Ling family. It's all right, brother Zhou Bai. I've set up a bewitching soul array around here. Unless you have my permission, even a grandmaster won't be able to step inside. Shen Ninger slowly rose from the lake, her gaze fixed on Zhou Bai. Looking at Shen Ninger in such a posture, Zhou Bai also felt a unique charm. However, Shen Ninger did not walk towards Zhou Bai, but went to the side of Linghu Lake and picked up an exquisite and luxurious wedding dress. Brother Zhou Bai, please help me put on my wedding dress. After receiving the wedding dress, Shen Ninger looked at Zhou Bai with longing and anticipation in her eyes. Looking at Shen Ninger in front of him, Zhou Bai suddenly felt a pang of heartache. What kind of injustice must this incredibly pure young girl have suffered to? Brother Zhou Bai, please. Seeing that Zhou Bai seemed a little dazed, Shen Ninger hugged Zhou Bai's arm and said affectionately in a coquettish tone. Okay, I'll put it on you. Zhou Bai took a deep breath and began to help Shen Ninger put on her wedding dress. A few minutes later, Shen Ninger finally put on her wedding dress. Shen Ninger was already pure and beautiful, and after putting on that holy, exquisite and luxurious wedding dress, she became even more stunningly charming. Ninger, you look beautiful today. Zhou Bai looked at Ninger in the wedding dress in front of him and smiled. I'm glad brother Zhou Bai likes it. Shen Ninger smiled. Seeing Shen Ninger in such a state, Zhou Bai could no longer hold back. Brother Zhou Bai, don't rush, it's not over yet. Shen Ninger forcibly suppressed the fire in her heart and then said to Zhou Bai. Isn't it over yet? Zhou Bai was slightly taken aback. Yes, you should wear this. I don't want you to see it. Shin Ninger then picked up an eye mask from the side and put it on Zhou Bai. Today, I'm all yours, but I'm a little hungry. After I'm full, I'll let brother Zhou Bai have his fill. After blindfolding Zhou Bai, Shin Ninger's gentle voice rang in Zhou Bai's ear. Then, Zhou Bai sensed even more. Although he couldn't see Shin Ninger's current state, Zhou Bai could naturally sense it. Moreover, thinking of Shin Ninger at this moment, wearing a pure white wedding dress, yet. This Ninger is really. Half an hour later, Shin Ninger was finally no longer hungry. Today, I belong to you alone, brother Zhou Bai, please. Shin Ninger is like Chapter 76 Efficiency doubled, sky-piercing shuttle acquired. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a second study companion. Rewards, 10,000 study points, 1 talent upgrade card, 100 energy fruits. Ding! Congratulations, host. You now have 2 companions. Your learning efficiency has increased by 100%. Current learning efficiency, 200%. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a deep learning session, learning points plus 40. Half an hour later, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. However, Zhou Bai completely ignored the system's voice at the moment, as he was now completely immersed in Shin Ninger's deep affection and thoughtfulness. Shin Ninger seemed to have gone completely mad, using a variety of methods, determined to burn Zhou Bai to ashes. 7 days later, on the 7th floor of Xingguang Tower. A pale-faced boy, leaning on a cane, stood on the balcony, staring intently at the soul-gathering forest not far away. Although the soul condensation forest suppressed a great deal of mental pressure, preventing Ling Xiao from seeing the scene inside, something inside seemed to be attracting him, keeping him glued to his eyes. How long has Zhou Bai been inside? After a short while, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said to a middle-aged man next to him. Young Master Ling, it's been 7 days. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. 7 days. It seems Ninger tortured Zhou Bai quite badly inside. He hasn't come out for 7 days. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed, and he said in a low voice. Young Master Ling, Zhou Bai is quite capable after all. I hope Miss Ninger won't be able to suppress him inside. The middle-aged man next to him said with some concern. How could this be? Ninger possesses the key to the soul condensing forest, allowing her to mobilize the spiritual power of the entire forest. Coupled with her S-rank spirit eye talent, even ordinary golden body realm experts are no match for Ninger. How could a mere 4th rank Zhou Bai possibly? Ling Xiao said with a hint of disdain. Young Master Ling is right, I was overthinking it. A middle-aged man with a powerful aura then spoke slowly. The middle-aged man was also a member of the Ling family. He was Ling Ping, sent by Ling Xiao's father to take care of Ling Xiao. Young Master Ling, Zhou Bai is out. Half an hour later, Ling Ping seemed to realize something and then said to Ling Xiao. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao quickly took out his binoculars and looked towards the exit of the soul-gathering forest. Zhou Bai was walking out of the soul-gathering forest step by step. Zhou Bai's face was pale, devoid of any color, as if all his energy had been drained away. Furthermore, his steps were somewhat unsteady, trembling, and he even had to hold onto the trees of the soul-gathering forest to walk out. Ah, Zhou Bai, you finally met your match. Weren't you so arrogant? Seeing Zhou Bai in such a disheveled state, Ling Xiao's face was full of pleasure. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened in the soul condensation forest, seeing Zhou Bai's weakened state, he could imagine how much pain Zhou Bai had endured. It's a pity that Zhou Bai's sister is a madwoman from the demon suppression department, otherwise. Looking at the weakened Zhou Bai, Ling Xiao murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with a deep, bloodthirsty light. Young Master Ling, don't worry. Zhou Bai's sister is so crazy, she probably won't be able to keep this up for long. And once Zhou Bai's sister is dead, we'll have a million ways to crush Zhou Bai. Ling Ping, who was standing next to him, continued. I understand, I will be patient. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then slowly said, let him run wild for a while longer. Junior, are you all right? At the entrance of the soul-gathering forest, Zhao Shiyu supported the weak Zhou Bai and said with some concern. No. It's nothing, I'm just a little overexerted. Zhou Bai said with a hint of helplessness. Although Shin Ninger was only a 4th rank, she had taken some kind of medicine and her combat power was practically invincible. In those 7 days, Zhou Bai performed an astonishing 150 deep learning sessions. If Zhou Bai hadn't cultivated the SS-level Thunder Undying Body and hadn't received the aid of the energy fruit, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this powerful combat strength. However, after this incident, Zhou Bai also learned that the energy fruit is not a panacea. Moreover, he also came to a profound understanding that there are indeed no fields that are over-cultivated, only oxen that are exhausted to death. Junior, is this Ninger? Zhao Shiyu bit her red lips slightly, then said to Zhou Bai. The two knew each other so well that Zhao Shiyu naturally understood what Zhou Bai meant by exhaustion. Moreover, she could sense that the weakness in Zhou Bai's aura wasn't due to injury, but rather. Shiyu, I. Upon hearing Zhao Shiyu's words, a hint of guilt flashed in Zhou Bai's eyes. It's alright, Junior. With Ninger around, things are a bit easier for me. You know how tough things are for you right now. Zhao Shiyu said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai remained silent and, supported by Zhao Shiyu, walked towards Zhou Lingyun's apartment. Although Zhao Shiyu said that, Zhou Bai knew that Shiyu couldn't possibly be completely without emotion. Zhou Bai unconsciously tightened his grip on Zhao Shiyu's hand, and Zhao Shiyu, sensing Zhou Bai's feelings, also firmly grasped his hand in return. Junior, whatever you want to do, I will fully support you. Zhao Shiyu then whispered to Zhou Bai. The two supported each other as they walked step by step toward the apartment. Junior brother Zhou Bai, the compensation from the Ling family has been delivered, as well as the prototype of the sky-piercing shuttle. After returning to the apartment, Lan Ling said to Zhou Bai, who had also returned. Take me to see the sky-piercing shuttle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai's face was full of anticipation. The day after sending his customized request, Zhou Bai received a call from Tianbinglu. They asked Zhou Bai if he was willing to accept the damaged prototype of the sky shuttle. This sky shuttle is also S-grade, and the Heavenly Soldier Tower has promised to repair it completely. Zhou Bai asked Zhou Lingyun, and Zhou Lingyun made Zhou Bai agree immediately. They also told Zhou Bai that the prototype of the sky shuttle might be more suitable for him. After several days of repairs, the sky shuttle has finally been fixed. Zhou Bai was also eager to see this sky-piercing shuttle and what kind of top-tier weapon it was that the Heavenly Weapon Tower had been unable to replicate and mass-produce for so long. Junior brother Zhou Bai, the prototype of the sky shuttle is in the training room. Lan Ling then said to Zhou Bai. Then, Zhou Bai immediately went to the cultivation room. Inside the training room lay a silver shuttle, about 81 centimeters long and 27 centimeters wide in the middle, with sharp ends. The surface of the silver shuttle is silver gray, with mysterious patterns that give it the texture of flowing liquid. This silver shuttle, simply placed in the room, exuded a faint power of thunder, tearing apart the surrounding atmosphere. Junior brother Zhou Bai, the prototype of this sky shuttle is made of meteorite iron with lightning attributes, and it contains the power of lightning. However, to drive the sky shuttle, one must use mental power. Therefore, only martial artists with top-tier talents in both lightning and mental magic can control this sky shuttle. At this moment, Lan Ling also arrived at the door of the cultivation room and told Zhou Bai about the sky-piercing shuttle. Chapter 77 First Attempt at Flight, Battle Saint Technique. Zhou Bai took a deep breath, then slowly released his spiritual power into the sky-piercing shuttle. As Zhou Bai's spiritual power surged in, he did indeed sense a faint but powerful thunderous force. If Zhou Bai hadn't possessed top-tier lightning talent, giving him a significant immunity to lightning power in both body and mind, the surging spiritual energy would likely have been torn apart the moment he got close. Even so, Zhou Bai's mental energy still felt a slight tearing sensation when it got close. My mental strength is still not strong enough. Zhou Bai immediately understood the reason. However, Zhou Bai did not give up. Soon, he completely poured his spiritual power into the sky shuttle. Before long, Zhou Bai's spiritual power propelled the sky-piercing shuttle into the air. Can I fly too? Zhou Bai jumped into the sky shuttle and then urged it to take off from the room. Because it was his first time using it, Zhou Bai was a little unsteady and not very stable. Lan Ling, who was not far away, looked at Zhou Bai, who was already able to fly for the first time, and her eyes were full of envy. Ordinary martial artists can only fly after reaching the 8th rank of the sky-soaring realm. Other martial artists, however, can only rely on other tools, such as airships and flying vehicles. Although the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion can now refine a grade sky shuttles, they are still undergoing internal testing and have not yet been released for sale. After getting used to it for a while, Zhou Bai immediately activated the sky shuttle and came outside the room. Zhou Bai also brought Zhao Shiyu onto the sky shuttle, and the two flew slowly on it. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Bai's mental energy was completely exhausted, and he got off the sky shuttle. No, it consumes too much energy, I can't fly freely anymore. Zhou Bai had already exhausted a lot of physical strength in the soul condensation forest, and now, after consuming a lot of mental energy, he was even more weak. Zhao Shiyu immediately took out an elixir to restore Zhou Bai's mental and physical strength from her bracelet space. Zhou Bai did not refuse, and after taking the spiritual liquid, his condition quickly recovered. For the next 2 hours, Zhou Bai played with and tested the sky shuttle. Although Zhou Bai's mental strength has reached 40,000 Hz, and the Great Sun visualization technique has a powerful restorative effect in sunlight, he can only fly for about 20 minutes under extreme conditions if he flies alone now. With Zhao Shiyu included, the time was reduced to just over 10 minutes. The sky shuttle can not only fly, but it can also transform into a series of diamond-shaped flying knives. There are 365 diamond-shaped throwing knives, each extremely sharp and containing immense destructive power. Zhou Bai tested it and found it to be much stronger than his Blood Shadow Battle Blade. In other words, these throwing knives all reached the S-level standard. Indeed, as expected of a cosmic weapon, it is truly extraordinary. Looking at the incredibly precise and wondrous sky shuttle before him, Zhou Bai's eyes were filled with joy. Although the sky shuttle's flight ability is currently limited, this can be completely overcome as one's mental strength improves. This flight capability, under certain circumstances, can indeed turn the tide of battle. Moreover, the heavenly shuttle flying knife is extremely deadly, capable of easily killing an ordinary 4th-rank martial artist. Junior brother Zhou Bai, the people from the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion said that this Sky Escape shuttle has another secret technique to use in conjunction with it, but that secret technique is not in our Xia Kingdom, but in the Sakura Kingdom. Lan Ling, who was standing next to her, continued speaking. In the land of cherry blossoms? Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow. Yes, the people of the Sakura Kingdom want us to exchange the technology of the sky-piercing shuttle for the secret method of the sky-piercing shuttle. Naturally, the people of the Heavenly Soldier Pavilion will not agree. Lan Ling continued. Zhou Bai nodded. The relationship between Sakura country and Xia country has always been very bad, so this situation is perfectly normal. However, even without the secret technique of the Sky Escape shuttle, this Sky Escape shuttle is still quite powerful. Zhou Bai didn't pay much attention and said slowly. After familiarizing himself with the sky shuttle, Zhou Bai returned to his apartment and began reviewing the compensation offered by the Ling family. The Ling family's compensation includes 100,000 blood crystals, the Ling family's Battle Heaven sacred technique, and a cultivation spot in Thunder Valley. Zhou Bai simply put away the blood crystal and the Thunder Valley token. Zhou Bai focused his attention on the Ling family's Battle Heaven sacred technique, a battle sacred technique created by the martial saint Ling Tian, which is not easily passed on to outsiders. If it weren't for Ling Zhao's foolish actions, Ling Tingan would never have given it up for the sake of the Ling family's reputation. After Zhou Bai accepted the electronic document of the Battle Heaven Sacred Method, he immediately entered the cultivation chamber. System, upgrade my Heaven Fighting Sacred Technique. After inputting the Do Tian Sacred Technique into the system, Zhou Bai immediately used a skill upgrade card to enhance the Do Tian Sacred Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have used one skill upgrade card. Your S-rank Fighting Heaven Saint Technique has been upgraded to an SS rank Fighting Saint Technique. You currently have 2 skill upgrade cards remaining. Battle Saint Technique, SS level Battle Secret Technique. Using the Battle Saint Technique in battle can concentrate battle intent and greatly increase attack power, up to 10 times. It can also be stacked with other martial arts techniques. When cultivated to perfection, it can open a battle domain to powerfully suppress enemies, breaking through the 10-fold attack power increase limit, up to 20 times. Not long after, a system notification sounded in Zhou Bai's mind. Zhou Bai's eyes lit up. Concentrating battle intent greatly enhances combat power, and it can even be combined with other martial arts techniques. The 9-fold Thunderblade can stack up to 10 times its original power. Add to that the 10 times from the Battle Saint technique, and wouldn't that result in a 100-fold increase in attack power? Not only the 9-fold Thunderblade, but other ordinary martial arts techniques will also undergo a qualitative leap after being empowered by the Battle Saint technique. There's also the Battle Domain, which breaks through the 10-fold limit. This is too incredible. No wonder it's an upgraded version of the secret technique created by Martial Saint Ling Tian. The effect is so good that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an SSS-level combat secret technique. Seeing the brand new Battle Saint technique, Zhou Bai's eyes were filled with joy. The original Do Tian Sheng Fa, although it could increase power tenfold when cultivated to its peak, could not be combined with other martial arts techniques, and the domain it condensed was merely a simple suppression. After the upgrade, it's absolutely incredible. System, add points to the Battle Saint technique. Without hesitation, Zhou Bai immediately began to add points to the Battle Saint technique. Ding, 5,000 learning points consumed, Battle Saint technique upgraded to beginner level, current remaining learning points, 11,600. As Jobai added points, a large number of insights and memories of the Battle Saint technique appeared in his mind. The basic Battle Saint technique can double your attack power. As expected, even SS-level martial arts have differences. The Qin family's Heavenly Saint Soul Extinction Seal only requires 3,000 points to upgrade to the Profound God Soul Extinction Seal. The amount of points allocated to a skill can, to some extent, reflect its power. Add more. Ding, 8,000 learning points consumed, Battle Saint technique upgraded to intermediate level, current remaining learning points, 3,600. Before long, another wave of memory fusion occurred, and Jobai successfully upgraded the Battle Saint technique to the intermediate level. Intermediate level Battle Saint techniques can increase attack power fourfold, and can also materialize battle intent, offering numerous wonderful uses. If I were to face Ling Xiao again now, I would only need one strike. Feeling the wealth of information in his mind, Jobai's eyes were filled with confidence. Chapter 78 Divine Sense Domination, Bone Forging Progress. Add some points to the mysterious soul-destroying seal. Jobai continued to add points. The Xianshan Miahan seal, a spiritual martial art, can also be enhanced by the attack power of the Battle Saint technique. In certain scenarios, spiritual attacks can even have the effect of dimensional reduction. Ding! 3,000 learning points consumed. Mystic God Soul Extinction Seal upgraded to the beginner level. 600 learning points remaining. I've already used up all my study points. They go so quickly. Seeing that he only had 600 learning points left, Jobai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After marrying Shen Ninger, Jobai received a reward of 10,000 learning points. Then, during 150 learning sessions over 7 days, Jobai gained 6,000 learning points. Of the 16,000 learning points, almost all have been used up. However, Jobai didn't care. He knew he would naturally gain more learning points as long as he studied hard. His own strength was the most important thing. I still have one talent upgrade card. Let's use it to upgrade the Heavenly Thunder God to SSS level. Jobai had an idea in his mind. The Heavenly Thunder has already used a talent upgrade card and cannot be used again. To upgrade the Heavenly Thunder, you need a Supreme Talent upgrade card. Just then, a system notification sounded in Jobai's mind. Jobai's heart skipped a beat. Was it the same as martial arts techniques? Only one upgrade card could be used. How to obtain the ultimate talent upgrade card? Jobai silently asked himself. Ding! 4 regular talent upgrade cards can be combined into one premium talent upgrade card. 4 regular skill upgrade cards can be combined into one premium skill upgrade card. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Jobai's mind. Do I need 4 regular cards to upgrade? Should I upgrade my mental power, or save them to upgrade the Heavenly Thunder? Jobai raised an eyebrow. Soon, Jobai made a decision. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. System, upgrade your mental power. Ding! Talent upgrade card successfully used. Mental power is evolving. As Jobai's thoughts stirred, the spiritual power in his mind underwent a continuous transformation, and an exceptionally terrifying power emerged from the darkness, nourishing Jobai. Jobai felt his mental power slowly transforming. Although it wasn't growing rapidly, both the strength and quality of his mental power were significantly improving. Soon, Jobai also closed his eyes, trying his best to feel the changes in his spiritual power. A day and a night passed, and Jobai slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your S-rank talent, mental power, has evolved into an SS-rank Divine Sense Dominator. A system notification sounded in Jobai's mind. Divine Sense Domination. Jobai slowly raised his head, urging his mental power. After achieving the talent of mastering Divine Sense, Jobai's mental power had increased significantly. Moreover, the control over mental energy has become more refined, with every wisp of mental energy under precise control, ensuring no waste and increasing the efficiency of Jobai's mental energy usage. Now, I might be able to control the Sky Shuttle even better. With a thought, Jobai took out the Sky Shuttle from his spatial ring. Shua shua shua. As Jobai mobilized his mental energy, 20 flying knives floated out from the Sky Shuttle. Previously, Jobai could barely control 10 throwing knives, and his use of those knives was very crude. He could only launch straight-line attacks. But now, these throwing knives are like nimble snakes, moving around Jobai's body. This exquisite control makes Jobai feel extremely strange, as if these throwing knives are his own body, which he can use at will. Moreover, the mental energy required to drive the throwing knives has also decreased significantly. That's right, upgrading my mental power talent was the right thing to do. The talent of mental dominance not only makes my mental power more refined and increases my control, but also significantly improves my insight into various things, which helps to enhance my combat power. This powerful mental strength has boosted my combat power in no way weaker than a top-tier SS level martial arts technique. Feeling the power of his own mental strength, Zhou Bai's face was filled with joy. Name, Zhou Bai. Rank, 4th grade martial artist. Talents, Heavenly Thunder SS, Divine Mind Domination SS. Chi and Blood, 128,600 calories plus. Mental Energy, 5,200 Hz plus. Skills, 9-fold Thunder Blade Advanced, Phantom Skywalker Advanced, Thunder Undying Body 3rd Level, Battle Saint Technique Intermediate, Profound God Soul Destroying Seal Beginner. Learning Point, 600. Items, Energy Fruit 228, Skill Upgrade Card 2. Looking at his luxurious control panel, Zhou Bai felt a great sense of security. Next, I'll continue strengthening my bones. Perhaps I can try to cultivate in Thunder Valley. A moment later, an idea popped into Zhou Bai's mind. Thunder Valley is a top-tier spiritual cultivation ground, containing powerful heavenly lightning that can temper the body, help martial artists improve their internal organs and marrow, and even have a significant effect on condensing a golden body. However, the heavenly lightning inside is quite powerful, and martial artists below the 5th rank simply cannot withstand it. Therefore, low-level martial artists do not go to Thunder Valley to cultivate. Zhou Bai possesses a powerful physique, having completed 10 rounds of bone tempering, and also has a formidable talent like the heavenly divine thunder, making him perfectly capable of. With that thought in mind, Zhou Bai left the cultivation room without further hesitation. After leaving the cultivation room, Zhou Bai opened the spiritual network and prepared to apply for cultivation in Thunder Valley. However, to Zhou Bai's surprise, Thunder Valley was open once 3 days ago on September 12, and it will not be open again for another 2 months, on November 15. Zhou Bai also applied for the next Thunder Valley. Zhou Bai also checked the opening time of Danghan Mountain and found that it would take even longer, about 3 months. Zhou Bai applied as well. If he is unable to attend due to other matters, his spot will not be used up but will be automatically extended. After completing the application, Zhou Bai returned to his rhythmic cultivation, studying diligently with Xin Ninger or Zhao Shiyu every day, and then using blood crystals to enhance his blood and chi power and forge his bones. With 2 partners, Zhou Bai was finally able to work freely and get things done. Double the efficiency allowed Zhou Bai to study more than 10 times a day, earning 500 learning points. In addition, Zhou Bai absorbs hundreds of blood crystals every day, and his blood energy is also steadily increasing, with a steady increase of 2,000 every day. Under such circumstances, Zhou Bai's bone forging efficiency was also astonishing. In just over half a month, Zhou Bai completed the bone forging of 126 limb bones. The completion of the bone forging of the 4 limbs signifies that Zhou Bai has entered the mid-stage of the 4th rank and can now forge the 51 bones of the torso. The 4th grade is divided into 3 stages, consisting of 126 limb bones, 51 trunk bones, and 29 skull bones. Completing each part of the bone forging process signifies the completion of one stage of accumulation. Forging the bones of the trunk and skull is much more difficult than forging the bones of the limbs and requires more care. After all 29 skull bones have been forged, the martial artist's entire skeleton will become exceptionally strong, and their chi and blood power and physical body will also receive feedback, making the martial artist's strength even more terrifying. Beep beep beep. At noon, Zhou Bai had just finished studying when his phone rang urgently. Gu Qingyao, Zhou Bai, don't forget to come to my house tonight. Chapter 79 Reunited with Qingyao, completely let go. Zhou Bai was slightly taken aback when he saw the message from Gu Qingyao. Oh right, I almost forgot, I promised Gu Qingyao I'd go to her house for dinner on Sunday. 7 days ago, Gu Qingyao asked again, and Zhou Bai didn't say anything more, setting the date for this Sunday. After all, Su Wanqing still held a significant place in his heart. Zhou Bai glanced at the time, 12:30. Fortunately, it's not too late yet. Seeing that it was still early, Zhou Bai breathed a sigh of relief. If Gu Qingyao hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten. After replying to Gu Qingyao's message, Zhou Bai quickly dragged the pure and charming Zhao Shiyu out of bed. Shiyu, wake up. We're going to Aunt Qing's house for dinner tonight. Zhou Bai patted Zhao Shiyu and said slowly. After agreeing to go, Zhou Bai told Zhao Shiyu about it and made a promise to take her along. Junior, I'm so tired, I'm not going, you go. Zhao Shiyu burrowed back into bed, leaving only her head sticking out, looking pitifully at Zhou Bai. Clearly, today's study session was too intense, and Zhao Shiyu didn't have much energy left. It's okay, I'll just rest on the plane. Zhou Bai pinched Zhao Shiyu's cheek and said, Junior, please, just go by yourself. Please, give me a break. Zhao Shiyu clasped her hands together and pleaded with Zhou Bai. Alright, then you should get some rest. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai sighed and did not press Zhao Shiyu any further. Then, Zhao Shiyu immediately got up, found Zhou Bai a casual yet appropriate set of clothes, and helped him change. After changing, Zhao Shiyu immediately went back to bed. Goodbye, honey, promise me you won't come home tonight, okay? Zhao Shiyu, still in bed, waved and smiled at Zhou Bai. I'm just going out for a meal, it's not like I'm. Zhou Bai's lips twitched slightly, and he said helplessly. Gu Qingyao is a thing of the past, and there is absolutely no possibility that Zhou Bai will have any relationship with her. As for Su Wanqing, she's his Aunt Qing, not Zhou Bai. After saying goodbye to Zhao Shiyu, Zhou Bai left Magic Martial Arts Academy and boarded a plane to Jianlin City. 2 hours later, Zhou Bai got off the plane. Brother Zhou Bai. As soon as I got off the plane, a clear and familiar sound reached my ears. A girl dressed in a white JK uniform and a gray pleated skirt slowly walked up to Zhou Bai. The girl had a well-proportioned figure and exuded youthful energy, especially her long, delicate, and fair legs, which were extremely eye-catching. Gu Qingyao. Zhou Bai nodded and greeted Gu Qingyao. Hearing Zhou Bai's address, Gu Qingyao felt a pang of sadness. In the past, Zhou Bai always called her Yao Yao. However, thinking of the entanglement between the two, Gu Qingyao suppressed her thoughts. She knew that she had no right to have emotions. The two of them were no longer the same as before. Zhou Bai, thank you for coming to my house for dinner. If you hadn't come, my mom would have disowned me. Gu Qingyao took Zhou Bai home and said with some gratitude. It's alright, I haven't seen Aunt Qing in a long time either, she took such good care of me before. Zhou Bai said slowly. After they finished speaking, they both fell silent. Especially Gu Qingyao, the two of them had previously traveled this route together by plane to the Nanyu Awakening Center. At that time, the two were inseparable and deeply in love. Today, although the two still walk side by side, an invisible abyss has formed between them, completely separating them. Gu Qingyao's home is in Jiangbei district of Jianlin City. The environment here is quiet and secluded. Although the martial arts atmosphere is not strong, it is extremely tranquil. Looking at the familiar streets of Jiangbei district, images of the two of them together flooded into Gu Qingyao's mind like a tidal wave. The two left their footprints in many places, including the nearby park, the lakeside, and the grove. The closer Gu Qingyao got to her home, the more suffocated she felt in her heart. Qingyao, I don't blame you at all. Don't feel pressured. At this moment, Zhou Bai seemed to notice that Gu Qingyao's emotions seemed a little off and then said, My demands at that time were indeed a bit outrageous. Anyone else would have made the same rational choice. You simply made the same rational choice. Zhou Bai's gentle voice rang in Gu Qingyao's ears. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's words, Gu Qingyao finally broke down completely, and tears streamed down her face like a river bursting its banks. Seeing this proud girl with tears streaming down her face in front of him, Zhou Bai's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Regardless, the girl in front of me has ultimately given me her best years. The feelings I had back then were real, the choices I made afterwards were real, and the tears I'm shedding now are real too. There's no right or wrong in these things, it's just youth. Everyone has their own path, and Qingyao has simply embarked on her own. Thinking of this, Zhou Bai felt completely relieved and gently embraced Gu Qingyao, comforting this familiar yet unfamiliar girl. Gu Qingyao was embraced by Zhou Bai, and as if she had found an outlet for her emotions, she cried even louder. If she could, she would rather Zhou Bai give her a good scolding, or even rape her. However, Zhou Bai's attitude clearly showed that he had completely let go of his feelings for the two of them. She could never truly enter Zhou Bai's heart again, and the two of them could never go back to the past. This made Gu Qingyao feel even more bitter and desperate. Her cold heart seemed to finally melt, revealing its true nature. Zhou Bai didn't say anything more, just let Gu Qingyao cry. Half an hour later, Gu Qingyao's emotions finally calmed down a lot. Zhou Bai, thank you. Gu Qingyao wiped away her tears and then sobbed as she spoke to Zhou Bai. It's alright, let's go, don't keep Aunt Qing waiting. Zhou Bai slowly spoke to Gu Qingyao in front of him. Gu Qingyao nodded, then tidied her appearance, and the two continued walking towards their home. Ding dong. When she got home, Gu Qingyao rang her doorbell. Chapter 80 Su Wanqing, Blood Essence Flower Soup. Ah Bai, why are you being so polite with your aunt? You've come all this way, why bring anything? Su Wanqing opened the door and saw Zhou Bai carrying many gifts, and said coquettishly. Today, Su Wanqing was no longer wearing dark-colored loungewear, but instead a white low-cut long-sleeve top paired with light blue skinny jeans. Su Wanqing's graceful figure was fully displayed, showing off her curves. Although she is already a mother, Su Wanqing is very well maintained. When she is with Gu Qingyao, they don't look like mother and daughter at all, but rather like sisters. Moreover, that mature demeanor adds an extra layer of stunning charm. Seeing Su Wanqing dress like this, Zhou Bai was slightly taken aback, as this was the first time he had ever seen Su Wanqing dress like this. Name, Su Wanqing. Rank, 5th grade. Appearance, 94. Yukiko, C+. Height and weight, 168 centimeters, 48 kilograms. Number of charges, 1. Zhou Bai unconsciously activated the system's detection function. As expected of Gu Qingyao's mother, both of them have an amazing 94-point appearance. However, Aunt Qing was actually a 5th-rank martial artist, something I hadn't noticed before. Zhou Bai muttered to himself. Gu Qingyao is also a pitiful person. Her father died when she was young, and Su Wanqing raised Gu Qingyao alone. Therefore, for Su Wanqing, Gu Qingyao was everything. Back then, Zhou Bai saved Gu Qingyao's life, and Su Wanqing also treated Zhou Bai as one of her own, taking care of him wholeheartedly. Su Wanqing was also very supportive of their relationship. But unexpectedly, their relationship ended in this way. It's nothing, Aunt Qing, it's just a simple gift. Zhou Bai smiled. Mom, we're starving. Please cook us some food. Gu Qingyao led Zhou Bai into the living room and shouted at Su Wanqing. Yes, let's eat first, let's eat first. Su Wanqing quickly replied. Bai, you watch TV in the living room for a while. Yao, come help me in the kitchen. Su Wanqing said to Zhou Bai, while calling for Gu Qingyao's help. Okay, Aunt Qing. Zhou Bai sat down on the sofa. There were all kinds of fruits and snacks on the table in front of him, all of which were his favorites. Zhou Bai didn't stand on ceremony and started eating by himself. This wasn't his first time visiting Gu Qingyao's house, it felt just like his own home. Mom, how can I possibly help? After entering the kitchen, Gu Qingyao glanced helplessly at Su Wanqing. Yao, you and Bai. Su Wanqing whispered to Gu Qingyao. Mom, Zhou Bai and I are completely over, so please stop thinking about these things. Gu Qingyao remained silent for a while, then looked at Su Wanqing with a serious and determined expression. Seeing her daughter so serious, Su Wanqing sighed softly, her eyes filled with disappointment. I don't care, Bai is the one I've chosen. After a moment, Su Wanqing continued firmly, I don't approve of anyone but Bai. Gu Qingyao bit her red lips slightly, glanced at Zhou Bai who was watching TV outside, and felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Mom, Bai already has his own life. We parted amicably, so please don't force him. Gu Qingyao knew that her mother was also a very stubborn person, and if she didn't make things clear, her mother would be troubled for the rest of her life. She didn't want to see her mother like this. I understand. Go out and watch TV with Bai. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and then said weakly. Gu Qingyao nodded and left the kitchen. Watching Gu Qingyao leave, Su Wanqing fell into deep thought, seemingly pondering and weighing something. Bai, I'm sorry, please let Auntie be willful this once. Even if you resent me for the rest of your life, for Yao's happiness, I will. After a long while, a hint of madness flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. Then, Su Wanqing continued cooking various delicacies in the kitchen. Aunt Qing's cooking is still the best. The aroma wafting from the kitchen made Zhou Bai's mouth water. After entering the Bluebird Academy, Zhou Bai has been studying and cultivating. During the Battle of Dawn, he also grew rapidly under the influence of various resources and spiritual medicines. It's been quite a long time since I've smelled this enchanting aroma of fireworks. Although Zhao Shiyu would occasionally cook some home-style dishes for Zhou Bai, Su Wanqing's cooking skills were clearly better, and Su Wanqing also held a unique place in Zhou Bai's heart. My mom really likes you. You can come over anytime you have time. Gu Qingyao said to Zhou Bai. I will when I have time. Zhou Bai nodded and said slowly. After what had just happened, their relationship seemed to have eased considerably, and they could still talk about things from the past. However, the gap between them had become even more solidified and insurmountable. Yao, Bai, you two eat first, I'll tidy up. Half an hour later, Su Wanqing spoke to Zhou Bai and Gu Qingyao from the kitchen. Zhou Bai, come on, let's eat. I'm starving. Gu Qingyao said to Zhou Bai. Then, the two went to the dining table. On the table, steamed egg custard, spicy chicken, braised pork knuckle. More than a dozen delicious dishes, each with its own appealing color, aroma, and taste, exude an irresistible aroma. Ah, bye, Yao Yao, you two should drink some soup first to warm your stomachs. Su Wanqing placed 3 bowls of soup in front of the two of them, and also placed one in front of herself. Okay, Aunt Chang, don't bother cleaning up. I'll clean up after we finish eating. Zhou Bai said to Su Wanqing, who had returned to the kitchen again. It'll be ready soon, you guys start eating. Su Wanqing's voice came from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai looked at the soup in front of him. He saw that the soup was emitting a slight energy of blood and qi, which seemed to be some kind of spiritual medicine. Zhou Bai, this is the blood essence flower I sent back to my mother last time. I wanted her to drink it, but I didn't expect it to be left for us. Gu Qingyao looked at the soup in front of her and said helplessly. Aunt Cheng is always like this. Zhou Bai felt a warmth in his heart and continued. As expected, my mom drank the regular soup herself, but gave us all the soup made with the blood flower. At this moment, Gu Qingyao picked up another bowl of soup that looked the same, smelled it, and hummed softly. Then, Gu Qingyao switched her bowl with Su Wanqing's bowl. You can drink mine, you need these more right now. Zhou Bai then pushed his bowl toward Gu Qingyao. You drink it. Gu Qingyao looked at Zhou Bai with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai didn't say anything more, picked up the soup, and drank it all in one gulp. Gu Qingyao also drank the regular soup that had been replaced. Is the soup made from this blood flower really that effective? Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow after drinking the soup, muttering to himself. After drinking the soup made from the blood essence flower, Zhou Bai felt his blood and qi boiling slightly. It should be noted that Zhou Bai's current blood energy is close to 150,000 calories, and ordinary resources simply cannot give Zhou Bai this feeling of boiling. However, Zhou Bai didn't pay too much attention to it. This feeling of excitement was still within his tolerance range. Mom, you should have some too, your soup is so delicious. At this moment, Su Wanqing finished her work and sat down at the table. Gu Qingyao picked up the soup in front of Su Wanqing and handed it to her. Su Wanqing drank it without suspicion. After all, she was quite tired after a busy day. Something's not right with this soup. The moment she drank it, Su Wanqing sensed something was wrong. Chapter 81 I will make amends, follower of the evil god. Mom, you're still trying to fool me with your old tricks. Just drink this blood essence flower soup. Standing to the side, Gu Qingyao held her head high and said proudly. You switched my soup? Upon hearing Gu Qingyao's words, Su Wanqing's eyes widened, and the curve of her breasts trembled violently. Mom, it's just a bowl of blood flower soup. Seeing that Su Wanqing seemed to be overwhelmed with emotion, Gu Qingyao said with a surprised expression. Bai, did you drink your soup? You didn't give it to Qingyao, did you? Su Wanqing then looked at Zhou Bai beside her and asked. No, I drank it. Zhou Bai replied. It'll be fine after drinking it. Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, I was taken aback. What do you mean, it'll be fine after drinking it? There's a potent ingredient added to it. Yao Yao drank her own bowl. That's just awful. If Gu Qingyao had drunk with him, that would be fine at worst, it would just be the two of them. But Zhou Bai and himself. This is absolutely the wrong answer. No, I have to figure out a way myself. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing had a sudden inspiration. Bai, I'll go to the kitchen to get something. After saying that, Su Wanqing left the dining table. A moment later, Su Wanqing took out a bottle of red wine from the kitchen. Mom, didn't you say we weren't allowed to drink alcohol? Seeing Su Wanqing take out red wine, which was quite unusual, Gu Qingyao looked surprised. You're not little kids anymore. Su Wanqing glanced at Gu Qingyao coquettishly and said, besides, Bai won the Dawn Battle Championship, shouldn't we celebrate properly? Su Wanqing then took out her treasured wine glass and, after washing up, poured a glass for each of the three of them. Zhou Bai and Gu Qingyao didn't think much of it and drank a full glass. I told you, we can't drink, one drink and we'll get dizzy. After drinking the wine, Gu Qingyao became restless and her body swayed slightly. Come here, Yao Yao, let me carry you to rest. Su Wanqing's face was also flushed, and the intense stimulation in her body was pounding against her. Before long, Gu Qingyao was completely drunk, and Su Wanqing could no longer hold on, so she had to put Gu Qingyao on the sofa. Bai, wait for me, I'll make you something else delicious. After settling Gu Qingyao in, Su Wanqing quickly said. However, before Su Wanqing could finish speaking, a figure hugged her. Aunt Chang, what did you put in the soup? Zhou Bai said in a slightly hoarse voice. At this moment, Zhou Bai also sensed that something was wrong. I'm sorry, Bai, I wanted you and Yao to rekindle your relationship, so I added. Sensing Zhou Bai's presence, Su Wanqing said guiltily. Hearing Su Wanqing's words, Zhou Bai was stunned. He never expected that Su Wanqing, who was usually so dignified, would do such a thing. Bai, I will make up for the mistakes I made, don't worry. Su Wanqing held Zhou Bai's hand and said softly. Make up for it yourself? A wave of thoughts washed over Zhou Bai. Bai, today, you can treat me like I'm not human, but only today. Su Wanqing looked at Gu Qingyao, who had fallen asleep on the sofa in front of her, and then slowly said. After saying that, Su Wanqing slowly. Zhou Bai's eyes widened, and his whole body. The next day, Jianglin City, Jiangdu District. At the entrance of Haoyuduo supermarket, a man in blue clothes exuding a black aura was engaged in a fierce battle with martial artists from the Jianglin City Martial Arts Association. The man in blue had bloodshot eyes and held a black demonic blade. He was like a bloodthirsty beast, and each strike carried a powerful impact. 2 5th-rank martial artists and 7 4th-rank martial artists were besieging and killing the man in blue. Although the man in blue was alone, the black aura emanating from him seemed to grant him boundless power, making him fearless and tenacious even as he endured multiple terrifying impacts. Instead, it was the 9 martial artists who surrounded and attacked the man in blue who were injured. Bang! After a while, a black and white bullet engraved with mysterious runes flew out from a chariot not far away and hit the man in blue directly. The man in blue was hit by the black and white bullets, letting out a sharp scream, and the black aura around him dissipated considerably. You bunch of useless trash, all you know is sneak attacks, just you wait. The man in blue revealed a ferocious expression, then immediately turned and ran away. Chase him. Don't let this cultist get away. He's been hit by my exorcism bullet, he can't go far. A young man in camouflage, holding a Barrett rifle, stepped off the vehicle and said in a firm voice. Upon hearing this, many martial artists immediately gave chase. Xiao Guang, thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to deal with that evil god follower. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a black suit came to the young man in camouflage and said gratefully. Dealing with evil gods is everyone's responsibility, Mayor Gua, please don't be so polite. Yang Guang looked in the direction where the evil god's followers had left and said slowly. Well done, as expected of someone from the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Hall, truly a dragon among men. Guo Rui sighed upon hearing Yang Guang's words. Mayor, Brother Guai, that evil god's follower has hidden in the Black Cloud Cave. We dare not enter rashly, but we have blocked all the exits. After a while, a 4th-rank martial artist came to the two of them and reported. Black Cloud Cave. Upon hearing the 4th-rank martial artist's words, both Guo Rui and Yang Guang frowned slightly. Black Cloud Cave used to be a famous historical site, but a few years ago, a follower of an evil god performed a ritual there that killed a large number of tourists, and the place has been abandoned for many years now. Because the aura of the evil god still lingers inside, very few people dare to go in. Without giving it much thought, the two immediately sped towards the Black Cloud Cave. Before long, the two arrived at the Black Cloud Cave. The area had been cordoned off, and 2 5th-rank martial artists had blocked the exit. Mayor, what should we do? This Black Cloud Cave is rather eerie, we dare not enter rashly. A martial artist from the city's Martial Arts Association approached Guo Rui and asked for instructions. Looking at the Black Cloud Cave ahead, Guo Rui also felt extremely troubled. Although the cultist was hit by the exorcism bullet, the Black Cloud Cave was, after all, a place where an evil god's ritual had been performed. An ordinary martial artist entering would likely. Mayor, I heard that Zhou Bai, the champion of the Dawn Battle in Jianglin City, has returned to Jianglin City. Why don't we invite him to come and see him? A moment later, a martial artist came to Guo Rui and slowly said. Oh, our Jianglin City's Dawn champion is back. Good, let's go invite him to come and see him. We must be quick, or things might change. Guo Rui's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied. Mayor Guo, if I may be so bold, the Dawn Battle is nothing more than a bunch of kids playing house. Even if they win, they probably don't have any real strength and won't be able to solve any problems. Yang Guang, standing next to him, frowned slightly and then spoke. Chapter 82 That's a Dream, the Key to Points. I watched the dawn of the battle match, Zhou Bai is really amazing. Guo Rui continued, recalling the final match of the Dawn Battle in his mind. Because Zhou Bai is from Jianglin City, Guo Rui also paid attention to the Dawn Battle after Zhou Bai entered the knockout stage. Zhou Bai's victory further enhanced the popularity and martial arts atmosphere in Jianlin City. Many people want to explore the hometown of this young king. Mayor Gua, one of my senior classmates, also came to Jianlin City with me. Let me go and invite her. Oh, Yang Guang pondered for a moment, then continued. That's great, then I'll leave it to you, Xiao Guang. Guo Rui's eyes lit up, and he said with delight. I am also from Jianlin City. Protecting Jianlin is my duty. After saying that, Yang Guang immediately went to the tank next to him and contacted his senior sister. Mayor, how about Zhou Bai? The martial artist next to me asked. The more people there are, the more strength we'll have. Let's invite him. Guo Rui said. Half an hour later, at Gu Qingyao's house. What happened? Gu Qingyao slowly opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and disoriented, as if her mind were a complete mess. Qingyao, you're awake. It seems you really can't drink alcohol. 1 cup is enough to make you drunk. Su Wanqing brought a bowl of soup to Gu Qingyao and said, Here, have some soup to warm your stomach. Gu Qingyao was a little dizzy, but she still drank the soup that Su Wanqing handed her. After drinking the soup, Gu Qingyao felt better. Mom, you look even more beautiful. Gu Qingyao stared blankly at Su Wanqing, who was radiant and exuded amazing charm. She rarely saw her mother in this state. No, she had never seen her like this before. He seemed to have been reborn. Was Mom not pretty before? Su Wanqing snorted softly. You look beautiful. Mom has always been beautiful. Gu Qingyao smiled. Seeing Su Wanqing in this state, Gu Qingyao felt much more at ease. While drunk, she vaguely dreamt that Su Wanqing was being brutally assaulted by Zhou Bai. The scene in her dream made Gu Qingyao almost unable to stand up when she thought about it. She cried and begged Zhou Bai not to do this, telling him to take his anger out on her, but Zhou Bai was like a cold machine and didn't listen to her at all. For a fleeting moment, Gu Wanqing thought it wasn't a dream. But seeing how well Su Wanqing was doing, Gu Qingyao was certain that it was a dream. Otherwise, how could Su Wanqing be in such good condition? She would have fainted long ago, let alone made soup for herself. Where is Zhou Bai? Then, Gu Qingyao asked. Bai has left because of something. A hint of tenderness flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes as she continued. Varied. Gu Qingyao wanted to ask more questions, but considering their current relationship, she ultimately remained silent. Qingyao, do you want to change your dress? At this moment, Su Wanqing suddenly said to Gu Qingyao. Gu Qingyao looked at her pleated skirt and realized that it had gotten dirty sometime during the day. It's all because of that terrible dream. Gu Qingyao's face flushed, and then she immediately ran upstairs to wash up properly. After Gu Qingyao left, Su Wanqing looked at the bruises under her skirt. Bai, you really don't treat me like a human being. Su Wanqing gently bit her red lips, her eyes sparkling with desire. The terrifying events of that night kept replaying in my mind. Thinking this, Su Wanqing felt uneasy again and began to miss Zhou Bai. Never mind, I'll go take a shower too. Su Wanqing felt her emotions becoming increasingly strange, and then went to the bathroom next door. Su Wanqing was naturally unaware that while she was washing up in the bathroom, Gu Qingyao, who was also brushing her teeth, was replaying that terrifying dream in her mind. Phew, my 3 companions, our learning efficiency has tripled, and for the first time, my learning points have surpassed 20,000. Zhou Bai muttered to himself as he sat in a luxury car. Learning point, 20,100. After learning from Su Wanqing, Zhou Bai received another talent upgrade card and a reward of 10,000 learning points. Zhou Bai originally had only 600 learning points left. In the first half of the month, Zhou Bai studied and cultivated at the Magic Martial Arts Academy, earning 500 learning points every day, accumulating 9,000 learning points. Moreover, Zhou Bai gained 90 points from each of his 12 learning sessions with Su Wanqing, resulting in a total increase of 1080 learning points for him overnight. It was through this learning experience that Zhou Bai also learned the key points of the learning points. The key lies in the partner's level. The basic learning points for a 3rd rank martial artist are 10, for a 4th rank 20, for a 5th rank 30, and so on, increasing sequentially. Su Wanqing is a 5th rank martial artist with a base score of 30. With triple the learning efficiency, she can gain 90 points in a single learning session. With over 20,000 learning points, I can add some to Thunderous Undying Body. Looking at his vast amount of learning points, Zhou Bai thought to himself. Zhou Bai has only learned the 3rd level of the Thunder Undying Body technique, but the 3rd level of the Thunder Undying Body makes Zhou Bai's physique comparable to that of a 4th tier ferocious beast. Once Jobai advances to the 4th level, his physical body will undergo another transformation, becoming comparable to a 5th-tier ferocious beast. Coupled with the powerful heavenly thunder, Jobai is confident that he can contend with top-tier 5th-rank martial artists. However, for now, let's check on that evil god follower and deal with this matter first. After Jobai and Su Wanqing finished cleaning up the battlefield, they received a request for help from the city's martial arts association. After learning the whole story, Jobai did not refuse. Although the enemy was a follower of an evil god, he was only a 4th-rank martial artist, and Jobai was absolutely confident in dealing with him. Jobai, we're almost at Black Cloud Cave. A member of the city's martial arts association, standing in front of the luxury car, said to Jobai Dao. Jobai nodded and looked ahead. His powerful mental energy allowed him to vaguely sense a slight undercurrent surging in the area ahead. Senior sister, how is it? Can it be resolved? In front of the Black Cloud Cave, Yangguang asked a tall, fair-skinned, and stunningly beautiful young woman beside him. The girl, dressed in a red dress, resembled a blazing flame in front of the somewhat dark Black Cloud Cave. However, the beautiful girl's eyes were indifferent, like ice that never melts, creating a strange contrast with her fiery red outfit. The girl was none other than Yangguang's senior, Tangro. Can. Tangro said calmly, her tone carrying a hint of detachment. Yangguang seemed to be used to the girl's attitude, and continued, Senior sister, if you need any help, just say so, and I will do my best to cooperate with you. Shut up. Tangro didn't even glance at Yangguang, and said indifferently. P.S. Guys, if you enjoyed reading this, feel free to watch the ads to support the author QAQ. Chapter 83 The ritual is complete, Black Cloud Cave. Upon hearing Tangro's words, Yangguang dared not speak again and instead sullenly moved to the other side. Xiao Guang, is this your senior sister? Guo Rui frowned slightly as he watched Tangro staring motionlessly at the Black Cloud Cave. After arriving at the Black Cloud Cave, Tangro stood in front of it without making a move. Moreover, he is too cold-hearted. Mayor Guo, although senior sister is only a 4th-rank martial artist, she is the daughter of the owner of the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Hall. At the same time, she is also a beginner mentalist with a mental power of 60,000 Hz. She is using her mental power to investigate the situation inside. Yangguang looked at the girl not far away and then slowly said. So she's the daughter of the Crimson Flame Pavilion Master, and a psychic. Upon hearing Yangguang's words, Guo Rui was filled with respect. Because improving one's mental strength is quite difficult, mentalists are a relatively rare profession even in the Xia Kingdom, where geniuses abound. Strong mental fortitude is crucial in certain situations. Knowing that they were investigating the Black Cloud Cave, Guo Rui didn't dare to be negligent and immediately told the Martial Arts Association members around him to be quiet so as not to affect their investigation. Mayor, Jobai is here. A short while later, a member of the Martial Arts Association reported this. Quickly, invite him over. Guo Rui quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Yangguang's expression turned slightly unpleasant. He hadn't expected that Guo Rui would still invite Jobai over. Jobai, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for so long. After a while, Guo Rui stepped forward to greet Jobai, his face full of joy. Mayor Guo, let me check on the situation inside the Black Cloud Cave first. Jobai didn't exchange many pleasantries with Guo Rui, but instead said. No need, Jobai. You just stay here and watch. My senior sister has already taken action and will find that evil god follower soon. At this moment, Yangguang interrupted Jobai. Jobai, this is Yangguang, an outstanding disciple of the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Hall. He's also here to deal with that evil god cultist. That is the daughter of the owner of the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Hall. Guo Rui then introduced Yangguang and Tangro, who was not far away, to Jobai. Jobai nodded, then looked at the girl in a fiery red dress not far away. Name, Tangro. Rank, 4th grade. Appearance rating, 92. Yukiko, B. Height and weight, 166 centimeters, 44 kilograms. Number of charges, 0. Not good. At this moment, the girl in front of the Black Cloud Cave suddenly spoke, her expression becoming slightly flustered. Senior sister, what's wrong with that? Yangguang felt a little uneasy and quickly pressed for an answer. Ceremony. What is it, senior sister? Finish. What's done? Run. Mayor, my senior sister said that the evil god's followers have completed the ritual in the Black Cloud Cave. We are no match for them. We must run away immediately. After Tang Rou finished speaking, Yangguang quickly conveyed Tang Rou's meaning. What? The ritual is complete. Upon hearing Yangguang's words, Wei Rui's expression changed drastically. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, streams of profound black evil energy surged forth from the Black Cloud Cave, rushing in all directions like a tidal wave. Let's evacuate first, disperse the surrounding crowd, and immediately request assistance from the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Guo Rui made a decisive move and immediately addressed the many martial artists from the surrounding Martial Arts Association. Everyone mobilized. However, Tang Rou rushed directly towards the Black Cloud Cave. Senior sister, where are you going? Let's run. Yangguang stared wide-eyed at Tang Rou as she rushed into the Black Cloud Cave and said tremblingly. Destroy. Ceremony. Tang Rou's soft yet firm words came from ahead. Senior sister, are you crazy? Yangguang was stunned when he heard Tang Rou's words. The ritual is still quite fragile when it is first performed and can be destroyed. However, after completing the ritual, the follower of the evil god will receive the power of the evil god and be restored to his peak condition. Furthermore, the situation inside the Black Cloud Cave is still unknown. In this situation, Tang Rou would be courting death if she went in directly. No, I can't just watch my senior sister die. I have to take her back. Yangguang gritted his teeth and then immediately rushed into the Black Cloud Cave, wanting to bring Tang Rou back. Zhou Bai, let's retreat first and wait for the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Guo Rui then spoke to Zhou Bai, who was standing next to him. However, before Guo Rui could finish speaking, Zhou Bai transformed into a shadow and rushed straight into the Black Cloud Cave. Zhou Bai also had some understanding of the rituals of the evil god. The intensity of the ritual is related to the strength of the evil god's follower who performs it. Since that evil god's follower is only a 4th-rank martial artist, the intensity of the ritual will not be too outrageous. If left unchecked, the intensity of the ritual will rapidly increase over time, and it may eventually evolve into an evil calamity that sweeps across the entire Jianlin city. This is not what Zhou Bai wanted to see. The rest of you go evacuate the crowd and seek help from the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Xu Guiming and Li Xianxiong, you come with me into the Black Cloud Cave to destroy the ritual. Seeing Zhou Bai follow the two from the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Hall into the Black Cloud Cave, Guo Rui quickly addressed the two 5th-rank martial artists. Yes, Mayor. The crowd answered. Soon, Guo Rui also entered the Black Cloud Cave with two 5th-rank martial artists. Mayor, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Inside the Black Cloud Cave, Yangguang saw Guo Rui bring his men in and quickly said something. At this moment, Tang Rou was also beside Yangguang, carefully using her mental power to find the location of the ritual. Xiaoguang, have you seen Zhou Bai? He's come in too. Guo Rui quickly asked. Zhou Bai, that brat has come in too. Isn't he just making things worse? Upon hearing Guo Rui's words, Yangguang's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't think Zhou Bai could be of much help right now, Zhou Bai was, after all, the champion of the Dawn Battle, and his potential was terrifying. He could absolutely become a true pinnacle martial arts master in the future, right now. Then let's search for the ritual while also looking for Zhou Bai. Let's make sure nothing happens to Zhou Bai. Yangguang took a deep breath and then slowly said. Sizzle. However, just as Yangguang finished speaking, a violent thunderous roar resounded from the depths of the Black Cloud Cave. There were also bursts of golden lightning flashing continuously. It's inside. Everyone immediately realized that a battle was taking place inside the Black Cloud Cave. Without further ado, the group rushed into the Black Cloud Cave. Before long, the group entered the depths of the Black Cloud Cave and immediately saw a young man whose body was radiating golden lightning power, wielding a battle sword that emitted a blood-red light, and was engaged in a fierce battle with the followers of the evil god. It was less of a fierce battle and more of a one-sided crushing defeat. The evil god's follower, whose body was filled with black aura, was forced to retreat step by step under the impact of the boy's thunder and battle blade, his body covered in blood and covered with many cuts. Damn it, where did this guy come from, daring to disrupt my ritual? Enraged, the followers of the evil god roared in resentment. Chapter 84 Grand Ceremony, Black Stone Slab. After receiving the power of the ritual, the followers of the evil god, though still only at the 4th rank, can maintain their peak condition and have a continuous regeneration, making them seem like immortals. However, the invincible ritual power appeared somewhat fragile under the impact of the boy's golden lightning power. The restorative power brought by the ritual is far less destructive than the power of the golden lightning. Is this kid really that strong? Yangguang was stunned as he watched Zhou Bai easily suppress the evil god's followers. Yangguang was well aware of how terrifying the followers of evil gods could be under the influence of rituals. Although he is only a 4th rank martial artist, even 4 5th rank martial artists working together might not be able to defeat him. Right now, this 4th rank evil god believer is being suppressed by Zhou Bai alone, and is even on the verge of physical collapse, which has completely refreshed Yangguang's understanding. Bang! 2 breaths later, a blade of light containing domineering thunderous power slashed at the evil god's follower, instantly shattering his body. At the same time, an altar not far away also collapsed rapidly under the impact of Zhou Bai's power. The thick black fog around them was slowly thinning out. They're too strong. No wonder they're the champions of the dawn battle. Guo Rui couldn't help but cheer when he saw Zhou Bai forcefully kill the evil god's followers and thwart the evil god's ritual. The 2 5th rank martial artists also had a gleam in their eyes. They had fought against the evil god's followers and knew how difficult he was to deal with. The fact that the evil god's followers, empowered by the ritual, were so easily defeated by Zhou Bai filled them with awe. Zhou Bai, thank you so much for destroying the ritual. Otherwise, if the ritual had grown stronger, our entire Jianglin city would have been in danger. Then, Guo Rui came to Zhou Bai's side and said to Zhou Bai with a sincere expression. At this moment, Yangguang no longer underestimated Zhou Bai, but looked at him with a complicated expression. The boy before me was so young, yet so terrifying. No, the ritual has not been completely destroyed. Zhou Bai turned and looked into the depths of the Black Cloud Cave. It's not completely destroyed yet? Guo Rui's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Whoosh! Zhou Bai didn't say much, but instead used Phantom Skywalk again, rushing directly towards the deep stone wall of the Black Cloud Cave. Deep within, exquisite murals are carved on the stone walls, from which wisps of malevolent energy permeate. Because of the black mist inside the Black Cloud Cave, the evil energy was extremely weak. If Zhou Bai hadn't possessed such strong mental power, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Sizzle! Without hesitation, Zhou Bai unleashed his Blood Shadow Battle Blade, carrying the domineering heavenly thunder, and shattered the exquisitely carved stone wall. After the stone wall broke open, another space appeared inside, where an even deeper and more malevolent altar was constantly gathering power. In the center of the altar, there was a strange black statue, which looked like a demon from hell and was extremely ferocious. There really is one. This guy isn't doing this for the small ceremony outside, but for the large ceremony here. At this moment, Guo Rui also came to Zhou Bai's side, looking at the altar inside which was gathering countless powers, and said with a solemn expression. The rituals of evil gods are also divided into levels: small rituals, medium rituals, and large rituals. The more powerful the ritual, the greater the power it brings. If the large-scale ceremony is fully completed, the entire Jiang province will be in danger of falling. In that case, let's destroy him. Zhou Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. After saying that, Zhou Bai immediately unleashed the 6th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, superimposed with the intermediate level Battle Saint technique, carrying the terrifying heavenly divine thunder as he slashed out heavily. Sizzle! In an instant, an extremely powerful lightning blade rushed towards the altar as if a god were destroying evil. The 6th level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade has a 5-fold increase in power, which, combined with the 4-fold increase from the intermediate level Battle Saint technique, results in a terrifying 20-fold increase in power. This powerful lightning blade made Guo Rui and the others around him feel their scalps tingle, as if their souls were about to tremble. Bang! With a violent crash, the large-scale ceremony that was in progress was instantly torn apart by Zhou Bai's thunder blade. After the ritual altar was destroyed, the evil aura in the Black Cloud Cave dissipated rapidly. Zhou Bai, you have done a great service by stopping a large-scale ceremony. Looking at the destroyed large ritual altar in front of him, Guo Rui finally felt relieved. At the same time, I was also extremely relieved that I had invited Zhou Bai over. Otherwise, even if they and the people from the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Academy managed to destroy the small-scale ritual, they would still find it difficult to discover and destroy the large-scale ritual hidden in the mural. Once that grand ceremony is completely completed, who knows what will happen in Jiang province, but Jianglin city is definitely doomed. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhou Bai saved the entire Jianglin city. But how come that 4th-rank evil god follower can actually set up a large-scale ritual? Has this cult become so troublesome? Yangguang's face was solemn. Originally, large-scale ceremonies could only be arranged by followers of evil gods at the master level or above. However, this 4th-rank evil god follower managed to set up such a large-scale ritual. If every 4th-rank follower could set up such a powerful ritual, We almost completed a large-scale ritual in the Black Cloud Cave before. That guy was probably restoring and continuing on the site of that ritual, so it wasn't a separate setup. Guo Rui clearly knew more about these matters. After looking around, he continued. I see. Oh, Yangguan nodded. However, Zhou Bai, you're really amazing. I'm sorry, I had some prejudice against you before. After understanding the whole story, Yangguan looked at Zhou Bai again and said with a sigh. At the same time, he felt ridiculous for his previous thoughts. What kind of person was he to have the right to question the champion of the Dawn battle? After studying at the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Hall for a few years, I've really gotten a bit arrogant. Tang Rou remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhou Bai, lost in thought. It's fine. Zhou Bai nodded, unconcerned. He had faced no shortage of doubts along the way. Then, Zhou Bai seemed to realize something and went to the ruins of the large ritual site, picking up a stone slab engraved with a large number of black runes. What is this? Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow as he looked at the black stone slab. His impact was so powerful that all the other materials used in the ritual were shattered, but this black stone slab remained undamaged.